Two warriors, one devil queen, absolute domination!
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei and Tatsumi Joined Rias Peerage Together movie. Before we start, please go support J Martos Z17 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Prologue. Darkness, everything around me was black, completely empty. I was just floating in nothingness. I started thinking about how I got here and I was hit by a car trying to save a girl. To think I died for someone I didn't even know. I hope she's alright. Just then, a light I saw in the distance slowly approached where I was, pulling me from my thoughts. That light enveloped all the darkness in a place of peace. I was bewildered by the situation and trying to figure out where I was, looking in every corner. Until at that moment, a voice caught my attention, making me turn to see where it came from. "Welcome, Tatsumi. I suppose you're bewildered. Don't worry, everyone usually is in your situation," he said calmly. I turned to see who the voice belonged to, and I was shocked to see a surprisingly tall man with a thick, perfectly groomed white beard. The strange thing about all this is that I couldn't see his face because it was enveloped in such a powerful light that it seemed like the sun itself. With those characteristics, the only thing I can think of is that he might be a god. "Tatsumi, you're God, aren't you?" I said, surprised. "God, that's right, you guessed correctly. I am the creator. How are you, my son?" "Tatsumi, I could be worse, to be honest, but thank you for asking. This might be a silly question, but I'm dead right. God, yes, I know it's hard, but right now you're in limbo. The reason you're here is that you were a good person, but also a bad one, which is why I'm in a dilemma. Do you remember how you died?" "Tatsumi, yes, I was hit by a truck while trying to save a girl." "God, that's right, but you didn't just try, you did it. You saved that girl. Her destiny was to die at that moment, but thanks to you, she will be able to have a full and happy life." "Tatsumi, I smile. I'm really glad. What are you going to do with me?" "God, I was planning to take you to heaven, but I have a better idea. I'm thinking of you being reincarnated." "Tatsumi, really? Where?" "God, I can't tell you. The only thing you need to know is that you're going to be in a world completely different from what you know." "Tatsumi, I see. That makes sense since it would be strange to go to the same world where I died." "God, that's right. Therefore, I will grant you 3 wishes." "Tatsumi, 3. Okay, well. I want my parents, friends, and people who knew me in my previous life to forget about me. I don't want them to suffer." "God, okay, 2nd wish." "Tatsumi, I want you to cure the illness my mother had. I know they didn't tell me, but I was able to find out that it was fatal and I want her to stay alive." "God, amazing, all right." He smiles. It's incredible that knowing he can ask for any wish he wants, he still worries about others. "That's why I know where to send you. 3rd wish." "Tatsumi, I want to forget my past life in this conversation. I'd like to not think about my previous life, and it wouldn't be good to know what God is like and all that. God, you're right. All right, I admit you have an impressive spirit. Congratulations. You'll wake up as a baby, having a new life, and you'll forget everything. I wish you luck, my son." He snaps his fingers. Again, darkness invaded my vision, followed by a blinding light shining directly into my eyes. The source of that light looked like a hospital lamp. The first thing I saw was a man who looked like a doctor. After that, I saw a beautiful woman giving birth. Beside her was who appeared to be her husband, or perhaps her partner, supporting her while doctors helped a little one emerge. "Doctor, just a little more, one last push, he's almost out." The woman screamed in pain from the labor until the doctor finally pulled the baby out of you-know-where. That baby was me, and my mother and father named me Sasaki Tatsumi. 12 years later. 12 years have passed and my life is pretty normal. I spend my time playing video games, playing sports, and studying. But one day I was home all alone because my parents had gone to work as usual. They were almost always working. The only time I saw them was at night after dinner, but I understood. Thanks to their jobs, I have a home, so I don't complain. But that day I received a letter from my father's best friend saying that my parents had been in a car accident and died. When I saw the letter, I fell into a deep depression. I stopped doing the things I loved, I stopped playing sports, and even my grades dropped. I went to school, but I didn't talk to anyone. I just wanted to be alone with myself. I couldn't believe this world was such a tragedy, but that's the way it is. 4 years later. 4 years have passed since my parents' death, and I've managed to overcome it. It was very difficult, but I did, and I'm a new man. Today is my first day at a new school, Kyuho Academy. It used to be an all-girls school, but before the start of the school year, they changed it to co-ed. I was standing at the door of my new classroom, waiting for the principal to introduce me to my classmates. The principal arrived and asked me to introduce myself. My first impression was that there were only 3 boys and the rest were girls, which didn't surprise me at all. "You need pretty good grades to get into this school." "Tatsumi, it's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Sasaki Tatsumi. I hope we get along well." I bowed forward. "Everyone, welcome." Principal, "First of all, does anyone have any questions?" Student Me raises her hand. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Tatsumi, "Hahaha, no I don't." Student, "What would you like to be when you grow up?" Tatsumi, I thought about it a while ago, but these days I want to be a singer. Student whispering, that's very cute. Student whispering, yeah, yeah, and he wants to be a singer too. Student whispering, I wish I could be his girlfriend. Principal, alright Tatsumi-san, sit behind Issei-san. There's a space there. Tatsumi understood. I headed to the seat assigned by the principal and I could hear the girls whispering quite a few things on the way there. Things like, is he a pervert like those three? Or is she going to sit behind Issei? She'll be a bad influence. But also things like, he's gorgeous, he could even give Kibikun a run for his money. Or like, I'd love to go out with him. I ignored them and sat down. As soon as I did this, Issei guy turned around and started talking to me. Issei, nice to meet you. My name is Hyodou Issei. Shaking his hand, Tatsumi, right? Tatsumi, that's right, it's a pleasure to meet you. I returned the handshake. One question, why do they call you a pervert? Issei, let's just say I was accused of spying in the Kendo Club's locker room along with Matsuda and Madohama. Let's just say that since then the three of us are perverts. I admit I'm a bit of a pervert myself, heh. Tatsumi, I see. Well, I hope they don't call me that too. A drop of sweat trickled down my face. After that conversation, class ended, and the first thing I noticed was all the girls asking me all sorts of questions. I honestly felt harassed, so I went with Issei and his two friends to get some fresh air. We were sitting in front of the old school building chatting about, well, all they talked about was boobs or porn. It was funny, but I noticed Issei staring at the old building with a smile. I did the same and saw a girl with crimson red hair and blue eyes that seemed to be looking right into your soul. After that, I gave Issei a mischievous look and he became very nervous, not knowing what to say. The truth is, even though they are perverts, I have a great time with the three of them. I hope it continues like this throughout the course. Chapter 1. Several days have passed since I started the course and everything has been normal. Right now, I'm sitting under a tree having lunch. This time I didn't go with Issei since he went with Matsuda and Madohama to spy on the Kendo girls. I went to open my lunch, and just as I was about to take the first bite, I felt like someone was watching me. So I looked up and saw a petite girl about 15 years old with white hair and hazel eyes. In the front, her hair had two long bangs that went past her shoulders and several loose strands hanging over her forehead, while the back was short. She also wore a black cat-shaped hair clip on either side of her head. This girl kept staring at me, or specifically at my lunch, even though she was already eating a cookie. Tatsumi, a drop of sweat falls on me. I feel too watched. If you want I can share it. The girl remained silent for a moment, still looking at my lunch, then looked at me and said, don't worry, just tell me where you bought it and I'll get it for you. Tatsumi, well, there's a problem, I made this lunch myself. Tatsumi, come on, have some, I don't mind at all. Thank you, sitting down next to me. Tatsumi, I'm Sasaki Tatsumi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Taoju Kaneko, she says curtly, her face neutral. I don't think much of it and proceed to place a piece of my lunch on the lid of my lunchbox, then put it near her. She looks at the cake for a while, then takes it and quickly bites into it. Kaneko, MN, Tatsumi, is it good? Kaneko nods. Tatsumi, if you want, we can meet here again tomorrow and I'll bring you another one. Kaneko, why, Tatsumi, why, some I'd just love to be your friend, he smiled. Kaneko looks at me for a moment before taking another bite of her cake and then saying curtly, I wouldn't mind. I chuckle inwardly at her attitude since it's so different, but I like it. Several days passed like this and our friendship grew stronger. Now she talks to me a little more and doesn't answer so curtly anymore. She even calls me Tatsumi-senpai instead of Sasakai-senpai. It's progress. I also got to meet the student council president and vice president. The president's name is Sauna Shitori. She's a young woman with short black hair and violet eyes. She wears red glasses and the distinctive Q Academy girls uniform. The vice president, Tsubaki Shinra, is about 170 cm tall with long black hair that reaches past her mid-back. She has parted bangs and light brown eyes. She wears the Q Academy uniform, though she also wears blue glasses. Well, the reason I met them is that they would occasionally ask me to fix a broken appliance and also to play a game of chess. Tatsumi, phew, I think it's done. Sauna, thank you again, Sasaki-san, and I'm sorry to bother you outside of class time. Leaning against the wall with a smile. Tatsumi, no problem, Kaichou-san, I like fixing things. Besides, it gives me time to think about my next move and beat you. Sauna, haha, it's impossible for you to beat me. After saying goodbye to Sauna, I was at the gym, specifically practicing kendo and giving the girls some advice. When I finished, I saw a blonde boy approaching me. It's a pleasure to meet someone talented. My name is Kiba Yuyudo, it's a pleasure. Tatsumi, it's a habit. I almost always spent my time training at home. Plus, I won the national kendo tournament 3 years in a row, hahaha. Kiba, I see that's why your face was so familiar. Would you do me the favor of an exchange? Tatsumi, of course, back on the sand, the kendo girls and a few onlookers gathered to watch the match. Kiba grabbed 2 kendo sticks, tossing one to me before getting into a fighting stance. I, on the other hand, smiled for a moment when I caught the stick, then just stared at him seriously. Kiba, what is this? Her aura is very dangerous now. Kades Hajime. I launched myself forward at great speed, and Kiba unconsciously dodged it quickly, quite surprising to me since it seemed like I was sure to hit him. After that, our swords clashed more than once. Tatsumi, you're very fast. Kiba, I almost had a heart attack. Tatsumi, but that's even more exciting. Kiba, you're a tough nut to crack. Kiba gradually began to accelerate more due to the excitement of the battle, forcing me to only be able to defend myself. I hate to admit it, but I was getting excited too. The girls from the Kendo Club watched the incredible demonstration with excitement, never taking their eyes off it. Like them, Kiba and I were so caught up in the match that it already felt like a fight to the death. Until, crack, my sword broke, leaving me harmless, and Kiba took advantage of the moment to put the sword to my neck. Tatsumi, it seems I'm defeated. Kiba, if your sword hadn't broken, the match would have been longer. Cadiz, the match is over, winner Kibasan. Murayama, it was an incredible match. Many of the girls were asking for more, and others were thinking some pretty nasty things that had nothing to do with the game. But putting that aside, I started thinking about the moment when Kiba had incredible speed and dodged my attack like it was nothing, but even so, I was happy because now I have a great opponent to defeat. Chapter 2, several days have passed since the match against Kiba and I was at home. Lately, I've been feeling very strange. I've been very hungry these past few days, even devouring everything in the fridge. Plus, I had a high fever that seemed like it wouldn't go away. Tatsumi, damn it, what's happening to me? Beth. And so I fainted at that moment. I was in a white landscape, and when I turned around I saw a huge white beast with sharp fangs and 3 eyes on each side with a cross in the middle. Tatsumi, but what? Ha 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 ha, I finally woke up. Tatsumi H. Hola, hello partner, who would have thought that after thousands of years we would finally meet? Tatsumi, thousands of years. It's normal that you don't remember. Your soul is human, but it seems stronger. It must be because of the fusion process. You see, the first time we met was in your previous world, not the one before that, but the one after that. It's just that you don't remember me. My soul fused with yours, and upon entering this world filled with mana, demonic energy, celestial energy, and natural energy, I was able to regenerate faster. Tatsumi, wait, demon world, celestial world, what world is this? Besides, you're saying I look like the Tatsumi from another life, right? Basically, when that bitch killed me, a part of me remained in your soul. Tyrants aren't so easy to kill. The only thing I'm grateful for is that I managed to regain consciousness. At the end of her life, we reached the wheel of reincarnation and were reborn in a peaceful world. To you, it might sound like just an instant, but for me, it was thousands of years. In the end, we ended up in this world. My soul regenerated completely, but I remained trapped in this damned biblical god system. Tatsumi, wait, that's too much information to process. Are you saying you've always been like a part of my soul? You could say so, but not at the same time. I am linked to your soul and it is not separable. If you die and reincarnate, I would no longer exist in this world. But as I said, it took me a while to regenerate, but I gave you a small part of my power to improve. That is why you are so strong. Tatsumi, now it makes sense how I dealt with Kiba and also why I regenerated so quickly. I am a tyrant dragon, those who possess the greatest tenacity. Now that you possess a strong soul and a strong body, you can use me. A sword appeared which I assumed I should take, and just as I touched it, a lot of images appeared in my head as if they were memories, and shortly after I was able to remember everything that happened in my past life. Tatsumi, even though I didn't know and it was just a guess, I'm glad to be back. Tyrant, we're back. You and I, let's show everyone who the most powerful dragon is. Tatsumi/Tyrant, together no one will stop us. When I woke up 2 days later, I found myself lying on my bedroom floor. At first I thought it was a dream, but soon after I noticed the sword leaning against the wall and it was all real. I also started remembering all the images from my past life as if I had lived them yesterday, and I promised myself to live in this new world. I put on new clothes and picked up the sword, placing it on my back, and then watched as it disappeared. Tatsumi, I see you can hide the key, he smiled. Tyrant, of course, remember that I am part of you, so I can even be 100 meters away from you as if nothing is wrong. I am independent. I smiled at her response and left my house. Even though it was late at night, I wanted to take a walk and relax after everything that had happened. But as I was walking down one of the streets, I heard a loud crash. Tatsumi, what's happening? I go to where the noise is coming from, and after a few minutes I see Kaneko alone against some kind of snake, although part of it was a woman. I could also see another one in the background with a squashed face. Tatsumi Konkachan, Tyrant, do you know her? Tatsumi, yes, we meet every day during break to eat sweets or talk about anime, but there's something strange. I feel a different energy about her. Tyrant, what you're feeling is demonic energy, just like that snake. What are you going to do? They exchange a few blows, but the snake demon doesn't receive many of them, and even those it does receive are very painful. The street demon is held by Kaneko, but it bites her abdomen with a snake that came out of its arm. Kaneko, The snake demon was unleashed and mocked her. Apparently the poison was incredibly potent, but she didn't back down. Even so, the demon simply dodged her attacks without retaliating. Little by little, Kaneko was losing strength and ended up kneeling before the demon. Kaneko, damn snake, hahaha, don't worry, it'll only hurt much more than you can imagine. Hahaha gya, I couldn't take it anymore, and in one swift movement I cut the snake in two, and as what remains of the demon vanishes, I pick up Kaneko bridal style and run home. Child. Father Sumi-senpai. Tatsumi, don't worry, my house isn't far. She tries to speak but can't find the words. It seems the poison has spread too far. When I get home, I carefully put Kaneko on my bed and check her over. She has many wounds on her body from resisting so many attacks, but the problem is the purple spot on her abdomen near her heart. Tatsumi, damn, the poison is spreading rapidly. Tyrant, do you know what you're doing? Tatsumi, yes, during this time I have also studied all kinds of medicine and culture. I quickly go to my closet, take out my acupuncture kit that I recently bought, some bulbs, gauze, alcohol, betadine, and other things. Tyrant, I see you're not all muscle. Tatsumi, haha, very funny. It doesn't seem deadly, but better safe than sorry about this. Tyrant, is this your first time doing this? Tatsumi, yes, I tear Kaneko's shirt and see the wound under her left breast. I cut her bra and carefully stick needles near the affected areas to try to slow the spread of the poison. I take another needle to keep the wound where the poison was applied open and place a hot bulb to draw out the poison. Kaneko, yeah. Tatsumi, don't worry, you'll be okay. Purple liquid along with black blood comes out of the holes, and after a few seconds I remove the bulb and clean the wound with cotton balls. I apply the technique more than 10 times, and finally red blood comes out and the coloration begins to change on his skin. Tyrant, I see it worked. Not bad for your first time. Tatsumi, hahaha, phew, thank you, I just need to deal with the minor injuries. I'll keep an eye on their condition to make sure of everything. I remove her skirt and begin to treat the wounds on her thighs, abdomen, face, arms, and legs. I apply bandages to almost all of them and methodically clean them, then cover her with a blanket and fall asleep beside her. Elsewhere. A girl with crimson-red hair could be seen sitting at a desk, as if she were looking for someone. What could have happened? I don't know, but Kaneko would have called us. Besides, Rias, Kiba already went ahead anyway and… Kiba, Butchu needs to see this. They followed Kiba and arrived at the scene of the fight, seeing a snake cut in half and another with its head crushed, but there was no trace of Kaneko. Kiba, I found this. Apparently someone cut one in half and the other, judging by the way he died, might have been Kaneko. Also. He shows her Kaneko's phone that was lying on the ground. Rias, Akino, Kiba, spread out your families to track Kaneko. If she managed to escape, she must be nearby. Let's go quickly. They searched for several hours and found no trace. Rias was very worried about her because this had never happened before. Rias, Akino, is there any news? Akino shakes her head, looks at Kiba, and he looks back. Rias is getting overly worried until a sound pulls her from her thoughts. Ring ring, Rias, who's speaking? Kaneko, Butchu, soy yo Kaneko. Rias, ko and ko, it's so good you called. We've been looking for you all night. Kaneko, I was attacked by 2 street demons and one of them poisoned me. Thankfully I'm okay now. Rias, that's a relief. How are you feeling? Where are you? Kaneko, en casa de Sasaki Tatsumi. Rias, what happened? How did you get there? Kaneko, Tatsumi-senpai seemed to be passing by and attacked the snake demon. He took me to his house and gave me first aid. Rias, send us a sign, we're coming over. I sent the signal and waited for them to come. Then Kaneko stared at me since I was asleep with my arms crossed over her. Then she saw the bloody cotton balls, the bandages, and her torn clothes. Kaneko, it seems I've been taking care of myself all this time. Suddenly a magic circle appeared on the floor of my room, and shortly after Rias, Akino, and Kiba appeared. Rias connected. Kaneko shhh. I tell them to be quiet because I was asleep. She nods and puts a barrier around me so that I can't hear. Rias, Kaneko, what happened on the way to the contract? Kaneko, I was going home when I ran into those 2. I got rid of one but the other poisoned me. Then with the little vision I had left I could see Tatsumi-senpai defeat the demon and we managed to escape. Then I think I healed. Kiba, Butchu, what do you think? Rias will have to change their memories. It's true that it would be good for us, but it's still too soon. Akino. Akino, hi Butchu. Kaneko, you could make me forget too, blushing and creating new clothes. Akino, ara, but how will we know the way I healed you? Akino says this and then places a hand on my head and changes my memories a little, although she also notices a strange energy. Akino, Butchu, I sense a strange energy almost the same as Issei-san's. Rias, what? But it's still too early for his power to awaken. Tch, Kiba, I want you to bring Tatsumi into the club tomorrow. We'll have to recruit him now. Kiba, hi Butchu. Rias, okay, we have to go. We have a mission and tell Issei to come too. Kaneko / Akino / Kiba, hi Butchu. A magic circle formed again beneath their feet, only to disappear shortly afterwards, leaving me there asleep, or so they thought. Tatsumi, I see you tried to change my memories, but what did you do? Tyrant, I made a kind of copy of those memories, that's why they felt a different power when they touched you. Tatsumi, I see, we'll see, they said something about recruiting me tomorrow and they were also talking about Issei. Tyrant, I don't know, but I noticed those 4 people had demonic energy. To be honest, you could join them since demons last for eternity. Tatsumi, now that you mention it, if I'm human I won't be able to live forever. If you're okay with being part demon, I have no problem with that. Tyrant, that pleases me. Do you know how annoying it is to spend thousands of years just to talk to you? Besides, if you die here, every time you reincarnate, since you'll fall into the demon system, I can be with you in this world forever. Tatsumi, hahaha, who would have thought that the most dangerous dragon would have human feelings? Tyrant, being surrounded by humans with nothing to do but watch and listen. Eventually something sticks with you. Tatsumi, you miss her, don't you? Tyrant, I'd be lying if I said no. At that moment I felt every emotion and losing her was very painful. But knowing that I was with her all that time filled me with joy when I remembered her. But we are one reincarnated soul, and I think it would be better if we had a story about our greatest successes. Tatsumi, you're right, Tyrant, because together we are. Tatsumi/Tyrant, the Dragon of Evolution. Chapter 3. The next morning the class went on as usual until suddenly all the girls in the hallway started screaming, and it was because Kiba was coming into my class specifically to look for me. Tyrant, here he comes, it must be Kiba. Kiba, Tatsumi-kun, sorry to bother you, do you have a moment? Tatsumi, oh Kiba-san, tell me what's going on, don't tell me it's to play another game. Kiba, I'd love to, but that's not why I came. Raya-senpai told me to come find you. Tatsumi, Raya-senpai, the school idol. Why, Kiba, come with me and you'll find out, he smiles. I followed Kiba, and the place we went was the back of the school building where the old school building was located. I was surprised since I didn't know they still used that building until Kiba said, Butchu is here. We went inside the building until we reached a specific door that said Occult Research Club, but I didn't pay much attention to it and Kiba opened the door. Kiba, Butchu, I brought it. Zleb. The first thing I noticed was Rias slapping Issei without realizing that Kiba and I had arrived. Before listening to the conversation, I looked around and everything seemed normal. I also saw Kaneko sitting on the sofa eating as usual, and another girl with black hair whom I also know since she is also an idol at school. Her name was Hajime Akino. Kiba, I see you're all busy. While I introduce you to the others, the one sitting over there eating is Tatsumi. Hello Konkachan, it's nice to see you, hihi. Kaneko, hola Tatsumi-senpai. Kiba, I see you already know each other, he smiles. Tatsumi, that's right, we meet every day during break to eat lunch together or talk about anime. Oh yeah, here Konkachan, giving her a box of sweets I made them this morning, I hope you like them. Kaneko, thank you, she smiles slightly. Kiba, and the other one over there is Akino. Ara, so you're Sasaki Tatsumi-kun, nice to meet you. My name is Hajime Akino, please remember me, she says with a beautiful smile. Tatsumi, no, the pleasure is all mine. Please take care of me, Akino-senpai, bowling slightly. Kiba, well, you probably already know the boy who got hit, it's Ice-gun. And the one who hit him is Rias Gremory, the Butchu of the club. But meanwhile, in the back of the room, two people were still arguing. Rias, how many times do I have to divide it? No means no, I can't let you save that nun. Issei, then I'll go alone, I'm worried about the ritual. The fallen angels are up to something in the shadows, there's no guarantee of safety in Asia. Rias, are you seriously that stupid? If you go, you're sure to die, you won't be able to come back alive, do you understand? Akino, Butchu, Kiba has already brought our guest. Rias, looking at me, Tatsumi-san, welcome. Issei, we'll have this conversation later. Issei, hi Butchu. Rias, alright, everyone's here. Tatsumi-san, welcome to the occult club. Let's get straight to the point, we're all demons. As I said that, I unconsciously stared blankly as if I already knew it, and in fact I did, but I didn't seem surprised at all. Everyone in the group, seeing that I wasn't surprised, was even more surprised and couldn't help but ask. Rias, why aren't you surprised? Tatsumi, it's because. The Tyrant, you've screwed up, mate. Tatsumi, shit, what do I say to him? What? Tyrant, well, technically they already know you have a strange energy inside you, so why don't you tell them the truth and end the conversation? Tatsumi, the reason I wasn't surprised by your comment is very simple. It's because I have someone inside me, and that someone already told me you were demons when you were at my house yesterday. Rias, wait, do you remember what happened yesterday? Tatsumi, yes, and from what I can see, Kaneko is feeling better. She smiled as she looked at her, I'm glad. Rias, but it's impossible that you remember, Akino changed your memories. Tyrant, you can answer that if you want. As Tyrant said that, the sword appeared on the table where everyone would be surprised to see it. Rias, is that your sacred gear? Tatsumi, sacred gear? Yes. Guys, this is my sacred gear. This sword is called Incursio Ki. Apparently it belongs to a dragon called Tyrant. Suddenly, Issei's hand, which was next to me, began to glow, and shortly after a gauntlet appeared and he began to speak. Issei, Dragon Tsuna, D-Drag, that name doesn't ring a bell. Tatsumi, it's because his soul was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago and ended up sealed away like a sacred team without knowing how or why. D-Drag, now I understand why I haven't met him. Rias, what do they mean? Tatsumi, that I am its first bearer. D-Drag, that's right, Rias Gremory, nobody knows about this sacred gear or what its abilities are. Tatsumi, it is essentially a sword, but its main ability is evolution and adaptation. It also grants the user a physical enhancement and great vitality. Rias, but isn't that the case with all sacred gears? Drake, who, that's interesting, he says, then disappears. Issei, but wouldn't that be like all the sacred gears? Kiba, Issei-kun, any team that includes a dragon and also has an ego isn't common, it must be very powerful only. Akino, that nothing is known about him, although in itself that is an advantage. Kaneko, but from what I'm hearing, how do you know all that about your sacred gear if you just awakened it? Tyrant disappears. Tatsumi, that's a delicate subject and a long story at that. When the time is right, I'll tell you. Rias, I see well that talk will have to wait. Tatsumi-san, do you know about the 3 races that exist? Tatsumi, no, Rias, okay. Today there are 3 types of races: demons, angels, and fallen angels. Fallen angels are angels who were originally from paradise and served God but were cast out and sent to hell because of their evil nature. That's where we demons come in. We want to regain control of hell, and we've been fighting the fallen angels ever since. We demons make pacts with humans to gain power, while the fallen angels take control of humans and use them to destroy us demons. In addition, the gods have tasked various angels with destroying both demons and fallen angels, making it a 3-way conflict. It's been this way for a very long time. Do you understand what I've said so far? Tatsumi, I understand that our enemies are the angels and the fallen angels, and that to gain power we make pacts with humans. And I suppose the research club is a cover for using this place as a headquarters. Right. Rias, that's right, that's why I want you to join my family and become a demon. Become Rias Gremory's vassal. Now let's introduce ourselves, even though you already know us. Kiba, I'm Kiba Yuyudo, a second-year student, and I'm a demon. Nice to meet you. Kaneko, I'm Taoju Kaneko, a first-year student, a demon. Nice to meet you. Issei, I'm Haodu Issei from the second year. Nice to meet you, partner. Akino, I am Haimjima Akino, a third-year student, and I am the vice president of the Occult Research Club, and I am also a demon. Rias, and I am your mistress, Rias Gremory, the heir to the clan, and I hold the title of Duke. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tatsumi-san. Everyone had gotten up from their seats and prepared to take out their demon wings and then introduce themselves. I just remained silent and bowed in respect. Rias, well, Tatsumi-san, will you join us? Tatsumi, of course, this is going to be very exciting, she smiled. Rias, all right, Tatsumi-san, do you know what this is? Taking out a chess piece. Tatsumi, a chess piece, specifically a pawn. Rias, exactly, but this isn't just a pawn. I already explained the relationship between demons, angels, and fallen angels in the protracted war. Regardless of the side, everyone was exhausted. On the demon side, we lost many purebloods and couldn't muster enough armed forces. So we began a process to train a few elites called evil pieces. Tatsumi, so what you're saying is that just like chess pieces have their properties, each of a demon's vassals has those same properties. Right. Rias, that's right, although they don't have many skills, they're quite powerful in the ones they do know. It's quite popular to the point that even now, as a kind of evil pawn, they're used in competitions called the rating game among noble demons. Tatsumi, rating game. Rias, simply put, it's about controlling a demon vassal on a game board and having a real large-scale battle like a real chess game. To participate, you need to meet certain requirements, meaning you won't be able to participate for quite some time. Tatsumi, in short, you're going to treat me like a pawn. What about the others? Rias, Yuyudo's role is the knight, and a knight's main ability is speed, and Yuyudo's most powerful weapon is a technique that combines his great speed and his excellent swordsmanship. Tatsumi, that means you cheated in our game. Kiba, hee, I must say I had to use my role, otherwise I would lose. Rias, Kaneko's role is the row, and her main ability is incredible strength and defense. Issei, whispering in my ear, personal note, never pick a fight with Konkachin. Rias, Akino's role is queen, possessing all the abilities of a pawn, knight, bishop, and rook. She's the invincible vice president of the club and the last-class player. Issei, besides liking to torture people, she's a total sadist. Akino, ara don't say that, Issei-kun. I don't want him to be afraid of me, Yufufufu. Tatsumi, she's beautiful, but I have a feeling of fear. Rias and Issei's role is that of a pawn, but not just one, but one of 7 pawns. I have a question for you, Tatsumi-san. Do you think the pawn is useless? Tatsumi, well, I play chess and I don't think so. It's just as important as a knight, rook, or even a queen. But if you don't know how to play, then you might think so, but why are you asking? Did someone say so? After saying that, everyone pointed at Issei. Tatsumi, I figured as much. Issei, what do you want me to do? Like you said, I don't know how to play, so I thought it was useless. Rias, size, listen, Issei and Tatsumi too. A pawn possesses a special ability that other pieces don't. This is promotion. Among demon pieces, it's currently the same as in chess. A pawn has the ability to transform into any piece when it enters enemy territory, except for the king. Issei, so after I get a promotion, I'll be able to obtain a power similar to Aknasen, who is a queen or something like that. Rias, in theory, but the queen is the most powerful piece, and with your current stamina, that kind of power would be an enormous burden. It's possible you could handle the weight of a promotion. With all that said, Tatsumi-san, are you ready to become part of my family? I nodded and she began the ceremony. Just as the piece was about to enter me, I began to feel unparalleled pain, and shortly after, the same images as before flashed through my mind again. Soon after, I was surrounded by a white mass and transformed into the form of a humanoid dragon. Eyes that seem to pierce right through you, a smile full of sharp teeth, and what looks like armor with a red cape. Then that form entered me and I returned to my usual expression. Tatsumi Fiwu Issei but what happened to me? Rias, of course not. Issei, well, you can't deny that Tatsumi has style. Akino, it's a mutation piece and a very rare one apparently. Kiba, but that piece almost seemed alive. Tatsumi, scratching the back of my neck, well, the important thing is that I'm part of your Butchu family, hee. Issei, now that the ceremony is over, about our earlier conversation about Asia. Rias, by Satan, why don't you understand? If I let you go, they'll surely kill you. I don't want to see something like your death. Issei, she mentioned something about a ceremony today. Asia might be sacrificed, I can't allow it. Akino, it won't do any good for you to beg and cry. Rias, ceremony. Akino, Butchu, she approaches her and whispers something in her ear. Rias, we have something very important to do. I'm going out with Akino for a while. Issei Piro. Rias, one thing, Issei, remember what we said earlier about the promotion. For now, the church would be a good example of enemy territory. Even with a pawn, you can kill a king, you can become stronger, Yuyudo. I'll leave everything in your hands. She leaves. Kiba, fine, are you really going? You could die. Issei, I have to do it since Asia is my friend. Even if it's suicidal, I need to save Asia. Kiba, even if you have a great plan, if you die, no one will be able to go and save her. Issei, so what am I supposed to do? Kiba, I'll go too. He smiles, you're my partner too. If I see such a brave partner heading to certain death, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, I detest fallen angels and exorcists. No, it would be better to say I hate them. Even the president said so, didn't she? The church is the best example of enemy territory, which means that if you go deep inside, you can use the promotion. Butchu approved. Kaneko, I'll go too. Issei ko konkachin Kaneko mi preoccupare si van solo los dos. Tatsumi, well, what can you do, Sai? I guess I'll have to go too. Issei Tatsumi, what are you going to tell me? I was shocked to see that pervert Issei being so brave. Issei, what did you say, you bastard? Tatsumi, besides stroking Kaneko's head, I can't leave my kuai alone with a pervert and a handsome boy. It would be the beginning of a bad joke. Kaneko, she lets herself be petted. Issei, and what would be the joke? The three of us pointed at Issei at the same time. Issei, but what are you going to do in the church? Fufu, finally you will be mine. Come Asia, let's begin. Chapter 4, we were standing outside a church feeling a ridiculous chilla sign of a fallen angel. While we were trying to figure out what to do, Kiba brought out a map of the church. Issei, a plan of the church, you really prepare well. Kiba, it's the basics when you attack enemy territory. The church isn't really very big, this is the sanctuary and these are the rooms. This sanctuary is really suspicious. Issei, how do you know about that? Kiba, even now rogue exorcists and fallen angels destroy holy sites. These acts of blasphemy against the god who exiled them bring them great pleasure. Issei, they must be crazy. Kiba, from the entrance to the center of the shrine you can get there quickly, the problem is. Kaneko, that there will definitely be an exorcist at the sanctuary. Kiba, exactly, we won't be able to enter the ceremony hall so easily. Issei, but there's no other way forward. We went through the entrance and ran straight to the sanctuary. By this point, the fallen angels would have noticed our arrival. We opened the door and entered the sanctuary. There was an altar and long chairs. It looked like an ordinary sanctuary. Candles and lamps illuminated the interior. Clap, 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 clap. Clapping, oh, look what we have here. What a lovely gathering. I'm getting excited. Issei, Freed, Tatsumi, what are you, Freed? Don't you notice me, or are you an idiot? I'm a priest, the one who takes care of eliminating the evils of this world. Tatsumi, in short, a pedophile, shaking. Freed, who are you calling a pedophile? I'm perfectly normal. Pulling out his pistol and a lightsaber. Tatsumi, a gun and a sword. Wait, don't tell me you have candy in your pocket to attract children. Freed, shut up, you damn demon. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? Tatsumi. Freed, don't tell me your parents are dead, ha 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 ha. Well, I hope your parents suffered, ha 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 jahhhhhhhhhh. While the priest was laughing, I promoted to knight and with my speed appeared in front of the priest, then promoted to rook and punched him in his genitals, destroying them completely. Freed, ahhhhhhhhhh. BB asked Ardo di Demo Neo de Mirda. After that, Freed pulled out a marble and detonated it in front of him to escape. As the smoke cleared, I stared at my companions where Issei and Kiba were grabbing their testicles, and Kaneko simply gave a thumbs up in a proud gesture. Issei, after that, where is Asia? Tatsumi, underneath that altar there are stairs that lead to the basement, it must be that way. Kiba, and how do you know that? There was nothing like that in the plans. Tatsumi, because my parents got married in this church and one day we came here to visit it and by chance I saw a priest coming down some stairs there. I point to the altar and then Kaneko punches it, destroying it, and we go down. When we arrive we see Asia on a cross with the fallen angel next to her with a group of priests at her feet with swords of light to defend themselves. Asia, Issei-san. Asia came to save you, Rainier, you'll pay for this. Kiba, Hyoudoukan, an explosion occurs in front of us from the light spear that Rainier launched and then she laughs. Tyrant, partner, I have an idea. Tatsumi, what's this about? Tyrant, I can exchange the sword for a spear and… Tatsumi, I think I know what you're thinking. Tyrant, let's ruin their party. And as Tyrant said, when he took the sword from my back, it changed shape into a spear and I very carefully prepared for my attack. Kiba, I know what they're trying to do, they want to take away his sacred equipment. Kaneko, if she does the nun will die. Rainier, it's a lovely gathering, but I'm afraid the serum GAH. But her words were interrupted by a spear that pierced her stomach and stuck in the wall. Tatsumi, Issei will try to pave a path for you to go to Asia. Konkachin and Kibasan, the three of us will take care of the priests. Issei/Kaneko/Kiba, hi. I charged at the priests with a sword that appeared on my back since the spear disappeared when I stabbed Rainier with it. And so I began cutting down swords and priests in my path. By clearing a path for Issei, he takes advantage of it and picks Asia up bridal style before running off, but not before stopping when he sees that we are not following him. Tatsumi, run, we've got your back. After sending Issei away, I went straight for the priests until there were none left. While Kiba was burning the bodies, Kaneko said something that alerted me. Kaneko, where's the drop? Tatsumi, she's not. She looked to where she'd been injured, but she wasn't there, damn it. We ran up the stairs and when we got there we saw Issei deliver a powerful blow to Rainier, sending her crashing through a window and shattering it instantly. I could see that both of Issei's legs were pierced by a spear of light, but I guess that didn't stop him from beating her senseless. Rainier, D-Drake, that's all mate. Issei, that's because of Asia. Kiba, you defeated a fallen angel all by yourself, not bad. Issei, just because she was hurt it's not that big of a deal. Tatsumi, but you still did well, didn't you think? But you, Issei, did you get pregnant? Rias, exactly, and I'm also surprised that you didn't intervene. Tatsumi, this was their fight, I felt it was disrespectful to interfere. Akino, heavens, the church is in pieces. Is everyone alright? Kaneko, but you, I brought the bodies. Tatsumi, a drop of sweat falls, the body. Kaneko said as she entered through the main door and threw Rainier's body in front of us. As she threw her, she spat blood, still bearing the wound I had inflicted with my spear. Rias, it's a pleasure to meet you, fallen angel Rainier. I am Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory clan. Rainier, they think they've defeated me, but reinforcements will arrive soon. Rias, they won't arrive. I eliminated all the fallen angels Karawarna, Daunashiku, and Mittelt. Rainier, you're lying. Akino, after receiving them, they immediately told me that what you did was an independent plan, Yufufufu. Tatsumi/Issei received them. Trembling with fear. Rainier, how dare you cough, spitting blood. After Rias condemned her to death and spoke with Issei, she transformed into a normal girl and tried to confuse him. Seeing her face, I deduced that she was the girlfriend he told me about a while ago, but Rainier, seeing that it wasn't working, tried to reason with me. Rainier, please help me, I'll do whatever you want, I'll be your slave or whatever you desire, just ask. When I saw her face, that of a sweet and beautiful girl, I was just disgusted by everything she'd done. So I approached her, head bowed, surprising Rias and the others. Rainier, yes, just save me and then po. Tatsumi, you play with the lives of innocent people as if they were your toys. You don't deserve to live. Rias, he's still alive, Tatsumi-kun. Tatsumi, I'm sorry, it's just that your behavior got me, never mind. I'm leaving it in your hands, but you. Rias nods in agreement with my comment and steps in front of Rainier, then raises her hand and makes her disappear with her destructive power. After seeing Rainier disappear, I went to Issei, who was standing next to Asia's lifeless body. Tatsumi, even though I interrupted the ritual, why did he have to die? Issei, I couldn't save Asia. Rias, Issei, what do you think this is? Taking out a piece. Issei, that it's a bishop piece. Tatsumi, that means. Rias, that's right, the bishop's power is to follow its family. I can use this girl's healing power as a bishop. It's unheard of, but I'm going to try to reincarnate this nun as a demon. By saying that, Kiba and Akino would be preparing the ceremony to introduce the bishop piece to Asia. Rias, I command you, Asia Argento, in my name, Rias Gremory. Become my servant and return your soul once more to this earth and become a demon. You shall lead a new life with great joy as my bishop. As she shouted those words, the piece would slowly begin to enter Asia's body and soon after she would wake up. Asia, yo, looking at us all, Issa-san. Issei, Asia. Rias, Issei, you are now her demon senpai. From this moment on, you will be in charge of protecting her. Issei, yes, I screamed as I ran towards Asia, who without warning gave me a tight hug with some tears falling, completely surprising Asia. Asia, I Issei-san. Issei, hugging her, let's go back, Asia. Asia smiles as she returns the hug, yes. The next morning, Issei would be entering the club room earlier than the others. Upon entering, he could see Rias sitting on the sofa drinking her coffee. Issei, good morning, Rias, you're early, how's your leg? Issei, she's completely healed thanks to Asia's healing powers, moving his leg. Rias, I see, his healing power cannot be underestimated. I can see why the fallen angels wanted him too. But Issei, for now, your goal is to become the strongest pawn. If you continue like this, Tatsumi-san could surpass you by a long shot, but you're able to do it because you're my lovely servant. This is a good luck charm, giving him a kiss on the forehead. You have to become stronger. If I don't stop worshipping you here, then the new member will be envious. Asia, Issei-san. Issei, Asia. Asia, playing with her fingers, I see. Because Butchu is beautiful, that's why Issei-san fell in love with her too. No, it's not good, I can't think about such things. Ah, oh Lord, please forgive my sinful heart, Pia. My head suddenly hurts. Rias, that's obvious. If we demons pray to God, we're going to get hurt. Asia, is that so? I've become a demon, I can never face God again. Rias, do you regret it? Asia, no matter what form it takes, if I can be with Issei-san, then I'm happy. Thank you so much. Sleepy, Rias, I see. If that's the case, then fine. From today onward, you'll also be working as my servant. Asia, yes, I'll do my best. Underworld House of the Phoenix. Oniya-sama, I've prepared the tea. Ravel, Ravel, are the preparations for the ceremony going well? As if there were any problems. Chapter 5. Asia, family. Rias, yes, Asiechin, it's time for you to have your families. Issei, how does that help? Rias summons her familiar. This is a familiar. Issei, what's that? A pink potato that flies. Rias, what a flying pink potato. It's my relative and it's very cute. After saying that, Rias' familiar transforms into a girl whom Issei immediately recognized upon seeing her. Issei, you're the girl who gave me a piece of paper the other day. Akino, this is mine, summoning her familiar. Kaneko est is Shiro, Tatsumi, he's adorable, petting him. Kiba, mine is. Issei, nobody cares. Kiba, what a shame. Asia, year, but how exactly do we get a relative? Rias, you'll see. Tiosi Tayosi. Rias, yes, come in. At that moment, as the door opened, Sauna, or should I say Sona, could be seen, accompanied by the entire student council. Tatsumi, Sanasan, Tsubiki-san, I'm so glad to see you. Sona, hello Tatsumi-kun, I see Rias told you right. Tatsumi, I heard Tsubiki-san call you Sona Kaichu once, but I didn't think much of it. When I was reincarnated as a demon and learned that the clans were very similar to the demons in the Book of Solomon, I realized you must have changed your first and last name, but only slightly. So I deduced that you must be Sona Citri. Whether everything is the same in the book or not. Issei, wait, Butchu, do you mean that the student council president is a demon too? Rias, that's right, but I'm surprised you deduced all that. Sona, sighs, now I feel worse for giving it to you. Rias, there's no going back now. Saji, so you didn't tell them about us, Raya-senpai. I'm worried that my fellow demons will find out about us. Sona, Saji, we decided not to pay attention to the others. It's normal that they don't know us, but I'm glad you see me doing so well, Tatsumi-kun. Tatsumi, hahaha, I just like to help, but one of these days I'll beat you, Sana-san. Sona, I'm waiting for Tatsumi-kun. Issei, Ganner, Rias, have you played with Sona? Tatsumi, yes, but she's very good. I've only beaten her once. Sana-san is a real challenge. Rias, she beat Sona, that means. Sona, but your suggestion to play chess with your eyes closed is a real challenge. Tatsumi, you don't have to tell me I like challenges, and I thought this would make it more difficult for you. Issei, wait a minute, aren't you the one who recently joined the student council? Tatsumi, your name was Saji, right? Saji, I am Genshiro Saji, and I am a pawn, Rias. Well then, let me introduce you to my new recruits, although you already know each other. Hyodo Issei, my pawn, Argento Asia, my bishop, and Sasaki Tatsumi, my pawn. Issei, oh, so you're a pawn too, we're similar. Saji, ha, to say I'm similar to one of the perverted trio from school, my pride is hurt. Issei, what did you say? Saji, you want to fight? I may be a beginner, but take 4 pawns. Sona, Saji, that's enough. You may not know this, but 7 pawns were used for Hyodausen, and although only 1 pawn was used for Tatsumi-kun, he suffered a strange mutation and he was able to match Kiba's swordsmanship when he was human. Saji, but it doesn't matter, maybe Hyodausen will be stronger later, but I will definitely surpass Sasaki-san. Sona then says she's going to take Saji to the familiar forest to choose his familiar, but Rias wants to go too. Meanwhile, Issei and Saji are fighting to see who can squeeze harder for Asia's attention. Tatsumi, sigh, they're just kids. Rias and Sona agreed with my comment and decided to play a game of tennis to determine who would go to the family forest first, but after the game. Kaneko, so in the end nobody won. Tatsumi, and in the end who's going to go to the family forest? Issei, I think they decided that the meeting should be a group event. After that, Rias appears and tells us that the method for deciding the winner will be settled. The following night, we meet at the gym for dodgeball. Before we started, Issei wasn't handing out the headbands he'd made with Asia the night before. We decided to put them on and got ready for the game, but seconds later. Issei Tatsumi pff hahaha. Issei, oh no, my precious b-balls, tits all over, falls to the ground. Rias, relax Issei, I caught the ball, don't worry. Akino ara but I don't think she's referring to that ball Yufufu. Tatsumi, it's the best thing I've ever seen. Rias Tatsumi-san, watch out. At that moment when Rias yelled at me, I looked up and saw a ball going in my direction, but suddenly someone jumped on top of me and caught the ball. It was Akino. Akino, ara Tatsumika no te distragas. Tatsumi blushing, yas sorry. Asia picked up Issei's body and took him to the locker room to treat his injured area. Meanwhile, we continued playing, and when it started. Saji ga referee timeout. Sona what Tatsumi we won. Oh my god, I've never been so eager to finish a game in my life. Throwing myself to the ground. Akino, ara, if you want I can take care of you later Yufufu. Positioning herself on top of me with her breasts in my face. Tatsumi, I thought about it. Sona, we may have lost in this game, but in a rating game I would have won. Issei, racing game. Tatsumi, it's the game he explained to us the other day, using us like chess pieces with strategies to win the match or something like that. Issei, I remember. Sona, Rias, I accept my defeat. You can go to the familiar forest first. Let's go. Rias, see you later, Sonachin, waving goodbye. Tiamiaskip. After the game ended, we headed to the family's forest where the first view was a rather spooky forest, as if it were a horror movie. Asia, it's a little creepy. Issei, don't worry Asia, I'm here. I've got them. Asia, Kaya, I am the family master Zadouji. Issei, maestro. Asia, from relatives. Zadouji, with me by your side you can hunt any familiar. What kind of familiar do you want? A strong, fast, or poisonous one? Akino, don't worry, despite how he looks, he's a professional. Tatsumi whispering, are you sure? Because he looks like a character from an anime. After that we went to see some relatives along the way. At Issei's request he asked for a beautiful woman, but it didn't go very well. Issei, that's really bad, that's really bad. Tatsumi, ha ha ha, what are you saying? Issei was perfect for you. Zadouji, but it's a woman just like you asked for. Issei, that only makes it worse. We walked through the forest while Issei kept his head down, refusing to believe that the familiar he wanted was a girl like the one he'd seen, until we stopped when we saw a strike dragon in the distance here, so Zadouji said. But before we could get any closer, a green slime fell on top of the girls. Chicas, Kaya, Tatsumi, can you explain what that is? Zadouji, it's a slime. This creature only likes to eat clothes, it doesn't do anything else. Rias, what the Akino, ara Asia, my clothes, Kaniko, how unpleasant. Issei, woho pam Issei, I deserved it. Tatsumi, it's good that you understand. I snap my fingers and the slime slowly freezes and then disintegrates, then I make a magic circle under the four and repair their clothes. Rias, sighs, thank you Tatsumi-san. Akino, brrru, that's a little cold. Kaniko, gracias Tatsumi-senpai. Tatsumi, you're welcome, although you should be thanking Aiknasen since she was the one who taught me basic magic. Rias, really? Akino, ara, it was our little secret, Tatsumi-kun. Although it's true, one day he asked me what I would teach him and I agreed. I have to say, he learns very quickly, Yufufu. Tatsumi, or maybe you're a good teacher, Aikno-sensei. Akino, Yufufu, what are you saying? You're going to make me blush. After that problem with the slime, the dragon that had been watching us flew straight towards Asia and jumped into her arms where she began to pet it. Issei approached to pet it, but it electrocuted him. Zadouji, it seems he hates males. I approach the dragon and begin to pet it. Kaniko, no, only to perverts. Issei, how bad you are, Konkachin. Having already found Asia's relative, whom I call Rassi, we headed for the exit. But before we arrived, I had a strange feeling, and as I started walking towards the woods, I saw something white pass by at high speed. Without warning the others, I began to follow it until we reached an area that was completely devoid of trees. When the others saw that I was behind them, they got worried and started looking for me until Issei saw me in the distance in the forest, and they all ran to see what was wrong with me. Rias, Tatsumi-san, what's wrong? Why did you leave like that? Tatsumi, I'm sorry Butchu, but I thought I saw something large and white go by and I was curious to see what it was. Zadouji, it must be some relative, there are many around here. Tatsumi, I know, but this relative really caught my attention, but I think I've lost it. At that moment, some bushes in front of us started rustling. We got ready, since Zadouji had said there were some wild relatives around. We kept watching the bushes until a squirrel popped out. Everyone, we sighed. Issei, it's just a squirrel. Suddenly, another, larger animal emerged from the bush. At first glance, it appeared to be a white tiger with blue eyes, and its size was unlike that of a normal tiger as it was clearly much larger. Zatoji, oh, it's the strange white tiger. Kaneko, strange. Zatoji, yes, almost nothing is known about him. It is only speculated that he is an ancient one. He stayed here many years ago since the time of my grandfather, and he still has not found a relative besides that he is female. I was slowly approaching the tiger, who, upon seeing me, stared at me while roaring. I slowly reached out with my hand to pet her. Zatoji, kid, I suggest you don't try it, that's Tatsumi SHHH. I told Zatoji to be quiet so that the tiger would only focus on me and not escape because of any noise. I got closer to her, and when I was at a certain distance, I remained motionless. Tatsumi, you feel lonely, don't you? I won't force you to come with me, but if you come, I promise you'll have a family. She stands still for a moment and stares at me as if she were analyzing me, then she comes up to my hand and floats on it. Zatoji, incredible. Rias, how did you tame her? Tatsumi, don't tame her, but she just wanted a family, and I think I'll call you Kohaku. Issei, Kohaku, Tatsumi, that's right. The first part means white tiger and the stroke on the side can be interpreted as king. What do you think? Do you like it? Kohaku licks my face, then looks at Kaneko, approaches her and starts licking her face and leans down so that she can pet her. Kaneko, good girl, stroking her. Rias, it really is adorable. She lets out a loud roar and a blue flame completely surrounds her. As the fire dissipates, Kohaku can be seen in a much more adorable way. Girls, Kaya, it's so cute. The girls, upon seeing him, ran towards him just to hug him. The girls just passed him from one to another while Kohaku tried to escape their grasp. Rias, he's adorable, hugging Kohaku. Asia taking it from Rias and hugging it, and this cat. Tatsumi, it's a tiger. Kaneko taking it from Asia and hugging it, how soft. Akino taking it from Kaneko and hugging it, this cat is so cute. Tatsumi, it's a tiger size, I don't know why I bother. Issei Ungusto Kohaku, Kohaku Giararara. Tatsumi, she doesn't like perverts, so don't even try it. Kaneko, she's one of mine. Issei, why does everyone hate me? Tatsumi, I don't know, you tell me. Zatoji MNN, so that's why he never let those spoiled demons near him. Rias, back at the club we took a commemorative photo of our two relatives. Issei said he would find another slime to make a pact with. Issei, why did my dear Slatero have to die? That power of yours could have been mine. Kaneko, all perverts should die. Tatsumi, tell me, Kohaku, can you transform yourself into a human? Kohaku, Kyuyue. Then Kohaku's body began to glow, and then a cute girl appeared with ears and a tail, and also with some characteristics of a tiger. I asked her that when she handed out the pamphlets, if anyone asked her about the ears and tail, she should say it was a costume to avoid any problems. She understood and spends most of her time at home in her original form or at the club in her adorable form. Kaneko, Kohaku is very free. Kohaku, Kyuyui, Rias, they usually stay in the family forest. Tatsumi, I told you she just wanted a family. Chapter 6, the next day. I was at the club with the other members for my demonstration. I told Rias everything and she gave it the go-ahead, but I don't think she even cared that I put it on. Seeing her face when I was putting it on, it looked like she was waiting for someone she didn't want to see. Tatsumi, okay, it'll be ready in a bit. Kaneko, what are you doing? Tatsumi, it's like an alarm, it's for unwanted guests. I'll test it this afternoon, so I wanted to have it ready when everyone's there so it'll be a surprise. Tyrant, are you sure about this? Tatsumi, of course, there's no problem. TMSKIP. Later that afternoon, when I arrived at the club and opened the door, I found Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and a maid. She was a beautiful woman with silver hair and light blue eyes. Tatsumi, good afternoon, Butchu, Aiknasen, Konkachin, and Maidson. It's a pleasure, I'm Graphia Lucifer. Tatsumi, so you're a demon too. My name is Sasaki Tatsumi, I'm Rias Gremory's second pawn, it's a pleasure. Bowing. Graphia, the pleasure is all mine. After bowing, I head towards the place where it is and where someone more or less appeared. Graphia, what are you doing, Mr. Tatsumi? Tatsumi, it's a demonstration of an alarm I have planned for this afternoon. It's supposed to emit a loud sound to alert people. It's like a fly repellent, it keeps unwanted people away. It detects the annoyance and repels it. I've found Butchu very down lately, and since I didn't think she'd tell me. Rias, thank you, Tatsumi-san, you're very kind, but it's best if you don't activate it. Tatsumi, you're welcome, Butchu, it's a shame. I sat down on the sofa and shortly after Issei arrived along with Asia and Kiba. Issei, you're the woman from last night. Rias, well, since everyone's here, I want you to listen to me. Graphia Ajao-sama. Would you like me to explain? Rias waved her hand dismissively at Graphia's offer. Rias, the truth is. Suddenly, a bright light interrupted Rias, and upon looking at it, we could see that it was a magic circle, but it was different from the Gremory family's Razor Phoenix. That's what Kiba said upon seeing it. The light shone across the room, and a person appeared from the magic circle. Razor, a long time ago. Boom, the person who called himself Razor was in the magic circle right where I placed the trap. He crossed the room and exited through the window in front of him. Everyone. Tatsumi, I forgot to deactivate it, but I think I went a little too far. Everyone just a little too far. Razor returned furiously and started shouting. Razor, who dares do this to Rai? Boom. Razor left the room through the same window he came out of. Everyone. Tyrant, that's great. Please, one more time. Grafia, I would appreciate it if you deactivated the circle, Tatsumi-sama. Grafia said seriously, but that hidden smile was caught by my eyes while the others were holding back their laughter. Tatsumi, well, I just have to. Razor re-entered, but with a trail of fire. Razor, no one humiliates A. Boom, Razor flies away again. Tyrant, and that's out. Tatsumi, seriously, this kid never learns. Rias / Akino / Issei Grafia Ajao-sama, Rias size heya, just take it off, Tatsumi-san, that's enough, don't worry. I deactivate the trap and sit back down. This time Razor bursts through the door, kicking it open and yelling. Razor, who dares try to humiliate Razor. After a while of Grafia explaining that Razor wasn't invited and the magic was testing, so it's considered an accident, but it doesn't stop Razor from glaring at me with hatred. Razor, I've come to see you, my beautiful Rias. Rias, I don't remember inviting you here, Razor. Razor, I am your fiancé, I don't need permission to see you. Rias, I've already told you, no matter what, I will not marry you. Razor, I will definitely take you back to the underworld with me, even if I have to incinerate all your servants. Rias, just try it, Razor. Grafia Ajao-sama, Razor-sama, please calm down. If this continues, I will not stand idly by. I will definitely defend Surzich-sama's honor. Rias. Razor, if the person known as the strongest queen tells me this, then there's nothing I can do. Is this by any chance all your peerage? Rias, so what if it is? Riaser, ha, look at this. He snaps his fingers. As he snaps his fingers, a magic circle appears and a group of 15 girls appear. I stared at them and something about them intrigued me, so while Razor was showing off his girls to Issei, I approached one of them. Specifically a young girl with dark blue eyes. She had long blonde hair tied in twin pigtails with large curls. I was slowly approaching her when one of them stepped in front of me with a wooden sword. What do you think you're doing? Tatsumi, relax, I just want to speak with this lady. She smiled. Ravel, lady, she blushed. Myra, stop. Myra, yes, Ravel-sama. Ravel, tell me, what do you want from me? Tatsumi, I just want to know your name. Ravel, my name is Ravel Phoenix and I am my brother's bishop. Tatsumi, I see, well, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sasaki Tatsumi, and I am Rias Gremory's pawn. Giving her a kiss on the hand. If you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave. Ravel, blushing, W8, why did you ask my name? Tatsumi, I just wanted to clear up a doubt, nothing more, she smiled. But before I separated from her, I stared intently into her eyes and then at the other girls around her, before turning around and leaving with my companions. Tatsumi, Tyrant, you noticed, didn't you? Tyrant, yes, even though those girls are smiling arrogantly, I could see some sadness in them. What? Tatsumi, call me crazy, but I think those girls were forced or seduced by Razor to be part of his family. And well, he probably does it to show off or even abuse them. He even made his own sister join. It disgusts me. Tyrant, if that disgusts you, look at him now. As I said that, I stared at Razor and I felt more and more disgusted. What we were witnessing was him grabbing his queen and starting to grope and kiss her in front of everyone. After a while, Razor sat down next to Rias. His hand was about to touch her leg, but before he could, I stepped in front of him and grabbed his wrist tightly. Tatsumi, hey, don't you know a woman is to be treated with respect, or weren't you taught that? Grafia, when did he moves? Razor, how dare you touch me? You're a low-class devil. He broke free from my grip. I'll do whatever I want with her, she's my fiancée after all. He smiled arrogantly. Tatsumi, oh I see, then I propose a duel. Razor, a duel against a low-class devil. Ha, don't make me laugh, kid. Tatsumi, what are you scared of? Issei, did you see that? The great bird Razor is afraid to fight me. Issei, you know we could say it all over hell so I can gain popularity and be surrounded by pretty girls. Tatsumi, yeah, and besides, his reputation would plummet. Sounds great, right? Smiling maliciously. Issei, it's a perfect plan, ha, smiling maliciously. Razor, okay, you win, let's have the duel, but what would I gain in return? Tatsumi, if you win, besides marrying Rias, I'll leave forever or you can kill me. Whichever you prefer, my life will be yours. Razor, and if you win, Tatsumi, if I win, besides breaking your engagement to Rias, I want your sister to be free. Ravel, Tatsumi, and well, besides your sister, if any other girl wants to be free, she can be too. Razor, thinking fine, we have a deal, but if I win, you can say goodbye to this world. Grafia, I see you made a deal. I was going to propose a raiding game, but given the circumstances, it will be this way. The fight will be in a week, the location will be decided by the council. Tatsumi-sama, I will come for you in a week. Without further ado, I will inform Surzich-sama. Disappearing. Razor, well, I'm leaving too. Rias, in a week you will be mine, and you, brat, will have the pleasure of dying by my flames before becoming a married man. He was separating from us to create his magic circle again and leave, but just as he stepped onto a spot. Booms, he shot out the window again like a rocket. Everyone. Tatsumi, oops, I think I forgot about the second trap. Rias, there was another one. Tatsumi, huh, well yeah, you never know when the first one's going to fail or get overtaken. Hee scratching the back of my neck by the way, girls. Calling Razor's group's attention, I promise I'll defeat him and you'll be free. She smiled. The girl simply smiled and vanished from a magic circle, just like Razor, who was lying with his head stuck in the ground. After that, I could hear Rias let out a heavy sigh. Rias, you know you shouldn't have challenged him to a duel. He's a high-class demon and belongs to the Phoenix clan, who are considered immortal. Tatsumi, well, I thought that if we did a rating game it would be too much for you since it would be your first time and you wouldn't be used to it. Besides, I hate arrogant jerks. Issei, but are you sure about this? It's going to be a fight to the death. Tatsumi, the good thing about all this is that he only knows I'm a pawn. He doesn't know anything about Incursio or Tyrant, so it'll be a surprise for him. What do you say, Tyrant? Tyrant, well, I can't wait for the week to be over so I can beat the crap out of that bird brain. D-Drake, you show him what a dragon is capable of. Tyrant, don't worry, D-Drake. I'll show him what I'm capable of and send him back to the nest he came from. Issei, I see you two get along quite well. Tatsumi, I'm actually glad to hear that. Tyrant, well, that's because he's a dragon too and we have things in common. Besides, we're teammates. D-Drake, that's true. It's worth noting that if we weren't teammates, we'd be fighting until only one of us was left standing. Tatsumi, I figured as much. A drop of sweat falls. Chapter 7, Rias, come on Issei, don't stay behind. Issei, ha ha ha, why don't we teleport up here already? Akino, Yufufu, that wouldn't be training. D-Drake, mate, you're sad. Issei, you too. Kiba, excuse me. Kiba says, holding a bag twice as big as Issei's. Issei, you damn show-off. Tyrant, D-Drake, how's it going with your perverted partner? D-Drake, it's a shame. Tyrant, Tatsumi, passing. Kaneko will go ahead. We too said with a bag 5 times bigger than Issei's. When he saw us bragging, he got so angry that he started running as if his life depended on it. At the top. Rias, we've arrived, we'll start training camp today. Issei, ha ha ha. Tatsumi, Butchu, are you sure? I ask because I'm the one who's going to fight Razor and I don't want you to overexert yourselves. Rias, I knew you were going to say that, but think of it this way. If we train, we could improve the whole family for future battles. Now that that's cleared up, let's get changed. Kaneko, I'll hit you if you look. Looking at Issei, change, I have to look. Kiba, Iskun, I'm going to change, but blushing, please don't look. Issei, I will kill you, you wretch. Tatsumi, me neither, Iskun, blushing. Issei, I swear I'll kill you. And so we began our week of training. During that week, I worked with each member of the family, starting with Kiba on swordsmanship. Although he had no problems in that area, I could still improve. My next opponent would be Kaneko, whose strength and fighting style would allow me to improve my physique and stamina, so I would train with her for 3 days. On the 5th day, I would train with Akino to practice magic and gradually improve. On the 6th day, I would train with Rias to develop a plan to counter Razor's immortality, and on the final day, I would face Issei. Tatsumi, put your whole body weight into every punch. Issei, He. Tatsumi, there's no need to shout out your position, just attack. Issei, hi, D-Drake boots. Tatsumi, disrupt your balance by using the terrain to your advantage. D-Drake boots. Tatsumi, when you have the chance, hold your opponent to give yourself time to make more charges. Issei, hi, D-Drake boots. Tatsumi, and when you have him in your sights and you think you won't miss. Issei, hit with everything you've got. Dragon shot. Issei fires a powerful dragon shot at me, which I barely dodge, then appear next to him and watch from afar as I destroy a mountain. Kiba, wow, ice gun, that was good. Asia, the mountain was destroyed. Kaneko, Issei-senpai has improved. Rias, good job, Issei, ha 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 ha, falls on his knees. Tatsumi, get used to that feeling of tiredness. Every time you have it, it means you've reached your limit because you know when to break it. Issei, ha ha hi. Tatsumi, Butchu, how much time is left until the match? Rias, 1 hour more or less. Tatsumi, okay, you guys go now. I'll stay here to train a little more and wait for Greyfiasin. Rias, are you sure we could? Tatsumi, relax, you've already done quite a lot. Besides improving a lot, I'd like to meditate a bit and practice something. Rias sighed, knowing it was impossible to convince me, and everyone said their goodbyes, wishing me luck, or especially Issei cursing me if I lost. I simply smiled and settled down to train for the rest of the hour. Hell, an hour had already passed and several people were gathered. Among them were Razor's entourage, Rias and the others, Sona and the vice president, the current demon king, and a few other people known to Razor and Surzets. My companions, seeing that I was arriving late, were worried about my tardiness, unsure if something had happened to me. Razor, well, looks like the brat chickened out. I'm sure he realized he didn't stand a chance against someone like me. Ha. What are you laughing at, you bird brain? The voice could be heard throughout the place without knowing where it came from, until a magic circle formed in the sand with 2 people inside it. Those people were none other than Greyfia, and next to her I was looking at Razor. Razor, you finally showed up. Grafia whispering Tatsumi-sama, I'm not allowed to bet, but if I could, I'd bet on you without hesitation. So promise me you'll beat Razor-sama senseless. Tatsumi, whispering, what can I do? If the beautiful Grafia-sama is asking me, I can't refuse. She smiled. She simply smiles, then disappears through a magic circle and reappears beside Surzech, who upon seeing the two fighters rises from his seat. Surzech has long crimson hair and, like his sister Rias, wears a violet and gray robe with gold trim and decorations, and underneath a white and gray suit with violet trim and a belt. Surzech, welcome everyone to this duel for the hand of my sister Rias Gremory. Today is a special day, as this duel is not only for Rias' hand, but the combatants have also made a pact. If Razor Phoenix wins, he will not only marry Rias but also kill Lord Tatsumi, Rias' pawn. Should Tatsumi-san win, in addition to breaking off Rias' engagement, he will also grant freedom to Razor's bishop and any other pieces he wishes. Rias, will she be okay? Kaneko, well, there's something we all know. Issei, what is it? Akino, we never saw Tatsumi fight seriously. Kiba, that's true, he's almost always helping his opponent. But he's Razor, with his immortality he can be tough. Surzech, let the fight begin, on the sand. Razor, are you ready to lose? You know, when I get Rias, I might go after your queen and that little one too. They'd be great additions to my collection. Tatsumi, collection. I swear by Satan himself that if you touch Aknasen or Konkachin, I will kill you. Razor, who would like to see it, kid? Razor lost both his arms before he could channel his own power. Razor, not bad at all, I see you've been promoted tonight. Razor flies and I follow him. I start attacking and dodging, cutting off all his limbs, but they keep coming back. I rip off one of his arms with my free hand and plunge my sword into his chest. I cut off his head, but it grows back. This seems like it will never end. Razor, ha, no matter how hard you try, we phoenixes are immortal. Razor bursts into flames and lunges at me, causing an explosion. As the dust settles, I can be seen with my shirt burned, revealing my left breast and a bit of my abs. Tatsumi, it's annoying. I tore off what was left of my shirt, revealing my muscles. Many of the demon girls blushed at the sight, and the men were glad I would die soon. Razor, no matter when you do it, it's useless. Razor, Razor feels pain in the cut and blood comes out, but even so the wound heals. Tatsumi, so that's it. Razor, you bastard, what did you do? Tatsumi, you're a fool, Razor, that's what it is. I bet you didn't do anything this week, not even find out about my sacred gear. Razor, and what does that simple sword matter? Tatsumi, my sacred equipment is called Incursio Key, the one that has the ability evolution and adaptation. Razor, and what good is that? It's nothing but a useless ability against the Phoenix. He lunges towards me, but I dodge him by jumping, then look down at him and cut him down. Razor, Tatsumi, my sacred team adapts to fight my enemies and evolves during the battle. I place the incursion key in front of me and say a few words so that everyone can hear me. Tatsumi, I am the one who possesses the dragon with unlimited growth. I am the wielder of the sacred gear never before seen. I am the wielder of the Incursio Key, the dragon of evolution. Tatsumi, Raid. A giant humanoid in armor and chains appeared behind me, impressing all the demons, but what followed only terrified them. The helmet of the armor shatters, revealing the face of a dragon with 4 red eyes and a row of teeth. Then it reaches out its hands toward me and surrounds me with a red aura. All the demons were impressed to see such a spectacle, and those from the club would not be far behind and would be amazed at not knowing anything. With the others. Rias, did anyone know about this? Issei, this is incredible. Sona approaches Rias. Rias, change your mind, I want him on my team. Rias, no, Akino, Ara. Tatsumi-kun hid something important from us, I might have to punish him, licking her finger. On the sand. Tatsumi, now I'll get serious, Razor. Razor, so what if you got the balance breaker, you won't defeat me. Razor lunges towards me and I do the same, we both bump fists at the same time, but thanks to my physical improvement I gain ground. Tatsumi, Razor, it can't be. In the end, I won the strength competition and Razor got stressed out in the horse piece. Razor gasps for air and I lunge at him, shattering the piece and knocking Razor out the other side. I raise my hand and summon a spear with a red blade, then hurl myself at Razor, who stares at me in terror. Ravel, don't kill Oniya-sama. With the spear inches from Ravel, she didn't move as she begged for her life again. Ravel, please, he is my brother after all. I lowered the spear and could only sigh as Razor lay unconscious behind Ravel. I vanished from my armor and stroked his head. Tatsumi, don't worry, I'm not going to kill him. The Phoenix family will be proud to have someone so brave by their side. Now you're free. That smile along with my words only made her blush more. Suddenly, the dimension where we were begins to be destroyed. Ravel takes her brother and I, with my demon wings, fall into the middle of everyone. All my friends, including Sona and Tsubaki, came over to celebrate with me, but Issei, seeing everyone staring at me, stepped in front of us and said, Issei, did you see that? That's being barbaric, pointing at me. Tatsumi, you can't stop making a fool of yourself, giving him a light tap on the back of the head. Akino, Ara, but in the end he's right, Yufufu. Surzech, that was an incredible fight, Tatsumi-san. My sister must be happy to have a pawn of your caliber. Tatsumi, thank you very much for your words, Surzech-sama, but I am not the only stronger pawn, there is also Issei. Tyrant, although I must say that I am a little stronger than D-Drag. D-Drag, that's because you have a pretty strong partner, all I have is a lazy one. Issei, hey, Surzech, that's true, I would have loved to see the fight between the Red Emperor Dragon and Phoenix as well, it would have been quite a spectacle. Issei, well, I don't think it's better than Tatsumi's, hee. Surzech, Tatsumi-san, since Rias isn't engaged to Razor, would you like to be her husband? Rias, Oniya-sama, blushing. Tatsumi, you're tempting me, but I have to reject her since I see Rias as an older sister whispering in her ear besides. There's another candidate who's willing, you know who I mean, pointing at Issei blatantly. Surzech, I see he smiles well, Rias, thanks to your answer, you're free to marry whomever you truly love. Tatsumi-san and Issei-san, please look after my little sister, as she can be quite the rascal, sometimes he winks. Rias, Oniya-sama, that's enough. Surzech, ha, we'll see each other again, Tatsumi-san and Issei-san, leaving. We all bowed in farewell, and when he was far enough away, everyone stared at me because suddenly my stomach started to rumble. Tatsumi, yeah, well, who's hungry? She smiled. Everyone who heard my question couldn't help but drop a sweat drop in anime style, and some even fell over from the silliness before bursting into laughter. Chapter 8. After the fight against Razor, everything went back to normal classes, normal club activities until today when I was heading to my audition. Ever since I was little, I've always wanted to be a singer, even if I'm not famous, I just want to try. This morning, I called an auditorium to schedule my audition. They gave me a slot after school, so I was really anxious all day and I already knew which song I would sing. I just hoped everything would go well. I was walking to the record label feeling quite nervous. I was so nervous that I was 20 minutes early. As I walked, I was distracted, thinking about a lot of things until I bumped into something or someone and we both fell to the ground at the same time. Tatsumi, ouch, that hurt. I looked to see what I bumped into and noticed it was a person in a white robe. I couldn't see their face because it was covered, but I could see that their hair was blue with a green streak. That hurt, Zenobia, are you okay? Zenobia, yes, Irina, I'm fine, I just bumped into this person. Tatsumi, are you alright? Helping her up, sorry, I was distracted and wasn't looking where I was going, I hope you're not hurt. Zenobia, don't worry, I'm fine. Tatsumi, I'd love to have a long chat with you, but I'm in a hurry, I run off, I'm really sorry. Irina, what a strange guy, right? Zenobia, yeah, watching me run away. After running off to act natural, I found myself hiding in a corner just in case they were following me. Tatsumi, Tyrant, you noticed, didn't you? Tyrant, yes, they weren't demons or fallen angels, they must be from the church. Tatsumi, did they realize I'm a demon? Tyrant, I'm sure they did. I don't think they'll follow you, but I'd better get to that audition of yours. Tatsumi, I see you're excited too. Tyrant, well, my best partner is going to become famous, what more could I ask for? After a walk, we finally arrived at the building, which was much bigger than I expected. Upon entering, I approached the receptionist, who was looking at some papers when my voice pulled her from her work. Tatsumi, hello, good afternoon. I called a few hours ago and they told me to come around this time. Yes, you must be the young man who called this morning. Your perfect timing. They're expecting you. Just go up the stairs to the 3rd floor on the right until you reach the last door. Good luck. She smiled. Tatsumi, thank you, Well, Shauna, my name is Shauna. Well, Tatsumi, it's a pleasure, Shana-san, thank you. I followed Shauna's directions until I finally reached the door. I stood there for a moment thinking until I finally calmed down and knocked, receiving a come-in from the other side. I opened the door and found myself face to face with a tall man who looked to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, blonde bangs, and a black goatee. Hello, you must be the boy I called. My name is Azazel and I'll be evaluating you. Shall we begin? Stand on the other side of the glass, and if you need any instruments, you can take them. Let me know when you're ready. I simply nodded and went into the next room, which contained a microphone and several instruments. I picked up a guitar and tuned it, then sat down with the microphone in front of me. Tatsumi, okay, I'm ready. Sai, this song is called All of Me. I hope you enjoy it. When I finished, I was left wondering if I'd done well. To me, it was great, no mistakes, but for them. Tatsumi, so how was it? Well, that's pretty good, I like it actually. I'll talk to the people upstairs and call you in a few days. I just nodded and left. I passed by the reception desk but didn't say anything and just headed towards Issei's house. We were having the club meeting today because of the building cleaning. When I arrived, everyone was already home, so we decided to go to his room. Rias, okay, here's the work report for this week. Akino, 13 contracts completed. Yuyuro, 10 contracts completed. Kaneko, 9 contracts completed. Asia, 4 contracts completed. Akino, not bad at all for a newbie. Kaneko, well done. Kiba, doing 4 contracts is pretty great. Rias, Tatsumi, 7 contracts completed. Akino, Ara, Tatsumi-kun isn't far behind either. Yufufu. Tatsumi, well, I have to say that almost everyone was a Konkachan fan since I couldn't go. Scratching the back of my neck, many people asked me to do quite a few strange things, hehe. Issei, what kind of things? Tatsumi, well, those who asked for Konkachan always asked her to cosplay, but since I couldn't, I did other kinds of things, or Tyrant even told them stories from his past. Rias, is that true? Tyrant, yes. Let's just say that many people were quite interested in my stories, although some asked for things. Asia, what things? Tatsumi, once a girl, no more than 14, called me to take her virginity, she said she wanted to lose it to make lots of friends. And seeing the description, she wanted it to be with a handsome and strong guy. Rias sighs, Aquino, you have nothing to do with this, right? Aquino, ara, what things you say? I only wrote the truth, Issei, and what truth did you write? Aquino, handsome guy with great muscles, he'll make your dreams come true no matter what you ask for. He'll always arrive with a smile that will make you fall in love and make you want to call him again. Ask the magnificent Tatsumi to fulfill your requests. That's what I wrote, Everyone's. Tyrant, now it makes sense why the married woman wanted to have hex with you. Rias sighs, and what happened to the girl? And the woman? Tatsumi, nothing, I just treated her like a little sister and told her the best way to make friends and a few other stories. And I just treated the woman well and explained how she should seduce her husband and have a child, nothing more. Rias, good, and that leaves Issei, he made 0 contracts. Issei, I'm the most useless of all. Rias, well, that's true, but I also have to say that the customers, according to the complaint form, are very happy with you. Issei, sighs, I still have to improve more. Issei's mother, kids, I brought some juice and pictures of Issei. Issei, mom. And Issei's mother, ignoring him, sat down next to us and started showing pictures of Issei when he was little, all proud of her son. Aquino, ara, he's naked in the sea. Issei, wait a second, Aknasen, don't show them. Kaneko, Issei senpai, his naked and fresh past. Tatsumi, we could tease him about this for the rest of his life. Kaneko, MN, nods twice. Issei, you too don't look. Tatsumi. Konkachan. Rias, little Issei's childhood, Issei's childhood, Issei's childhood, Issei's childhood. Issei, Bachu. Asia, I understand Butchelson's feelings too. Rias, hehe. Issei, ah darn it, hey Kiba, don't look. Kiba, Issei-kun, and this. Issei, which one do you mean? Issei, I'm with a kid who used to live in the neighborhood. We used to play heroes all the time. He went abroad before finishing school because of his parents' jobs. Kiba, do you remember any of this? Pointing at the sword in the picture. Issei, I was just a kid back then, so I don't really remember. Kiba, I see things like this always happen, don't they? Finding something like this, you don't even expect it. This is a holy sword, looking furiously. Tiamiaskip. During the night, we were in front of a warehouse. From what we could see, it was quite old and unused. We were all waiting for Issei since he had a contract and came by bike. When he arrived, he proudly shouted that he had completed the contract since he had brought with him a rather expensive painting, or so he said. After congratulating Issei, we headed to the warehouse containing a demon. Rias' plan was for Kaneko, Kiba, and Issei to go inside, while the rest of us waited in case the demon escaped. After a few minutes, we saw the demon blasted upwards by a single blow from Kaneko, and Rias finished it off without hesitation. When we finished, we saw that Kaneko's body was badly injured, her clothes were torn, and she had several small wounds. Rias slapped Kiba for being distracted during the mission and almost putting the others at risk. The truth is, ever since Kiba saw that picture with that kind of sacred sword, he's been incredibly distracted, and seeing the hatred on his face, I could guess that something had happened to him in the past, and he wanted revenge. Issei went after him to talk to him and find out what was wrong, but Kiba walked away. Before he left, I stepped in front of him and said something. Tatsumi, I know how you feel, but you shouldn't let revenge blind you. If you keep going like this, someone will die. Kiba was silent for a moment, then his anger erupted, grabbing me by the neck and slamming me against the wall. The others wanted to intervene, but I raised my hand to signal them not to. Kiba, you don't know how I feel. Tatsumi, actually I do. I know you want to kill the person who hurt you, even make them suffer. But because of that revenge, Konkachan was hurt. Imagine if it was a powerful demon, or even if that person died, how would you feel? Knowing you could have helped that person, but you just stood there motionless, thinking only of yourself. Kiba, upon hearing this, said nothing and let go of me, then walked away from us without a word. The others came over to see if I was all right and then watched Kiba walk away. The next day. In the morning, Sona informed us that 2 people from the church wanted to speak with Rias, as they were on a mission and it would be in the same territory. They would likely ask us to stay out of their way. When we arrived at the meeting time, the 2 church members were there, and I realized they were the girls I'd bumped into yesterday. This time they weren't wearing their hoods, so I could see their faces better, and they were both quite beautiful, though I didn't think much of it. When they saw me, they both recognized me as the guy from yesterday, but they didn't say anything else. The girl with orange hair stopped looking at me and focused on Rias, but the other one kept her eyes on me until they finally started talking. The tension in the air was palpable, since being demons and speaking with members of the church wasn't exactly normal. Issei, Asia, Kaneko, and I stood behind Aquino and Rias, who were seated. Kiba hadn't shown any sign of life since yesterday. He hadn't even spoken to Rias or anything. His vengeance was blinding him even more. Irina, thank you for agreeing to this meeting with us. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Shido Irina, and this is my friend and partner. Zenovia, nice to meet you. I'm Quarta Zenovia. Rias, what brings two church servants? Irina, the other day, 3 of the holy swords Excalibur were stolen while in storage beneath the ecclesiastical city. Rias, what is your objective? Zenovia, of the 7 Excaliburs, 2 each are in the hands of the Catholics, Protestants, and the Orthodox Church, and the remaining one was lost during the Great War. This leads us to the fact that one from each group was stolen and brought to Earth. Rias, how reckless, who would do such a thing? Zenovia, the one who stole them, is the leader of the fallen angels, the very ones who watch over the children of God, Kakabil. Rias, the leader of the fallen angels. What's more, it's Kakabil, one whose name appears in the writings of the Bible. Zenovia, he recently carried out a raid with the exorcists sent to retrieve them, which brings us to our request, no, our demand. The demons must stay out of the fight between the Gregory and us for the Excaliburs. In short, we came to tell you to stay out of this matter. Rias, you're sure of yourself, aren't you? What if we team up with the fallen angels? Zenovia, you're considering that possibility, aren't you? Rias, in the name of Gremory, we will not ally ourselves with the fallen angels. Zenovia, we're not asking for their help. In fact, teaming up with God, even temporarily, would have a significant impact on all 3 factions. Rias, how do you think the Orthodox Church will act? Zenovia, until this matter is resolved, we will fight to the death to recover the swords. Rias, so you're telling me that only the 2 of you are going to face Kakabil. How reckless do you intend to die? Irina, that's correct. Zenovia, standing up, it has been determined that if the fallen angels make use of Excalibur, no matter what measures are taken, we at least intend to take the Excaliburs from the fallen angels. Irina, standing up for this, we dedicate our bodies. The only thing that can stand against an Excalibur is an Excalibur. Rias, their faith is simply mysterious. I wonder, will they be able to retrieve them? Zenovia, of course we have no intention of simply wasting our lives. Rias, you have confidence in yourselves. Could you have a secret weapon? Zenovia, I'll leave that to your imagination. Our business is over, let's go home, Irina. As they headed towards the club exit, Zenovia turned to look at me again and then at Asia. Zenovia, we met at Haodu Issei's house. I didn't expect to see you there, but are you the witch, Asia Argento? Irina, wait a minute, something inside me told me you were a holy woman. I had heard that you had been exiled somewhere, but I didn't think you had become a demon. Asia, Irina, it's all right. I won't let those upstairs find out that I saw you here. It would be a real shock for the people who admire holy Asia to find out what happened to you. Placing her hand on her chest. Asia, Zenovia, but a demon. The one who was called saint who led you to this situation, do you still believe in God? Irina, a person who has become a demon shouldn't have faith in the Lord, right? Zenovia, no, some blasphemers feel guilt and retain a little of their faith. I can sense that from her. Irina, oh, so you still believe in God, despite being a demon. Asia, I just can't stop believing in him. I've done it my whole life. Tears starting to fall. Zenovia, in that case, we're going to kill you now. The sins you've committed, God will forgive you. I will punish you in God's name. Asia was scared and confused, but before Zenovia could do anything, Issei stepped between Asia and Zenovia. Issei, you called Asia a witch. Zenovia, I think it's a fitting term for her. Issei, go to hell. You're the ones who started calling her a saint, but even so, Asia, she was always alone. Asia, Issei-san. Zenovia, a saint needs only the love of God. Those who seek more love or friendship are not worthy of sainthood. Issei, to hell with your faith in your God. You're all idiots for not understanding Asia's kindness. Zenovia, what are you to Asia Argento? Issei, her family, her friend, her ally. If you do anything to Asia, I won't hesitate to fight every single one of you. Zenovia, oh, I can consider that a challenge to the entire church. A bold statement from such a weak demon. Tatsumi, I consider Asia like a little sister, so if anyone hurts her or calls her a witch, I will fight whoever I need to. Asia, Tatsumi-san. Zenovia, I think I remember you. Aren't you the one I bumped into yesterday, looking at me with curiosity and malice? Tatsumi, how about instead of a challenge, we have a training match? I don't want to start a war. Zenovia, deal. Kiba, that interests me, then let's fight. Rias, Kiba. Tatsumi, sorry Kiba, but this is my fight. Kiba. Outside the club. We were outside the club because we were going to have a training match against Irina and Zenovia. Issei would be facing Irina while I had to fight Zenovia. Irina, Issei, I never thought you would become a demon, but how cruel fate is. Anyway, I have to kill you, in the name of the Lord, amen. Issei, this is the kind of girl you'd never want to get involved with. I don't understand, but activate boosted gear. D-Drag boost. Zenobia a Longinus. Irina is that the Red Emperor's gauntlet, finding it in a place like that. Zenobia very well then I'll be your opponent. I want you to know that I won't hold back. Tatsumi that's good to hear because I won't stop either. Chapter 9. Tatsumi whenever you're ready my dear. Tyrant I thought the goal was to defeat her not conquer her. Tatsumi it's a strategy Tyrant. It's obvious she's dedicated her entire life to her faith. Zenobia don't think I'll let my guard down. Tatsumi whatever ladies first. Zenobia would have lunged at me without hesitation to strike me with her sword. But as I was about to block her blow, she leaped so high that it was impossible to see her until, just before she hit the ground, I dodged her attack. As the dust settled, I could see a large crater around her where she simply glared at me furiously. Tatsumi, not bad at all. Zenobia, I possess the Excalibur Destruction. It is the embodiment of destruction, there is nothing it cannot break. Tatsumi, this is getting interesting. In Irina and Issei's fight, Irina, here I come Icegun. She launched herself at Issei who dodged all of Irina's attacks, occasionally blocking with his gauntlet. Issei, the way things are going, I'll keep dodging and look for an opportunity to use my dress break. Irina, you have a very lewd face, I wonder what you're thinking. Kaneko, be careful please, Issei-senpai has a technique to rip the clothes off any girl he touches. Issei Konkachin, Tatsumi, what's wrong with you what? Irina, what a disgusting technique. Oh Lord, please forgive this sinful pervert. Issei, don't give me that look of contempt. Kaneko, you're the worst. Zenobia, I see, so he's a mass of sexual desire. I think that behavior is in keeping with that of demons of great greed. Tatsumi, I'm so sorry. Bowling to Zenobia. Issei, don't apologize. Irina, should we end things here too? D-Drag boost. Irina would launch herself at Issei again who simply dodged all her attacks until D-Drag said explosion. Things have changed there. Issei with his perverted spirit has increased his abilities so he can touch Irina, but in a moment when Irina dodges one of Issei's attacks, he touches Kaneko instead. Issei, dress break. He received a powerful blow from Kaneko, sending him crashing into a tree. Irina, are you alive, Icegun? I think this is divine punishment for creating such an obscene technique. Well, then I guess I won. In MY fight against Zenobia. Tatsumi, that idiot, he always loses in a humiliating way. Where were we? Zenobia, I was about to defeat you, pointing her weapon. Tatsumi, I see I'll have to get serious. Incursio. As I said that the Incursio key appeared in my hand, but this time I would only use the sword since I don't want to kill her. Zenobia, Incursio, I've never heard of it. Tatsumi, in short, it's the Incursio key, the dragon of evolution and adaptation. And what about you? Haven't you ever thought about having a mind of your own? Or will you always be an inert object for your church waiting for orders? That's how all your kind are, like good trained animals. Tell me, do you even know how to play dead? Zenobia, shut your mouth. I serve the Lord for the good of humanity, you'd never understand. You wouldn't know what it's like to have nothing but your faith to believe in and trust when no one even looks at you or pays you any attention other than to mistreat or mock you. Tatsumi, you're wrong. When I lost my parents, people looked at me with revulsion. For a while I hated the world, it was always chaos. But after that, I understood that it's enough for at least one person to believe in you. You won't be alone in the world. That person will be the one who gives you the strength to face the world and your problems. I needed people to get ahead, but you needed faith to keep from falling. Huh. In a way, we're the same. I know what you mean, believe me, but I'd rather die than follow orders that would lead me to death for no reason. Zenobia, damn you, shut your mouth or I will, lunging at me. Tatsumi, you know, now that I think about it, I don't think you're as cold and threatening as you seem. Tyrant, what are you doing? Tatsumi, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Look at her eyes. Tyrant, they look tired and sad. Tatsumi, now you understand what I'm doing, right? So now. Tatsumi, look, I don't know why the church sent you to, but I won't accept you insulting my family. Zenobia, telling the truth. Is that rude now? I can see you have a big heart, but that doesn't excuse your sins. Tatsumi, thank you, I think maybe I should say the same, but I can also see that this aggression isn't part of you. Is it? There must be something making you feel so sad. Perhaps you're still alone despite your faith. Suddenly, upon saying that, she froze for a second, her gaze hidden in her hairstyle, and I could see a single tear fall. Zenobia. I was about to approach her, but suddenly Kiba stepped between Zenobia and me, turning his back on me. Tatsumi, Kiba, can you tell me what you're doing? Kiba, sorry Tatsumi-san, I'll take over. Tatsumi. Rias, Tatsumi-san, leave Yuuto alone now. Tatsumi, hi Butchu. A second later. Tatsumi, I knew it, his anger is blinding him. Irina, I think we've won. Gremory-san. Rias, I agree, now please leave. Irina, Issei-san, if you ever want to die, call me, okay. Irina was already leaving when Zenobia was still standing there as if she were thinking, then she picked up her cloak and walked towards me. She raised her hand for us to shake. At first I hesitated, but then I took her hand and then she pulled me close and whispered something in my ear. Zenobia, I'll be waiting for you at the old church on the mountain at midnight. After that, she left with Irina beside her and I just watched them walk away. Midnight. Right now I was standing in front of the church Zenovia told me about, and I honestly don't know if I'm being stupid or something else. Tyrant, are you sure about this? Tatsumi, calm down, I don't think anything will happen. Tyrant, that I think isn't very convincing. You should have called for backup. Tatsumi, good idea, let's tell Rias, I think she'll give me the go-ahead, I said sarcastically. Tyrant, okay, I know where you're going with this, but we're going to enter a church in enemy territory. Tatsumi, well, this is the church where Asia was being held captive. We made a huge mess that day, so I don't know if the place is still blessed. Kohaku, upon saying her name, a flash of light appeared in front of me and Kohaku emerged in her original form. Kohaku, Gruar, Tatsumi, I'm glad to see you, I need your help. I want you to go inside the room and tell me if there's any danger. He simply nodded and went inside. After a few seconds, Kohaku telepathically informed me that there was no danger, so I went in. Irina, oh, look at that cute creature, it's so adorable. Zenovia, Irina, that's a tiger. Irina, so it's still very cute, I wonder how it got here. Tatsumi through the door. Irina, huh, aren't you the guy from this afternoon? Zenovia, don't worry Irina, I'll take care of it. Irina, okay, hee, come on little friend, you must be hungry. Tatsumi, go, looking at Kohaku. And so following Irina, we went to the next room and closed the door behind us. Zenovia, so you've come. Tatsumi, well, you told me to come, but why do you need me, what are you doing? I was watching as Zenovia took off her clothes, revealing herself completely naked. Even though her body is a work of art worthy of the gods themselves, I couldn't help but blush and turn away. Zenovia, you asked me why I wanted you and I need you to bathe with me. Tyrant, you didn't even have to ask. Tatsumi, she's completely naked, Bebut. Zenovia, hurry up and come here. Tatsumi, well, maybe it's not so bad after all, nosebleed. After a moment I was already naked, mission accomplished. Now the next thing is to get in the water with her. I went slowly without taking my eyes off the front. Until finally I was in the water with her. Second mission accomplished. Tatsumi, this isn't holy water, is it? Zenovia, no, since this place is abandoned it can no longer be considered sacred. Tatsumi, I see shit, the blood starts circulating in the opposite direction, so you need help on your mission. Zenovia, a suicide mission I'd say, we're facing a rogue exorcist armed with one or more Excaliburs. Tatsumi, I see, but you haven't discovered his purpose yet, have you? Zenovia, not yet, and tell me, is it true? Tatsumi, huh, Zenovia, do I look distressed? Tatsumi, I could see the sadness in your eyes, and the same in your attacks, even though you never hesitated, it seemed as if you were somehow trying to take it out on me. Zenovia, when I finish this mission, I'll leave the church, she smiles. Tatsumi, I see, I'm glad to hear that. Zenovia, right, if you'd like. Zenovia, Tatsumi, I'd like you to stay in Japan and well, if you don't have anywhere to go you could stay at my house if you'd like, I blush. When I said those words at first I wasn't looking at her, but when I said that last part I looked at her and noticed she was smiling at my suggestion. Zenovia, thank you. Tatsumi, for what? Zenovia, for worrying about me. Tatsumi, I blush, it's nothing, it's what a man does. But tell me, why do you want to bathe with me? Zenovia, I've heard that bathing together strengthens trust and affection between people. She blushes. Tatsumi, I see, thanks, Japanese traditions. So tell me, do you have a plan? Zenovia simply nods and explains her supposed plan. I didn't complain since I still don't know whether to intervene or not. After a few minutes, I was at the door with Kohaku, who was standing next to me. Tatsumi, it was a pleasure, Zenovia, see you later. But before I could grab the doorknob to leave, Zenovia stopped me, grabbing my sleeve and resting her head on my back. Zenovia, please be real. Tatsumi, I turned around and hugged her. I am and never doubted. From now on she looked me in the eyes, you can always count on me. She smiled. Zenovia, thank you, she hugs me tighter. See you, Tatsumi, closing the door. Tatsumi, good night, Zenovia, waving goodbye. Tyrant, no hex night tonight. Tatsumi, shut your mouth. Chapter 10, the next day. The following morning, Kaneko and I saw Issei acting strangely all day, so we decided to follow him since we thought he was going to do something. Right now we were on a cafe terrace watching Issei waiting for someone when we noticed Saji. Kaneko, are they still talking? Eating a cake. Tatsumi, yes, although it seems like Saji is refusing. Kaneko, Tatsumi-senpai, do you know what he's planning to do? Tatsumi, not exactly, but it's definitely going to have something to do with Kiba. Saji's coming this way, stop him. And as I said, Saji was walking away from Issei, or so I thought, since Kaneko was holding him by the shirt to keep him from escaping. Kaneko, just as I thought, you were thinking about it. Issei, Konkachin, Tatsumi-san, what are you doing here? Tatsumi, we followed you because you were acting strangely. Issei sighs, actually it's... After a few seconds of listening to their plan, Saji could be seen trying to escape, but he couldn't because Kaneko was holding him. Saji, no, I'm going back. Why me? Is this a problem for your classmates? This has nothing to do with me. Issei, don't say that. I know that like a demon you can offer us help. Saji, stop joking. I have no reason to help you. You'll kill me. Murdered by the student council president. That upper-class girl in your group, Rias, is both strict and gentle. But mine is just strict. Kaneko, I'll help you too. For Yudo's sake, Saji, what Issei, please keep this a secret from Butchu and Akino. I also don't want Asia getting too involved. Kaneko, Butchu would be against all of this. Saji, hey, really? Issei and you, Tatsumi-san, are you coming or not? You've been quiet this whole time. Tatsumi, your plan is to destroy the Excaliburs, isn't it? Issei, that's right, Tatsumi, but you don't know how to do it yet, do you? Issei, no, but we'll figure that out when we have them. Tatsumi, well, I think I know who can help. Timeskip. Zenovia, well, oh my god, help us. Irina, please have a little compassion for us who have fallen on hard times. Zenovia, what's the matter with this? So this is the reality of the Japanese giant's economy, huh? I don't like this country without a breath of faith. Irina, don't be so harsh, Zenovia. We have no funds for travel and food. The pagans aren't showing any mercy even if we're doing this, Ah, how pitiful we are, we won't be able to buy even a single piece of bread. Zenovia, HMPH, isn't that all? Why did you buy that fake painting? Pointing at a painting. Irina, what are you saying? It has a saint painted on it. The saleswoman told me so. Zenovia, then who is this? Irina, perhaps Saint Petros. Zenovia, don't mess with me. Saint Peter isn't like that. Irina, he's not, even I can tell. Zenovia, why should I have you as my partner? Oh well, this is a test because of this. The concept of Protestant Catholics is bad. Show more respect for the saints. Irina, what? They're old, moody, and strange. Zenovia, what did you say, you damned pagan? Irina, so what, are you a pagan? Groar. Zenovia, lying on the ground, starving, well, for now, let's get something to eat. Otherwise we'll never find the sword Excalibur. Irina, lying on the ground, yes, so shall we rob those pagans of their money? God will forgive us if we rob those pagans. Zenovia, how about we rob a temple? Irina, and do we take out your safe? Zenovia, let's leave it at that. Irina, we'll be gaining hatred instead of faith. Zenovia, why don't we put on a show with our swords? Irina, I like that better. Let's raise funds for our trip by using Excalibur to slice fruit. Zenovia, even though we don't even have any fruit to slice, our only option is to use this painting. Irina, no, you can't do that. Zenovia, let's kill the one who sold you this scribble and get our money back. Irina, don't call St. Paul a scribble, he's pagan. Zenovia, but isn't St. Peter your pagan after all? Kaneko, here they are, Saji, what are they doing? Issei, they're trying to get attention. Tatsumi, this is disappointing. Tyrant and humiliating. Tatsumi, hey, you two were going to get something to eat. Want to join us? Timeskip. Zenovia, delicious. Japanese food is so delicious. Irina, that's right, I haven't had it in ages. Zenovia, wipes herself, so why did you want to contact us? Issei, aren't you here to retrieve the sacred sword? Zenovia, I already told you about that recently. Issei, to be honest, I need your help to destroy the sacred sword. Zenovia, Tatsumi is what he says true. Tatsumi, that's right, we have a colleague who's quite suspicious of the sacred swords. Zenovia, the blonde boy, isn't he? I heard that one of the test subjects managed to escape without being destroyed. Is that him? Tatsumi, that's right, his name is Kiba Yuyu. Issei, whispering, since when did you two become such good friends? Kaneko, I don't know. Zenovia, well, I suppose I could allow it as long as you're capable of destroying it, but please, you know what that means. We don't want to be suspected of having any connection to demons. Irina, wait, Zenovia, are you alright? It's Issei, we're talking about a demon. Zenovia, to be honest, this mission is very difficult for the two of us. Irina, I know. But Zenovia, at the very least, we can simply destroy 3 holy swords and run back. Even if they seize our holy sword, we could still destroy them with our bare hands. If we use our last resort, our chance of returning safely is 30%, which is practically suicide. Irina, you must have known this all along. That's not the thinking of a believer. Zenovia, I've changed my mind. My faith is flexible and I can adapt to the best of circumstances when necessary. Irina, hey. I thought your faith was strange, although I think Tatsumi had something to do with your change. Zenovia, what does Tatsumi have to do with my faith? Irina, you're telling me he has nothing to do with your change. Zenovia, well, let's see, he's handsome and all, we're friends. But he has nothing to do with it. Irina, friend, a demon's friend. Tatsumi, whispering, how awkward to hear this. Zenovia, where was I? Surviving and fighting for the love of God, is that wrong? Irina, it's not. Tatsumi, I think you two made up Issei, call Kiba. Issei, yes, after a few minutes. Kiba, I understand, I honestly feel sorry for you for receiving permission to use the holy sword. Zenovia, now you've done it. Irina, it seems he still holds a grudge about the project, but thanks to that plan, the use of holy swords has expanded greatly, and because of that, swordsmen like Zenovia and I are born to answer the call of the holy blades. Kiba, but what about receiving permission to dispose of all the test subjects after his plan failed? Zenovia, even for the church, that's one of its worst moments. The one responsible was exiled as a heretic, and now he's on the side of the fallen angels. Kiba, on the side of the fallen angels, what's his name? Zenovia, Valper Galilei, the man known as the Archbishop of Massacre. Kiba, if I find the fallen angels, I'll get to him, Actually, I was attacked by someone with a holy sword a few days ago. His name was Fried Selzen, do you know him? Issei, isn't that the cursed priest? Tatsumi, the spineless one. Irina, the spineless one. Kaneko, Tatsumi smashed that priest's balls. Saji, hey, you're joking, right? Zenobia, he's the genius who became an exorcist under the direct direction of the Vatican's papal department when he was only 13. His help in exterminating demons and monsters one after another was unparalleled, but he went too far, even turning his hands on his comrades. Tatsumi, even his comrades, well, considering what he did to Asia, Zenobia, Freed never had an ounce of faith, not from the very beginning. What he possessed was only hostility toward monsters and an abnormal obsession with combat. It was only a matter of time before he was called into question. Issei, I see he's simply ruthless. Zenobia, so when he was expelled, he got a holy sword. Good. Let's form the battlefront for the destruction of the holy sword. Here's my number, Tatsumi, contact me if anything happens. Irina, thanks for the food. God will forgive me as long as it's Tatsumi, and if you just go like that, you're just gluttons. Issei, come on, I'll help you with the check. Tiamiaskip. Kiba, Issei, why are you doing this? Things will only get worse if you get involved in all this. Issei, I don't care if it's for a friend, besides you helped me too. I thought I could be more helpful this time. Kiba, there's also the possibility that it will be a failure and you'll disappoint Butchu, you know that? Issei, Butchu, it would surely be sad if we separated like this. It was a good idea to contact Irina and Zenobia. I'll help you since you're our friend. It might confuse Butchu, but that's better than losing you. Kaneko, Yuyudo, I feel lonely when Yuyudo isn't here. So I'll help you. Kiba, hahaha, I lost after all. If Konkachin insists, then I won't act irrationally. I understand, just let me accept your help this time. Thanks, Issei, now I know who the real enemy is. To destroy the holy sword once and for all will succeed. Issei, okay, now we're united to destroy the holy sword. Tatsumi, you realize they're discriminating against us, right? Saji, yeah, it's pretty humiliating. To be honest, I still don't know what I'm doing here. After that, Kiba began to recount a bit of his past, how he was a test subject for a secret project called Project Holy Sword, where the goal was to induce the birth of people with aptitudes for holy swords. But when they saw there were no results, they decided to kill all the subjects, and the only one who survived was Kiba, who escaped thanks to his comrades sacrificing themselves for him. Shortly after, Rias appeared to save him. Saji, ooh, Kiba, that was too harsh, damn it, I feel so pathetic. I can understand why you hate them and the holy swords. It was all too cruel. I'm going to tell you about my past. Tatsumi, we don't care about the truth. Saji, my goal is to marry Sona, the student council president. Issei, buddy, Saji, listen to me, my goal is to suck Butchu's nipples. Tatsumi, damn perverts Konkachin, are you going to give it to them or should I? Kaneko, they're not even worth trying for that. Saji, Hyaldo, do you understand me too? Touching the breast of a high-class devil is an impossible goal. Issei, Saji, it's actually quite touching. I've already touched Butchu's breasts. Saji, impossible. That never happened. Don't lie to me. Issei, it's the truth. My mistress's breasts aren't far away. They're not in an unreachable place. Saji, suck the student council president's nipples. Is that what we're talking about? Issei, idiot. You can suck other places. Saji, you may be a lower-ranking pawn than me, but nothing is impossible if we're together. Issei/Saji, we can do it, the two of us together. We could even marry them if we wanted. Kiba, hahaha. Kaneko, they're the worst as expected. Tatsumi, well, marrying Butchu is possible, but marrying Sana-san is more complicated. Saji, why do you say that? Don't you think I'm capable? Tatsumi, she told me that one day her parents wanted to marry her off to someone, but Sana-san broke off the engagement with a game of chess. Saji, so how can I marry her? Tatsumi, after beating her once at chess, she told me that if anyone ever beats her, Sana-san and that person are engaged. Tsubaki-san even showed me the papers that prove it's true. Saji, so it's impossible for me to marry her making circles on the ground. Tatsumi, well, if you win by pure luck or if she lets you win, it's possible. Issei, one thing, Tatsumi, didn't you say you beat Kaichu once? Tatsumi, yes, why, smiled. Saji, you beat her, that means. Tatsumi, Issei, that means you're engaged to Kaichu. You moron. Tatsumi, what, tyrant, what an idiot. Tatsumi, don't laugh, it's not funny. Kaneko, patting me on the back, it's okay, Tatsumi-senpai. It'll be a beautiful wedding. Tatsumi, Konkachin, what are you saying? Kiba, congratulations, Tatsumi-kun. Tatsumi, you shut up, pretty boy. Grabbing my head, what do I do now? Wait, if Sana-san didn't tell me, there must be a reason, right? Issei, maybe she forgot. Saji, or she's waiting for the right moment. Tatsumi, Konkachin, please kill me with your strength, or Issei-san, use your dress break or dragon shot, okay? Okay, Issei/Kaneko, no, Tatsumi, elsewhere. Rias, accompanied by Akino, was seen entering a sauna where Sona and Tsubaki were waiting. Rias, it's been quite a while since I've been here, taking off her towel. Akino, have you been here before? Taking off her towel. Sona, we use this place to talk about private things. Taking off her towel and giving it to Tsubaki, this is a sauna that I personally prepared for us. Tsubaki, it's an alternate realm that's directly connected to Saunasama's headquarters. No one is able to enter once the entrance is sealed. Akino, no wonder anything discussed here remains a secret. Rias, although most of it is actually trivial things like being scolded by our mothers or something like that. As for Sona, it's usually about her older sister, right? Akino, Ara, so you two also came from that era. Sona, that's an old story from long ago. Rias, but we didn't come all this way to talk about trivial things, did we? Sona, I wanted to talk about what those two people from the church told you since they were carrying two sacred swords. Rias, so it was about this. Sona, well, what did they tell you? Rias, in short, it was to tell us not to get involved in their affairs until they finished their work, since they say their sacred swords were stolen. Sona, stolen by whom? Rias, cockabeel, Sona, I didn't expect this. And what did you say? Rias, of course we weren't going to get involved, although I think Issei Tatsumi and Konkachin are planning something. Sona, planning something? They're probably thinking of something to help Kiba Yuyuto. Rias, I'm afraid so. Sona and blushes, how's Tatsumi-kun? Rias, he's fine, why do you ask? Sona, oh, nothing. Tsubaki, the student council president, is asking because she and Tatsumi are engaged. Rias/Akino, what? Sona, Tsubaki, when did I give you permission to speak? Rias, wait, what do you mean they're engaged? You don't say. Sona sighs, well, he beat me at chess once. Remember, and well, you know what happens if someone beats me. Tsubaki, I have the papers right here to prove it, pulling out some papers. Sona, Tsubaki, where did you put those? Blushes even more. Rias, and does he know? Sona, I told him one day, but when he beat me we didn't realize it. Until today when I started organizing the council, and well, I'm waiting for the right moment to tell him. Rias sighs, I hope he takes it well, and do you want him to accept? Sona, I don't care, looking away and blushing. Akino, Ara, so there's competition, Yufufu. Sona, competition, cleaning her glasses. Akino, I might go after my precious Tatsumi-kun too. Sona, oh, I'd like to see it. Rias, Gremory's queen. Rias sighs, why can't you all realize that my dear Issei is so much better? Akino/Sona, you're wrong. Rias, Issei is way better than any boy. Akino, that's a lie, Tatsumi-kun is such a sweetheart, he's always helping me and always making me laugh, and Sona, Tatsumi-kun is always attentive to whether I need anything or to play a game, so I'm not always working and can relax, he's always looking out for me. Rias, oh really? Well, Issei has touched my breasts and slept naked with me. Akino/Sona. Tsubaki, is it worth arguing about who's the better man? Rias/Akino/Sona, yes, elsewhere, Issei/Tatsumi, ACHUS. Sniff. Kaneko, cheers, Tatsumi-senpai. Tatsumi, thank you, sniff. Kaneko, clean, wiping my nose. Kiba, bless you, Issei-kun. Oh, Issei, thanks. Kiba, clean, trying to clean Issei's nose. Issei, don't you dare come near me, pretty boy, and why are you blushing? Chapter 11. We were just now in the old church on the mountain, changing into monk's robes to blend in. Zenovia, how do Issei? I have to tell you that the white one has awakened. Issei, the white one? Really? Tatsumi, who is the white one? D-Drag, well, it's normal that you don't know. The white one, or rather, the white dragon emperor, is just like me, and in short, when we meet we'll have to fight no matter what. Tyrant, it might be interesting to fight him. Zenovia, don't underestimate him, he's incredibly strong. D-Drag sighs, and I got stuck with this partner. Once we were dressed, we headed to an old abandoned building since Kiba said he sensed something strange there. When we arrived, we found Fried waiting for us. Fried, is it time to kill you all? Issei, boosted gear, D-Drag, boost. Kiba and Fried began fighting at incredible speed, with Kaneko occasionally joining in with Saji, but Fried still had the upper hand, so upon hearing Issei's final boost, he ordered Kaneko to unleash it. This allowed her to transfer the power to Kiba, granting him speed until another man appeared, Valper. Valper, oh, it's the boy with the rising sword. Zenovia, in the name of God you will be captured. Fried, and now you damned girls, throwing a marble. Zenovia, damn it, let's go after him. Irina, okay, Kiba, I'm coming with you too. Tatsumi, me too. He tried to move forward but was held back. Konkachin. Kaneko, please protect Yuyuto. Tatsumi, don't worry, I'll keep him safe, stroking his head. Kaneko, and you be careful too. After she let go of me, I ran off in the same direction Kiba and the girls were going. Issei, hey Kiba, Tatsumi, man, what the heck? Rias, what's going on? When Rias and Sona appeared, Issei had to tell them everything that had happened while they were kneeling before the two of them. Rias, were you trying to destroy the Excaliburs? I can't believe it of you three. Sona, what troublesome kids we have here. Rias, Yuyuto and Tatsumi went chasing after that Valper guy, right? Issei, yes, along with the two from the church. Rias, Kaneko too, why are you here? Kaneko, I didn't want anything to happen to Yuyuto-senpai, she said, looking down. Rias sighs, well, don't cry over spilled milk, but your actions tonight could have a great effect on the world. Do you understand? Kaneko, we're so sorry but you. Issei, yes, I'm sorry. Sona, you need to reflect on your actions. Saji, Yuwa, I'm sorry, forgive me, Kaichu. Receiving a spanking. Sona, that's not enough, I'll give you a few spankings. Issei, Yuwa. Rias, hey Issei, don't look away, pulling his cheek. Issei, why yes. Rias, as part of my family, will look for Yudo and Tatsumi, and once we find them, we'll all go and bring them back. Issei/Kaneko, yes. Rias, hugging them both, you two are fools, you make me worry so much. Saji, Yuwara, look over there, she just forgave you without a second thought. Sona, she does things her way, I'm going to do things my way, that makes 980. Issei, it's good that we have such a merciful teacher. Rias, now then Issei, get your ass over here. Kaneko, you had to open your perverted mouth, didn't you? Issei, huh, she's not going to forgive us. Rias, disciplining her servant is the master's job. You'll get the same number of spankings 1,000 times. With Tatsumi. After separating from Kaneko and Issei, I tried to catch up with Kiba or one of the girls, but because I left late, I'd lost them and was wandering around aimlessly. Suddenly, I heard the sound of an explosion. Boom, Tatsumi, what was that? Tyrant, someone must be fighting. I also sensed the presence of the orange-haired girl. Tatsumi, Irina, and she's alone, damn it. Without hesitation, I sped to the site of the explosion and saw Fried about to take Excalibur from Irina, who could barely stand. At great speed, I kicked him away. Fried, ga, Irina, Tatsumi-san, Tatsumi, Kohaku, summoning my familiar. Kohaku groa, Tatsumi, Irina, get on Kohaku and go back to the club, and warn the others. Irina, but he's with. Tatsumi, I said quick. Irina nods and gets on Kohaku, but before it starts moving, Irina looks at me. Tatsumi, I won't die, I promise. Kohaku starts speeding through the streets toward the club when suddenly a spear of light was heading toward them, but I stop it. Oya, you seem like someone interesting. Tatsumi, while walking in his direction, I crane my neck. You're Cockabeel, right? Cockabeel, I see you know me. This is getting even more interesting, he smiles. Tatsumi, with everything tyrant. Ahhhh, Cockabeel, Tatsumi, Incursio, I summon Incursio's armor and make the spirit provides appear so that I can prepare for battle. Cockabeel, hahaha. Tatsumi, we're dead, aren't we, tyrant, and yet you don't seem scared. Tatsumi, well, I don't plan on dying today. Tyrant, that's right, there's a wedding to celebrate. Tatsumi, I see you really like the idea of me getting married, hahaha. Tyrant, well, it's the life we want after all, we want to live in peace. Tatsumi, that's why I won't die today, he smiled from behind his helmet. With Irina. Irina, hurry, Kohaku, grr. They were still running through the streets to the club, arriving at the place. When Kohaku saw that they were outside, the only thing he could do was jump and go through the window, and so he did, alerting everyone. Issei, Irina, Kaneko, Kohaku. Rias, Irinasan, what happened? Irina, the others managed to escape, but I couldn't. I was facing Fried, who had Excalibur, but even so, I couldn't escape because of him. She said while healing herself in Asia. Akino, who is he, and where is Tatsumi-kun? Rias, Kohaku is Tatsumi's familiar. He must have stayed behind while he let Irinasan escape. Irina, we have to go help him, he's in danger. He is stronger. Kaneko, who is he? Irina, Cockabeel. Rias quickly alerted Sona, and together they teleported to where I was. It took them a while to find the exact spot since they didn't want to appear in the middle of the battle, but when they arrived, they saw destruction everywhere, craters and blood everywhere. But when they saw a wall covered in a large amount of blood. Everyone, Tatsumi-san/kun. Asia, Tatsumi-san, please don't die. Tatsumi spits out blood, cough, hahaha, I'm still alive. Issei, it's incredible that you're still alive. Tatsumi, I promised, didn't I, while being healed by Asia. Sona, Tatsumi-kun, don't worry, we Citrus have the best medical facilities to heal you. Tatsumi, they're not taking me anywhere, I can still move. Saji, listen to Sona, Kaichu, you're badly beaten up. Tatsumi, I get up, I'm fine, Asia's healing is enough, I won't leave until I see that bastard dead. Fried, hahaha, you're so tenacious, you damn demon. Issei, Fried, Tatsumi, how are your balls? Oops, sorry, I forgot I crushed them. Fried, I'll kill you. But before he can lunge, he senses Rias and Sona's threat, stopping him in his tracks. Fried, as much as I want to play and end your miserable life. Tatsumi, which will be longer than yours. Fried, shut up and let me finish. Damn it, these demons have no manners. We need to talk to the lady with crimson hair. Rias, something. Fried, or more precisely my boss. Kaneko, a fallen angel. Akino, someone with 5 pairs of wings, is a cadre class 1. Cockabeel, I suppose it's a pleasure to meet you, daughter of the Gremory family. Your red hair suits you. Cockabeel, when I think of your brother, I feel absolutely dizzy. Rias, greetings, fallen angel. Cockabeel. Tatsumi, damn, and the bastard doesn't have a scratch on him. Rias, he may be a Gremory, but I'm also a king, trying to force me to accept something that makes no sense. Cockabeel, I'm not going to do anything as stupid as negotiate with a king. Well, if I grape and kill his sister, Surzech's fury might be directed at me. I really don't want that to happen. What could I do then? His base is in the heart of Q Academy, am I right? I was thinking of causing a small disturbance. If I do, will Surzech be forced to intervene? Issei, what? Rias, if you do that, won't the war between the fallen angels, God, and demons break out again? Cockabeel, ha. Then my wish will be granted. I thought that by stealing Excalibur I'd be able to incite Michael to war, but instead he only sent a useless exorcist and 2 sacred sword users. How boring, it's too boring, so I can't let Surzech's little sister go. Rias, you damn lunatic. Cockabeel, that's right. You're absolutely right. Ever since the Tri-Faction War ended, I've been quite bored. Azazel and Shemhaza aren't interested in the war since then. They've been lost in collecting and researching completely pointless things like sacred gears. Tatsumi, did you say Azazel? Cockabeel, you know him. Tatsumi, no. Cockabeel, well, they're hardly worth my attention. However, the boosted gear that boy has is on a different level. Rias, Azazel, that's what you said. Isn't he the leader of the fallen angels? Cockabeel, either way you're going to have to fight Excalibur. Rias, Gremory, go to the school. I'm looking forward to the chaos that will erupt after using that power. After that, Cockabeel attacked us with several light spears, but thanks to Rias and Sona, they stopped them without difficulty. Issei, they're gone. Kaneko, that way they're going to the academy. Tatsumi, we'd better hurry, they're waiting for us. Sona, you're not going anywhere except the infirmary. Tatsumi, but let's go, looking at Rias and the others. They listened to me and left with a magic circle while I stayed with Sona to at least try to convince her. Tatsumi, sigh, I'm sorry, Sana-san, but I can't do that. Sona, shaking her head, why are you so stubborn? Tatsumi, because otherwise I wouldn't be me. Smiled. Sona blushes a hum, at least promise me you'll stay alive. Tatsumi puts my hand on her head, I have to listen to my fiancé, right? Sona blushes even more, you remembered. Tatsumi, scratching the back of my neck, well, the truth is I realized it today, although something tells me you did too. Looking at Tsubaki, who just nods. Sona, why yes, well, but I. Tatsumi, you're very cute when you don't show your pride, you know that, smiled. Sona, huh, well, that's because that doesn't matter. What I mean is if you. Tatsumi, of course I'll marry you, but I think it's too soon now, so will you wait for me? Sona, yes. I mean yes, if there's no other way. Tatsumi, that'll do, pulling back a little from her. Sona, wait, I wanted to tell you that, well, even though we're engaged, well, I don't mind you being with other women. Tatsumi, huh, why do you say that? Sona, oh, no reason, I was just saying now get lost. Tyrant kid, you're quite the Casanova. Tatsumi, okay, see you later, Sona, disappearing. Sona, see you later, Tatsumi, Chapter 12. Thanks to Sona and her peerage, a defensive barrier was formed around the school to prevent further damage. As we headed to the school, Sona suggested calling Rias' brother, but Rias didn't want to involve him in the situation. However, Aquino had already informed Surzech long before. Once everyone was gathered and I was fully healed, Issei and I were promoted to queen and headed towards Cockabeel, who was in the sky. Cockabeel, well, will Surzech come or Sarah fall? Rias, we will be the ones to face you instead of my brother and Leviathan. Upon hearing this, Cockabeel summoned a spear of light and destroyed the gymnasium. Tatsumi, someone seems bored. Issei, are you kidding me? Didraig, ancient sacred texts speak of his immense power. He is someone who has survived all his previous battles against God and the Demon King. Issei, can we win against this monster? Didraig, if we face him, you using the power granted by the dragon should be enough to take him down, and even if it isn't, I think we'll be able to hold him off for at least an hour. Issei, you mean he's that strong? Cockabeel, very well, I've brought my pet from hell for you to play with, have fun. Snapping his fingers. As he snapped his fingers, 2 Cerberuses appeared through a magic portal. One of them appears behind me, but I easily take it out. Suddenly, another one appears and Kaneko handles it, but then yet another one appears. Irina jumps and cuts the Cerberus I was fighting, and one heads toward Asia and Issei. Since Issei is carrying a Cerberus and also has to protect Asia, he maintains his charges while dodging. But just as I was about to be hit by the Cerberus, Zenovia appears, saving them both. Zenovia, I arrived just in time. Irina, Zenovia, Irina, I'm so glad you're all right. Irina, Tatsumi-kun fought Cockabeel to give me time to escape. Upon hearing this, she looks at me and notices that my clothes are all torn and I'm extremely exhausted from fighting a Cerberus. Zenovia, Tatsumi. We finally managed to take down all the Cerberuses with the help of Zenovia, Irina, and Kiba, who arrived a little later and saved Asia. Rias, take this. Rias unleashes a massive blast of destructive power at Cockabeel as I create my spear and throw it at him as well. Just as I'm about to deflect Rias' attack, my spear strikes him squarely in the arm. Cockabeel feels considerable pain from the blow, becoming enraged by it. He grabs me by the neck and squeezes. Everyone, Tatsumi, Cockabeel, you've been a nuisance, you know that. Tatsumi, haha, I could say the same. Bird brain. Cockabeel charges his fist with holy energy and punches me hard in the stomach, sending me flying like a bullet to the ground. Boom. Tatsumi, Zenovia, Tatsumi. Zenovia rushes towards where I land, but is stopped by a spear falling right in front of her. Cockabeel, I see you care about that brat and it's possibly mutual. It would be a shame if he saw you die. Cockabeel was beginning to create a spear of light, but not like the ones before, but twice as big as the previous ones, and throwing it at Zenovia. She simply knew she couldn't escape it and closed her eyes, awaiting the impact, but it never came. Then when she opened her eyes, she saw me standing in front of her, stopping the spear with what little strength I had left. Zenovia looked up and saw that the spear had pierced my stomach completely. Zenovia, Tatsumi. Hearing Zenovia's voice calling me, I turned my head to simply smile, and shortly after the spear disappeared, I collapsed to the ground with a gaping hole in my stomach. Asia, I'll heal him. Asia rushed over as fast as she could, accompanied by the others, and saw that he was still barely alive. Asia, thank goodness. Rias, how is he? Asia, he's in very bad shape, one more minute and he'd be dead. Zenovia, please, Asia Argento, heal him. While Asia was healing me, everyone would again rush at Cockabeel, who was just playing around. Tatsumi's mind. Tatsumi, Sai, is this what dying feels like? Tyrant, not yet, partner, you as the first tyrant in this world cannot die. Tatsumi, hey, but it should be easy, I could die in peace. Tyrant, in peace? Weren't you going to marry Sona? Weren't you going to always be by Zenovia's side? Tatsumi, Tyrant, are you seriously asking me that? Tatsumi, that's never going to happen. I won't leave Zenovia alone. I won't die because I promised Sona I won't die. Tyrant, then get up. Tatsumi, I don't remember very well when I was in Night Raid, but even when I died, I never managed to find someone who loved me in my afterlife. Tyrant, why did you decide to become a demon? Why did you decide to stay in Rias Gremory's Peerage? Why did you want to be by Zenovia's side? Why did you decide to marry Sona? Why? Tatsumi. Why I became a demon so I could have a longer life with the people I love. I chose to join Rias Peerage. Because from day one they smiled at me, without questioning who I really am. I chose to be by Zenovia's side, because I know what it's like to be alone with no one to help you. And when I first saw her, I swore to myself to protect her smile and be by her side. I chose to marry Sona because, just like Zenovia, I also want to see her smile that always cheers me up. And I don't want anything to happen to hers. Tyrant, then fight. Tatsumi, I will fight. I will fight to see those smiles I always want to see. I will fight for the people I love. I will fight like a dragon, like the most powerful beast ever seen. Tatsumi/Tyrant, we are the dragon of evolution. With the others. Altogether, they couldn't do anything to Cockabeel. Kaneko is badly injured from trying to hurt him. Irina is unconscious. I'm being treated by Asia. My life was in danger and she's exhausted from using her equipment to heal me. While the others had minor injuries, they were exhausted. The worst part is that Valper managed to unite the Excaliburs and they don't have much time to destroy Qo. Valper, you should flee. This city will be dust in about 20 minutes. Cockabeel, and if you want to stop me, you have no choice but to defeat me. Those who remained standing again launched themselves against Cockabeel. Even Akino had to change her outfit into a traditional Miko outfit, consisting of a white Hayori with red accents, a red Hakama, and a pair of Zu with white tabablinces. While Kiba learned that they were merely used as guinea pigs, that this was the truth behind the Holy Sword project. But thanks to the souls of his comrades, Kiba managed to unite holy and demonic powers, thus obtaining the balance breaker. And together with Zenovia, who summoned the sword Durandal, they defeated, freed, and destroyed the incomplete Excalibur. Valper, but that's impossible. For holy and demonic energies to unite, it can't be unless Ga. Valper is pierced by a light spear from Cockabeel, falling to the ground dead. Cockabeel, you bastard, you were always too clever for your own good, Valper. It's time to end this. Rias, what are you trying to do? Cockabeel, I don't need you anymore. Dragon Boy, push your power to its limit and give it to someone. Issei, how can you be so confident? Don't underestimate us. Cockabeel, you're the only one who doesn't understand the power difference here. Do you really think you can defeat me? Who will go first? Rias, Issei, transfer your power to me. Issei, yes, D-Drag, transfer. Cockabeel, mwahahaha, good. Your magic is almost as strong as the Demon King's. You and your brother have truly been blessed with near-invincible abilities. Rias, Vanish. A massive burst of destructive power hurls at Cockabeel, who smiles as he stops it all. Akino seizes the opportunity to attack him from behind with her Thunderbolt, but even so they are stopped. Rias, no way. Akino, even with all that magical power, it wasn't enough to defeat him. Cockabeel, so you're nothing but demon scum now, daughter of Baraquil. You've amassed quite a lot, Rias Gremory. Like your brother, you seem to gravitate towards powerful oddities. Akino. Rias, I will not forgive you for defaming my brother, the Demon King, and above all else, the price for mocking my servants is utter annihilation. Zenovia, let's attack simultaneously. looking at Kiba. Zenovia and Kiba both charged at the same time with their holy swords, but Cockabeel created swords of light, stopping them both. Cockabeel, whom Durandal unlike Excalibur, which was broken from the start, this is a true holy sword. But Cockabeel wins the clash and knees Zenovia in the stomach, then stops Kiba's attack. Kaneko takes advantage of this moment and lunges to punch him, but Cockabeel notices and pierces her arm, then a blast of air pushes everyone away. Issei, Asia, Konkachan needs your help. Asia, I am coming. Zenovia lunges again and only manages to make a small cut on Cockabeel's cheek. Cockabeel, I'm surprised you can still fight even after losing your leader. Zenovia, W, what do you mean? Cockabeel, HAHAHA, right, I forgot. The truth wasn't revealed to you Lokeless people. Well, you'll find out anyway, but God is dead. In the war between the three factions, not only the 4 demon kings but even the God of the Bible died. Rias, I am possible. Cockabeel, it's normal that you don't know. Who can say that God is dead? Humans are an incompetent bunch. Without God, they couldn't control their hearts and obey the laws, you know. Even we, the fallen angels and demons, couldn't tell our inferiors. It would be impossible to prevent the information about God's death from leaking, even among the 3 factions. Only the leaders and certain people know about it, although it seems Valper realized it a moment ago before I killed him. Kiba, God doesn't exist anymore. No, that can't be true, it's impossible. Then who did we believe in while we lived in that school? Zenovia lies there, just lies. She falls to her knees. Asia, God doesn't exist anymore. God is dead, then the love he gave us was. Cockabeel, it's true, it's normal that there's no love from God, nor his divine protection. God is no longer here. Michael is certainly doing a good job. He's taking God's place and watching over the angels and humans. Asia, and no, it can't be, she faints. Issei, Asia, Zenovia, it's normal for her to faint. I still don't know how I haven't lost my mind. Cockabeel, I'm going to show Surzets and Michael that we, the fallen angels, are the supreme beings. Everyone who could still fight was preparing to attack Cockabeel when suddenly a huge earthquake struck the area. Background music. Tatsumi AAAHHHHH. My battle cry could be heard across the entire field, drawing everyone's attention. Tatsumi INCURSIO ROR. A dragon's roar is heard and everyone is surprised to see a silhouette of the humanoid dragon behind me. Everyone, Tatsumi. Zenovia, what is that? Kaneko, the armor is. Tatsumi KOKABIL, I won't let you hurt MY family. Tatsumi Tyrant V2, everyone. Silence reigned before the figure I revealed until I leaped towards Cockabeel, who launched a spear of light at me. We clashed for a few seconds until. Tatsumi, I won't lose this time. I pierced the spear and punched Cockabeel in the face. Cockabeel, don't get too cool. Cockabeel recovered and began creating a barrage of spears of light, launching them all at me, which I simply dodged. Finally, I reached Cockabeel again and started punching him. Tatsumi, this is for insulting AKENO, punching him. Akino Tatsumi-kun. Tatsumi, this is for hurting KO and KO, punching him. Kaneko Tatsumi-senpai. Tatsumi, this is for trying to kill Zenovia. Punching him. Zenovia Tatsumi. Tatsumi, and this is for hurting MY family, kicking him away from me. Cockabeel, Ga, it's useless, take this. Cockabeel charges a huge spear, showing me that he's not playing around anymore. Seeing the spear, I prepare to hold it. Tatsumi, Ice Element, Dragon Bonds. An ice dragon appears and shoots towards Cockabeel, who throws his spear, but it's useless as the dragon pierces it. Cockabeel is defending himself against the dragon, so I take advantage of the situation and launch myself at him with my spear. Tatsumi, Dark Spear. As I say that, I run my hand over the spear, and instead of being red, it's surrounded by a layer of black. When I see that Cockabeel has shaken off the ice dragon, I throw my spear, piercing him through the stomach. Cockabeel, Ga. Damn it, Cockabeel tries to remove the spear, but when he tries, he's burned by the dark energy within it. Cockabeel, what is this? I remain silent and motionless until the spear I had disappeared. Cockabeel barely manages to stand while trying to ward off the dark energy, until suddenly the barrier cast by Sona and her peerage is destroyed, and a silhouette in white armor appears before everyone. Remove background music here, I see you're having fun. Cockabeel, Vanishing Dragon, and also that you got a beating. Cockabeel, Vanishing Dragon, do you dare oppose me? My name is Albion, divide, divide. Cockabeel began to create a great spear of light, but suddenly it shrank until nothing remained. The armored man at incredible speed launches himself at Cockabeel, crushing his head on the ground and knocking him unconscious. Kiba, he beat him. Rias, he was already weak since Tatsumi left him badly wounded. I'm taking Cockabeel and the priest on Azazel's orders. D-Drake, you're ignoring me, White. Albion, so you're awake, Red. We finally meet, but in a situation like this. D-Drake, it's alright, our destiny is to fight someday. Things like this happen, but White, I can't sense your hostility like before. Albion, Red, yours is incredibly low too. D-Drake, it seems we both have more interesting things to do than fight. Albion, it seems so, we should have some fun once in a while, it wouldn't hurt, would it? Rias, the dragons are talking Zenovia. Rias Gremory. Taking my hand, Tatsumi isn't responding. I was still standing motionless in my armor, even when Zenovia and Aquino spoke to me. Albion, don't worry about him, D-Drake, he's unconscious. It seems that when he sensed me he was still on guard and lost consciousness, he's a true warrior. Suddenly my armor vanishes and everyone sees me completely covered in blood, my eyes blank but still standing with the Incursio key at my feet. Tyrant, whoa, I finally know this white guy. I'm Tyrant, the Dragon of Evolution, and this is Sasaki Tatsumi, my wielder. Albion, I don't know any Tyrant. Tyrant, I'm new around the neighborhood, will explain better when my wielder wakes up. Isn't the kid cool? He's not bad at least. Albion, we'll meet again, D-Drake and Tyrant. Leaving the scene, D-Drake. That would be fun, see you then, Albion Tatsumi. Protect me, Aquino, Kaneko, Rias, and even Zenovia weakly approach my body and hug me while Asia heals me. Aquino, we're safe. Kaneko, you did very well, Tatsumi-senpai. Rias, it's all over now. Zenovia, now rest. Upon hearing those words, my body unconsciously falls into their arms and shortly after, Sona and her peerage appear. Sona, Tatsumi, approaching me, how is he? Rias, he's still alive, thanks to Asia who was healing him the whole time, but it would be best to take him to be treated. Sona, I'm really sorry for leaving Tatsumi with you. Aquino, Ara, I see someone already told him Yufufu. Sona, well, I couldn't waste any time since, as you said, there's competition. Rias, did he accept? Sona nods, but he said it would be too soon, that I should wait. Aquino, Yufufu, I hope you don't have to wait too long since he might notice me. Sona, ho, I'd like to see that. Zenovia, what are you talking about? Kaneko, well, Tatsumi-senpai is engaged to Sona Kaichu because of a chess game, and Aquino wants to be with Tatsumi-senpai too, so they're teasing each other. Zenovia, Tatsumi's engaged. He didn't tell me, Kaneko. He realized it this afternoon right after lunch. Zenovia. Kaneko, don't worry, even if Tatsumi-senpai gets married, he loves other people. Zenovia, what do you mean? Kaneko, didn't you see when he protected you from the spear and also when he was beating Kakabeel up? He loves you too, Zenovia. Sona, I think it's time to go. I'm taking Tatsumi to get him treated, and if anyone else is hurt, come with me, Sona says as she picks up my body and then disappears. Zenovia, Rias Gremory, I'd like to talk to you. Tiamiaskip. Tatsumi, in the end, Kakabeel was left standing, and when that Albion guy arrived, I fainted. Howya. Tyrant, partner, you fought a Kadri and survived for the first time. You fought him again and managed to evolve to the second level. You even managed to use abilities I don't know about. If Albion hadn't arrived, you surely would have continued fighting, it's just that your mind relaxed when you saw him. Tatsumi, I wonder who Albion's wielder is. Well, now I just have to recover. Sona, wow, you're something else, even after almost dying you're still so energetic. Tatsumi, well, you must already know that I'm this stubborn. He smiled. Sona sighs, while you're being discharged, do you want to play? Tatsumi, I smiled. White pawn to A2, Timeskip. After the doctors discharged me, I was at home making dinner and getting ready for bed. But just before going to sleep, someone knocked on the door. Ring ring, Tatsumi coming, opening the door. Butchu. Rias, hello Tatsumi, I'd like to ask you a favor. Tatsumi, yes, what do you need? Rias, could the newest member of my peerage stay at your house? Tatsumi, yes, no problem, and who is it? Zenovia, hello Tatsumi, appearing behind Rias. Tatsumi, Zenovia, are you the new member? Zenovia, I discovered that God no longer exists, so I became a demon as a form of self-abandonment. Rias, I think you two have a lot to talk about. I'm leaving, see you later, disappearing. Tatsumi, see you Butchu, come in, my house is your house. Zenovia, thank you. We were sitting in my living room and honestly I was feeling really uncomfortable and I don't know why. Tyrant, say something, idiot. Tatsumi, I know. Tatsumi, and how's Irina? I couldn't see her because she was in the hospital. Zenovia, she's fine. After finishing the mission, she took a flight home. That's when I told her I was a demon. Tatsumi, she didn't take it well, did she? Zenovia, she's very disappointed that I became a demon. I couldn't tell her it was because she knew of God's absence. It was a strange goodbye we had. Maybe we'll be enemies the next time we meet. Tatsumi, I see, I'm sorry. And what piece are you? Zenovia, but you told me I'm a knight, just like Kiba Yuyudo. Tatsumi, that makes sense, given your sword fighting style and also because you wield the Durandal sword. But anyway, I'm really glad you're here, she smiled. Zenovia, yes, me too. I also heard you're engaged. Tatsumi, damn, yeah, well, it's with Sona, but I told her it's still too soon, so I'll marry her later. Heh, I said nervously. Zenovia, what are you doing? Zenovia, well, I didn't thank you for saving me. Zenovia was slowly approaching me in a flirty and hexy way until we could feel each other's breath. I closed my eyes thinking she was going to kiss me on the mouth, but instead she kissed me on the cheek and then rested her head on my chest. Tatsumi, blushing. Zenovia. Zenovia, I don't regret becoming a demon because now I can be more at peace knowing you're by my side. Thank you. Tatsumi, a tear falls. Tatsumi, Zenovia stroking her head, will always be together, I promise. Tyrant sighs Casanova. Tatsumi, shut up. Chapter 13, the next morning. I was waking up slowly like any other quiet morning. I was going to get up to prepare breakfast, but I noticed how my body felt heavier, and when I looked down I could see Zenovia sleeping on my chest. Yesterday I suggested she sleep in my parents' room, but she insisted on sleeping with me. And in the end we ended up sleeping in the same bed. I got up very carefully without waking her and went to the kitchen. While I was preparing breakfast for Zenovia and myself, someone called me on the phone. Ring ring. Tatsumi, yes, who is it? Azazel, hey kid. It's me, Azazel, from the record label. Tatsumi, yes, although wouldn't it be better to call you Chief of the Fallen Angels? Azazel, so you know, Cockabeel mentioned me, didn't he? Tatsumi, yes. Azazel sighs, what can I do? I'm a man who wants peace, that's why I try to have a normal life. That's why the three factions will meet soon to discuss it. Tatsumi, I'm surprised you want peace, I saw you as a fighter. Azazel, ha, in my time I might have accepted, but now it's better to give more attention to the Dragon of Evolution, isn't it? Tatsumi, so you already know about my sacred gear. Azazel, that's right, you could say I'm a fan of sacred gears, especially the one that contains a dragon. Tatsumi, let me guess, Issei told you about me. Azazel, yes, I showed him my true form and my intentions, and then he told me about his sacred gear and yours. Tatsumi, well, it's a pleasure to speak with the leader of the fallen angels, but I don't think you called me for that. Azazel, you're right, I was calling to tell you it's official. You're a singer. I spoke with the higher-ups and they liked your talent, so they accepted your application, so it's guaranteed that I'm your manager, ha. Tatsumi, ha, having the boss of the fallen angels as my manager is an honor. Azazel, ha. I also wanted to tell you that you'll be making your debut at a concert here in Kyo City. It will be after the meeting of the three factions. Tatsumi, really? PFFF, thank you very much, Azazelson. Azazel, you're welcome, kid. We'll see each other again. Hangs up. Zenovia yawns, good morning, who was that? Tatsumi, my manager, to tell me I have a concert soon. Zenovia, are you a singer? Tatsumi, yes. Scratching the back of my neck, do you remember the day we crashed? Well, I was heading towards the record label and they accepted me. Zenovia, congratulations, hugging me. Tatsumi, yes, although I'm going to be nervous. Zenovia, don't worry, you'll do fine, besides pulling away from me I'm hungry. Tatsumi, coming, breakfast is ready, placing the plates, help yourself. Zenovia, thank you for the food. Zenovia, delicious, with stars in her eyes. Tatsumi, I'm glad you like it, although you didn't have to enjoy it like that, hahaha, you looked like a little girl. Tiamiaskip. Later that afternoon at the club, Issei told about his meeting with Azazel and I told about my phone call. Rias, how dare the ruler of the fallen invade my territory and interfere in my affairs, and approach my lovely servants. Issei, okay, Butchu, don't get so upset. Tatsumi already said he's just a sacred gears fanatic. Tatsumi, and he's also my manager. Issei, yes, and he's also his man. Wait, what? Tatsumi, didn't I tell you? My bad, let's just say I'm a singer and Azazel is my manager. And I'll be doing a concert after the meeting of the three factions. Hee. Issei, damn it, and now he'll be famous. Zenovia, but are you sure it will be a peace meeting? Cockabeel's intervention could have further strained the already difficult relations between the three factions. Tatsumi, actually that would be more or less the case, but only if the leaders see it that way. The last thing they want is a war. With God and the ancient Maoist dead, they should focus on taking care of their subordinates. They'll surely take advantage of the fact that the church and the demons intervened to prevent Cockabeel from starting a conflict. Rias, then we just have to wait. Tiamiaskip. Issei, whoa, this is disgusting. Issei said, seeing the dirty pool in front of us, and it really was disgusting. Issei, seriously, why does the Occult Research Club have to clean it? Tatsumi, this is normally the student council's job, but... Rias, since Sona and her peerage were in charge of rebuilding the academy and cleaning up the wreckage, they couldn't clean it up. Aquino, besides when we finish we can use it as we please. Tatsumi, and can't Sona come with us? Rias, I asked him, but he said he has matters with the council, so no. Aquino, Ara, why do you ask, Tatsumi-kun? Don't tell me it's to see her in a swimsuit, Yufufu. Tatsumi, blushing, what? No, it's not because of that. Issei, let's start cleaning. I want to see Butchu in her swimsuit starts cleaning at high speed. Tatsumi, hey Issei, wait, am I done? Issei, few, I'll do anything to see Butchu in a swimsuit raising his fist. Kaneko, pervert. Tatsumi, yeah, pervert. After cleaning the pool well, after Issei cleaned it at incredible speed, Aquino filled it with her magic. Shortly after, we boys were already in our swimsuits and the girls gradually started coming out. Rias, what do you think of Issei? Issei, amazing, you look beautiful as always. Aquino, Tatsumi-kun, do I look okay? Tatsumi, well yes, you look very. Aquino, Yufufu, I love it when Tatsumi-kun compliments me. Asia, Issei-san, what do you think? Issei, you look really cute. Tatsumi Konkachan, you look very pretty too. Kaneko, well, if Tatsumi-senpai tells me that, it makes me happy, thank you, but if he tells me. Issei, it really suits you, Konkachan, smiling pervertedly. Kaneko, the pervert, because it makes me uncomfortable to look at his obscene gaze. Rias, hey Tatsumi, I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask you something. And Issei too, a few minutes later. Tatsumi, want to keep it up, Konkachan. I was helping Kaneko learn to swim, but in a moment of carelessness on my part, we reached the edge without realizing it, causing Kaneko to hug me tightly to avoid falling. Tatsumi, sorry Konkachan, I didn't notice the edge. Nico-senpai, I'm sorry for making you help me. Tatsumi, well, I can't refuse to help my dear Kuhai, stroking his head. Kaneko, well, I didn't thank you for what happened against Kakabeel either. Tatsumi, you don't need to give them, I'll always be there to help you with whatever you need. Smiles. Kaneko, thank you. A little far from the pool. Tsubaki, Kaichu, are you really going to do this? Sona, what's up? I'm just watching them do their job looking through binoculars. Tatsumi's got quite a body. Hey look, that's Kiba in a swimsuit. He's not so bad. Tsubaki, let me see. Taking away the binoculars, it's not bad at all, really. Oh, Tatsumi-san's body is a work of art. Sona, I already know that. Rias, what does this mean, Sona? Rias, it's you putting on her glasses. We were just watching you guys doing your job. That's all right. Tsubaki, that's right. We didn't come here to see Tatsumi-san's body or Kiba-san's. It's just work. Sona, Tsubaki putting a hand to her face and shaking her head. Rias, sighs, come on, follow me and get your swimsuits. Sona, I can't go, I have work to do. Rias, oh, and you don't want to show Tatsumi your swimsuit, the one you bought yesterday at the same store as me. Sona, Minutes later. Sona and Tsubaki were in the girls' changing room putting on their swimsuits, which they had coincidentally bought the day before, to go out in just a few minutes. Rias, guys, Sona and Tsubaki were finally able to join us. Sona, hi Tatsumi, this is embarrassing. Tatsumi, what are you saying? You look beautiful, Sona, she smiled. Sona, blushing intensely, thank you. Kiba, you look very pretty too, Tsubaki-san. Tsubaki, blushing, thank you, Kiba-san. Issei, whispering in my ear, hey Tatsumi, is it just me or did things get heated? Tatsumi, whispering for the first time, I'm with you. We're surrounded by the most beautiful girls in school in swimsuits. We've become men. Rias, hey Tatsumi, here, throwing oil at me. Sona says she wants you to put oil on her back. Sona, Tatsumi, well, if Sona wants. Sona, blushing, I don't care. So I ended up putting the oil on Sona's back and she occasionally let out a small moan. But suddenly I felt something quite soft and round on my back. Akino, Tatsumi-kun, would you apply the oil to me too? Tatsumi, of course, but why do I notice something soft? He looks at Akino's breasts. Akino, and your swimsuit. Akino, well, I thought you could apply the oil to my breasts, licking my... Tatsumi, and don't do that, Akino-san. Akino, ara, it seems unfair to me that Tatsumi-kun only puts oil on Kaichu. Sona, hey Akino-san, do you know she hasn't finished applying the oil? Akino, hey Tatsumi-kun, Kaichu is scary. I just want to unload all my stress on my cute little Kuhai. Is that wrong? Biting my ear ham. Sona, no way. Akino, Tatsumi-kun is cute. Kaichu, can I have him for now? Sona, that boy is mine. Akino, there's no other boy as wonderful and cute as him. That's why it's okay if I indulge him in lewd ways from time to time, right? Sona, that's forbidden. Rias, sighs, the only wonderful and cute one is Issei. There's no one else. Sona, what are you saying, Rias? Tatsumi is much better. Akino, I agree with Kaichu. Rias, that's a lie, my dear. Issei is much better. This is how a fight started between the three girls. At first I thought Akino and Sona would team up, but I was wrong. This is a free-for-all battle. Tatsumi, how did we get to this? Issei, I don't know, but it's great to see them fighting for us. Tatsumi, I see Zenovia is calling me. Zenovia is calling me. Try to get them to relax. I'm leaving. Issei, but how do you expect me to relax all this? In the changing rooms. Tatsumi, tell me, Zenovia, is something wrong? Why did you take so long? Zenovia, right, this is the first time I've worn a swimsuit. Does it fit me? Tatsumi, I think it suits you. Is this your first time wearing it? Is it because of the church's strict rules? Zenovia, well, that's true. Although the truth is that in the past I had no interest in these things. Although the girls around me, those who formed the groups of soldiers, showed their dissatisfaction at not even being able to touch these kinds of things or talk about these topics because they were considered offensive, for me, fighting is all I need. Tatsumi, well, I understand what you're saying and I won't deny it. Zenovia, I called you because there's something I'd like to talk to you about if that's okay. Tatsumi, sure, what's it about? Zenovia, so you'd have a child with me. Tatsumi, Zenovia, you heard right. Tatsumi, let's have a child together. Tatsumi, hhh. Zenovia, shh, don't raise your voice so much or they'll know we're here. Tatsumi, you come and tell me that so suddenly. Zenovia, yes, sorry, let's take turns speaking. Since childhood my dreams and goals have been influenced by God and faith. For example, defeating demons was God's will. That's why after becoming a demon, my aspirations vanished. Tatsumi, I understand, but why do you want to have a child? Zenovia, it's true, while serving God, I had discarded that part of myself, the happiness of a woman. My body, my heart, I sealed them away for faith. Now I'm a demon. What to do? At first, I didn't know, but when I asked Butchu, she said, demons are beings full of greed. They satisfy, give, and desire greed. Try to fulfill your desires. That's why I felt I could release everything I sealed inside and become good at it. My dream is to have a child. And to achieve that, I need a man, but it's great, isn't it? We'll have a child, and at the same time, we can get to know each other better. Tatsumi, no, I understood the story. What I'm asking is why me? Zenovia, aren't you satisfied with me? Even as I am, I have a lot of confidence in my body. My breasts aren't as big as Butchu's or Aknoson's, but they're bigger than Asia's. I think they're worth seeing and trying, don't you think? Tatsumi, well, that's true, but what I mean is that I don't care about breasts. I always look at what a girl looks like, but I'm not your boyfriend, and I haven't thought about having a child at this age either. Zenovia, I'm fine with Tatsumi. I don't think you can see it yet, but you have a dragon's aura about you. Thinking about that, I want them to be very strong. Taking off her bra, some special power in the father's genes, or a father with exceptional strength, and Tatsumi is perfect for that position. Tatsumi, wait, give me a moment. Zenovia, blood starts running from my nose. Tatsumi, tyrant, help me. Tyrant, kid, you're about to become a man, good luck. Tatsumi, what are you saying? What? Tyrant, how they grow up so fast, wiping away a small tear. Zenovia, I know about the difficult situation of having children, especially if they are purebloods. But we are reincarnated, and Butchu told me that it's unlikely a demon like us would get pregnant. We might be lucky and get pregnant in 10 years. Tatsumi, did he already have all this planned? Zenovia, pregnant with your child, I have no experience with men. But I plan to memorize it from now on and learn from you. Tatsumi, but I'm a virgin too. Zenovia, blushing, you can take me. Tatsumi, if you perform the procedure to have children correctly, I don't care if you do it however you want. Tatsumi, I blush, Haya, and she has to look this beautiful right now. No, this isn't the time. I have to do something if someone sees us. Sona, Tatsumi, what does this mean? Tatsumi, Sona, Akino, Ara, that's unfair. Zenovia-chan, since it's decided that I'll take Tatsumi-kun's virginity. Issei, lucky you. Tatsumi, don't leave any gaps untouched. Rias, but what's going on? Zenovia, what's wrong? Tatsumi, are we having a baby? Tatsumi, hey, Sona/Rias to have. Akino, Kaniko/Asia, baby. Tatsumi, Sona, girls, I can explain, but now I'd like you to leave so I can talk to Zenovia privately, please. They looked at each other and accepted my request, then closed the door and left me alone with Zenovia, or so I thought, since everyone outside was glued to the door to listen to our conversation. Zenovia, so you finally agree to have a child with me. Tatsumi, see, can you sit down and please put something on? I can't concentrate. Zenovia, sits down. What's this about my breasts? I know they're small, but... Tatsumi, that's not it. Size, I don't care about breast size, they can be big or small. But if it makes you feel better, I think your breasts are perfect, so don't worry. Zenovia, so what do you want to talk about? Tatsumi, let me put this, I'm flattered that you want a child. Well, I'm lying, I'm very happy it's me. But hearing your argument that you want them to be strong and that you're happy with me, I can also think that Issei was also useful to you, wasn't he? Zenovia, well, it was my second choice. Tatsumi, I figured as much. A drop of sweat falls on my brow. I understand you want a strong child, but having a child is a wonderful thing. That's why you should have a child with the person you truly love and will be with for the rest of your life. Zenovia, but what is it like to love someone? Tatsumi, it makes sense that you don't know, since the church would consider it offensive. Well, when you love someone, you feel a great affection for that person. You feel a great emotional attraction and, well, a little sexual, but the point is that you feel something more than friendship for that person, and you fall in love. Zenovia, falling in love, what does it feel like? And how do you know when you're in love? Tatsumi, you feel butterflies in your stomach, you care for that person. You feel happiness, tingles, and desperation. You feel dependent on that person. You feel like you want to be with them all the time. You feel a happiness, like you live in a strange world, as if everything around you stops and it's just you and that person, and you almost always smile when you think about them. Zenovia, and how can you make them fall in love with you? Tatsumi, well, all I do is be myself. Zenovia, I see, seeing you now and hearing you say those things, I think you've been in love once, haven't you? Tatsumi, yes, in the memories Tyrant gave me, I fell in love with a girl, but I don't remember much about it. Zenovia, thank you, Tatsumi. I think I understand a little more about what I feel now. She smiles. Tatsumi, I blush, I'm glad you understand now. She smiled. Zenovia and Tatsumi. Tatsumi s. Ciichu. Suddenly Zenovia interrupts me by giving me a short kiss, but not on the cheek like yesterday, but on the mouth. Tatsumi, Zenovia. Zenovia, thank you for being by my side, she smiles. Sona so just to talk, huh? Tatsumi, I can explain, she made the same face as before, it's scary. Did I already tell you that you look really cute in that swimsuit? Starting to sweat. Sona sighs, I know, it's my fault for taking my eyes off you. Kaneko dragging me carrying the suspect. Tatsumi, Konkachan, what are you planning to do to me? Where are you girls taking me? Zenovia looks down at her chest and places her hand on it. So that's what was happening to me with Tatsumi, looks at me and smiles, I see. But first I have to beat Kaichu, vice Butchu, it will be a difficult task, but the more rivals, the greater the reward. Clenching her fist. Zenovia, Tatsumi, if we get another chance like this, I want to have lots of children with you, remember that and be ready. She says enthusiastically. Tatsumi, hey, why the hell are you getting so excited all on your own? Come here, Exionovia, and save me. Timeskip. When I got to the club, I just threw myself on the sofa, and Asia started to heal me from the small beating that Sona gave me for what happened. About 1,000 spanks. It really shows her appreciation in a rather peculiar way. Issei Tatsumi, I see you've taken a good beating. Tatsumi, you can't even imagine. Sona, let's just say, shows her affection in a somewhat different way. Rias, you know Sona, she's not one to show her feelings much. Things seem very hectic this early in the morning. Is there an event? Rias, oh Oniasama, everyone in the club bowed down to Surzech when we saw him, even with a terrible pain in our backsides. Sizerch, please relax, I came for personal reasons today. Rias, Oniasama, why are you here? Surzech, why do you ask? Taking out a piece of paper, family visits will be soon, right? I plan to participate as well. I want to see my little sister up close, doing her best in her studies. Rias, Grafia, were you the one who told Oniasama? Grafia, yes. The school reports come to me as I've entrusted you with the Gremory household schedule. Of course, I'm also Surzech-sama's queen, so I reported this to my master. Surzech, even if my duties as Mao are difficult, I took the day off and our father will come. Rias, that's not necessary. Isn't Oniasama the demon king? You can't just abandon your post and come here. The demon king can't treat any demon in a special way. Surzech, no, this is also my job, Rias. Actually, I decided to hold the meeting of the three factions here, so I came to get a better look at the place where we'll be discussing it. Rias, here, seriously, what's Oniasama's reason? Sizerch, it's because this school somehow seems to have a specific destiny. My little sister, you, the legendary Sekiryuutei, the dragon of evolution, the wielder of demonic holy swords, the wielder of Durandal, the younger sister of Mao Serafal, Cockabeel, and Hakuryuutei attacked this place. Great powers gathering here is no coincidence. I believe the person accelerating this is you, Hyaudu Issei-kun Sekiryuutei. Issei, Surzech. Well, it's great that my little sister's family has so many people. Now that we're on the subject, I need to find some lodging. A place to wait until the scheduled events. Issei, wait, if that's the case then you can stay at my house. Surzech, that's fine with me, I'd like to meet the people my sister lives with. Rias, no, not that. Tatsumi, I don't know why I think going to Issei's house was already planned. A drop of sweat falls on my face. Chapter 14. Zenovia and I were heading to school when we ran into Rias, Asia, and Issei, though the latter didn't look too pleased. Upon arriving at the school, we saw a boy about my height at the entrance with gray hair and hazel eyes. Looks like a good school. Issei, well, is it something like that? This is the second time we've met here, huh? Welsh dragon, or rather, Sekiryuutei Hyaudu Issei. I'm Vali, the Hakuryuutei, in short, vanishing dragon. Tatsumi, finally you show up. I thought you spent all day inside that armor. Vali, you're the kid who hurt Cockabeel, Sasaki. Tatsumi, right? And the boastful tyrant evolution dragon. Tatsumi, who will have to show you what the boastful evolution dragon can do, pretty boy. Maybe a new fight will begin summoning the Incursio key. Rias, calm down Tatsumi. Hakuryuku, what does this mean? If you're on the side of the fallen angels, then the contact is Vali, Cockabeel's henchman, one of the leaders of the fallen angels that all of Rias Gremory's servants couldn't defeat, the two heavenly dragons, Welsh dragon and vanishing dragon. In the past, those connected to these two had a fulfilling life. How will it be for you? Tyrant, how disrespectful to forget about me. Partner, slam his face into the asphalt. Tatsumi, calm down Tyrant, you're being very aggressive. What? Tyrant, you must understand that dragons have a lot of pride, and if someone discriminates against you or makes fun of you, well. Tatsumi, I understand. Vali, Hyaudu Issei, where do you think your power stands in this world? From the first place in your current condition with the incomplete balance breaker, you'd be in the 4-digit range, better yet 14,001,500. It would be lower because of the perverted wielder. Issei, what are you getting at? Vali, there are many powerful beings in this world. Even the Crimson Satan, Surzech Lucifer, wouldn't make it into the top 10 though. The first place is decided, that won't change. Issei, who are you talking about? Are you the first? Vali, either way you'll know soon enough, but it's not me, Hyaudu Issei. You're a valuable existence, Rias Gremory. Raise him well. I didn't come here to fight, I just wanted to see the school I came to last time. I'm escorting Azazel now, but I'm bored. I won't fight Welsh Dragon, I have work to do. She leaves. After Volley left, we decided to head to school since it was getting late, and during open class, I spent the whole time watching the day unfold. But all that tranquility vanished when Issei made a clay figure of Butchu naked. Everyone was trying to pay him just to see the school idol naked. I, on the other hand, drew Tyrant, since it was the only thing that caught my attention. And when I finished, Tyrant wouldn't stop crying with joy because I'd made him exactly right. It must be because he's a demon or something. But people didn't seem to notice, so I saw a piano and went over to it. Zenobia, who was next to me, was surprised since I don't usually play at home. Well, that's because I don't own a piano, but I've always loved music, so I learned to play all kinds of instruments and also to sing. Tatsumi, I don't know why, but when I was taking lessons, I consciously played a song that no one knows or even exists. Tyrant, it must be from one of your past lives. Tatsumi, you might be right, but it's incredible that I remember the notes. When Zenobia saw me sitting by the piano, she also came over, and I started playing a note so everyone would be quiet and listen to me. Leave it on until I tell you. My fingers danced on the piano as a smile spread across my face. Everyone around couldn't take their eyes off me. Even the parents started recording me without knowing who I was. As I played, many people passing by my classroom stopped to listen to my melody. And even Aquino, Rias, Kaneko, and Kiba came over since everyone was making a racket, and Sizerch and his father were there too. Outside MY class. Sona, okay, I think everything's in order. Tsubaki. Tsubaki, president, look. Sona, what? She looks at the crowd and approaches. What's going on here? Student, president, you should see who's playing the piano. Sona, and that's something to cause such a crowd. Student, it's just that the one playing, it's none other than Tatsumi-kun. Sona. Sona would be crossing through the crowd until she reached Rias, who would be in the front row, and would observe as she was playing a great melody, forming a smile on her face. You can stop the music here. When it ended, everyone applauded and cheered for the performance. And of course, Sona, to prove she was the Kaichu, sent everyone back to their respective classes in a threatening tone. Eika, you never said you knew how to play the piano. Tatsumi, you never asked. We were all laughing at my answer until we heard a commotion in the gym. I went outside to see what happened and found Rias and the others. Tatsumi, ah, Butchu, looks like we're all here. Rias, Ara, if it isn't Tatsumi. I liked how you played the piano, very good. Tatsumi, thanks, hehe. Do you know what's going on here? Rias, no, I heard someone was having a photo shoot. Issei/Tatsumi, photo shoot. Jim, Saji, hey, you guys taking pictures in a public space, get out of here. Today's the day we're holding the school exhibition. Don't cause a scene in a place like this. Student, no way, Tusk. Saji, you too, please don't wear these kinds of outfits here. Wait, could you be one of the parents? Even if that's the case, you should know there's a dress code for this place. That'll only cause a lot of trouble for the academy staff. Saji was speaking to a beautiful woman with long black hair tied in 2 pigtails on either side with 2 fuchsia ribbons and purple eyes. She had a girlish figure, though with large breasts, and was dressed in magical girl attire, carrying a star-shaped magic wand as an accessory. Odingha, but this is my uniform. Rias Issei, do you know her? Butchu, Sona, what's going on here? Saji, I thought I put you in charge of something, didn't I? Rias, well, this is the perfect opportunity. I was guiding Mayusama and his father, Rias Adaosama Oniasama. We all bowed upon seeing the 2 superiors. We already know Sizerch, but I've never seen the man next to him before. He's a middle-aged man with long crimson hair. He has bright blue eyes just like his 2 sons. He has a crimson beard that grows from his chin in the shape of horns, pointing towards the bottom of his mouth. Sona, I always tell you to take good care of. Hugging Sona Sonachin, I found you. Sona, huh, Tatsumi. Now that I look at him more closely, he does look a bit like Sona, doesn't he? Saji, could it be? Sirzets, ah, it's you, Serafal. Did you come too? Issei, Serafal, because I feel like he's familiar. Rias, it's Leviathan-sama. Issei/Tatsumi, huh, Serafal, nice to meet you. I'm Mao Serafal Leviathan, call me Leviathan. Ara Ryashin Star, it's been a while, have you been well? Rias, F fine, thank you. Did you come for the family visit? Serafal, yes, Sonachin is mean to me, she didn't tell me anything about this. Mu, because of the surprise, Onachin almost attacked the sky. Issei/Tatsumi, you're joking, right? A drop of sweat falls on us. Rias, Issei and Tatsumi say hello. Issei, and nice to meet you, I'm Hyodo Issei. I'm Rias Gremory-sama's pawn, I'm under her care. Bowling. Serafal, nice to meet you, I'm Mao Serafal Leviathan, call me Leviathan. Tatsumi, nice to meet you, I'm Sasaki Tatsumi and I'm Rias Gremory's pawn, I'm under her care. Bowling. Serafal, nice to ku taking my hand, you're Tatsumi. The one Sona talks about so much. Tatsumi, huh, Serafal, Sonachin never stops talking about you to our parents. When she talks about you, she always has this amazing smile. Sona, blushing, Wanasama, behave yourself. Ria's father, hello, Serafal Dono. This is another uniform straight out of some novel. I try to think about the pressure that comes with being a Mao, but... Serafal Ara Ara Ajasan, don't you know this is the fashion in this country? Ria's father, so that's it, my mistake then. Surzats ha you don't believe her. Tatsumi, is it just me, or is the atmosphere much more relaxed? Sona o Wanasama. This is my school and I hold the position of student council president here no matter how close we are. Wanasama's behavior is a bit I can't approve of that outfit. Serafal, that's not possible, Sonachin. If Sonachin says that to me, I'll be very sad, waving her wand too much. Sona Wanasama, please act prudently. If Wanasama uses her wand, this country could be destroyed. Issei, hey Saji, when that leader of the fallen angels came, Kaichu didn't call his sister, and seeing this, don't they get along? Saji, it's quite the opposite. Look how he adores his younger sister. If he had called her, this would have turned into something terrible. If she knew that Kaichu had been injured by the fallen angel, we don't know what would have happened. It probably would have turned into a war. It was good not to call her and bring Lucifer-sama instead. Issei, however, this is the first time I've seen her, but all this is. Sona I can't take it anymore, runs off crying. Tatsumi Sona, wait, Serafal wait, Sonachin, don't leave me behind, Sona don't follow me, Serafal nu don't abandon your Wanachin. Sada-an chasing after. Hersaji wait, chasing after them. Sizerch, the Citri household is truly peaceful, don't you think, Ryotan? Rias, Oniasama, please don't add the tan and call me that. Sizerch, it can't be Ryotan. Even when you were the one who followed me everywhere, always calling me Oniasama, you must be going through a rebellious phase. Rias, good heavens, Oniasama, why do you have to bring up when I was a child? Ria's father takes out a photo that was a good expression, Rias. Rias Adao-sama, you too. Issei's father approaching his son, hey Issei, father. Ria's father, how do Issei-kun, are they your parents? Issei, of course they are. Ria's father, nice to meet you, I'm Ria's father, my name is Gremory Zeoticus. Issei's father, Yuha, thank you. Oh, I'm Issei's father, we're looking after Ryasan, no I mean. Zeoticus, no, I should be the one to say that, thank you for looking after Rias. I had thought about greeting you, but both Sizerch and I were busy with work, so it wasn't easy to find a good opportunity. It seems we were lucky enough to meet on this occasion. It's an honor to meet you. Issei's mother, Enno, the pleasure is all ours. I also spoke with Issei's father about greeting, I spoke with my husband about greeting you. Issei, Mom, you're mixing up your words, I'm really embarrassed. Zeoticus, that's right, I'd like to go somewhere quieter. This place is very noisy, and above all, our children are embarrassed, aren't they? Issei's father, you're absolutely right. Zeoticus, Kibi-kun, excuse me, but could you take us somewhere quieter? Kiba, yes, please follow me. Zeoticus, then Rias, how do Issei-kun? I'll talk to them for a bit, Surzech, you take care of the rest. Surzech, yes, father. Tatsumi, I think we should head back to class. Issei, yes, it's getting late. Surzech, hey Rias and Aikno-kun, I've wanted to talk to you about something for a while now. The next morning, we're standing in front of a door with a large padlock and caution tape. Issei, here, Asia, is it true that there's a bishop like me here? Rias, initially he didn't require a seal, but over time his ability could make him reluctantly escape the room, but even so he has a certain fear of the outside world. Tatsumi, in short, an antisocial. Akino, but he's the one with the most contracts of all of us. Issei, are you serious? Zenobia, but what power does he have that requires a seal? Rias steps in front of the door and destroys the seal, then we hear a scream from the other side. Oh, Issei, what was that? Tatsumi, a scream, are you deaf? Issei, that's not what I meant. Rias, good morning, it's good to see you so energetic. Whye, Akino, Ara, we removed the seal, understand, he can come out now, so let's all come out. Oh, I'm fine here, I don't want to be surrounded by people. Issei, that's a serious case of hikikomori. Asia, it seems so. Akino approaches the coffin that was in the middle of the room and removes the lid, revealing the person who was screaming. I don't like it, I don't want to, I prefer to be here, it's terrifying out there. Issei, a girl and a foreigner at that. Rias, no, even though he looks like a girl, he's a boy, understand that. Issei, no matter how you look at it, he's a girl and a pretty one. Akino, he's a boy who dresses as a girl. Issei, what? Eek. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Tatsumi hitting him, shut Yupi, can't you see you're scaring him? Issei, but he has. Tatsumi, so what if he likes girls' clothes? I sigh and approach the boy, are you okay? What's your name? My name is Gasper, who are you? Tatsumi, my name is Tatsumi and I'm a pawn. Then there's Zenobia, who's a knight, and Asia, who's a bishop. It's a pleasure to meet you, he smiled. Gasper, mine too. Rias, there's no need to keep you sealed anymore. Can we go outside please? Gasper, no, I can't go out into the world, Gasper says, shaking his head. Issei tries to grab his arm, but suddenly he disappears and reappears in the corner of the room. Issei, I was supposed to be pulling him. Asia, something definitely happened. Zenobia, something feels strange, something right now. Gasper, don't be mad, please don't hit me. The others start talking about their abilities while I carefully approach him. Gasper, don't hurt me. He closes his eyes and feels something warm on his head. Tatsumi, relax, don't be scared, everything's alright. Gasper feels the warm touch on his head and calms down. I was listening to what Rias was saying about him. I heard that his sacred equipment is called Forbidden Balor View, meaning it stops time, and that he's half human and half vampire, and that he was bullied since he was little and was always alone. Tatsumi, let's go to the club and talk for a bit. You like cute things, right? Well, my familiar is a tiger, but it's adorable in its cute form. Do you want to see it? He nods and smiles, then takes my hand and leaves through the door. Rias, amazing. We talked in the club about why he was sealed while Gasper was hugging an adorable Kohaku, but he was asking for help at first. Gasper was scared when he saw him in his original form, but then he became very good friends with him, or so I think. Rias and Aquino left for the big conference and left us in Gasper's care. But Gasper, Nuo, Zenovia, come on, run. If you slow down, you'll be cut by Durandal. Zenovia would be chasing Gasper all over the club while carrying Durandal in her hand. Tatsumi, Zenovia seems to be having fun. Gasper, why are you doing something like that? Zenovia, because we need to improve your physical stamina. Gasper, lying on the ground, I can't take it anymore. I can't take another step. Kaneko, showing him garlic here. If you eat this, you'll get better right away. Gasper, no, I hate garlic. Kaneko, Jayakun, eating garlic is good for your health. Gasper, no, Konkachin is bothering me. Kaneko starts chasing Gasper with garlic in hand all over the courtyard. Saji, oh, if it isn't the pervert. Issei, Saji, I came because I was curious about his antisocial member. Tatsumi, he's over there, he's the one Kaneko's chasing. Saji, it's a girl and she's blonde. Issei, I don't want to say it, but that's a cross-dressing guy. Saji, what a ripoff, I mean, he's wearing serious girl clothes to show her off, right? But being a hikikomori makes it all contradictory. Issei, that's right, it's an incomprehensible cross-dressing habit. I can't say anything other than that the clothes suit him, and why are you dressed like that, Saji, as you can see, I'm doing the garden maintenance. A week ago, Kaichu ordered me to take care of this. You see, a lot of events have been happening at the school recently, and Mayu-sama and the others will be coming. It's the CE Pawn's job to make the school look good. He smiles proudly. Issei, doesn't that mean they only give you the dirty work? The Mao family servants are playing around here, and so is my favorite singer. Tatsumi, Azazel, Saji, gee guys, that's. Tatsumi, relax, Saji, he's my manager after all. Saji, what? Azazel, hahaha, I was going to call you to tell you the date for the concert. It'll be on the first day of summer, so if you want, I have some time now, we can practice. Tatsumi, sounds good to me. Guys, sorry, but I have to practice the songs. I'll leave you in Gasper's care. Issei, understood, don't worry giving me a thumbs. Before leaving, Azazel gave Gasper and Saji some advice to help with their training. Saji was even surprised, not knowing about his power to absorb from the dragon's tongue on his team. And so, Azazel and I headed to the record label while the others trained Gasper, or so I thought. Chapter 15. The next morning, Issei and I were at the bottom of some stairs leading to a temple. During the climb, he told me about what they had done for Gasper, how they had trained thanks to Saji, how they had tried to get him to make a contract, and how he had stayed with Kiba for the night. Hearing him say all that, I felt guilty for having left without being able to help, but he didn't seem to mind, saying that my situation was more important than taking care of Gasper, since the two of them could manage on their own. Halfway up the long climb, Issei asked me something rather strange, yet somehow I had expected it. Tatsumi, can you repeat that again? Issei, yes, can you give me some advice about women? Tatsumi, what's with the change, Issei? You don't usually ask these kinds of questions, especially not to me. Issei, WL, it's just that Butchu and Asia have been acting really weird around me lately. And honestly, I don't know what my relationship is with Butchu, or with Asia either, and well, I'm asking you since you're engaged to Sona. And Zenovia and Aquino are acting strangely around you. Tatsumi, hahaha, there's one thing no one in this world understands, and that's the female mind. Issei, but at least you can tell me what to do or something. Tatsumi, well, so what does Butchu mean to you? Issei, well, to me Butchu is Butchu. Tatsumi, wrong, you see I called Sona Kaichu or Aiknasen Vice Butchu. No, you say their names without honorifics, show what you feel. Issei, but that's. Tatsumi, tell me something, who do you love, Rias or Butchu? Issei, Rias. Tatsumi, then what's the problem? Look, Rias loves you, it's obvious, just like Asia, but you don't understand the hints. Issei, well, that's it, I love Rias too, but I see Asia as a sister. Tatsumi, there's nothing I can do about that, it's what you think. But don't give her false hope, it's the worst thing you can do to a woman who loves you. Do you understand? Issei, yes. Tatsumi, well, Issei, that's all I can tell you. The rest you have to do on your own, we've arrived. Aquino, Ara, welcome Issei-kun and Tatsumi-kun, Issei, Aiknasen. Tatsumi, you look very pretty, Aiknasen. Aquino, Yufufu, thank you, Tatsumi-kun. I'm sorry for asking you to come here. Issei, it's okay, we had some free time, but what kind of job is this? Besides, Butchu said she'd be here later. Akino, yes, I know. Rias has one last meeting with Surzich-sama to finalize the schedule. Tatsumi, is it alright if you don't go to the meeting? I think the queen would be necessary. Akino, Grafia-sama will be with them, not to mention that if something happens, even without me, everything will be fine. On the other hand, I have to meet the person who's waiting. We reached the top of the stairs, and as expected, Issei and I found a shrine, but passing through the archway didn't harm us at all. Akino told us that this site was built in secret because it's where she lived. Tatsumi, Aiknasen, is this where you live? Akino, yes, the priestess of this generation died, so I kept it for myself. Is this the Sekiryuutei and the dragon of evolution? Turning around, we saw a handsome man with long blonde hair and green eyes. Like Azazel, he has 12 wings growing from his back, and unlike other angels whose wings are white, his wings are gold, further symbolizing his position as the former leader. He wears a red robe with a gold cross on the front of his white robe. He has gold shoulder plates with a white sash and a gold halo above his head. My name is Michael, I am the current leader of the angels. I can sense the quality of both of your auras, but D-Drags brings back memories. Tatsumi, it's an honor to speak with you. Bowing. Issei, yes, it's an honor, bowling. Michael, don't worry, there's no need to do that. The truth is, I thought of bestowing this upon you, how do Issei? Summoning a sword. Issei, this aura, it's a sacred sword. Michael, this is Escanor, the sacred sword of the Dragon Slayer. Tatsumi, if I'm not mistaken, this belonged to St. George, right? Michael, that's right. As a special courtesy, since I'm giving it to you, even you, a demon with the power of a dragon, should be able to use it. Before you make it yours, do you think you can house it in the boosted gear? Issei, is it possible? D-Drag, it depends on you. The sacred gear responds to your feelings. If you desire it, it should be possible. Issei, really? Tatsumi, giving him a light tap on the head, take it, otherwise I'll keep it for myself, and I'll keep surpassing you. Besides, Michael-sama is giving it to you because he thinks that at this meeting the three factions will cooperate, right? Michael, that's right, Tatsumi-kun. I was told that you already know we lost our creator, God, during the war. Our enemies also lost the ancient Maois. Azazel declared that he doesn't wish to start a war, so this is a great opportunity to end the pointless fighting between the great powers. Tatsumi, so you know the reason, take it. Issei, okay, I'm coming. Issei slowly approached the sword until he touched it and began to concentrate. Shortly after, a great flash appeared in the room, showing the combination of the two. Michael, well, I have to go. Tatsumi, wait, I'd like to tell you something. Michael, it's time to go to the meeting point, so we'll have to talk after the conference. I promise I'll listen, don't worry. Disappearing. Issei, and he's gone. Rias, do you have the sword yet? Issei, Butchu, that scared me, and yes, I already have it. Rias and Michael, Issei, he's already gone. Rias, well, we should go now, we have the meeting soon. Akino, you're going to do that, right? Akino, yes, Rias, let's go. Issei, walking away. Issei, and Tatsumi. Tatsumi, I came because I had to talk to Aiknasen. The sword wasn't for me from the beginning, so take care. Issei, okay, walking away. Butchu, wait, with Rias and Issei. These two were walking down the stairs peacefully, until suddenly Rias stopped. She seemed quite thoughtful as something was bothering her. Rias, hey, Issei, Tatsumi often says that Sona is Sona or Akino is vice Butchu, yet she's still Akino, what am I to you? Issei, Butchu is, say her name without honorifics, show what you feel. For me, Butchu is Rias, Gremory, so for me, Rias is Rias. Rias, tears begin to fall, Baka, you know what. Rias couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself at Issei, giving him a passionate kiss, which he returned. They then separated, smiled at each other, and walked away hand in hand. On the way, I agreed that I would call her by her name when we were alone for now. After they were far enough away, Akino and I left our hiding place. Tatsumi, I see the pervert wisely used my advice. Akino, ara, but what did you actually tell him? Tatsumi, what Rias wanted to hear, that Rias is Rias just as you, Akino is Akino, going back upstairs. Akino, I see smiles. Minutes later. Akino, here's some tea. Tatsumi, thank you, can I ask you something? Akino, of course, after all, that's why you came, Yufufu. Tatsumi, Kakabil said that you have Baraquil's power within you. Aiknasen, does that mean that a fallen angel commander is your? Akino, that's right, I was born to one of the leaders of the fallen angels, Baraquil, and a human. My mother was the heir to a certain temple. One day she saved Baraquil, who had collapsed from several injuries, and I was born from what happened later that same day. Taking off her blouse and showing her wings. Akino, these filthy wings, with the hatred I had for these wings, I met Rias and became a demon. But what was born from that was a repulsive being with the wings of a demon and those of a fallen angel. Yufufu, this suits someone like me who has filthy blood running through my veins. Tatsumi. Akino, what do you think, Tatsumi, after hearing this? You hate fallen angels, right? They tried to destroy the city and they tried to kill Zenovia and other people. There's no way you could feel anything against them, is there? Tatsumi, that's right, I completely hate fallen angels. Akino, just as I thought. Tatsumi, but aside from all that, I like Akinasen. Akino, that's not true, I carry the blood of a fallen angel, could you forgive me? Even if I've been reincarnated as a demon, that doesn't change the fact that I carry that filthy blood. I may have even approached you expecting to be hated. No, I'm sure that's the case. I'm the worst kind of mudge. Tatsumi, that's beside the point. Akinasen is a kind senpai. I said that before, didn't I? Akinasen is Akinasen, a woman I've never disliked. Even after hearing that Akinasen is descended from a fallen angel, I can't hate her. I still like you. Tatsumi, wait, you know what I mean, I didn't mean to make you cry. Akino, you said some shocking words. Hearing them, it's impossible for me not to fall in love with you. Jumping on top of me and we both falling, when I opened my eyes I saw Akino hugging me, then looking up and meeting my eyes. Sekiryuutei. Akino lunged forward and gave me a passionate kiss. At first I was surprised, but then I closed my eyes and returned the kiss. After a few seconds we separated for lack of air and a small strand of saliva connected our mouths. Akino, hehe, I'm glad to be the first one I've kissed properly. You know, I don't mind being the third. Tatsumi, third. Akino, I know Zenoviechin and Sona are in first place, but I think third is a good position, and above all there will be the feeling of infidelity, so I'll be burning up. Tyrant, you know the steps, right? Tatsumi, Tyrant, this isn't the time for jokes. Tyrant had hotas. Akino, Tatsumi, could you call me Akino? Tatsumi, are you sure? Akino, yes, it would make me so happy. Tatsumi, Akino. Akino, I'm so happy, Tatsumi. Akino, please call me that from now on, wrestling her head on my chest. Tatsumi, okay, stroking her head, Akino. Tiamiaskip. The day went by normally. I stayed at Akino's house the whole time. Issei and Asia were going in with Gasper since there was still time before the meeting started and the other orc members were busy signing contracts. Just a few minutes later we were at the club saying goodbye to Gasper and Kaneko. Rias, Gasper, today's conference is important, so since you can't control your sacred gear yet, you'll stay here with Kaneko. Issei, here, I'll leave you my game console and some candy. I'll also leave you a paper bag in case you feel lonely. Kaneko, I also have some other food plus some cakes Tatsumi-senpai made. Gasper, thank you Konkachin and Tatsumi-senpai. Tatsumi, you're welcome, but don't eat too much or you'll get a stomachache. Konkachin, you I see she's already eating, never mind. After saying goodbye, we headed to the meeting place, where the leaders of the three factions would be, along with Serafal, Irina, and Vali. Irina looked away when she saw Zenovia, and Issei stared at Vali. Surzech, they are my sister and her family. They were the ones who defended us during Cockabeel's attack. Azazel, I apologize as Cockabeel is from my faction and he caused them trouble. Grafia, you may sit this way. Grafia indicated that we should sit in a row of chairs next to Sona. Surzech, now that we are all gathered, I will state the conditions of this meeting. Everyone present here is aware of the most important and at the same time forbidden topic. God no longer exists. Now Rias, could you tell us about the incident from a few days ago? Rias, yes, Lucifer-sama, standing up. Rias began to recount what happened with Cockabeel, and Sona also provided further details. Surzech, thank you for the report, Rias. Now Azazel, after hearing this report, I would like the opinion of the Gregory leader. Azazel, regarding the incident a few days ago, Cockabeel, one of the leaders of our central organization, Gregory, remained silent before the other leaders, including myself, the governor, and acted independently. Vali dealt with him, though it must be said that Tatsumi-san, the dragon of evolution, had left him severely wounded. His punishment was decided in our court-martial and was eternal freezing in Cocytus, a place from which he cannot escape. The explanation of all this was written in the material given to you, that's all I can tell you. Michael, although the explanation was of the worst kind, I understand that you personally have no desire to start a war against us, is that correct? Azazel, well, let's stop beating around the bush and sign the peace treaty. We don't have to pretend to be friends. That's the real reason for this meeting, isn't it? Michael, good, God and the Demon King were destroyed in the last war. Azazel, exactly. The problem is that during the application of that thought, they have the power to move the world, the Red and White Emperors as well as the new evolutionary dragon. I want to hear what you think about this. Vali, I don't care as long as I can fight someone strong. Azazel. Even without war you can fight someone strong. Vali, true. Azazel, Red Dragon, what do you think? Issei, if you ask me something so serious all of a sudden, Azazel, then let me put it in a way you'll understand. How do Issei, if we go to war you won't be able to have Hex with Rias Gremory. Rias, Azazel, but if we're at peace that means you can have Hex with Rias Gremory every day. Rias, I'm here, you know. Azazel, so what do you decide? Issei, peace, peace, peace is the best. Tatsumi, shaking his head, Azazel and your evolutionary dragon. Tatsumi, do I weigh as much as the two heavenly dragons? Michael, your potential, according to Azazel and Surzets, could surpass both of them. Vali frowns at what this implies. Tatsumi, I prefer peace because if there is peace, I can live peacefully with the people I love without worrying all day about whether a fallen or angel will come to kill me. Besides, I think with this meeting you're just looking for an excuse for an alliance, right? Azazel, Hohu, not only are you strong and my singer, but you're also very intelligent. Michael, indeed, we're not looking for reasons for war. Surzets, we just wanted an excuse to appease our subordinates. Serafal, I'm glad Tatsumikun is so intelligent, aren't you, Satan? After that, Issei would talk about why Asia was abandoned, since she is a very good person with a pure heart, values that the church cherishes. Even Zenovia expressed her happiness and her new feelings about being a demon, something Irina noticed, so she no longer thought he had abandoned her. Then Azazel brought up Rainier, something that annoyed Issei, but I stopped him by explaining the reason, something Issei could only sigh and believe what I said. Azazel, you're talking to someone who understands what it means to be a leader. How is that, Tatsumi-san? Suddenly, the Incursio key began to glow, and Tyrant began to speak. Tyrant, let me tell you a story from my past. Perhaps you will understand your reasoning and complete yours. Tyrant would be telling him about his life when he was in Night Raid, that is, the story of Akim ga Kill with all its implications, leaving everyone shocked. Tatsumi, and you could say that's my story. It might be hard to accept, but seeing the memories Tyrant granted me, I can only say it's true. Although being a hero or a knight isn't my goal, I just want to have a family and see them grow up in peace. But right at that moment, there was a sensation around us and time stopped. Leaving the leaders, Issei, Yuyuto, Zenovia, Rias, and me able to move, the others were frozen. That means one thing. Tatsumi, Konkachin, and Gasper are in danger. Chapter 16. Time stopped, and those of us who could move watched as mages outside attacked the guards of the three factions. Rias planned to use the castling spell to appear with them and save Gasper and Kaneko, since a barrier prevented the use of teleportation magic. Issei volunteered to accompany Rias to help her. Tatsumi, Issei, Rias save Konkachin and Gasper. Issei, yes, Vali, wouldn't it be easier to kill the terrorists and the half-vampire kid? If so, I couldn't. Suddenly, upon hearing that, I grabbed my sword and placed it against his throat while I was behind him. Tatsumi, what were you saying? Pretty boy, Vali, when did he move? Albion, seriously, Vali, don't provoke him. Azazel, leave him alone, Tatsumi-san. Vali, if you're really that anxious, go outside and draw the enemy's attention. Besides, remember we're trying to make peace. Vali just nods and goes out the window to use his balance breaker and attack the mages. Tatsumi, I'm heading over to Serafal Leviton. Serafal Ara, it makes me so happy when you call me that. Tatsumi, from what I can see, Sona can't move. Serafal. That's strange since she should be able to move like Rias. Tatsumi, when this happened, she told me she was holding Issei. That might be why she can move. I'm sorry, if only I had realized it sooner. Serafal, don't apologize, she'll understand. Tatsumi, I'd like to ask you a favor. Please take care of her for me and the others too. Serafal, don't worry, I won't let them touch my Satan. Tatsumi, good. I step back and head to the window, I'll go help. Tatsumi, Incursio, Azazel, Hohu, so that's the power of my favorite singer, hahaha, Michael, it doesn't look like a balance breaker. I launch myself at the mages, easily defeating them, but the problem is that I'd kill 1 in 10 more would appear, they're really annoying, and to top it all off, one appears claiming to be a descendant of Leviathan, constantly bothering me. Azazel, need help, Tatsumi, please, I'm fed up with that witch. Azazel would be facing the descendant of Leviathan while I went from side to side taking out all the mages. Tatsumi, damn it, I'm fed up. I start yelling, annoyed from all the dodging, blocking, and moving from side to side. Tatsumi, ice element, dragon bonds. The silhouette of an ice dragon shoots toward the mages, defeating a large portion, but more continue to emerge from the transfer circle. Tatsumi, that circle is like a pimple on my ass. Gasper, I'm a man too. Thanks to Gasper, I destroy the circle and time resumes, only a few mages remain, and together with the others who could fight, we finish them all off. Meanwhile, Azazel uses his artificial balance breaker to destroy the descendant of Leviathan. After finishing off the mages, we watched as Azazel cut off his own arm to then finish off the descendant, only to see her crash to the ground next to us thanks to Vali. Tatsumi, he's that young, huh? Azazel, ha, ha. Very funny, Vali, sorry Azazel, but this side is much more fun. Issei, Vali, you're the traitor. Tatsumi, ha, it's always the pretty boys who cause trouble. Then Azazel explained to us about the Chaos Brigade, which is headed by Ophis or Roboros, one of the 2 dragon gods, someone stronger than God himself. Vali, yes, I'm in the Chaos Brigade, but we don't have any goal of destroying the world, only people who wanted to take advantage of our power joined on their own. Azazel, I see, I actually thought you were vying for the Demon King's throne. Serafal, Demon King's throne. Rias, what's that? Vali, my name is Vali Lucifer. I carry the blood of the previous Lucifer. Surzets, it can't be. Issei, what do you mean by that? Vali, that I'm of mixed blood, the son of a human woman and the grandson of the original Demon King. Azazel, I see. Frankly, your existence seems like a joke or a lie. Vali, I prefer to be known as a miracle, though not to you. Azazel, frankly, this could be the strongest Sekiryuutei from the past and near future. Vali, how do Issei, don't you think fate is cruel? I inherited the Demon King's blood and I'm the strongest dragon, and you're barely a human. He continued talking while ridiculing Issei a little to anger him, to the point of threatening to kill his parents if he didn't fight and become an avenger. Issei, I won't let you kill my parents. D-Drag, Welsh Dragon Overbooster. Balance Breaker. Vali, I like that your power has increased dramatically. Albion, the sacred equipment is strengthened by the wearer's desires, its pure rage towards you. And so they begin to fight. Tatsumi, Heya, Vali really is a bit childish. Rias, how can you say that? Can't you see they're fighting to kill each other? Tatsumi, I don't see it that way. Issei is fighting out of anger and Vali is just egging him on. Although, Tatsumi, even if Vali's plan to kill his parents worked, I think he'd only do it to fight someone strong. Zenovia, why Tatsumi? If Issei gets stronger, then Vali will get stronger, that's his reasoning. The two continue fighting, and when Issei destroys Vali's armor, I see two spheres of different colors fall, one green one from Issei and one from Vali. I pick them up and keep them. Issei falls and then picks up a blue sphere that's at his feet. Issei, Vali, I'll take your power. Issei crushes the blue ball on his right arm and starts screaming in pain. Rias, Issei, Gasper, what's going on? Tyrant, basically he's trying to absorb Albion's power into his gauntlet. It's a really painful process and it takes years off your life if you don't die during the process, of course. Issei, I don't care about being stupid. If I can't win in talent, then I'll win in stupidity. Respond to my feelings. D-Drag, Vanishing Dragon power is taken. We would all be surprised if Issei managed such a dangerous feat even though it takes years off his life. He never gives up when he sets his mind to something. Vali, ha, this is great. Now I can fight you with all my power. Albion, have to mention. Issei, what is this? Azazel, listen, Issei-kun, I'll explain. That ability has everything within its area of effect. Issei, within its area of effect. I understand the power reducing part, but is it really bad? Tatsumi, Issei, to make it clearer. If Vali gets serious, Butchu's breast will shrink and the same goes for the others, I nod. Rias Sona gives me a light tap on the back of the head. What are you saying? Tatsumi, hee, just look, rubbing the spot where I got hit. Issei, shrinking breasts, Butchu's breasts will shrink. You've got to be kidding me. D-Drag, boost. Issei, I'll never forgive you, I'll kill you. VL. Issei lunges at Vali again and after a few minutes he falls to the ground after landing a powerful blow. Vali, however, remains standing while Issei is utterly exhausted. Vali, so you can get stronger over something so silly. Hey, you, Tatsumi, were you talking to me? Vali, you're different, I can feel it, but you lack strength. Why don't I help you get stronger? I can see from your eyes that you love several people in that little group. Tatsumi, so what? Vali, let me guess, one is Baraquil's daughter, another is the one with blue hair, and she's also Seraphil's sister. You're quite the Casanova. Tatsumi, so what if I love them? Vali just smiles and fires 3 beams. I thought they were headed my way, but then they changed direction, targeting Aquino, Zenovia, and finally Sona. I pull out the Incursio key and deflect all the beams. Seraphil, how dare you attack my Satan? I swear I'll kill you. I stop her with my hand. Sona, Tatsumi. Background music. Tatsumi, you know, I think Azazel forgot to teach you something important, I say as I walk towards him. Vali, oh yeah, what? Tatsumi, not to mess with the wrong person. I put my hand on the ground, Incursio. And before them all appeared the humanoid dragon whom some already knew, while others like the leaders Sona, Irina, Seraphil, Gasper, and Vali were surprised to see him. But this time, instead of approaching me and equipping me with the armor, he stood with his arms crossed, staring at Vali and Albion. Tatsumi, I present to you my partner, Tyrant. The one you called the boastful dragon, he smiled. Vali, Tusk. Tatsumi, you just want to fight strong people to become stronger, right? Vali, so what if that's the case? Tatsumi, then I'll show you what true strength and power are. I took out the 2 spheres and gave the girls a look that made them realize my intentions. They and the others knew there was no way I was going to back down, so I threw the 2 spheres into the sky. Tatsumi, Tyrant, devour and evolve. Tyrant obeyed me and devoured the 2 spheres with his sharp teeth. Everyone was impressed by what I was doing, because if Issei absorbed Albion's power, I added D-Drag's as well. D-Drag, he's crazy. Albion, those are the powers of 2 celestial dragons. Tatsumi, aarrgggg. He would start screaming while being surrounded by a column of fire while gasping for breath. Everyone was terrified because seeing the huge amount of blood he was releasing, they thought he was going to die. Sirzets, we have to stop him. Azazel, there's no way if we intervene he'll truly die. Azazel gave a helpless look and Aquino, Zenovia, and Sona were crying at seeing me suffer so much while the others tried to calm them down. Vali, do you know what you're doing? You're just a demon reincarnated from a pawn who wasn't even human that long ago. Tatsumi, aarrgggg, yes, I know what I'm doing. The energy that was enveloping me was slowly absorbing him. Tatsumi, you don't know what it's like to see your friends die. I've seen people I loved die in my arms. And this time I'm not going to let anything happen to them. Tyrant slash Tatsumi, ROOOARGGG. A great roar came from my mouth as if two people were screaming at the same time. TATSUMI's mind. A person could be seen standing in the middle of what looked like a sunset. That person was none other than Bullied my Anarchy. Tatsumi Anarchy. Bullied, you will go through painful experiences. Many of them will be tragic, but we all chose to follow this path. Tatsumi Anarchy. Bullied, one must rise up and protect with all their heart those people they truly love. Tatsumi Anarchy. Bullied, scream Tatsumi with all your soul, get out of my mind. Tatsumi, I won't lose anyone else. INCURSIO. Little by little Tyrant would be approaching me, causing an explosion in the place. After a while I come out of the dust with dragon wings and observing that I would be wearing golden armor. Tatsumi, volley, get ready. At great speed I approach volley and deliver a powerful blow. Volley, volley falls to the ground and I stand there staring at him without moving as I didn't want to exert myself in an attack. Albion, divide, Tyrant, divide, Tatsumi, that won't work on me. We clash fists constantly and our strength seemed evenly matched. Continuing like this I began to increase my power. Tyrant, boost, 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 boost. Volley, this can't be happening. With the 4 boosts I begin to gain ground, when volley suddenly backs away to chant. Tatsumi, it's a fight to the death. Your enemy won't give you time to get stronger. Tyrant, boost, 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 transfer. I positioned myself on the ground, and thanks to the impulses I began to gather a large ball of energy at my side to then throw it at volley. Issei, that's it. Rias, what's wrong Issei? Do you know what that ability is? Issei, yes, that's the dragon wave from my favorite manga, Doraku Sapporo. Everyone. Tatsumi, die Vali, Albion, use half dimension quickly. Volley obeys and the attack hits them directly, sending him flying far away from the academy, far from Kyo. Everyone would be surprised by the great display of my power. Music stops here. At the same time, far from KUOH. Volley, ARRRGGG. Albion, divide, divide, volley, erg. Albion, hold on a little longer. Divide, divide. In the end, the great power he unleashed shrank, barely managing to deflect it. Volley, BLEAG. Volley exhales a large mouthful of blood and an acquaintance appears to support him. Dude, that was crazy. Volley, B Biku. Biku, you're wrecked. That guy almost killed you. Albion, I told you, Volley, don't provoke him. You got lucky. Volley, yeah, I need to rest and get stronger. Chapter 17. Everyone, seeing Volley walk away and me calmer, approached, but soon 3 girls stood in front of me. Sona, take off your armor. Tatsumi, okay, let's see. Zenovia, take off your armor. Tatsumi, not even a hello. Akino, take off your armor. I just sighed and obeyed, and when the armor vanished they saw that my body was fine, but when they saw my face. Tatsumi, looks like I have a problem, heh heh heh. Sona, your eyes are no longer green. Zenovia slash Akino, and you have horns. Rias, what happened to you? Tatsumi. Kiba, what happened to that change? Tatsumi, that's too many questions. A drop of sweat falls from my sweat. Issei, since when do you know how to do a dragon wave? Tatsumi, you could say they're similar techniques. The one I use I call Kamehameha. It's a basic technique from the turtle school. It consists of gathering a large amount of energy in your hands and releasing it all at once. And thanks to that I can gather twice the fighting power I normally possess, and don't ask me why I know all this. Because I don't know either, scratching the back of my. Issei, you're impressive, kid. Azazel, adapt and evolve right. D-Drag, so the powers were too many, huh? Tatsumi, yes, I think I forgot to mention that in Curcio, if you don't have great strength in body and soul, well, little by little the dragon inside you will consume you until you become a real dragon. Azazel, it seems your body has changed to adapt to your new power. Your eyes have changed and you've grown horns. Phew, if we don't fix this, the concert. Tatsumi, well, I could meditate a bit and try to hide the horns, that's all. As for the eyes, I don't know. Sona, contact lenses. Tatsumi, well, it's sorted, hehe. Surzets, but will you be alright, Tatsumi-kun? Tatsumi, yes, don't worry, I just have to get used to it. Azazel, I have something that can help you, but we have to go and meet the dragons so you can learn how to become more human. Michael, we'll have to discuss our peace terms and countermeasures to fight the Chaos Brigade. Walking away. Tatsumi, wait a moment, Michael-sama, do you remember that I wanted to talk to you about something? Michael, that's right, what's it about? Tatsumi, could I make it so that only Zenovia and Asia too don't suffer any harm by praying to God? Issei, could it be Zenovia? Asia, Michael, I understand if there are only 2 of them, I should be able to do something about it. They're both demons and can't go near churches. Asia, Zenovia, allow me to ask you a question. You know that God doesn't exist, right? Will you still pray to him? Asia, yes, I want to continue praying to him even though he is no longer with us. Zenovia, me too, I will thank the Lord. And Michael-sama. Michael, very well, I'll do it as soon as I get to the barracks. Yufufu, it should be fine if there are only demons who aren't harmed by praying. That's interesting. Issei, with this you can pray to God without any problems. Asia hugging him. Issei-san, Tatsumi, I'm so glad. Zenovia, now you can pray to him as much as you want. She smiled. Zenovia, thank you. Tatsumi, hugging me. Irina Anwo. Tatsumi-kun. Tatsumi, yes. Irina, I wanted to thank you for saving me at that moment and that whatever happens you're not a monster or anything, at least not to me. Irina says with a hint of embarrassment in her voice and leaves with Michael. Sona, from what I can see, we have another competition. Akino Ara, this is going to get interesting and we'll have to punish him for worrying us, won't we? Zenovia, I'll have to try harder if I want to have children with Tatsumi. Tatsumi, those girls scare me more and more. Tatsumi, hey Tyrant, you're okay, right? Tyrant, of course. Although we've gone too far. Tatsumi, yes. At that moment Aniki appeared. Even though he's not from this world, he's always helping me. I start to cry. Tyrant, cry, it's the best thing you can do right now. Let it all out to feel better. Everyone wanted to comfort me when they saw me crying, but they knew it would be useless. They knew it was best to leave me alone since they could see I had lost too much. Several days have passed since the incident with Volley. Azazel has been helping me hide my horns, or at least that's all since, as Sona said, I put in contact lenses. Now I'm backstage getting ready because today is my debut day and I'm incredibly nervous. Director, you'll be in 10 minutes. Tatsumi, understood. Whispering, come on Tatsumi, it's just a concert, you've been practicing every day, you can do it. Tyrant, nervous. Tatsumi, no, not at all, I'm just scared shitless. Tyrant, ha 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 ha. Azazel, how is my favorite singer? Azazel, wonderful. Tatsumi, I feel like running away. Azazel, well, at least greet your visitor. As she said that, everyone from the club started to enter through the door. Surzech, Grafia, Serafal, and Sona too. Rias, hello Tatsumi, we came to see how you are. Tatsumi, ha, wonderful, I said sarcastically. Issei, come on, it's not that big of a deal. You fought Volley and Cockabeel, you can do it. Tatsumi, right now I'd rather fight them both at the same time than do this. Zenovia, but wasn't this your dream? Then you're going to do great. Giving me a kiss on the cheek. Akino, look on the bright side, if you make a mistake you'll be famous for making a fool of yourself. Yufufu. Tatsumi, thank you. Akino, thank you, that helps a lot, I said sarcastically. Akino, you're welcome, giving me a kiss on the cheek. Serafal, do you want me to be your presenter? Tatsumi, I'll think about it next time a drop of sweat falls on my face. No way. If she's the presenter, everyone will want to see her instead of me. Tyrant, and rightly so. Tatsumi, ha ha ha, very funny. Surzech, good luck Tatsumi-kun, I'm sure you'll do great. Tatsumi, thank you very much Surzech-sama, it's an honor that you've come to see me. I bow, and you too Grafia-sama. Grafia, I'm sure he'll do wonderfully. Tatsumi-sama. Serafal, come on Satan. Didn't you want to tell her something? Sona, huh, she blushes, well yes, good luck and don't be nervous, you'll do fine. Tatsumi, I give him a kiss on the cheek, thank you. Principal, Mr. Tatsumi, you have to leave now. Tatsumi, well, it's my time leaving, I hope to see you all in the audience. Kaneko, if he makes a fool of himself and they ask us, we don't know him. Everyone nods in agreement. If I had heard that, I would be very proud to have those friends. I walked towards the stage and saw a huge crowd applauding me, too many in my opinion. I could also see that all my friends would be right at the front. I was really surprised at how quickly they moved. I stood in front of the microphone, but first I greeted the musicians who were accompanying me on stage. Then I looked straight ahead and prepared to speak. Tatsumi, hello everyone, my name is Sasaki Tatsumi and today is a special day because it's my debut as a singer. I'm very grateful that so many people are here watching a rookie singer, although I think many came to see me make a fool of myself since I see so many cameras, hahaha. Audience, ha. Tatsumi, someone important to me already told me that if I make a fool of myself I could become famous for it, it's all advantages. Audience, ha. Tatsumi, but I hope nothing happens today, and I hope you all like the songs I'm going to sing since I'm dedicating them to the most important people in my life. I hope you like it. I moved away from the microphone a little and picked up the guitar. Song 1. Everyone applauded when I finished my first song. I couldn't contain my excitement anymore, so I continued with the next one. Song 2. Again everyone applauds, and so I begin the third song, Song 3. At the end of the third song, I heard applause and shouts from the audience. Hearing that, I couldn't contain my emotion and I started crying with joy, but even so it didn't stop me from continuing. Song 4. Tatsumi, are you people enjoying this? Audience, yes, Tatsumi, I'm glad, but unfortunately there's only one song left. Audience, Tatsumi, but don't be discouraged because we'll all sing this song together so the whole city can hear us. So let's see those hands clapping. Song 5. After the last song ended, everyone was clapping and shouting. I couldn't contain my excitement. My dream was coming true and that was all that mattered. Tatsumi, you have no idea how happy your applause makes me. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to sing for you. Seriously, thank you so much, Q City. I bowed and left the stage, still hearing the shouts and applause. The next morning, we were meeting at the club because Sona told us she had something important to say. But when the door opened, Azazel, hey, please call me Azazel-sensei, Governor will also be fine. Rias whispering to Sona, what's he doing here? Sona, he made a very sincere request, he is well informed and Surzuch-sama said he would be good for the role. Rias, you really accepted based on that, Sona. Sona, he threatened to tell my sister to come in his place if I didn't agree. Well, anyway, good luck. She walks away. Rias, so you just sold us out, huh, Sona? Azazel sitting on Rias' desk, listen up, you will be working for me to stop the Chaos Brigade who are all fighting addicts as you've seen. Especially Volley who will definitely be after you, Hyodo Issei and Tatsumi-san too. Tatsumi me, what do you want, another beating? Azazel, ha ha ha, possibly, but Issei-san, you're no match for him now, that's where I come in, I'll help you with your training. Tatsumi, well, that's a good thing. Nobody knows more about sacred equipment than Azazel. And besides, however weird, perverted, eccentric, lazy, strange, and Azazel, stop flattering me. Tatsumi, I didn't do it, he's a good guy sometimes. Everyone, ha. Rias, did you learn anything about the Chaos Brigade? Azazel, Volley seems to have his own group. For now, the only known members are Volley and Son Goku's descendant Biku. Issei, will Volley and the others attack this place again? Azazel, they won't attack this place again. That was just one chance to kill us, but they failed. Now their opponents are the heavens and the underworld where the fallen angels and demons reside. It won't be easy for them, and anything like war won't happen anytime soon, not until after you graduate from university. For now, it's a preparation phase for both sides, so enjoy your school life even though I'm still preparing you, okay? And tell me, can you use the power of Albion? Issei, no, I haven't managed to achieve it yet. Azazel, and you, Tatsumi, yes, but technically it's not Albion's full power. It felt like just a small part of it. Besides, I can only use 2 of his abilities, Divide and Half Dimension. And with D-Drag, I can only use his Augment and Transfer abilities. Azazel, it's quite incredible that you can use it, though it comes at a great cost if you can't handle it. Don't worry, Surzuch is contacting the dragons so you can speak with them. Tatsumi, understood. Azazel, well, I'll use my research to help them evolve. Don't worry. Tatsumi saying that would worry me even more. Azazel, that's right. By order of Surzuch, all members of Orc will move into Hyodo Issei's house. Issei, Azazel, it's due to the nature of Issei's power. Tatsumi, it's because of your perversion, so you understand. Kaneko, that's disgusting. Zenovia, why do we all have to go? Azazel, it's so that the whole club is more united. Kaneko, if you spy on me, Issei-senpai, you're dead. Timeskip. Akino, Zenovia, Gasper, Kaneko, Kiba, and I would be at Issei's house with all our things. Seeing how many of us there were, Rias decided to renovate the house. Tatsumi, hey Issei, aren't you bringing too much stuff? Looking at the mountain of boxes outside the house. Tatsumi, now it's not much. Asia, you'll be sleeping with Issei, right? Asia, huh, well yes. Tatsumi, you don't mind if I stay in your room until the renovation is finished? Asia, not at all, she smiles. Tatsumi, fine, leave my things with him. Zenovia, I'll be sleeping with you, Tatsumi, so I'm bringing my things too. Akino, ara Zenovia-chan, I want to sleep with Tatsumi too. Tatsumi, there's enough room for both of us, don't worry, Sai. Kaneko, Issei-senpai, if you spy on me, I will kill you. Issei, you already told me that, hee. Zenovia, opening a door. Tatsumi, is this our room? Tatsumi, no, Zenovia, that's the bathroom. What a summer vacation I have in store for myself after spending the night. The next day I would be waking up with Zenovia and Akino next to me, but the strangest thing of all is seeing the huge bed where I would be sleeping. After a few seconds, I hear Issei shouting down the hallway, so I follow him until we leave what was supposed to be Issei's house, and we both look at the huge mansion where we used to live. Timeskip. Tatsumi, I can't believe we fought against a man in bras and panties. Kaneko, unpleasant. Rias, horrible. Issei, but that's every man's dream. Tatsumi, don't you have any underwear to hand out? This time, Issei would be preparing dinner for everyone while he took care of returning the stolen underwear to its owners. Since it was mostly from a nearby girls' dormitory at Q Academy, there wasn't a problem though. Tatsumi, now that I think about it, don't you think Issei will be mistaken for the one who stole the underwear? Rias, we must arrive before Issei, but girl 1, kill him. Girl 2, grab the thief. Girl 3, I knew it was someone like him. Tatsumi, how we'd better take care of it. We arrived outside to see Issei running around the mansion that used to be his home with a horde of girls running after him with mother swords, bats, frying pans, golf clubs, and saws. Asia, poor Issei-san. Tatsumi, what if we leave it like this for a while? Kaneko, that sounds good to me. Rias, Tatsumi, help him. After saving Issei from the danger we all put him in, we settled down to have a quiet dinner. Although, as I said before, what a summer I have ahead of me. Chapter 18. That same night after dinner we decided to have a boys and girls slumber party. The girls would go to Rias' room and the boys to mine. We decided this way because it gave the girls time to talk about their things while we did too. So after bathing in the giant tub, we went our separate ways to our respective rooms. Boys sighed. Issei, it's no fun if there are only boys and a half. Tatsumi, come on Issei, this can really help you with the girls. I think I'm getting dates, Kiba is really popular and Gasper knows what girls like. Don't you think you'll get anywhere? Issei, now I get it, let's go. Kiba, for my part, it's annoying that I always have to turn down girls who come for a date even though sometimes I don't have a choice. Issei, don't talk pretty boy. Tatsumi, what do you mean no choice? Kiba, contracts they hire me to go out to dinner with them, serve them and other things, but the problem is when it involves something sexual, especially if they're very young. Issei, and you call that a problem? Tatsumi, I already told you, remember that girl of about 12 years old summoned me to lose her virginity, and the same goes for the married woman. Gasper, what's virginity? After explaining to Gasper, who was now a little red, but thanks to Issei I was able to explain it more gently. Gasper, who? Tatsumi, don't worry Gasper, only time will tell. Issei, now Tatsumi, are you still a virgin? Tatsumi, yes. Issei, what? I thought you already did it with Zenovia or Aquino. Kiba, I agree with Issei, it's weird for me to say this, but I already thought you did. Tatsumi, it's normal that you think that way since Zenovia sleeps with me and Aquino is just starting out. But that's not the problem. Issei, it's true you said earlier, I think I'm dating. Are you two really not a couple? At least not you and Zenovia or with Aquino or with both of them, even though there's also Kaichu. Tatsumi, I understand what you're saying about me having a harem, but the problem is that I don't even know if we're dating or not. With Sona it's different since we're engaged and I agreed to marry her later, but… Kiba, but you don't even know what you and Sona are yet or anyone else, right? Tatsumi nods. Gasper, Tatsumi-senpai, if you want, I can be your little brother. Since you say you don't know what you and I are, well, I wouldn't mind. Smiled. Tatsumi/Issei/Kiba. Gasper, what, did I say something wrong? Tatsumi, ha, don't worry Gasper, you didn't say anything wrong, but that's not what we meant. Gasper, so what about? Issei approaches and whispers what we were talking about, then blushes. Issei, that's what I meant, Tatsumi, ha. Kiba, fufu, girls sighed. Rias, heya, I really don't know what to do to get Issei to call me by my name. Asia, Butchu, I think Issei admires you a lot and that's why he has trouble saying it. Aquino, but weren't you happy when he called you Rias on the temple steps, you even gave him a kiss. Asia, K-kiss, I won't lose even if it's just Butchu. Aquino, Ara, you shouldn't be so passive about that. Zenovia, are kisses really that great? I mean, I kissed Tatsumi, but it wasn't that big of a deal. Aquino, what you did was more of a short, passionless kiss. Rias, Ara, Aquino, I see you already know about that. Aquino, let's just say I already kissed Tatsumi passionately. Rias, when Aquino, at the temple right after telling him my true self. When I told him the truth, I thought he was going to hate me, but instead he told me he liked me. No matter what blood was running through my body, he liked me just the way I am at that moment. Well, I fell even more in love with him. Zenovia, I see you too. Kaneko, Zenovia-senpai, do you like Tatsumi-senpai? Zenovia, WL, the first time I saw him, I don't know why, but at that moment I couldn't get him out of my head. I could see something special about him. Aquino, that's love at first sight. Zenovia, I knew nothing about love since the church considered it offensive. That's why I never paid it any mind, but ever since I met Tatsumi, I felt something in my chest that I couldn't explain, something new. That feeling grew stronger when he told me he would always help me and be by my side. But when I told Tatsumi I wanted to have a child with him, I didn't feel anything because I was only focused on having a strong child. But after he accepted me as I am and told me what love is, well, I realized I was falling in love with him. Asia, that was very sweet, Zenovia-san, Rias, but are you dating him? I mean, you and Aquino are in love with him and you don't mind sharing him, although Sona is also in love with him, but she refuses to say how she feels about him. Aquino, well, I told him I was in love with him and he said he liked me, but it's true that we don't talk about being. Zenovia, I am in love with him, but what if he doesn't like me? Kaneko, that's not the problem, it's that you refuse to tell him you love him. Aquino has a point and told him she's in love with him, but you didn't tell him. Although. Zenovia, although. Kaneko, although he also refuses to tell you that he loves Aquino or even Sona. Rias, that's true, you can really see the hints he drops and he's always worried about you girls. Kaneko, before going to sleep, Tatsumi-senpai goes up to the attic to enjoy the view and be alone. Asia, and how do you know that? Kaneko, he told me earlier while we were eating sweets. Besides, he's been acting strange since the fight with Volley. Aquino, you noticed it too, huh? It's true that he started crying and none of us knew why, but we knew it was best to leave him alone at that moment. Zenobia, but you, have you had hex with Issei yet? Rias, no, not yet. We almost did when I was desperate about Razor, but nothing happened after that. Asia, huh, what's hex? Zenobia, do you remember what Aka told us when? Asia remembers and blushes deeply HOUMM. All Asia Tatsumi-san is really lucky. Rias, huh? Asia, it's just that after finding out everything Tyrant-sama said, Tatsumi-san must have felt very hurt, and just remembering all that. Rias, that's true, we hadn't thought about that. Kaneko, he seems to have put it behind him, although he sometimes clings to it. Zenobia, I was relieved when we didn't reject him for his change. I could tell he's afraid of rejection. Aquino, well, after all, that's why we demanded he take off his armor. Rias, but wasn't that risky? Kaneko, you did it so no one would see Tatsumi as a monster, right? Zenobia, yes, we wanted him to know that too. Boys sighed. Tatsumi, thanks, Gasper, you cheered me up. But that wasn't the problem. It was that I don't know if I'm in a relationship with Zenobia, Aquino, and Sona. Issei, it's pretty incredible that you've formed a harem and I haven't. Tatsumi, what are you saying? You already have Rias and Asia. Two are better than one, hahaha. Kiba, he's right, Issei-kun, Issei, and do you have someone in mind? Kiba, well, I can tell you that I have someone on my mind. Tatsumi, let me guess, Tsubaki the Vice Kaichu. Kiba nods. Issei, wow, I find it incredible that the pretty boy who rejects everyone has someone in mind. Tatsumi, well, I saw them at the pool, she talks the whole time, hee. Kiba, scratching his cheek and blushing, well, at that moment I realized she was interesting. I'm thinking of going on a date with her and maybe I'll tell her how I feel. Tatsumi, well, I wish you luck, although she looked really happy when you complimented her in her swimsuit, hahaha. Just remember not to be afraid to tell her you love her. Kiba, you're right, although you're still afraid of that part, aren't you? Issei, what do you mean? Tatsumi, you're right, Kiba, I'm still afraid to say it and make a mistake. Gasper, what do you mean, Aniki? Tatsumi, Aniki. Gasper, sorry, I didn't mean to call you that, it's just, well, you're like an older brother to me. Tatsumi, it's okay, no problem. I even consider it an honor that you call me that, hahaha. And what Kiba meant was that I'm afraid to tell the people I love all my feelings, it's going to be really hard, hahaha. We talked about a lot of trivial things, about the fights we'll have, also about some outfits and things like that Gasper liked, etc. After that. While the others were asleep, I headed towards the attic since I relaxed because of the view and it helped me think. Tatsumi, hef, my name is Aniki, I thought it was a great honor. Tyrant, after all, you look a lot like him. Tatsumi, yes, he's the man I admire after all. I want to be like him or even better. Tyrant, I know you'll achieve it, I assure you. Zenobia, Tatsumi, I turned around and saw Zenobia by the door. I was surprised to see her since I thought she'd be sleeping. When I saw her, I noticed she was in her underwear and a jacket. I was a little embarrassed to see her dressed like that, but I tried not to show it. Tatsumi, huh, oh Zenobia, is something wrong, aren't you cold? Zenobia, no, I'm fine. I just went to your room to see if you were sleeping, but no one was there. She sits next to me. Tatsumi, yes, sorry. Everyone else preferred to sleep in their rooms, typical Issei. Zenobia, I thought so, hahaha. I'm actually surprised to find you here. Tatsumi. Well, the view is spectacular and it helps me think. Zenobia, I see there's something I want to ask you, she blushes. Tatsumi, what's this about? Zenobia, WL, what are you and I mean Aquino already told you she's in love with you and you're engaged to Kaichu. But you and I, well, what I mean is that I love you, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, Zenobia. Zenobia, at first, when you knew what was happening to me and told me you were going to help me and be by my side, that's when I realized something was happening to me. And when you told me what true love is, well, I realized that I love you, Tatsumi, and no matter what happens, I want to be by your side. I understand that you also love Aquino and Sona, but I don't care, as long as you love all three of us equally. Tatsumi, Zenobia, I sigh, I love you too, Zenobia. From the first day I saw you, I fell in love with you. From that moment on, I promised to protect you, whether you're a demon, an angel, a fallen angel, or a human. But these past few days, I've been afraid to say it because I didn't know how you'd react to my feelings. But now that I know how you and Aquino feel, I'm so happy, and don't worry, I love all three of you equally. She smiled. After that passionate confession, I saw tears of joy welling in Zenovia's eyes, and I used my hand to lift her chin so I could look at her more closely. I could feel her breath mingling with mine. I used my gaze to convey a simple question. May I didn't want to do anything she wasn't comfortable with, no matter how much I wanted to. She nodded in response, and I moved closer to her face until our lips met in a kiss that transported me to paradise. As we kissed, I felt as if all the bad things that were happening to me vanished, leaving only her and me. Her lips were soft and sweet, and the kiss was somewhat awkward since we were both inexperienced. I felt like a beginner, but I didn't dwell on it and let myself go. The kiss grew more passionate. I took her by the waist and she wrapped her slender arms around my neck. After a very passionate moment, we were forced to separate for lack of air, leaving a trail of saliva between our lips. We were both blushing furiously, which was normal since it was our first kiss. Tatsumi, I love you, Zenovia, and I promise I'll always be by your side. Zenovia, I love you too, Tatsumi. I could see hearts forming in her eyes, so I couldn't resist any longer and kissed her again. After a while, I picked her up bridal style and carried her to my room. I gently laid her on the bed and took off my clothes, as did she, before continuing to kiss and enjoying our passionate night. The next morning, I was waking up slowly, and the first thing I noticed was that my body felt heavier. When I looked down, I saw some beautiful bluish hair. After our moment, we collapsed from exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Then Zenovia, she stirred slightly, and now I could see her beautiful face. I couldn't resist and gave her a quick kiss that woke her up. Tatsumi, good morning, Zenovia, she smiled. Zenovia, good morning, she smiled and kissed me. How did you sleep? Tatsumi, better than ever. And you, Zenovia? Well, I feel like the happiest woman in the world. Tatsumi, that's music to my ears. I kissed her. I'm going to make breakfast. I put on my boxers and shorts and went downstairs to make lunch because it's already very late, but since it was the weekend, it didn't matter how late they got up. First, Zenovia, Kiba, and Issei went downstairs, then the other girls and Gasper. Gasper, you are Tatsumi. Gasper, remember not to play too late. Gasper, Haja Anakiai. Akino, good morning, Tatsumi. How did you wake up? Tatsumi, wonderfully, she smiled. Rias, I can imagine since we heard the screams. Tatsumi, I blush. Zenovia, she blushes. Akino, I see Zenovia confessed and got a little action, hehe. Tatsumi, well, we were having our moment and one thing led to another. Akino, ara, I don't think it's fair. I wanted to be the first to take her virginity tonight. You'll be punished, hehe. Tatsumi, Akino, I love you and all, but if you do that, I'm scared. What are you going to do? Akino, hehe, it'll be a surprise. Zenovia, can I have him tonight? Zenovia, I have no problem with that since he told me he was going to love all three of us equally, so I'll let you have him for tonight, she smiles. Tatsumi, Zenovia, hey, they treat me like an object. What mess have I gotten myself into? Issei, you got yourself into this. Tatsumi, sighs. Well, lunch is ready. Chapter 19. After lunch, we would meet in the common room to discuss matters for the summer until Rias announced she was going to the underworld. Issei, you're going back to the underworld. Rias, yes, I do it every year during summer vacation. Tatsumi, that makes sense. She's a high-class devil. It's normal for her home to be in the underworld besides spending it with her family. Rias, wait, why are you crying, Issei? Issei, crying when you said that I thought you were going to leave me here and go back home just like that. Rias, good heavens, is that all? You and I will be together for hundreds, for thousands of years. So you can relax. I won't do something like leave you behind, Issei. For that same reason, everyone will be coming with me. Tatsumi, are we going too? Rias, that's right, since you are all servants of my family, it's only natural that you accompany me as your mistress. Now that I think about it, this will be Asia and Zenovia's first time, right? Asia, why yes. I'm nervous about going while I'm still alive. I always thought I'd go when I died. Zenovia, yes, I've been interested in the underworld for a while. Asia, I'm going to pretend to be dead until we get back home. Tatsumi, I think that's going too far. Zenovia, to be able to go to heaven, I've always served the Lord, but now I'm a demon, so I don't have that option. It'll be ironic to be in the same place as those I sent as divine punishment, the underworld. It suits a former believer who became a demon. Fu. Tatsumi, Zenovia, why are you laughing like that? A drop of sweat falls on my brow. Rias, the plan is to train and attend events in the underworld. We'll stay there for the rest of our vacation until after August 20th, and we'll return at the end of the month. Issei, but there are things I'd like to do during the summer. Tatsumi, let me guess, hang out with Matsuda and Madohama to go to the beach and see girls in bikinis. Issei, you agreed. Rias, Issei, did you have other plans? Issei, yes, I was thinking of going to the beach and the pool. Rias, there aren't any seas in the underworld, but there are huge lakes. My parents' house has a pool and there are also hot springs. Isn't that enough? Issei, hot springs, he makes a perverted face huff. Tatsumi, how she's making that face again. Kaneko, lewd fantasies are forbidden. Issei, sorry, Kaneko, looks away. Tatsumi, now that I think about it, Konkachan's comments are being softer than usual. Is something wrong with her? What? Kiba, Iskun, you have a more lascivious expression than I could have imagined. Gasper, Senpai has a great imagination. You're really enjoying this. I envy him. Tatsumi, please, Gasper, don't be like him, I'm begging you. Issei, shut up, why don't you go on some dates with girls this summer? Kiba, that's because I have to train. Issei, you deserve divine punishment for not making good use of your predaboy status. Gasper, I'm fine like this, I'm a hikikomori, so I prefer to stay home wearing cute clothes while surfing the internet. Issei, because you're still useless, you're practically asking me to make fun of you. Idiot. Tatsumi, I'm fine, besides Zenovia and Akino are coming, and I might see Sona so. Issei, you better shut your mouths. You don't need to rub it in my face that you're not a virgin anymore and you have a harem. Rias, if we have time, I'd like to go on a date with you in the underworld. Issei, Buchichoyu, I'm in, let's do it. I'll follow you with all my enthusiasm. Akino, ara, in that case grabbing my arm, I'll spend my time with Tatsumi in his room doing perverted things that he owes me. Zenovia, hey Akino. Grabbing my other arm, I want to spend time with Tatsumi too. Tatsumi, heh, Azazel, will you help me? Rias, Azazel, ha, if you didn't notice, you still need more training. Good job noticing me, Tatsumi-kun. Tatsumi, I was actually wondering when you'd speak. It's creepy when you appear and don't say a word. Azazel, ha. Rias, where did you come in? Azazel, through the main door like anyone else. Kiba, I couldn't even sense your presence. Azazel, that's because of your lack of training. I came in normally. More importantly, you're going to the underworld, right? Then I'll go too. I'm your professor after all. Rias, that is my notebook. Azazel, reading the notebook, let's see, our agenda for the underworld will be first, a visit to Rias' parents introducing her servants to the head of the family. After that comes the annual meeting of the young demons and finally training. Nothing but plans. I was hoping to read a maid's diary. Rias, give it back. Azazel, violence against the master, behave yourself. Rias, can a teacher like that really say that? Taking away her notebook, so will you be coming with us too, Azazel sense? Azazel, that's right, please make the reservations for me as well. It's my first time going to the underworld via the demon route and I'm really looking forward to it since I always use the fallen angel route. So we won't be going to the underworld using a magic seal like last time. Rias, no, this will be a real trip. Azazel, with all that said, I want to talk to my singer about something important. Tatsumi, what is it? Azazel, I'll tell you the good news. Tatsumi, I like to start with the good news. Azazel, the good news is that I'm organizing a concert for you to sing in the underworld. I still have some people to talk to, but it will be confirmed soon. Rias, congratulations, Tatsumi. You can become famous in the underworld too. Tatsumi, thank you. He smiled, so what's the bad news? Azazel, well, when I was coming here, a lot of people recognized me as your manager and TATSUMI come out. Tatsumi, don't tell me. When I looked out the window, I saw a huge crowd of people shouting my name and telling me to come out. Tatsumi, Azazel, what's this? Azazel, your fans, he smiled. Tatsumi, what are you laughing at? Do you know that now we'll always have people at our door knowing where I live? Azazel, wow, I didn't realize that part. Tatsumi, after all, I'm doing your job. After saying that, everyone started laughing and I went outside to try to calm things down. But instead, it felt like a zombie episode. In the end, I had to sign autographs, wave, take pictures, and a lot of other things until everything calmed down. The day we set off on the trip, first we headed to the nearest station. Everyone was wearing the Q Academy summer uniform. Rias said that if we go into the underworld, this is our best uniform. Issei, a train station. The last train already left, won't that be a problem, or what will happen? Rias, just follow me for now, Issei. Tatsumi, yawn. Zenovia, didn't you sleep well? Tatsumi, I got home really late last night, you didn't even notice because you were asleep. I spent all my time signing autographs and taking pictures and I only got 2 hours of sleep. Zenovia, if you want, you can sleep on my lap during the ride. Tatsumi, giving her a kiss on the cheek, I'd love that. We started following Rias as she headed towards a wall, but if you looked closely you could see a hidden door. Rias took out a card and swiped it across a plate. Beep. A beep sounded and a door opened, revealing an escalator. We started going down. Issei, but even though I grew up in this town, this is the first time I've ever heard of anything like this. Rias, that's normal, it's exclusively for devils. Normal humans couldn't get here even if they tried their whole lives. After descending the stairs, you'd reach a long, narrow hallway. Rias was in the lead, followed by Issei and Asia. I was trailing behind them, my hands occupied on holding Zenovia and the other Akino. Rias said, actually, there are quite a few secret spaces created by demons in this city, like this one for example. We continued walking until we finally reached an open area where we saw a large red train with the Gremory symbol. Issei, incredible. Rias, this train belongs to the Gremory family, get on. With that, the train doors opened automatically. With Rias leading the way, we entered the train. A whistle sounded and then we felt the train start moving. We went to sit in the middle of the train. Rias was in the first car in front of us and the rest of us had to sit in the middle car. I sat next to Zenovia, and as she promised, she let me lie down on her lap where I fell fast asleep. Akino and Kiba were in front of me. Kaneko, Gasper, Issei, and Asia were in the seats next to us. And Azazel was sitting at the end of the car, but he, like me, was in a resting state. Several minutes had passed since the train started moving, and thanks to Issei, I woke up with a start. Falling to the floor, everyone started laughing, but I noticed Kaneko staring out the window, ignoring everyone. She doesn't seem like her usual self. Tatsumi, yawned. Damn it, Issei, can't you speak any quieter? Issei, sorry, it's just that this is quite impressive. Rias, it's normal to be impressed since it's your first time. Akino, Tatsumi, if you want, you can lie down on my breasts, they're like a pillow, hehe. Issei and can I Rias, Issei, but what the, Princess Rias? Communication with your servants is fine, but perhaps an example of procedure would be good, don't you think? Ria's angry voice was interrupted by an elderly man. He had the appearance of a train conductor. Rias, I'm sorry, ho ho ho. I've lived a long life to see the little princess worrying about the subject of men and women. He removed his hat and bowed, pleased to meet you all, you new demons of the princess's nobility. I am Reynaldo, the Gremory family's private train driver. Pleased to meet you. Issei standed up and bowed, and nice to meet you. I am President Rias Gremory-sama's pawn Hyodo Issei, please treat me well. Asia, I am Asia Argento, your bishop, please treat me well. Tatsumi, I am Tatsumi. Pawn, please treat me well. Zenovia, I am Zenovia, knight. Please treat me that way from now on. After we finished greeting each other, the driver pulled out a device and captured us on what appeared to be a monitor. Issei, Reynaldo, this is a machine from the demon world that checks and compares them. The fact that this train is formally entering the underworld is significant, and therefore, all means of transport require inspection. It would be a serious matter if there were any infiltration. Right now, it would be very serious if someone unauthorized were to board the train. Rias, its records recognize your part designations, and when transmitted, they are recorded as data in the underworld. That's why it checked you with that machine. There's no problem. From here, everyone is who they say they are. Reynaldo, princess, with this and the formalities for the entry of the new faces here, it's over. Now everyone can rest and relax until we reach the scheduled station. There are also beds to sleep in and places where you can enjoy a break, so please make use of them until we reach our destination. Rias, thank you, Reynaldo. Azazel is next, isn't he? But notice he was asleep, hey. Tatsumi, what the heck, sleeping on the train of a race that were his enemies until the other day. Reynaldo, ho ho ho, the governor of the fallen angels is truly peaceful. Timeskepi. Speaker, in a few minutes we will pass through the dimensional wall. In a few minutes we will pass through the dimensional wall. Rias, try to look outside. Rias told us that, and our eyes were focused on darkness, but then a landscape appeared. We had arrived in the underworld. Speaker, welcome to the territory of the Gremory family. Rias, this area is within Gremory territory. Issei, so even these train tracks we've been using are on your family's land, Butchu. Rias, nods. Issei, how big is Gremory territory? Kiba, if I remember correctly, it's about the size of Honshu, the largest island in Japan. Issei H. Honshu, Tatsumi, Issei, don't shout. I know it's amazing, but I'm going to end up with earplugs. Issei, sorry. Rias, the underworld has the same surface area as the human world, but the population here isn't the same. Even with demons, fallen angels, and other races, the population isn't that high. And since there are no oceans, the land is also vast. Tatsumi, even if you say it's the size of Honshu, the space is mostly unused. It's mostly forest and mountains, isn't it? Rias, that's right, nods, that's correct. Issei, Asia, Zenovia, and Tatsumi. As members of my family, you will all be given territory later. Please tell me which places you want. Issei, see, can we have our own territory? Rias, you are all familiar devils of the next family leader. Living in my territory as members of the Gremory family is permitted. Akino, Yuyudo, Kaneko, and even Gasper own land within my territory. As Rias said this, she magically conjured a map in the air, which then expanded and began to point. Rias, the red areas are places that have already been taken, so you can't choose them, but any other place is fine. Now then, please point to the land you like, I will give it to you. Tatsumi, if there's a place with mountains and a forest where there's also a cabin and a lake, I can die in peace. Rias, there is. Tatsumi, I figured that in. Wait, what? Rias, look, she touches where the place she described supposedly was and an image of a cabin appears. Tatsumi, incredible. Issei, now who's shouting? Rias, besides, one of the rooms has a terrace overlooking a lake. Clicking on the hologram. Tatsumi, it's perfect, I'll take that territory. Issei, why do you think that's so great? It's just a simple cabin. Tatsumi, you wouldn't understand since for you, relaxation is all about breasts. Issei, what, don't you relax with breasts? Tatsumi, of course, like everyone else, but not always, unlike you. Rias, Haya, and you, Zenovia, this one, pointing, it's the one next to Tatsumi's. Although I'll stay with Tatsumi in his cabin. Tatsumi, that's for sure, you have a guaranteed spot. Akino, Ara, and me. Tatsumi, of course, Akino, although I have a feeling yours is next to mine. Akino, you guessed right, it's this one, pointing, and this is Kaneko's. Tatsumi, who, well, I'm close to my cute kuhai, right, Konkachin. He looks at her but ignores me, Kaneko. Tiamiaskip. After 10 minutes, we had finally arrived at the main Gremory residence. That is, our train journey had ended and our beginning in the underworld had begun. Chapter 20. As the train stopped, we exited through the open door with Rias leading the way. However, Azazel didn't seem to be getting off and told me he had a meeting with Surzets and some others in the Demon King's territory. The instant we stepped off the train, all the club members. Welcome home, Princess Rias. A cacophony of voices filled the air, along with fireworks and soldiers aiming and firing their weapons. I think this is a bit much. Asia, Zenobia, and Issei were probably blinking in disbelief, while the others were used to it except for Gasper, who, as always, was terrified. I was used to it, given how I'm treated at concerts and during autograph sessions, so this couldn't surprise me. Butlers welcome back Rias Ajao-sama. Rias, thank you all, I'm home, I've returned. Rias responded with a smile, which all the butlers also returned, and then a woman we knew well approached us. Welcome, Ajao-sama, she said. I'm early. Above all, I'm glad you were safe during your journey. Now then, all members of the family, please get into the carriage. We'll be going to the main residence in this. Grafia led us to a horse-drawn carriage, though these weren't ordinary horses either, as they had a gleam in their eyes. Our luggage was on the train, but when I looked up at the train, I saw some maids carrying our bags. I'll go with my servants, Rias said. Issei and Asia seem anxious as this is their first time. Understood, Grafia replied. I've prepared a few carriages, so please board whichever one you prefer. Rias, Asia, Aquino, Zenobia, Grafia, and Issei got into the first car, while the rest of us Kiba, Gasper, Kaneko, and Iwant in the second. We started moving until in the distance we could see a massive structure, the Gremory Castle. After a while, the two carriages stopped, and we got out to find a line of butlers and maids bowing on either side. We walked along a red carpet, and the door to the enormous castle opened. Ajao-sama and all members of your family, please come in, Grafia said. We entered and continued walking along the red carpet until a small figure ran from the line of maids toward Rias. Rias-ni-sama, welcome home. A small boy about 10 years old with crimson hair and red eyes went straight to Rias and hugged her. Rias, Milikas, I'm back. You've grown, haven't you, returning the hug. Issei, Butchu, who is this boy? Rias, this boy is Milikas Gremory, the son of my brother Surzech Lucifer-sama. He's my nephew. Come on, Milikas, say hello. This boy is a new member of my family. Milikas, yes, I'm Milikas Gremory. It's a pleasure to meet you. Issei, I accept your polite greeting. I'm how-do Issei. Tatsumi, you're making yourself look even more ridiculous. It's a pleasure, Milika-sama. Bowling, I'm Rias Gremory's pawn. Milikas, you don't add the sama, we're friends, right? Tatsumi, so what do you think of Milikaskun, stroking his head? Milikas, yes, I like it better. Rias, since only the person who has achieved the title of Demon King can bear that name, this child is a Gremory even though he is my brother's son. He is also next in line to lead the family after me. We followed Rias hand in hand with Milikas and passed through another enormous gate, finally entering the castle and arriving at what appeared to be the entrance hall. Grafia, Ajao-sama, I would like to show everyone to their rooms. Rias, you're right, I also need to go and greet my mother and father after I return home. Grafia, Master isn't here right now, he will return tonight, he said he would join you all for dinner. Rias, I understand, Grafia. Then I suppose we will let everyone rest in their respective rooms for now. Has the luggage been transported? Grafia, yes. There shouldn't be any problem using your rooms right now. Rias, so you've returned. At that moment, a beautiful woman with short brown hair, lilac eyes, and an appearance that looked very much like Rias. Rias, mother, I'm home, Issei, mother. But no matter how you look at her, this young woman isn't much older than you, Butchu. Tatsumi, Butchu told me once, as the years pass, demons can freely change their appearance with magic. And from what I can see, Butchu's mother made her look the same age as Butchu, right? Rias, indeed. Ara saying I'm a young woman makes me so happy, Yufufufu. Rias, pinching Issei's cheek, you know nothing will happen to her, even if you give my mother that lecherous look, right? Ara, Rias, this boy is how-do Issei, isn't he? Issei, you know about MME. Yes, I saw your face at the duel for my daughter's engagement since I am her mother. And I also see the boy who defeated Razor. Tatsumi, right? Tatsumi, that's right, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sasaki Tatsumi and I'm Rias Gremory's pawn, bowing. Nice to meet you all, I'm Rias' mother, Venelana Gremory. Please address me as such from now on. Smiles. TMSKIP. Several hours after the meeting at the entrance, we were in the dining room. We were all seated at the table, followed by Rias' parents and Milikas. Zeoticus, please enjoy your dinner. And so dinner began. I held my fork and knife and prepared to eat as formally as possible. I noticed Issei blinking, unsure how to eat properly. While Asia and Zenobia were doing their best to eat without making fools of themselves. Kaneko, on the other hand, hadn't eaten a thing. Our eyes met for a moment and I smiled gently, to which she simply stared at me with an expressionless gaze. Members of Rias' family, please consider this place your home. You've just arrived in the underworld, so you're in an environment you don't understand. If there's anything you desire, please tell the staff without hesitation. They'll prepare it immediately. Upon hearing these words, Issei glanced at the maids, and as if a switch had been flipped, his face revealed his lecherous side, clearly showing what he was thinking. By the way, how-do Issei-kun? Why yes, are your parents all right? Issei, why yes, they're both doing great. When I told them I was going to Butchu's hometown Ryasama, they just expect me to bring them souvenirs. I say something like that after their house was so beautifully rebuilt. They're really such selfish parents, ahaha. Zeoticus, a memory, I see would a castle be suitable, Western or Eastern. By the way, you can call me father from now on. Issei, thank you very much, but the renovation is fine. Besides, calling you father is too great an honor for me. Venelana, my dear, you're rushing things. There's a proper order to everything. Zeoticus, are right. Tatsumi, hurrying, I know where this is going. Venelana, well, I'd like to know if I can call you Issei-san. Issei, yes, of course you can. Venelana, while you're here, Issei-san, it's necessary that you acquire the behavior of a gentleman. That's why you'll study manners and etiquette. You understand, right? Bang. Suddenly, Rias slammed her fist on the table, drawing the attention of everyone in the dining room, her face flushed with anger. Father, mother, I've been listening without saying a word until now. What are you planning without my consent? Venelana snapped. Be quiet, Rias. If I remember correctly, you broke off your engagement with Razor, remember? Do you know what it cost your father and Surzech to sort everything out with the high-class devils? My selfish sister broke off her engagement using the evolution dragon. You may be the sister of the demon lord, but everything has its limits. Your position is well known even in the peace treaty. You should understand that by now, Rias. Tyrant, and on top of everything, we did it for his daughter and he treats us like this. Hey buddy, next time let her marry whoever she wants, even if he's a psychopath. Tatsumi, deal. Venelana, there won't be a second display of that arrogance or selfishness. That was just a special exception. You'll have to leave those kinds of feelings behind, understood? Rias sits down. Venelana, sorry for showing you something so ugly right now. Issei, and no problem. Tyrant, I like the woman. She knows how to keep order and has character. Tatsumi, less than 5 minutes ago you were complaining, and now you say you like her. Tyrant kid, it's the dragon genes. We like women with characters. Tatsumi, what do you want me to do? Kill her husband and take her? Tyrant, I was planning to kidnap her while she sleeps or spy on her while she bathes. Tatsumi, Tyrant, what I said was a joke. We're not going to do anything with her. Tyrant, Tusk, you take all the fun out of life. Venelana, getting back to the topic, you'll undergo special training during your stay here, Issei-san. You'll experience high society and nobility, albeit somewhat apart from demon culture, among other things. Issei, although there are others like Kiba and Tatsumi. Why me exactly? Venelana, well, it's because you are the last vestige of my daughter's selfishness, the next head of the family, and as parents we carry the responsibility to the end. Ria's blushing. Issei understood. Tatsumi, he didn't understand anything for sure. The next morning, while Issei was having classes to learn how to behave like a gentleman and learn about demon culture, we were having a sightseeing tour of the Gremory castles. After we all finished, including Issei, we would be heading to the old capital to meet with the young demons, the old families, and the leaders of the upper class. As we walked to the meeting place, Rias kept warning us to remain calm no matter what happened or what anyone said. She didn't want us to start a fight. Then Rias saw someone she recognized instantly. Sekiryuutei. Rias exclaimed. Sekiryuutei was a handsome young man with black hair and violet eyes. He was very tall and had a muscular physique due to his rigorous training. He wore a black keikogi, classic shoes, and a gray belt to fasten his jacket as he was a martial arts master. Sekiryuutei, it's been a while. Rias, shaking her hand. Rias, it's good to know you're doing well. There are some here who don't know you. Looking at us, this is Sekiryuutei Bale, my cousin on my mother's side of the family. Tatsumi, Tyrant, do you notice him? Tyrant, yes, he may seem a bit strong, but inside I can sense immense energy. If we have to fight him, it'll be complicated. I'm looking forward to it. Tatsumi, me too, she smiled. Rias, but tell me, what are you doing here in the hallway? Sekiryuutei, nothing, I just moved away for a bit since there are some idiots over there. Rias, idiots. Have the others arrived yet? Sekiryuutei, Agars and Astaroth have already arrived. Zerferdal seems to have arrived earlier. Immediately after his arrival, Zerferdal and Sekvera began to argue. Boom, suddenly the door to the room where the young demons were gathered was blasted off its hinges. Rias, worried, went straight to the door to see what was happening. We followed her. Sekiryuutei, good heavens, this is why it was recommended not to meet before the meeting. In the room. Sekvera, Zerferdal, could you please refrain from starting a fight in this place? Do you want to die? Is that really it? Even if I kill you now, no one will blame me. Zerferdal, I'll say it again, you bitch. One room, you and me, to teach you what it means to be a woman. Agars Wanasama hates being without her guards. Isn't that right? That's why you're still a damn virgin who won't let any man near you. Why don't I give you a personal initiation ceremony? Tatsumi, Tusk, how rude, he's so annoying. At that moment, the man who had been confronting the woman heard me and started walking in my direction, then stood just inches from my face. Zerferdal, what did you say, you damn bastard? Sekiryuutei, Zerferdal, leave him alone. Tatsumi, I stop him with my hand and look at Zerferdal. It's just that you have wax in your ears. I said you're annoying. Zerferdal, huh, let's see if you have the guts to repeat that, you idiot. Tatsumi, on top of being deaf, he swallowed a loudspeaker. You can't speak like a normal person. Or with that pea brain of yours, you can't understand. Zerferdal, I'm going to kill you. He was going to punch me, but in a quick movement I ducked, and with a twist I made him lose his balance. Losing his balance, I kicked him in the side, sending him crashing into a wall and knocking him completely unconscious. I approached him, and even though I knew he was unconscious, I said something. Tatsumi, you insult me and try to kill me, and I'm the jerk. I looked at the others, call the staff, the room is in very bad shape. After that, I left him there and went to join the others, who were probably surprised. I also saw Sona approaching. Sona, quite a show you're putting on. Do you want to act tough? Rias, oh Sona, Tatsumi, possibly, or maybe it's to impress certain people. He smiled. Sona, and maybe you did, she smiled. Sekiryuutei, wow, you're good in combat and your strength isn't bad either. What's your name? Showing his hand. Tatsumi, shaking his hand, I'm Sasaki Tatsumi and I'm Rias Gremory's pawn. It's a pleasure, Sekiryuutei, the pleasure is all mine. It would be interesting to fight you, hahaha. Saji, hey Hyodu, Issei, hey Saji, you seem a little bewildered. This is your first time in high society, so let me explain. Issei, while you've lost all humility, Saji, she's Sekvera, next in line from the Agar's family, rank Archduke. Sekiryuutei is the heir to the Baal family, rank Grand King. Finally, Deodora Astaroth of the Astaroth family. He's related to the current Mau Beelzebub-sama. Issei, so Agar's Baal and Astaroth, then what family is the delinquent Tatsumi kicked from? Saji, you mean Zerferdal Glacialabolas. He's in the current Asmoda-sama household. Sona, the Glacialabolas family seems to have had a problem. The one who was supposed to be the next leader of their family died in an accident. Zerferdal then became the new candidate for leadership of that family. Issei, ah thanks Kaichu. Tatsumi, hahaha, my Satan is so clever. Sona, please don't ever talk like my sister again, it's embarrassing. Tatsumi, hahaha, okay, whispering in his ear, Satan. Sona, I warned you, pulling my cheek hard. Tatsumi, crying in pain, I'm sorry, please let go of my face. Saji, hey Hyodu, wipe that stupid look off your face. Issei, but isn't this a meeting of high-class demons? I can't help but feel so tense since they're all acting so strong. Saji, what are you saying? Behave yourself more elegantly. Issei, even if you say that, wait, why are you angry? Saji, because we as demon servants must show ourselves to be dignified at this meeting. Since the opponents aren't just looking at our masters, they're looking at us too, so if you act like that, no one will take you seriously. Senpai will be there too, at least be mindful. You're the Sekiryuutei of the Gremory group. Issei, okay, calm down, Saji, calm down, didn't you notice? When Tatsumi showed a bit of his strength and defeated Zerferdal-sama, many of them are looking at him. And if you look closely, he's standing next to Raya-senpai and the president with a challenging look. Learn from him. Issei, okay, fine, I understand. Please calm down. Saji, that's because Raya-senpai is proud of you. And president, it's Tatsumi. I wish I could be president's pride, but I know it's impossible. Even so, thanks to Tatsumi, president smiles much more often around him and it makes me jealous, but I admire him. Employee, I'm sorry for keeping everyone waiting so long, everyone's waiting. The room we were all in had a strange atmosphere. The place was quite spacious, there were seats placed very high up and the people sitting there had a distinguished appearance. Then on the next level were Serzech and Seraphal, as well as two other people named Beelzebub and Asmodeus. Asmodeus, well, everyone is gathered. Those who will bear the burden in the next generation are at this assembly, which is held every so often, though you seem to have quarreled as soon as you saw each other. Serzech, you six are the demons with noble blood and undeniable skill. That is why I wish you to compete against each other before your initiation and increase your powers in this way for your debut. Sekvera, so it's the rating games for young demons, is it? Serzech, I'm thinking of something similar to an exhibition for everyone. The leaders of the Gregory as well as those from heaven will be invited so they can observe the rating games and strengthen our ties with the other factions. This would be the first important step for the three factions to unite and oppose any external threat. Sekiryuutei, will we be sent sooner or later to join the fight against the Chaos Brigade? Serzech, I don't know, however, I wouldn't want to have to send our young demons away if possible. Sekiryuutei, why? Even though we're young, we still carry some responsibility as demons. If we're treated so gently by our predecessors even at this age and don't do something. Tatsumi, show off, he only thinks with his muscles. Tyrant, I know a certain person who sometimes thinks with their muscles rather than their head. What? Tatsumi smiled. Serzech, Sekiryuutei, I recognize your courage, but you're reckless. Above all, it would be a huge loss if we were to lose the next generation of demons. I want you to understand this, you are a greater treasure to us than you realize. That's why we want you to experience the important things in life little by little and grow up. Sekiryuutei, okay. Surzets, to wrap things up, would you mind hearing your goals for the future? Serjorg, my dream is to become the Demon King. Demon, oh, there's no precedent for a demon from the Great King's family ever having one. Serjorg, when the people of the underworld feel there's no other option but to give me the title of Demon King, I will become one without hesitation. Rias/Tatsumi, he's so confident. Rias, my goal in the near future is to live as the head of the Gremory family and win every raiding game. Serafal, that's our Ryashin. It's your turn, Sonachin. Surzets HMPH nods. Sona, I wish to build a school for raiding games in the underworld. Demon, if it's to learn about raiding games, isn't there already a school for that? Sona, it's a school where only high-class demons and those of privileged rank can attend. The school I want to build is one where even low-class and reincarnated demons can enter without distinction. Serafal, MMHM nods twice proudly. Surzets, demons, Demon, that's impossible. Demon 2, this is simply brilliant. Tatsumi, these conceited people are starting to annoy me. Tyrant, hold on, remember that you are a commoner in their eyes no matter how much you hate them. If you say something inappropriate, you'll hurt Rias. Tatsumi. Demon 3, I see, so you're a dreamer. Demon 4, it's good to be young. However, for the next head of the Citri family to declare that as his dream, I have to say, thank goodness you said that nonsense here in this place in your introduction before your debut. Saji, why do you look down on the Sioux? Tatsumi, you see he's serious. Sona Tatsumi. Demon, watch what you say, young reincarnated demon. Lady Rias, your servant has not been properly trained. Rias, I apologize, I'll speak with him later. Tatsumi, permission to speak. Asmodeus Daneg. Surzets, granted. After all, he is the dragon of evolution, the one who defeated Razor and Sekiryuutei once and who also fought Cockabeel, leaving him badly injured. Tatsumi, thank you very much, Surzech-sama. I bow and walk to the center. Zerderfall, he's just a reincarnated demon, he shouldn't speak. Tatsumi, do you want me to hit you again on the other side? Then shut up. I step into the center. I have a question for everyone. Why do you think his dream is useless? Demon, because low-class and reborn demons simply work for their high-class masters and are selected solely for their talent, nothing more. Besides, teaching mere low-class demons is none of their business. Tatsumi, I see in short discrimination. Demons. Tatsumi, tell me something. Haven't any of you ever had a dream that seemed useless to others but was something you clung to in order to keep going and achieve it? I'm sure everyone here had a dream like that. As time goes by, people change their dreams or look for something bigger. But pointing at Sona, this girl has always had that dream, because she thinks that with that school she can make a big difference for those reincarnated or lower-class people, and also a change for the raiding games. Demon, but wouldn't building such an institution bring shame upon the old families? Tatsumi, shame. Shame is him laughing at someone's dream, that's shameful. Demon, how dare you? Don't you know we're high-class demons? Tatsumi, to me, classes or being reincarnated are just words you add to your title. But there are people who earn that class through effort. It's not given to people who just sit around. Demon, how dare you, you miserable wretch. Tatsumi, besides, you shouldn't laugh at people when their sister is at the top, don't you think, Leviton? Pointing at Serafal. Serafal, you're right, Tatsumi-kun. Good heavens, all you old fogies are ganging up on my sweet Sonachin. Even I have my limits. If you torment her like this, I'll do the same to you. Demons. Surzech, tell me, Tatsumi-kun, what is your dream? Tatsumi, my dream. Surzech, that's right, I'd like to hear the dream of the dragon of evolution. Tatsumi, okay, mine may be simple, but it's something I recently decided on. My dream is to be able to live in peace with the people I love, and well, also to be a teacher at the school Sona founded. Sona, whispering Tatsumi because. Rias, whispering he loves you, even though he's clinging to the idea of not telling you. And seeing that they were humiliating you, well, you know how stubborn he is. Sona, yes, she smiles as she wipes away a tear that falls down her face. Surzech, oh, I see, and there's nothing else. Tatsumi, there is something, but it might be quite difficult to obtain. He smiled. Surzech, tell us, what is it? Tatsumi, he smiled sadistically, to be the next Demon King. Demons, Demon, that's truly impossible for one of your kind. Tatsumi, whispering, not this class stuff again, hey. Sona. Touches my shoulder. Tatsumi, just drop it. You see, you can't say anything to these guys. Forget it. Tatsumi, no, Sona, I don't want to leave it like this because I don't want to see your face and your frustration over the humiliation they put you through. I don't want to see you like this. Sona, I know, but it's impossible to talk to these old fogies. Tatsumi, you know what? The Demon King thing was a lie. I don't want that position, because I'm sure that if I were Demon King, I wouldn't be able to be with you or the others. But I said it to see their reaction, and it's humiliating. It makes me want to. Sona, I know, me too, but you know we can't. Come on, let's end this meeting. He takes my hand and pulls it. Tatsumi, yes. Surzets, wait Tatsumi, I'd like to ask you a favor or rather your friend. Tatsumi, my friend, for what Surzets? Well, what you said about being the Demon King is possible, so I thought it would be best if your friend told you. How about you summon him? Tatsumi, if it's alright with you, I have no problem with that. Demon, huh, did Surzets-sama say summon? Summon what? Demon 2, I don't know, I hope it's not something more ridiculous. I looked at the 6 young demons and asked them to step aside. Then I stood in the center of the room and placed my hand on the ground. Tatsumi Insurasio. As he said that, a humanoid dragon with sharp fangs and red eyes that seemed to kill you with their gaze appeared before everyone, surprising them and even terrifying some of them with its appearance. Tatsumi, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my friend, Tyrant, the dragon of evolution and adaptation. Tyrant, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Sekiryuutei, so that's the famous dragon of evolution who defeated Razor and the Sekiryuutei, not bad at all. Surzets, it's good to see you again, Tyrantson, Serafal, hello, Tyrant-kun, Tyrant Surzech-sama, Serafal-sama, it's also good to see you again in this form. Demon, what is that? Tyrant, I'm not that, I'm someone, and my name is Tyrant. So learn my name, you old codger. Demon Tusk. Tyrant Surzech-sama, tell me the reason why you made me appear in this way. If it's something about the meeting, I heard everything. But please make it quick as my partner can't last much longer like this. It consumes a lot of mana and effort. Surzets, I summoned you because Tatsumi-kun's dream of becoming Demon King is likely to come true, and I wanted to show the others that it's possible. Tyrant, I see, but the dream of becoming Demon King is a lie. He only said it to see what the old fogies would say. He already told you his dream, to live in peace with the people he loves and to be a teacher. And since we share the same soul, he and I agree to keep that goal in mind for now. Surzech, I see, so that's what it is. He smiled, although I have to admit that you might achieve your dream of becoming Demon King, Tatsumi-kun. Tatsumi, well, I never thought about it, but thanks haha scratching the back of my neck. Surzech, thank you Tyrantson for your time and sorry for bothering you. Tyrant, it's no bother at all, Surzech-sama, if you'll excuse me I'll take my leave. Serafal, goodbye Tyrant-kun, waving goodbye. Tyrant, goodbye Leviton, waving goodbye and disappearing. Serafal, he's so cute, hee. Tatsumi, okay, that was weird even for me Surzech-sama and Serafal-sama, thank you for letting me speak. If you'll excuse me I'll take my leave as well. I bow and join the others. Saji whispering in my ear, hey Tatsumi-san, thanks. Tatsumi, you're welcome, after all you want to be a teacher too, don't you? Saji, yes, but who told you that? Tatsumi, nobody. I figured it out since you admire Sona. She smiled, and so do. Saji, I see. Surzech, you've given me an idea. Rias and Sona, would you like to compete against each other? Sona, looking at Rias in surprise. Rias looking at Sona in surprise. Surzech, originally Rias' game was scheduled to take place in a few days. Azazel has gathered the rating games fans from each faction, also under the guise of watching the youngsters' matches before their debuts. That's why it's fine as it is. We'll keep the game between Rias and Sona. Upon hearing this, Rias let out a big sigh and then flashed a challenging smile at Sona, who returned the smile with a rivalry. Sona, it may not be an official game, but it feels like fate has given me you as my first opponent in the rating game Rias. Rias, now that we're competing against each other, I'm not going to lose. Sona, Serafal, a match between Ryashin and Sonachin. Yes, they'll be able to shoot things up. Surzech, the game will be on August 20th Human World date. Everyone can divide their time as they wish until then. Details will be sent later. With Surzech's decision, the rating game between Rias and Sona was going to begin this way. Chapter 21. After the meeting and deciding on a rating game between Rias and Sona, we went straight to the Gremory residence, where the first thing we did was take a bath, since tomorrow is the start of our training. I submerged myself in the water along with Kiba and Azazel while Issei tried to get Gasper to join him. Issei, Gasper, aren't you coming? Gasper, it'll go in later. Issei, hey, come on, you have to get in, it's a hot spring. Gasper, Kaya. Suddenly Issei pulled his hand, causing Gasper to let out a cute squeal. I have to say, if you didn't know he was a boy, he'd be a very cute girl. Gasper, you please don't look at me like that. Issei, and you, don't pull your towel up to your chest if you're a boy. Since you always dress like a girl, it's confusing for me too. Gasper, and no way you're looking at me like that. Issei-senpai, I feel like my body is in danger. Tatsumi, hahaha, don't worry Gasper. Issei won't do anything for now, come with us. Gasper, okay Aniki. Issei, and why are you listening to him and not me? Tatsumi, because you look like a priest harassing a child. Azazel, ha, good one Tatsumi. Kiba, you fufu. Azazel, how, but you know what would be good with this bath? Tatsumi, a little sake. Azazel, you drink, Tatsumi, occasionally when needed. Azazel, next time I'll buy you a drink for being my best singer. Tatsumi, and the only one, Azazel, that's right, I've spoken with Surzech and it's predicted that the concert will be 2 days before we return to Kyoto. Tatsumi, understood. Kiba, do you already know which songs to play? Tatsumi, now that you mention it, I have some in mind that everyone might like. Azazel, by the way, Issei, have you massaged Rias' breasts yet? Issei, of course, with my right hand. Azazel, well, and have you played with any woman's nipples? Issei, and no, not yet. Azazel, and you Tatsumi, Tatsumi, huh, well, I blush, no comment. Azazel, who, so yes, and with whom? With Zenovia, with Aquino, or with Citri? Tatsumi, that's not even a question. Azazel, so you did it with Zenovia and with Aquino too, huh? Issei, with Aquino too. When Tatsumi, well, the day after doing it with Zenovia. Aquino seduced me and well, one thing led to another. Azazel, not bad at all, I'm very proud of you. Tatsumi, as if you told me anything. Issei, Azazel-sensei, what did you mean by playing with the nipples? I'm interested, but… Azazel, well, when you press your fingers into their nipples, they're like doorbells. When you press them, a pleasant sound will come out. Issei, breasts and nipples have such a function. I always thought breasts were for caressing, sucking, and burying your head between them. Now I know they can be squeezed to produce sounds. Azazel, you still have a long way to go. A woman's breasts have infinite possibilities. If you handle them correctly, they have infinite power. Greater than Offizes, you know. I was so fascinated with breasts that I started playing with them, and that's why I fell. I don't regret it at all. Tatsumi, with a bead of sweat, did he just compare breasts to the infinite dragon? Kiba, with a bead of sweat, seems so. Issei, crying sensei, I want to play with a girl's nipples. Azazel, putting his hand on his shoulder, don't give up, Issei. If you're really you can do it. If you give up now, it'll be the end of your breast-playing adventure, you know. Issei, I know that very well, sensei. Girls sighed. Aquino, fossing Rias' breasts. Ara, Rias, did your breasts grow again? Can I touch them? Rias, are really? The way you touch them is lewd. Besides, weren't you the one who had to change her bra cup, Aquino? Asia, I'm overwhelmed by the size of her breasts. Zenovia, groping Asia's breasts. Asia, didn't yours get much bigger too? If you want them bigger, I've heard that massaging them makes them grow. Like this. Asia, haya en no Zenovia-san, Issei-san hasn't done anything like this to me yet. Boys sighed. Issei, leaning against the wall, I'm getting excited listening to the girls' conversation. I want to see them. Azazel, what's wrong with you? Do you want to spy on them? Issei, should I use my sacred equipment to harden my finger and make a hole? Azazel, that's not a bad thing, but it'll make you a second-rate pervert. Issei, second-rate? What do I have to do to be a first-rate pervert? Azazel, easy, if you're a real man you have to go into the mixed baths and burn the naked bodies of your female classmates into your mind, Issei. At that moment, Azazel grabs Issei by the arms and with great force throws him through the wall over the top and onto the other side. Tatsumi, ha. Azazel, and what are you laughing at? Azazel grabs me and throws me just like Issei, landing in the girls' hot springs. And my eyes met the girls as I plummeted down next to Issei. Tatsumi, wow, damn you, Azazel. Rias, I see I'm throwing you, Azazel. Zenovia, jumping on top of me here, I've got you, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, Zenovia, if you hug me like that, I'll. Zenovia, I'd like to enjoy the hot springs with you, Tatsumi. Aquino, ara, I want to be with Tatsumi too, making a sandwich of me with her breasts. Tatsumi, this is paradise, right? Kaneko is going to kill me, and Issei, I look at Kaneko, is she sad? What's wrong with her? Rias, Issei, I'm glad you're here, Yufufufu. Asia, hey Butchu, I want to be with Issei-san too. I could see Issei in the same situation as me, fainting with a nosebleed. Then Zenovia and Aquino started playing around, and their breasts ended up in my face, causing me to faint from happiness just like Issei. The next morning. Early in the morning, I was in the courtyard of the Gremory residence receiving our training. Azazel, let me say this first. What I'm about to tell you is a training menu that focuses on things in the immediate future. There are people who get good results right away, but there are also those who have no choice but to look at things in the long term. However, all of you are people who grow as youngsters. Even if you lose your way, you will develop well. Now then, first of all, let's talk about you, Rias. Rias, yes. Azazel, from the beginning you have been a high-specification devil in everything, including talent, physical ability, and magical power. Even if you live a normal life as you do now, those traits will intensify and you'll become a candidate for a higher-ranking demon when you reach adulthood. However, you'll fulfill your desire to become stronger in that future, right? Rias, yes, I never want to lose again. Azazel, then follow the training written on this sheet precisely until the day of the battle. Handing her a piece of paper. Rias, however, this training doesn't seem all that special, does it? Azazel, that's correct. It's a basic training method. That's fine for you. You've already acquired everything. That's why power can only be raised through basic training. The problem is the king's standards. Over time, the king seeks those with the strongest minds. You know that even if you're not good at magic, demons can rise to the top with good judgment and intelligence, right? Learn everything you can about the raiding games before the deadline. Memorize everything from images to documented game data in your mind. For the king, the essentials are thought, wit, and judgment to prevail in any situation. It is your duty to ensure that your noble servants can display their full power. However, also remember that until the actual game, you won't be able to know what will happen. It's just like a battlefield. Aquino is next. Aquino, if. Azazel, you must accept the blood that runs through your veins. Aquino, looking at the paper, I can fight well without relying on that power. Azazel, don't deny it. What will you do if you can't accept yourself? In the end, the only thing we can truly rely on is our own body, right? Denying yourself only makes you weak. Accept everything about yourself, even the difficult and painful things. Your weakness is the present you. Overcome it by the day of battle. Otherwise, you'll become a mere obstacle in future battles. The Thunder Priestess must become the Lightning Priestess. Aquino. Azazel, next up is Kiba. Kiba, yes. Azazel, first you must maintain the balance breaker for a full day. If you get used to it, you'll be able to maintain that state for a full day in an actual battle. Your goal is to continue with that and become able to maintain that state for a full day. After that, you'll be able to become strong enough by doing basic training like Rias. I'm going to introduce you to the man from whom you can learn more about sword-type sacred gears later. Kiba, yes, I also plan to ask my old master to teach me again. Azazel, next, Zenovia. To make better use of Durandal, you have to do something different now. You have to be able to use another sacred sword. Zenovia, another sacred sword. Azazel, yes, a rather special sword. Next is Gasper. Gasper, yes. Azazel, don't be so afraid. Your greatest obstacle is fear. You must rid your mind and body of all fear from the very beginning. The specifications of your lineage and your sacred gear are substantial. Improving your skills, special characteristics like Bishop, and your magic will also be a great help. Since you've constructed a unique escape plan from Hikikomori, you must first adopt the appropriate attitude as much as possible. Even if going out in public is completely impossible for you, make sure your movements aren't boring. Gasper, yes, I'm going to try to get a spirit that will go all out. Azazel, the same goes for Bishop Asia. Asia, yes. Azazel, you'll also improve your body and magic with basic training. In addition, your main task will be the strength of your sacred gear. Issei, isn't Asia's sacred gear's recovery ability already the best? It can heal everything, including diseases and stamina, with just a touch. Azazel, I understand. The speed of its recovery ability is great, however, the problem is the part where she has to touch her target. She can't heal if she can't touch the injured ally. Rias, could Asia's sacred gear extend its range? Azazel, that's correct, Rias. This is like a sneaky trick, but to show the true value of Twilight healing, its effective range must be extended. Tatsumi, in short, Asia's sacred gear is capable of long-range use, right? Azazel, nodded. According to the theory based on data collected by our organization, she could also use the sacred gear's aura around her body and utilize recovery on all allies within her field. However, the problem is that she seems to heal both enemies and allies indiscriminately. It wouldn't be a problem if it could distinguish between enemies and allies and heal only the allies, but I'm concerned about Asia's very nature. Issei, Asia, what worries you? Azazel, she's that kind of person. Upon seeing an injured enemy on the battlefield, Asia might want to heal them herself. This could hinder the sacred gear's ability to distinguish between enemies and allies. It's highly unlikely that Asia would be able to obtain this distinctive power. This expanded healing range I'm talking about could be a double-edged sword for this team. Even so, the expanded range must be kept in mind. That's why I've found another possibility, the power to fire the healing aura. Asia, why you mean I could send my healing power to someone a certain distance away from me? She says while making a throwing gesture. Azazel, yes, it seems you can fire it directly. When Issei is fighting at 10 meters and gets injured, you'll be able to throw your healing power at him. If what we've used so far is a standard limited field, what I'm explaining now is the projectile version. You can heal even if you're not in direct contact with the person. Next up is Kaneko. Kaneko, yes. Azazel, I have no objection as you possess the elemental traits of attack and defense like a tower. Your physical capabilities are not an issue. However, there are better offensive players in Rias Peerage than a rook like you. Kaneko, I know. Azazel, the best offensive players in Rias Peerage right now are Kiba, Zenovia, and Tatsumi. That's because they possess brutal weapons like their balance breaker of demonic sacred swords, the holy sword Durandal, and the Incursio key. And with Issei, who's going to get the balance breaker here? Kaneko. Azazel, Kaneko, you'll also improve your skills like everyone else. Also, release what you've personally suppressed. It's the same as with Aquino. If you don't accept yourself, you won't be able to achieve greater growth. Kaneko. Tatsumi, don't worry if it's about you, Konkachan. You can become very strong in an instant. He smiled. Kaneko, please don't say that so lightly, she said with a stern look. Tatsumi, Konkachan. Azazel, now then, the last ones are Issei and Tatsumi. For you, wait a moment. He'll be here soon. Saying that, Azazel looked up at the sky and we all looked too. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky and landed in front of us, causing the ground to tremble. Upon closer inspection, we could see a dragon about 15 meters tall. Issei a dragon, Tatsumi, awesome. Azazel, that's right, Issei and Tatsumi. It is a dragon. Azazel, you have a lot of nerve entering demon territory so openly. Azazel, I duly obtained the Demon King's personal permission and entered this territory. You know, do you have any complaints, Tannen, HMPH? Well, fine, I came here specifically because Surzech asked me to. Don't forget your own surroundings, Governor of the Fallen Angels. Azazel, hehe. Anyway, Issei and Tatsumi. This fellow will be your teacher. Issei, this enormous dragon. Tannen, it's been a long time, Ddraig, can you hear me? Ddraig, it's been a long time, Tannen. Issei, is he someone you know? Ddraig, this fellow is an ancient dragon king. I told you about the 5 great dragon kings before, didn't I? Tannen here was one of the 6 great dragon kings. The dragon named Tannen who appears in the Bible. Azazel, Tannen became a demon, so the 6 great dragon kings became the 5 great dragon kings. Even among the current reincarnated demons, he's of the highest class, a high-ranking demon. Tatsumi, that's incredible. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tannen-san. My name is Sasaki Tatsumi, and I'm the wielder of Tyrant, the Dragon of Evolution. Tannen, Tyrant, I've never heard that name. Though I heard you defeated Razor and the Sekiryuutei. Tyrant, it's a pleasure to meet you, Tannen. Partner, could you do that? I'd like to introduce myself properly. Tatsumi, of course, Tyrant. I place my hand on the ground, and just like other times, the humanoid dragon appears before everyone. Tannen, so you're Tyrant, huh? I sense great power within you. It's a pleasure, shaking his Tyrant, the pleasure is all mine. Shaking his hand, one of these days I'd like to hear the stories of Tannen the meteor flare dragon. Tannen, I wouldn't mind sharing my stories, though you should do the same. Tyrant, no problem, disappears. Tannen, Lady Rias, may I borrow that mountain? I'm going to take you there. Rias, of course, make sure you teach them the best. Tannen, leave it to me. I'm going to train him to the point of death. Issei, I went over to Zenobia and Aquino and gave them a goodbye kiss. Then I climbed onto Tannen's back and he took Issei's hand and we started flying toward that mountain to begin our training. On the mountain 18 days later. Tannen, unlike Tatsumi, who is already strong and experienced in combat, you, Issei, will spend the next few days in a massacre, facing me. Chasing Issei. Issei, you just said massacre, I heard you, running for his life. Tatsumi, you can do it, Issei. Okay, I need to meditate and focus on my body. I'm basically like a kid who transformed into an incomplete human form. Jazar, that's right, just circulate your mana in the direction of the channels, don't fight. Since you were human, it will be easier for you. Jazar is a dragon a little older than Tannen but more experienced. He teaches young dragons to control themselves since many dragons die young for being too reckless. He prevents that from happening. Although his appearance isn't exactly friendly, since he's much more sinister than Tannen, he turns out to be nice once you get to know him. I was at a waterfall in the mountains where Issei is being chased. I positioned myself underneath it and sat down, letting the water cascade over me. I assumed a meditative posture and inhaled and exhaled repeatedly. Tatsumi, inhaling and exhaling. Gradually, the dragon-like features on my body, horns and eyes disappeared until I completely reverted to my human form. Tatsumi. Phew. Jazar, splendid, you did it, Tatsumi, although I feel strain. Jazar, that's normal. Your body is basically that of a dragon, but you'll get used to it. I suggest you practice the transformation from human to dragon for a while to make it easier. Also, when you fight in your dragon form, you're stronger and more effective than in your human form, but not as much as when you wear the armor. Azazel, it's been 18 days and I see you've managed to stay in your human form and use your dragon form, haven't you? Tatsumi, I'm glad to see you, Azazel. Although I haven't spent all my time meditating, I occasionally ask Jazar to follow me around to improve my stamina. Azazel, come on, I've brought rations from Zenobia and Aquino for you. I already told Issei. We'd be resting peacefully while we ate. I was eating the rations prepared by Zenobia and Aquino and they were delicious. Issei, on the other hand, was crying tears of joy over the food prepared by Rias and Asia. Seeing that I had achieved my goal, Jazar decided to leave. Azazel, you don't have to cry while you eat. Issei, I'm saying it's tough. I had to survive on this barren mountain with a Maoya-level dragon, and it's not like that old man made it easy for me. Tannen, you idiot, you've decided you won't die, have you? If I were serious, you'd be charcoal by now. If you don't want to keep suffering, then get the balance breaker already, brat. Issei, even if you say that, if someone who used to be human gets hit by you, they'll die. Tannen, HMPH, what nonsense. How can you call yourself Lady Ria's strongest pawn under these conditions? Do you know how many devils would want to be Lady Ria's servants? Azazel, still you included basic training, right? Then that's fine. If you don't, your body won't be able to keep up when you get your balance breaker. There are too many things you're lacking. You won't be able to beat Volley with magic even if he's standing on his head. Therefore, you have no choice but to train yourself through physical strength. Tatsumi, back then Volley was trying to do something, but what was it? Azazel, that was the Juggernaut Drive. Issei, is that something even stronger than the balance breaker? Azazel, no, there is nothing above the balance breaker. The final and ultimate form of the sacred gears is the balance breaker. However, there are several things inside the sacred gears that have a magical being sealed within them. A particular restriction is applied to those. Your boosted gear and Volley's divine dividing are examples of that. Those beings are heavily restricted, drawing power away while in that state and ensuring that the host can use it. In the case of the sacred gears of the red dragon and the white dragon, forcing the restriction to be temporarily released unleashes the sealed power of the Juggernaut drive. The temporary power received rivals that of a god, but the risk is also enormous. The lifespan of the wielder is greatly diminished, and it also makes you lose your sense of reason. Tatsumi, you mean it makes you lose control. Azazel, yes, to a certain extent you become violent. One could completely destroy their surroundings and even begin to destroy themselves before finally stopping. It's impossible to master that power in actual combat, but Volley can wield it for several minutes, consuming a massive amount of magic power. He must be able to do it anyway. Since Albion was impatient back then, I suppose it still has dangers, of course. It's not for me to say as someone who uses an artificial sacred gear in a burst state, but the way to use a life-draining force is fundamentally different from the way to use the power of the sacred gear. It's a fighting method using a transmuted curse that only utilizes the power of people who have died. Issei, you absolutely must never copy it. Tannen, so the current White Dragon Emperor can wield Juggernaut Drive. That's a problem. Tatsumi would have died if he hadn't taken the lead in the attack. Whichever form awakens first, whether it's the white or the red one, will undoubtedly overpower the other. In a sense, whoever reaches that state first is the first to finish off the other. Azazel, Tatsumi, I'd like to ask what you think of Akino. Tatsumi, what do I think? Well, I love her and now I'll do anything for her. But she clings to her past and her blood and I don't know how I can help her. Azazel, I see. You see, I also have to look after her instead of a friend of mine. Tatsumi, you mean Aknosen's father, who is one of your subordinates, right? Azazel, instead of a subordinate, Barakil is a comrade from long ago like Shemheza. A friend, we did a lot of stupid things together, so before I knew it, everyone around me besides myself had ended up with wives and children. Tatsumi, sensei, you're unexpectedly kind-hearted, or perhaps I should say a nosy person. You even got involved in our training. Azazel, I'm just an ordinary fallen angel with some free time. Though that's precisely why I also raised the White Dragon Emperor. In any case, I'm entrusting Akino to you. Tatsumi, don't worry, I'll take care of her. He smiled. Azazel, okay, well, I'm going to entrust you with the matter of Akino. More importantly, there's the problem with Kaneko. Tatsumi, what about Konkachin? Is she all right? Azazel sighs. There's nothing that can be done about it. She's impatient, or rather, she doubts her own strength. She overdid it with the training I gave her. This morning she collapsed. Tatsumi collapsed. Azazel, Asia can treat injuries, but she can't do anything about physical strength. Overwork in particular certainly impairs one's physical strength and has adverse effects. Because the time remaining until the game is limited, that's dangerous. Issei, yes, if overwork isn't good, what about me? Aren't I close to death being chased by a dragon monster every day? Azazel, that's fine for you. Something like that isn't enough for that. Azazel, now then we must go. Issei, I was asked to take you back just this once. You'll return to the Gremory Annex only once. Tannen will be back in a while. I'll bring it back to you tomorrow morning. Tatsumi, Azazel, I'd like to go too since I want to see how Konkachin is doing. Azazel, that's fine, Tannen, then I'll return to my territory for now. Issei, sensei who ordered me to return, but you. Azazel from her mother. Tatsumi/Issei, Grimory Castle. Issei, crying Butchu, it's been so long since I've seen you. I've been wanting to see you so badly. Every night I slept hugging a bed of leaves while remembering her warmth. Rias, you've gotten so strong. Hugging him, you too, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, well, I've improved my stamina a lot and I can change into my dragon form. Rias, that's great. Tatsumi, how is Konkachin? Rias, she's come with me. Issei, you go to my mother. It seems she wants to talk to you. Issei, yes, Butchu, walks away. Rias, come with me. Rias would be guiding me to Kaneko's room, where upon opening it would be completely dark. I didn't pay much attention to it and approached Kaneko's bed as slowly as possible so as not to disturb her. I could see that she was sleeping peacefully and I also saw cat ears. Tatsumi, a cat spirit, looking at Rias. Rias, it's the story of the Nekomata sisters. They were always together, playing, eating, sleeping. When their parents died, they no longer had a home to return to, so they depended on each other to survive in the world. One day they were both taken in by a certain demon. The older one became part of his group, and in this way they both lived with him, achieving a decent standard of living and thinking they could live happily. Tatsumi, however, something happened, didn't it? Rias, nods. Nekomatas are skilled in yaojutsu. The older one began to grow very strong after being reincarnated as a demon. She also showed enormous talent for using magic and senjutsu, which could only be used by the last Sannin, thus surpassing her master. She was consumed by power and a thirst for blood, like battles. She finally killed her master, becoming an exile and one of the most dangerous demons. She delighted in killing so much that she managed to annihilate all the hunting squads. Tatsumi and what happened to the younger one? Rias, after that, the hunt for her was temporarily cancelled. The younger sister didn't follow, and the demons wondered if they could trust her since she could get out of control, so it was better to deal with it now. It was Oniyasama who saved the Nekomata they were planning to execute. He convinced the high-class demons that she was innocent, and as a result, the problem ended when he said he would take care of her. But after being betrayed by the older sister she trusted so much, and after being tortured by demons, her spirit seemed like it would collapse. It was quite sad. Oniyasama left the little Nekomata, who had lost her smile, in my care. After we met, the little girl slowly began to regain her emotions. After that, I gave her the name Kaneko. Tatsumi, I see I sit next to Kaneko, so she's a yaokai. Kaneko, waking up Tatsumi-senpai. Tatsumi, does your body feel better? Kaneko, looking away, why did you come? Tatsumi, well, Azazel told me you fainted, and since Issei was coming, I wanted to see you without fail. I was very worried about you. Kaneko, covering her ears. Tatsumi, Konkachan, but you told me your story. In any case, overexertion isn't good for the body. If you don't take care of yourself, you could. Kaneko, I want to. Tatsumi, Kaneko, with tears in her eyes, I want to become stronger like Yuuto-senpai, Zenovia-senpai, Issei-senpai, Aiknasen, and Tatsumi-senpai too. I want a strong spirit and body. Even Jaya-kun gets strong, but I don't have healing powers like Issei-senpai. At this rate, I'll become a burden. Even as a Ro, I'm the weakest. I hate becoming useless, starting to cry. Tatsumi, Konkachan. Rias, but the way you're doing things will only hurt you. Kaneko, but I don't want to use the powers that lie dormant within me, my Nekomata powers. If I use them just like Nisama, I don't want that to happen. I don't want something terrible to happen. No, I couldn't bear it. Rias, Tatsumi, leave this to me. Tatsumi, I'm sorry but I can't accept that order since like Konkachan, Akino is also in the same position and I can't do anything. So please leave us alone. Rias, alright, she leaves the room. Kaneko, why are you staying? What if I don't want you here? Tatsumi, well, you'll have to beat me up, tell me something. You don't want to use the Nekomata power the same way your sister did, right? Kaneko, yes. Tatsumi, then why don't you use it for yourself? Kaneko, what? Tatsumi, what I mean is that you're afraid to use that power just like your sister, then don't use it like her, use it to help others and to help yourself. Kaneko, but how? I don't want to hurt anyone. Tatsumi, then ask for help. Kaneko, Tatsumi, when I first used Incursio, my Aniki was named Bullied, the previous wielder of Incursio. Well, I always asked him for help when I didn't know something or had a doubt. Do the same, ask for help when you need it, and don't break that barrier alone. Because it's better to face everything with the people who are important to you than to be alone, I said with a gentle smile. Kaneko, crying. Tatsumi-senpai, clinging to my chest, please help me overcome my fear. Tatsumi, yes, hugging her. Kaneko, help me use my power to help others. Tatsumi, yes. Kaneko, help me control myself when I lose control. Tatsumi, yes. Kaneko, and help me accept myself. Tatsumi, yes, I promise. Chapter 22. The days had already passed, and I had spent these last 2 days with Kaneko to help her in any way I could. Although I occasionally glanced out the window with a worried expression, I had already figured that Kaneko's thoughts wouldn't change that quickly in just 2 days. Even so, I tried, and we are making progress. When I told Issei that I was going to stay to help Kaneko, at first he was cursing me because he was going to a real hell, but then I told him the reason and he let me help her, since Rias' mother told Issei about Kaneko's problem. We were currently in the Gremory Castle ballroom as today was the party. Issei, Saji, and I were waiting for the girls who still needed to get ready. Saji and Issei were wearing the Q Academy summer uniform while I was wearing a suit. My suit consisted of a white suit with a black shirt and a red tie. I had asked Grafia for this suit. I could see Saji and Issei talking about the raiding game, and they seemed really motivated. They were also talking about Saji's dream of becoming a teacher at the school Sona wants to found. And then they started talking about breasts. As is typical in Issei's conversations, after a few minutes, Akino and Rias had already come downstairs. Akino and Rias came down first, and I could see that they were both wearing Western-style dresses. Rias was red and Akino's was white. Rias, sorry for making you wait. Issei, but you, woah, Tatsumi, you look beautiful. Akino, giving her a kiss. Akino, thanks Tatsumi, you're not so bad either. Yufufu. After a few seconds, the others came down. Asia was wearing a white dress with some patterns, Zenovia was wearing a blue dress that reached her thighs, Kaneko was wearing a short black dress, and Gasper was also wearing a dress. Issei, they're all wearing dresses and they're all so well-dressed, looking like princesses. Asia, you look so cute like that. Asia, hehe, I'm not used to this, so it's a little embarrassing. Zenovia, what do you think? Tatsumi, do I look strange wearing a dress? Tatsumi, you don't look strange, you look beautiful. Zenovia, giving her a kiss. Zenovia, you look handsome too, she smiles. Tatsumi Konkachan, you look very pretty too, she smiled. Kaneko, thank you. Gasper Aniki, do I look good too? Tatsumi, that looks really good on you. Gasper, then he looks at Sona. Sona, Tatsumi, what's wrong, don't I look okay? Tatsumi, on the contrary, you look beautiful, taking her by the waist. Sona, placing her hands on my chest, you're very handsome too, she smiles. Issei Saji, are you okay? I could see that Saji had fainted from seeing Sona so beautiful and the others, and it's normal that she gets like that since I'm about to fall to the ground too. Kiba, Tannen-sama and his family have arrived. After saying that, we all went to the balcony where Tannen and his family were waiting. Tannen said he would fly us to the party, so we climbed onto another dragon. Thanks to a magic barrier they created, our hair wouldn't be ruined by the wind or anything. Upon arriving, we thanked Tannen and went inside. Everyone who saw Rias couldn't stop greeting or praising her. Akino also went to greet a few of the demons, while Issei, Asia, Gasper, and I sat waiting for Zenovia, who said she would bring us food. Suddenly, she appeared with a tray full of food. Zenovia, guys, I've got some food, eat up. Tatsumi, I'm sorry, Zenovia. Zenovia, no, it's nothing, this is nothing. Look, you'd better pour yourself a glass, Asia. Asia, thank you so much, Zenovia, since this is my first time doing something like this, I'm nervous and very thirsty. Suddenly, a girl I knew very well was walking in my direction with a smile. That girl was Ravel Phoenix. Ravel, it's been a while, Tatsumi-kun. Tatsumi, Ravelchan, it's a pleasure to see you again and you look very pretty in that dress. Ravel, blushing, I thank you. Tatsumi, I'm really sorry for not being able to visit you, it's just that as you can see I've been training. Ravel, no problem, I received the letter, and I also appreciate you letting Kohaku spend a few days with me. Zenovia, that's why I couldn't see him anywhere. Tatsumi, that's right, since everyone was training and I was up in the mountains I got worried, especially since she likes her a lot. Kohaku, summons Kohaku. Kohaku Gruwar, Ravel, I'm glad to see you, Kohaku. She smiles and strokes her hair. Tatsumi, and how is your brother? Ravel, thanks to you he's been feeling down. It seems his defeat and losing Ryasama to you was a big blow to him. Well, he always relied on his skill and became arrogant, so that must have been a good lesson for him. Tatsumi, and are you a free agent now or are you still part of their peerage? Ravel, I'm a free agent. After that, I was placed in my mother's clan. She's not interested in the raiding games since she doesn't participate. Tatsumi, I see, well, I'm really happy for you, she smiled. Ravel, blushing, and hopefully in the future Tatsumi-kun will be able to. I put my hand on his head. Tatsumi, stroking her head and whispering, of course you can be in my peerage. She smiled. Ravel, really? Tatsumi, don't shout, hehe. I've thought about it a lot, I'll probably be able to make my own later on. Whispering in his ear, and I'd like you to be one of my bishops, what do you say? Ravel, I'd love to. Tatsumi, great. She smiled, but don't tell anyone, it's a secret between you and me. She winked at her. Ravel, blushing, why yes, you have my word. Butler, Ravel-sama, a friend of the master requests your presence. Ravel, oh understood, he looks at me, I wanted to give you something, it's from me, you don't need to thank me. Giving me a kind of box with his symbol on it. Tatsumi, thanks anyway. Ravel, blushing, WL, Tatsumi-kun, whenever you want to have tea or eat a cake made by me, come to my house, I'll gladly welcome you. Leaves. Suddenly, as Ravel left, Kaneko stood next to me and saw a black cat walk by. That cat really alarmed Kaneko, so I guessed who it belonged to based on the stories she told me, so I looked at her and patted her on the back. Tatsumi, go, Kaneko, Tatsumi-senpai. Tatsumi, I told you I would help and support you. Kaneko nodded and ran off. I saw Issei start to follow her, so I went over to Zenovia and told her I was going to be gone for a while. She didn't understand, so I gave her a kiss and ran off. When I reached the hallway, I saw Issei and Rias getting on the elevator, but I didn't have time to catch up. So I looked out the window and jumped out, then used my demon wings and started flying. I could see Kaneko running through the forest, chased by Issei and Rias until she suddenly stopped and stared at a tree. I stopped and hovered in the sky to see what would happen. I saw Kaneko looking at a young woman with a voluptuous figure. She had long black hair and hazel eyes with feline pupils. Her attire consisted of a black kimono, a yellow sash, a set of gold beads, and an intricately decorated headband. The inside of the kimono was red and open at the shoulders, revealing her large breasts, which rivaled Rias and Akino's in size. In her Nekomata form, she sprouted a pair of black cat ears and 2 black tails. It's been a long time since I've seen you again, Shiren, did you miss me? Naya, Kaneko, Kuroka Nisama. Kuroka, you noticed the little cat I infiltrated at that party and followed it here. Climbing down from the tree, your Wanasama is really impressed, Naya. Tatsumi, Konkachan's sister. Kaneko Nisama, why have you come here, getting into a fighting stance? Kuroka, don't make that face, I just came for a few small matters and I heard that the demons were having a party, so I was curious, Naya. Hey Kuroka, what's wrong? Naya, Biku, isn't she from the Gremory group? Tatsumi, that must be Biku, Volley's partner. Biku, hiding your presence is useless. We have mastered the use of senjutsu. Therefore, we can detect you with the slightest variation in the flow of your kai, pointing to where Rias and Issei were hiding. Tatsumi, it seems they didn't detect me. What did you do, Tyrant? Tyrant, well, as he said, leave you with no kai at all. Although you'll be intervening soon, won't you? Tatsumi, exactly. Issei, coming out of the bushes, damn it, they discovered us. I would have preferred not to fight. Kaneko, Issei Senpai Butchu. Issei, hello, you damn monkey man, how's Volley? Biku, hahaha, more or less. As for you, so you've gotten a bit stronger, huh? Issei, you understood my strength just by looking at my body for a little while. Biku, didn't I tell you? I also use senjutsu and I'm aware of your spirit's flow to some extent. The volume of aura surrounding you has increased since our last meeting, though I'd like to see the other dragon as well. Issei, by the way, Butchu, what is senjutsu? Is it different from the magic and witchcraft used by mages? Rias, size yes, senjutsu is different from magic and witchcraft. The biggest difference is that senjutsu emphasizes the importance of something called chakra, the aura that is the great original power flowing into one's spirit. In other words, it is a life force, and it makes it a constant current. It is a power that is both similar to and different from the magic of demons and the light power of angels. Its direct destructive power cannot be matched by that of magic or light power, but with senjutsu, one can make use of the unknown aspects of plants, animals, and people. For example, if one learns senjutsu, it is said that one will excel at reading the flow of someone's spirit, their aura, and that one can also perceive the movements of a distant target to a certain extent. Kuroka, we can also control the flow of spirit and reinforce the inside and outside of our bodies, or disturb the spirits of all the surrounding trees, making them bloom or wither. Naya. Senjutsu is an ability that manipulates the flow of life after all. We can alter our opponent's spirit and inflict damage on their life force by reducing it. Because methods for repairing damage to life energy are limited by demon magic and magic, this method of attack almost always leads to death. Naya. Issei, why are you here? Are you planning a terrorist attack? Biku, no, we didn't come here for anything like that. A standby order has been issued in the underworld. Kuroka and I are off duty right now. When the order was given, Kuroka suggested we visit the demon party. Since I probably wouldn't be able to return easily, I came with her as well. Okay, Kuroka. Biku, who is this boy? Pointing at Issei. Biku, the Red Emperor Dragon. Kuroka, really? Naya. So this is the current breast-living Red Dragon Emperor who repelled Volley earlier. Biku, besides, there's another boy too. The holder of the Incursio key, the Dragon of Evolution and Adaptability, he's the one who left Volley badly injured. But let's go, since we can't participate in the party anyway, it's a waste of time to stay here. Kuroka, yes, we're going back, but I'm taking Shiren with me. Naya. I'll take her with me right now. Biku, Arara, if you bring her with you it will be on your own. Volley might get angry, you know. Kuroka, when they know that the same power I have flows within her, both Offais and Volley will be convinced, right? Biku, well, that may be so. Issei, standing in front of Kaneko, this girl is an important friend to us, the Gremory family. I won't allow them to take her away. Biku, no, that's very brave of you, but do you really intend to confront Kuroka and me? This time we'll leave immediately once we get that girl, so you'll be fine, right? Rias stepped forward with an angry expression. Rias, this girl is my servant. I won't let you lay a single finger on her. Kuroka, arararara, what are you saying, Naya? She's my little sister. I have the right to love her. A high-class demon like you doesn't have that privilege. I'll have to kill you then, Naya. At that moment, I fall from the sky to the ground, creating a small crater and alerting everyone. Tatsumi, if you want to take them to Konkachin, you'll have to go over my dead body. Kuroka, and who are you, Naya? Tatsumi, I am the bearer of the Incursio key, Sasaki Tatsumi. And you must be Kuroka, right? Kuroka, yes, Naya. Tatsumi, and the other one must be Son Goku's descendant. Biku, I saw you in the fight against Volley. You left him badly injured, and I see that you have become stronger. Tatsumi, before I show you my strength. Kuroka, you know Kaneko doesn't really hate you, right? She's just sad because you abandoned her, right? Konkachin. Kuroka, what? Kaneko, it's true I never hated you, Nisama. I missed you so much I didn't know anything about you. I just thought you'd gone crazy and killed our master. That's what everyone was saying. Kuroka, what? What? You don't hate me. Tatsumi, Kuroka, tell the truth. What happened at that moment? Kuroka, I killed our master and the power was L. Kaneko, you're lying, Nisama. At first, I believed it too, that you went crazy for senjutsu, that you killed our master and that you abandoned me because I was in your way. Kuroka. Kaneko, for that very reason, what I hated was senjutsu because I couldn't hate you. My sister, who took care of me when I was very little, was taken away from me. I said I didn't want to be like you and I sealed my Nekomata powers. I didn't show my form and I denied any mention of you. You weren't the one who abandoned me for power, that's why I didn't want to think about it because it always hurt. Tatsumi, and that day you wanted to take her with you but you couldn't. It was difficult to escape and worry about her safety. She was a burden because to get to you they would hurt her, and I wanted everything to be with you, didn't I? Looking at the sky besides your late sensei, Tannen, I was informed that Issei, Rias Peerage, and Tatsumi had come to the forest, so I came to check it out, but I didn't think I'd end up trapped in a barrier. Biku, oh, and what's that? Tannen, what an evil aura, these visitors shouldn't be at this party. Tatsumi, hey Tannen, don't you mind taking care of the dirty monkey? Biku, oh, if it isn't the ancient dragon king, we have no choice but to fight now. Come to my golden flying cloud. At that moment, a small golden cloud appeared out of nowhere and Biku climbed on top of it to then go and fight Tannen. Tatsumi, Kuroka, are you going to do something? Kuroka, nothing will change, I'll take Shiren with me. Kaneko, crying, I don't want to go with you, Nisama. Kaneko, I am Taoju Kaneko. I want to live with Butchu, with Aiknasen, with Issei Senpai, with everyone else, and with the person I love, Tatsumi Senpai. I want to truly live. Tatsumi, Konkachin. Kuroka then die. Suddenly, Kuroka raised her hand and a gas enveloped the entire area. Kaneko and Rias fell to the ground. Kuroka explained that the gas was poisonous to demons and would slowly kill them, but it didn't affect Issei or me because we were part dragon. With her remaining strength, Rias launched a small destructive energy ball at Kuroka's face, completely obliterating her. However, we could see that nothing had happened, and we saw that the entire forest was teeming with Kurokas. Issei saw boosted gear. But nothing happened to his arm. D-Drake would be explaining that the sacred equipment was not going to work since now Issei would be in a dilemma of having the balance breaker or not. That's why he needs one more push. Tatsumi, Issei, think of a way to get that push already. Cutting a Kuroka in half. Issei, one push, I've got it, Butchu. I need to ask you a favor. Rias, sure, whatever you need, so what's it about? Issei, please let me squeeze your nipples. Tatsumi, what? Kaneko and I just stared at Issei with disgust, then looked at Kuroka, who was also clearly shocked. Kaneko and I bowed to apologize. Tatsumi/Kaneko, we bow, we're sorry. Issei, hey, but don't apologize. Rias, I understand. If you can realize your desire through that. Issei, really, can I squeeze? Can I press Butchu's nipples with my fingers? Is that really okay? Suddenly Rias lowered her dress, revealing her chest with trembling hands. Rias, please hurry, it's embarrassing. Tannen, hey, what are you doing in the middle of a battlefield? Tatsumi, Tannen, you just keep fighting, this is disappointing. Kuroka, hey Biku, is that some kind of strategy? Rias, Gremory has flashed her breasts and intends to do something with the Red Dragon Emperor. Biku, don't ask me. This dragon's level of thought is in a different dimension than ours, you know. Tatsumi/Kaneko, we're truly sorry, we bowed to Kuroka. Issei, Tatsumi, I have a serious problem. Tatsumi, what's wrong? What do you want? Issei, the right chest or the left one, which should I press first? Tatsumi, are you stupid? Grabbed by Kaneko, let me go, or I'll kill him myself. Rias, oh my god, you idiot. In that case you just have to push both of them at the same time. Issei obeyed Rias and began to squeeze her nipples, only to hear an Ian from Rias. At that moment, a blinding light enveloped Issei, revealing that he had finally obtained the balance breaker and wings. Tatsumi, finally he did it, but in a very disappointing way. Kaneko, seriously, you're the worst. What kind of perverted Sekiryuutei is? Tatsumi, Issei, go help Tannen, I'll take care of Kuroka. Issei, understood, flies off. Tatsumi, well, Kuroka, are you going to leave peacefully or will I have to stop you? Kuroka, I'm going to take Shiren with me no matter. Tatsumi, you may be Konkachin's sister, but I won't forgive you for making her cry. Incursio. I slammed the Incursio key firmly into the ground and screamed with all my might, but nothing happened, as if something was blocking it. Tatsumi, Tyrant, what's going on? Tyrant, I'm sorry partner, but you can't use the armor right now. Like Issei, you're at a crossroads, deciding whether to reach the third evolution or remain in the second. You need a push. Tatsumi, you've got to be kidding me. Since when is it like this? Tyrant, I don't know, it must be because of this world or because you consumed some of D-Drake's or Albion's power, that's why you're in the same situation. Tatsumi, damn you D-Drake and Albion, a push, but how? Kuroka, are you done, Naya? Then I'm going to kill you and then I'll go after Shiren. Naya. Kuroka formed a magic circle on her back and 3 magic balls shot out from it, aimed at Kaneko. I quickly stepped in front of her, taking all 3, leaving my back badly injured. Rias/Kaneko, Tatsumi/Senpai. Tatsumi, I'm fine, I say, looking down, I'm sorry Butchu and Konkachin, right now I don't know what to do. I almost always knew what to do thanks to having the armor, but now that I don't know how to give that push, I'm just a useless guy who knows how to fight with a sword, but even so Roman 3. Kaneko, you're wrong. Tatsumi-senpai isn't useless. Tatsumi-senpai is a kind person who's always helping others. Even the enemy just now, you helped me understand my feelings for my sister. And I'll always be grateful to you. You were the first to give me a gentle smile. no matter what I am, and the Tatsumi-senpai I know would never give up just because he doesn't have armor, and I know all this because I love you, Tatsumi-senpai. It doesn't matter that you don't have armor or aren't one of the heavenly dragons. I'll love you no matter what. Tatsumi Kaneko. Kaneko, so please don't say you're useless and stand up. Show the Tatsumi-senpai you really are. Background music. CHU, at that moment Kaneko grabbed the collar of my shirt and pulled me close, giving me a deep kiss. At first I was surprised, but then I kissed her back. Something inside me stirred and a golden sphere surrounded me. The girls, propelled back a few more meters by the air current, were called after me, worried sick. But at that moment a scream was heard from inside the sphere and the energy surrounding me was absorbed. Tatsumi hhhhh. Raid. Kuroko would be surprised to see the humanoid dragon behind me, and even Biku, Issei, and Tannen would have stopped their fight to see what was happening. The helmet shatters, revealing its sharp fangs and eyes, with a great roar that would shake the entire area, and then it starts approaching me. The red aura surrounding me caused dust to rise, and after a few seconds a small explosion occurred. When everything had calmed down, my voice could be heard above the dust cloud. Tatsumi, no matter the cost, I will stop you. As the dust settled, it was clear that the armor had evolved once again, becoming Tyrant V3. Everyone would be surprised to see my new form and all the power I unleashed, and even Kuroko was surprised, then looked at me with an angry face. Kuroko, you really evolved from a simple kiss, Naya. Tatsumi, a simple kiss. You don't know that in that kiss I could feel all of Kaneko's feelings. Joy, sadness, desire, frustration, and also her longing to be by my side and the side of everyone else. That's why I won't let you take her away. Kuroko, you think that just because you're wearing armor you'll stop me, Naya. I'm stronger than you, Naya. I didn't say a word and I started flying a few meters with my dragon wings. After reaching a considerable height, I flapped my wings strongly, dissipating all the smoke that Kuroko sprayed. Kuroko, he dispelled my fog, Naya. Tatsumi, I land again. Are you still thinking about taking Kaneko with you? Kuroko, didn't I tell you, I'm taking her even if I have to kill everyone, Naya. Tatsumi, then I will show no mercy. Raise your hand towards Kuroko and create a small ball of energy as if it were a marble. Kuroko, ha 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 ha, you think that'll stop me, Naya? Biku, lands next to Kuroko, do you really think that will stop you? Tatsumi, I see you're confident, so don't dodge it. As if it were one of Issei's dragon shots, he launched the energy ball, which instantly transformed into a massive sphere and hurtled toward Kuroko and Biku. Realizing it was a much greater power, the two dodged it at the last moment. Kuroko, fu, now we're talking. Alright, let's play for a while. Kuroko and all her illusions would launch themselves at once. Not knowing which one to defend myself with, I started hitting all her illusions, but Kuroko used magic, making a tree root tie my hand and then launching a power at my back, causing an explosion. Kaneko, Tatsumi-senpai, Kuroko, he could I have disintegrated it, Naya, but as the smoke cleared, a small crater could be seen where I stood without a scratch. Tatsumi, was that all? Kuroko, no way. Tatsumi, okay then now it's my turn. Kuroko, don't be so arrogant. Kuroko quickly used her magic to create a bunch of solid blocks that came out of the ground, but with my speed I punched, destroying all the blocks, and after destroying it I aimed at Kuroko's face. Kuroko wouldn't close her eyes and would be waiting for the blow, but I would stop just inches from her, destroying only the entire landscape behind her. Kuroko would look at me, surprised and scared, and then glare at me with hatred again. Tatsumi, don't you ever make my sweet little Kaneko cry again. Kuroko would jump away and glare at me with fury. Tatsumi, you can't defeat me even if you're the sister and a great woman. I'll take you as an enemy if I have to protect Kaneko. Kuroko, furious, you damn brat. The music ends here. But at that moment, Biku caught Kuroko on his flying cloud and flew away until they reached someone emerging from a portal. It was a young man with blonde hair and a lock of hair falling across his face, usually dressed in a business suit. Kuroko, Biku, I noticed you were taking too long, unbelievable. Tatsumi, you've got to be kidding me, another one. Tannen, he carries a sword capable of cutting through dimensions, do not approach. What he holds in his hand is truly dangerous. It is the sacred sword of the king. Kalbrand, also known as Caliburn. Tatsumi, it's the sacred sword that can surpass them all, right? Tannen, that's right. He carries two swords, the one with which he cut through the dimension. That blade is no ordinary one. I've piqued your interest in holy swords, haven't I? If that's why drawing another sword, this is the last Excalibur, recently discovered. The strongest of all Excaliburs, Excalibur ruler. Tatsumi, so that's the one that got lost. Kuroko, you're very calm for this situation. Are you sure you can say that? Biku, that's right. Besides, why are you here anyway? Weren't you Volley's personal assistant? Tatsumi, just what I needed, the butler. Everyone next to me would be holding back laughter upon hearing that. Oh, I've said too much, haven't I? But I came to pick you both up. In case you didn't notice, he is gone. Kuroka, it's true, I don't notice their energy at the party anymore. Having said that, the three of them slipped through the breach Volley's butler had made and left without a word. Seeing that everything had stopped, I was left thinking about what they had last said. Who was this he they were looking for? Chapter 23. After that, reinforcements arrived to check on us and treat our wounds. They told us that while we were fighting, Odin's son Loki had appeared in the middle of the party, but thanks to the leaders, they trapped him in a barrier and transported him away. At Rias' request, we decided to deal with Loki after the raiding game, and because of the attack, the party had to be cancelled. Something that displeased Odin himself, an old man with long gray hair and a long gray beard. He wears a kind of crystal eye. Accompanying him was a young woman with long silver-white hair and blue eyes. Her usual attire is the Valkyrie armor set, consisting of a white breastplate with gold and light blue details and matching fingerless gauntlets, boots, hip guards, and wing-shaped hair clips. She also wears a black leotard beneath her breastplate, black thigh-high stockings, and a pale blue cloth wrap under the hip guards, all trimmed with pink lace. Although this time she wore a purple outfit, her name is Rossweisse. After the incident with her sister, Kaneko became much closer to me, something she already mentioned to Akino, Zenovia, and Sona. They didn't mind Kaneko joining our family, so to speak. The day after the recent events, we met to discuss our strategy against Sona and her peerage. Azazel, alright, let's begin the meeting. Tomorrow is the raiding game against Citri. Issei, how's your balance breaker? Issei, I've managed it, but I have some limitations. First, the transformation takes some time. Azazel, how long ago are we talking? Issei, 2 minutes. While that's happening, I can't use my sacred equipment without doubling my power or using transfer. Secondly, I can only do it once a day. If I cancel the transformation before it finishes, my sacred equipment will run out of energy. Azazel, similar to the others and you, Tatsumi, you mentioned that you also had a dilemma when it came to evolving, right? Tatsumi, that's right, thanks to Kaneko I was able to get it, and now I can use the third evolution for as long as I need. Azazel, good. And how long can you use Issei, 30 minutes, but this time will decrease if I use my abilities. Azazel, Rias, Sona has some knowledge about your group, doesn't she? Rias, yes, she understands us more or less. For example, she knows that the main weapons are Issei, Kiba, Akino, Asia, Zenovia, and Tatsumi. On the other hand, Gasper's sacred gear, Kaneko's power, and Tatsumi's power have also come to light. Tatsumi, well, there's something they don't know yet. Azazel, what's this about? Tatsumi, well, they know I achieved the third evolution and that I spent a lot of time training for my dragon form. But they don't know if I actually succeeded. I mean, they don't know I can wrap my whole body like a dragon. That's something that benefits us. Azazel, that's true, but you don't even know if you yourself can control the dragon state well. He more or less knows about all of you. So how much do you know about their side? Rias, I know Sona's abilities as well as the Vice Kaichu Queens and those of several of her other servants, although I haven't yet confirmed some of their capabilities. Azazel, so you're at a disadvantage in that regard. Well, one thing is fine for a game or a battle royale. This is often the case both in games and in battle royals. There are also instances where a sacred gear evolves and transforms during the battle. You must pay close attention. The number of your opponents is 8. Rias, yes, a king, a queen, a rook, a knight, 2 bishops, and 2 pawns for a total of 8 enemies. It seems he doesn't have a full set of pieces yet, but he has one less than we do. Azazel, the raiding games classify players by their fighting specialties into different types: energy, technique, magic, and support. Of these, Rias is a magic type, the type that excels in magic, generally speaking. Akino is the same. Kiba is a technique type. He fights with speed and technique. Zenovia is an energy type who excels in speed, a player who aims for a precise hit. Asia and Gasper are support types. Furthermore, if their classification is even more detailed, Asia is closer to the support type, while Gasper is closer to the technique type. Kaneko is an energy type. Issei, you're also an energy type. However, you're also good as a support type with your transfer power. And finally, Tatsumi, who, to be honest, I have no idea how to classify since you can practically do everything, thanks to your ability to adapt during battle. Rias, I actually feel better knowing we have someone like Tatsumi in my peerage. Everyone, that's true. Tatsumi, it's not that big of a deal, you're going to make me blush, but thank you. Azazel, the thing energy types have to be careful of is counter types. A particularly problematic class among technique types, that's the counter type strength. There are countertypes even among sacred gears, but when fighting an opponent using one, an energy type like Issei, Kaneko, or Zenovia can turn the situation upside down with just one counter hit. This is because counters reflect the opponent's power back with more power from the user than the counter itself. When you're strong, it's natural for you to take more damage. Zenovia, if there's a counter, I just have to beat it with power. Azazel, it's possible to overcome it with that, but it's a different story when your opponent is a genius in that field. Avoid attacking as much as possible. It's better to face them with people like Akino, who uses spells, Kiba's techniques, or Gasper with his special vampire abilities. It's all a matter of compatibility. Energy types are simply strong. But the risk is high for them when they fight against technique types. Looks at Issei. Now you have the balance breaker, but do you think you can win against Kiba or even Tatsumi? Issei, honestly speaking, he'll probably play with my speed and not take any hits. Azazel, that's how it is. Whether you're up against Kiba or anyone else, you have openings for counterattacks. Issei, if you don't create a countermeasure against user counterfeiting, you'll never be able to beat Kiba in your entire life. That's what battle compatibility means. Issei, understood. Azazel, Rias, if there are counters in Sona Citri's family, they might go after Issei, you know. If a counter consumes his immense power, it'll be his immediate escape. You need to think about that and refine some tactics for it. Rias, but if the opponent is a woman, the possibility of that happening is low. Kaneko, the dress break, since he's the enemy of women, I don't think they'll want to fight him at all. Azazel, by the way, Issei, the fact that you achieved balance breaker was noticed by those nearby during Biku and the others' attack. Sona Citri must also know about it. You must be careful, since the possibility of being crushed before transforming into balance breaker is high. Issei, don't worry, I'm an adult. Azazel, what's wrong? You're acting like you've matured a lot somehow. Issei, sensei, I'm an adult because I pushed them. Azazel, I understand. Issei, Kiba. He places his hands on Kiba's shoulders. Kiba, what's going on? Issei, there are two kinds of men. Men who have pushed their chests in and men who haven't. I'm one of the former. I'm incomparable, incredible. I've crossed over. I thought that was the most intelligent observation. Fufufu Kiba. You're a happy man. How can you associate on equal terms with a man like me who's pushed his chest in? He smiles. Kiba, Butchu, this isn't good. He needs to get some advice before the match. Tatsumi, Issei, you say that pushing breasts makes you amazing. What am I? She smiled proudly. Issei, you shut up, you idiot. You don't exist in this conversation. Tatsumi, what did you call me? You're the idiot here. At least I've slept with two beautiful women. And you, Issei, has, well, I sleep with Butchu and Asia naked. You probably can't get over that. Smiles. Tatsumi, seriously, are you seriously comparing that to me? It confirms you're a real pervert. Everyone, Gasper Eisenpai is showing a strange smile. I'm scared. Kaneko Jayakun, don't go near him, otherwise you'll be infected with his idiocy just by being near him. Azazel, getting back to the topic, I'd say your chances of winning this game are over 80%. I think you're going to win, but I don't think you're guaranteed to win. And the value of the pieces isn't absolute either. Just like in a real game of chess, the value changes depending on the situation on the board. I've lived a long time. In that time, I've seen a wide variety of battles. That's why I'm saying this. I've seen guys win even though they had less than a 10% chance of winning. Don't underestimate even a 1% probability. I think you're definitely going to win. However, I think they want to win at all costs. This is the last piece of advice I can give you all in this training camp. Rias, then we'll have to do what Tatsumi always does, right? Tatsumi, what? Rias, never give up no matter what, right? Everyone, yes. The next morning. There's a large magic circle beneath Gremory Castle, designed specifically to transport us to the game area. Our group gathered at the top of the magic circle and prepared to be transported to the game area where the battle was about to begin. Besides Asia, Zenobia, and me, we were all wearing our Q Academy summer uniforms. Asia was in her nun's habit, and Zenobia was wearing her usual battle outfit, the same one she wore the first time I met her. I, on the other hand, was wearing a black undershirt, and over that a blue hoodie with two belts. I had on black pants and tall white boots, and over all of that a white jacket that came down to just below my knees. I personally asked Grafia for all of this. It's incredible what that woman can do. We had said goodbye to Rias and Azazel's parents. Surzich-sama and Grafiasen weren't here, but it seemed they had already moved to the VIP viewing room. It was said that not only were the leaders of the three great factions there, but VIPs from other powers were also invited. After a few seconds, the magic circle began to glow, and when we opened our eyes, we could see that we were in a shopping mall, specifically one that was near Q Academy. Rias, I didn't expect the shopping mall near Q Academy to serve as a setting. Suddenly, Grafia's voice could be heard throughout the place via loudspeaker. Grafia, everyone, Grafia, Queen of the Lucifer clan, will be the referee for the raiding game between the Citri clan and the Gremory clan. In the name of my master, Surzech Lucifer, I will oversee the battle between these two families. It is a pleasure to be here. To keep with the main theme, today's battlefield is the shopping mall in the Q Academy district, which Raya-sama and Sana-sama attend. It has been prepared within a separate area of the playing field. Both clans have been transported to their respective bases. Raya-sama's base is on the second floor on the east side, while Sana-sama's base is on the first floor on the west side. In order for the pawns to be promoted, please go to your opponent's base. Tatsumi, our base and our enemy's base were located at opposite ends of the mall. Grafia, this time there will be no special rules. Special items have been sent to each group, so please make use of them. One bottle of the healing item Phoenix Tears has been provided to each team. Furthermore, you have 30 minutes to create a strategy before the battle. Contacting your opponent during this time is prohibited. The game is scheduled to begin after 30 minutes. Then it will be time to put your strategy into action. Rias, the battlefield is based in the shopping mall near Q Academy, so it's an indoor battle. Rias said that while looking at a guide map of the department store's interior that was displayed on the wall of the dining room floor. Rias, the rule this time is don't destroy the department store, which has become the battlefield. In other words, we can't have any showy battles. Tatsumi, in short, I can't use the armor either. Right, Rias, I'm afraid so. Issei, why not? Tatsumi, my way of putting on the armor is very different from yours, Issei. If you look closely, I have to plunge my sword into the ground, and then the entire area around me becomes corrupted. That's why I can't use it, or at least not the armor. Zenobia, I see, so for me too, the vice president, and Issei, it's a disadvantageous battlefield. We can't launch attacks that affect a wide area. Aquino, that's really worrying. A battle of massive attacks has mostly been in open areas. She sighs. Gasperkun's eyes won't be very effective either. There are plenty of places to hide inside the mall. All the goods and products have also been accurately reproduced, so there's an overwhelming number of objects to obstruct his vision. There's also the possibility of a surprise attack in the dark. It's worrying. This is a battlefield disadvantageous to our special characteristics. Because Rias Gremory's powerful group is characterized by destructive fighting, we're completely trapped. Rias, no, Gasper's eyes couldn't be used from the start. They put a restriction in place here. The use of Gasper Vladdy's sacred gear is prohibited. The reason is clear and simple. Since he still can't perfectly control it, it was considered problematic if the entire game were ruined because his eyes went out of control. Giving him Issei's blood is also prohibited. It seems they've provided a seal for his sacred gear with glasses developed by Azazel. Since they were made for Gasper's exclusive use, it won't have any particular negative influence on his body, as it says here. Actually, he likes to prepare himself. Issei, so Gasper is going to fight using magic and his vampire abilities. Rias, that's right. From the very beginning, their ability to stop time is extremely risky. The other side has not only the types I mentioned earlier, but also Sagikun, who possesses sacred equipment that absorbs the abilities of others, so we don't know what kind of counterattacks they'll use. Like genjutsu suppression, there's also another technique that involves taking a person's vision. When you talk about these things, it becomes impossible to use that power in any of the games or in a real battle. Meticulous caution is only natural. The raiding game isn't something you can win simply by having a large amount of energy. The battle situation changes completely depending on the battlefield and the rules. Because this is a terrain where even demons who lack strength can rely on wisdom and rise higher, it has become popular in the underworld and among the other powers. Rules of this kind can be detrimental to us. However, if we cannot compensate for this, we will not be able to win and advance in future games. Even a pawn can checkmate the king. This is not only a basic rule in chess but also a proverb in raiding games. In other words, it implies that anyone can win with the right strategy. Aquino, that's correct. There may be internal battles of this kind on real battlefields from now on. If that were the case, we wouldn't be able to fully display our power like we did today. This could be a good opportunity for us. Today's battle is the most suitable for getting used to internal team battles. Issei, Butchu, while training to achieve balance breaker and increase my power, I didn't use the sword I had in my possession when I fought. Rias, I know. This time things went completely the opposite of what we expected. Even though the battlefield and rules are decided randomly, this game might be the worst for Issei. Your power is far too immense. According to the rules, destroying the building means an immediate exit. However, it's not certain that it will be a place where you'll be able to use the balance breaker. But please use your power as much as possible in the fight. Also, don't fire the Draco shot as much as possible. The department store could be destroyed. Please somehow survive with just a one-on-one battle. I'm sorry for asking such difficult things of you. Tatsumi, Butchu, I would like your permission to lead the plan. Rias, you have a plan. Tatsumi, that's right, while you were chatting. I've been looking at the map of the center and I think I have a good idea. Rias, understood, I'll leave it to you. Tatsumi, thank you. Kiba, I need you to check the vehicles parked in the garage if there are any. If they copied everything exactly, Sona might try to use the cars, although I doubt it since that's not their fighting style. Kiba, understood. He leaves and returns after 5 minutes. There are vehicles, but they can't be destroyed or used. Tatsumi, okay, that's good for us. We're on the east side of the center and Sona's on the west side on the ground floor. My plan is this: Kaneko and Issei will go down the ground floor towards Sona's base. Issei, a direct attack. Isn't that dangerous? Tatsumi, it's possible, but you would actually be the bait since Kiba and Zenobia will go through the parking lots. Kiba, what if they attack us for the parking lot too? Tatsumi, well, you'll be another decoy. I mean, I'll leave before Kaneko and Issei through the same floor and try to draw attention so Issei arrives and can promote Riane. If that doesn't work, Kiba and Zenobia could arrive and take out Sona since she might stay at her base. And if you two are busy, I can approach and promote myself. Rias, I think it's a good plan. What about us? Tatsumi, I thought that if we are in combat you three Rias, Asia and Aquino should advance through any floor until you reach Sona, Gasper and me. Tatsumi, since you were forbidden from using your powers, you'll use your vampire powers. I want you to transform into a bat and go around the area telling us where everyone is. Gasper, Yais, Aniki, Tatsumi, I know it's a risky plan, but I think we can pull it off this way. What do you think? Rias, I think it's a good plan. I was thinking more or less the same thing. Now that all that's cleared up, does everyone know what to do? Everyone, yes. Rias, okay, we have time until the start. Go explore the surroundings. We'll meet back here when there are 10 minutes left. Everyone, hi Butchu. Everyone was heading off to their respective places. Kiba went to a pharmacy, Aquino and Rias were drinking tea, Gasper was eating donuts, Kaneko went Hanosware, Issei went to a bookstore to look at porn, Asia and Zenovia were browsing the shops. But I would call Zenovia over to talk to her. Zenovia, what's wrong Tatsumi? Tatsumi, I have something for you. Since you can't use Durandal because of the area destruction, I have something I think you'll like. Raise his hand Incursio. The Incursio key then appears, I place it on the ground, raise my hand again and say Copic transfer. Another sword then appears beside it. I make the key disappear and hand the sword to Zenovia. Tatsumi, here, she smiled. Zenovia, your Incursio key. Tatsumi, no, it's actually a holy sword that looks like my key. Zenovia, a sacred sword, but how? Tatsumi, well, the day Issei was given the sacred sword Escalon, thanks to Tyrant, I was able to analyze its composition. So in short, you have a dragon-slaying sacred sword that looks like my key. Zenovia smiles, thank you, well, when I need it I'll ask you for it. Tatsumi, there's no need, just do it like when you're not using Durandal. Zenovia obeyed and let the sword sheath itself. At first she was surprised, not knowing where it was until I pointed to her hand. Looking there, she saw a bracelet with a gem identical to the one on the sword. At that moment I explained to her that since she didn't want to use the sword, instead of disappearing it would turn into a bracelet, and to use it would be the same as with Durandal. She was so happy that she jumped on me and began kissing me passionately, and after a few seconds we separated for lack of air, only to be joined by a strand of saliva. Zenovia, thank you Tatsumi, I love you. Tatsumi, I love you too. I pull away from her. You'd better go to Asia, before something happens to her. Zenovia, why do you say that? Zenovia turned around and saw Asia, red as a tomato, steam rising from her ears. Zenovia laughed and went over to distract Asia. I, on the other hand, went to a nearby fountain, tossed in a coin, and like everyone else made a wish. That fountain was very special to me because whenever I passed by it with my parents, we'd make a wish. It might be a silly memory, but seeing it brought back so many memories. Suddenly, I felt something incredibly soft on my back, and when I turned around, I saw Aquino. Aquino, Tatsumi, what are you doing? Tatsumi, I was making a wish. What about you? Aquino, I'd like to get some courage from Tatsumi. At that moment, Aquino lunged towards me and began to hug me tightly. I also noticed something painful in her voice. I couldn't help myself and returned her hug. Aquino, I need courage to fight because I'm going to have to use the other kind of power that flows within me this time, and I'm afraid I hate it. That's why I want to take your courage, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, I understand if that's all right with you. Aquino, when I use my light power, will you see me, Tatsumi? If Tatsumi is looking at me, I'll be able to use it. Tatsumi, I'm always watching you, Aquino. Aquino, I'm happy. If I'm with Tatsumi, definitely. Aquino took my face in her hands and brought hers closer, then gave me a passionate kiss. After a few seconds, breathless, we broke apart and pressed our foreheads together. All we could do was smile at the sight. Kaneko, Tatsumi-senpai, it's almost time to meet. Tatsumi, why yes. Aquino, Arara, Konkachan, you saw us. Yufufu, Tatsumi, thank you, I'm fine now. Aquino walked away with a huge smile, much better than before, and suddenly Kaneko grabbed my hand. In that instant, I felt like my life was flashing before my eyes. I was sure Kaneko's punch would hurt, but instead she gripped my hand even tighter and spoke while blushing. Kaneko, please give me courage too. Tatsumi, I smiled and hugged her, of course, if you're okay with me. Kaneko, Tatsumi-senpai, aren't you afraid of me like Nekomata? Tatsumi, no, not at all. Kaneko, before training started, I said something awful to you, Tatsumi-senpai. And I haven't been able to apologize since. Tatsumi, you don't have to worry about that. I was also at fault back then. Even though I didn't know your circumstances, I was inconsiderate. Kaneko, that's not true. She hugs me tighter. I'm going to use my Nekomata power. I don't like what Nisama did, but as I am now, I can't be of any use to everyone. That's why I'm going to use it. Tatsumi, Konkachan, you'll surely surpass your Nekomata power in the future, and besides, you look very cute in that form. She smiled. Kaneko, she blushes and hugs me tighter. Actually, the others are right, you're great. Tatsumi, I'm trying anything for you four. Kaneko would separate from me and turn around, then a tail would start to grow and then some ears would come out of her head. She would turn around and smile. Kaneko, hugs me, I love you, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, and I to you, Kaneko. Then I took her face in my hands and brought it close to mine. We shared a deep kiss that, after a few seconds, we couldn't break apart for lack of air, leaving a trail of saliva between us. Kaneko didn't notice at first, but after what happened, she blushed deeply, started waving her hands, and kept saying Nayaka Nayaka. I just smiled at how cute she was and took her hand to lead her to the others, even though she kept repeating the same thing. Chapter 24. We had gathered on the dining room floor and were waiting for the start time. Then an announcement was broadcast throughout the store. Grafia, it's time to begin. Furthermore, the time limit for this game will be a 3-hour bombing run. Then, without further ado, the game will begin. Start the game. Rias, your instructions are as we agreed before. You will split into 3 separate groups, Issei and Kaneko, Yuyuto and Zenovia, and finally Tatsumi. Issei and Kaneko will proceed through the interior of the store after Tatsumi. Yuyuto and Zenovia will move forward through the parking lot. Gasper will transform into many bats, conduct surveillance, and report back inside the store. Depending on your progress, Aquino, Asia, and I will follow Issei's group. Tatsumi, before you split up, I need you to cover your ears. I'll give everyone a head start. Issei, what are you going to do? Tatsumi, you'll see, she smiled. Everyone obeyed and covered their ears. Then I placed my hand on the ground and summoned Tyrant. Since in this form it doesn't destroy anything around it, then I looked at Tyrant and... Tatsumi, Tyrant, Dragon's Roar. Tyrant obeyed and began to gather air before unleashing a great roar. Issei, what was that? Tatsumi, I learned it from Jazar. He told me there are many types of dragon roars. There are warning roars, roars to scare your enemy, and roars to paralyze them. And well, I did one of the 3 together, hehe. Scratching the back of his neck. Issei, you're amazing. Rias, do you think it worked? Tatsumi, I don't know, but it's likely since they didn't know about this technique. So let's take advantage of them being paralyzed for a few seconds. Rias, now then, my lovely servants, let's win. Everyone, yes. Kiba and Zenovia left first through the parking lot. Now it was my turn. I headed towards the lower part of the center and kept walking. At a glance, I could see Gasper's bats, and he told me there was nothing there. I continued until I was near Sona's base. When someone was there waiting, it was Tsubaki Shinra, the vice Kaichu. Tatsumi, I see you were waiting for me. Tsubaki, I was actually thinking Hyaodousen would come, but I see you'll be the first one I have to defeat. Tatsumi, are you sure about that? Tsubaki, assuming where we are, I think it would be impossible for you to use the armor since you can destroy a large part of the center. Grafia, Rias Gremory-sama's first bishop, she retreats. Tatsumi, what? I don't think it's Asia then Gasper. Tsubaki, I see you've already defeated him. Well, it was pretty easy when you have a super next to you and there's a lot of garlic. Tatsumi, not bad at all. You've thoroughly investigated all the opportunities to beat us, but there's something you're missing. Tsubaki, what? Tatsumi, this I put my hand on the ground, INCURSIO. The humanoid dragon appeared behind me without destroying anything around me, something that shocked Tsubaki. Tsubaki, but how? You should destroy the area around you. Tatsumi, I'll answer you very quickly. She smiled, and that's because I'm not going to use the armor. Tatsumi, absorption. The humanoid dragon entered my body again, and where it was, it had a glow that blinded Tsubaki. When that glow faded, she looked at me and was amazed to see my body as if it were a dragon. Tatsumi, ready. Tsubaki, tusk, in that case, I'll have to use my sacred gear. I crouched down and began gathering a lot of mana in my right fist until it started to glow. When I was ready, I appeared behind Tsubaki at great speed. Tsubaki, that was fast. She was blocking my fist, but I tricked her and reappeared in front of her. I was going to hit her in the stomach with all my might, but... Tatsumi, this ends here, throwing the punch. Tsubaki smiles, sacred gear Alice mirror. At that moment, a kind of mirror appeared in front of me, and when I hit the glass, it shattered. But a shockwave came out of the mirror, hitting me squarely in the stomach and slamming me against a wall. Tatsumi, GAH, I spit out a lot of blood, but how? Tsubaki, when this mirror is destroyed, the impact of the attack is doubled and returns to its opponent. I'm a counter user. Tatsumi, just what I needed, That's what I get for being overconfident. Tsubaki, besides, when I was about to take the hit, I stuck this needle full of sedative in you, showing the needle. Tatsumi, tusk, you had a pharmacy nearby just like us, right? And right now your priority is me and Issei. Tsubaki, that's right, Hyaodousen is fighting Sajusen right now. And our plan is that with Sajusen's sacred equipment, we'll slowly drain Hyaodousen's blood, and well, Sajusen would use his own life force to damage Hyaodousen's balance breaker. Tatsumi, what? But that will kill him if Issei can withstand the blows. Tsubaki, it doesn't matter, he's doing it for Kaichu's dream. Tatsumi, I have to get to Issei quickly. Tusk, I slowly get up. Tsubaki, it's useless, the sedative I gave you is too strong, you'll be asleep after a few minutes. Tatsumi, I don't care right now, the important thing is to help a friend. I stomp my foot on the ground, creating cracks in Tsubaki's direction. Just as they reach her, a hole opens directly into the parking lot and Tsubaki quickly dodges it, taking her eyes off me. I take advantage of this distraction and quickly head towards Issei and Kaneko. As I was running, I heard that a pawn, rook, and knight of Sona's retreated, and one of our knights. But I didn't think much about it and quickly headed towards where Issei was. Upon arriving, I saw Issei in his balance breaker form fighting Saji with his fists, while Saji's sacred equipment was connected to his heart. Kaneko was separated from the two, presumably at Issei's request. Kaneko had seen me and was going to approach, but I walked past them. When I was close enough, they both stared at me, and with a swift movement I punched Saji in the stomach, hard enough to rip out that line from his heart, and the force of the punch also slammed him against a wall. Issei Tatsumi. He was my friend. Tatsumi, shut up. Don't you realize he's giving his life and you're just fighting for yourself? What matters more to you, this fight or your friend's life? Issei. Tatsumi, you could have finished it easily if you'd let Kaneko help you, but you preferred to do it only for your own benefit. Saji spits blood. Tatsumi-san. W, what are you doing? Tatsumi and you, pointing at him, how could you even think of doing this? Don't you dream of being a teacher at the school founded by Sona? Saji, yes, that's why I'm doing this. Tatsumi, then if you want to fulfill a dream, at least keep living. What would happen if you died just from defeating Issei? Nothing, you're like children. These rating games are for team play, not individual fights. If you want a one-on-one fight, you can do it later, not now, Saji, but you have to understand that it's for Sona's dream. Besides, the entire underworld is watching this fight, and I want to show them that I can defeat the Red Dragon Emperor. Tatsumi, Tusk whispering, now it's a personal wish and she wants to be a teacher to teach about the rating games. Looking at Saji, listen to me, personal wishes are worthless here. This is a team game, and Sona is doing this to win and found that school. But she wants to win as a team, and you just, Saji, that's right. I want to be a teacher at that school, but I also want to defeat Hyodu no the Red Dragon Emperor and become stronger. Tatsumi, Tusk whispering, idiot. I quickly position myself in front of Saji and punch him in the stomach again, knocking him unconscious. Then I slowly begin to glow and disappear. Graphia, a pawn of Sona Citri, withdraws. We were silent for a few seconds, and when I was about to speak, I fell to my knees. The sedative Tsubaki gave me is starting to take effect. Kaneko, Tatsumi. Are you alright? Tatsumi, yes. It's just that Tsubaki stuck a needle with a sedative in me and I'll probably be out of commission in a few minutes. Issei, how long were you under the balance breaker? Issei, about 5 minutes. Tatsumi, good. I received a message from Butchu saying they're making progress. We're going to meet with them. Issei/Kaneko, yes. Tatsumi, Issei, can you remove that line from your arm? Issei, not yet. If I had a holy sword, I could cut her. I tried using a scalon, but I don't know why it's not working. Tatsumi, that's alright. Zenovia or Kiba are probably with Butchu. Let's go. I looked at Kaneko, can you help me walk? I could do it alone, but I don't want the sedative to spread too quickly. Kaneko, sure, lean on me. With Kaneko's help along with Issei, we arrived where Rias, Aquino, and Asia were. They were in a place that looked like a central plaza in the middle of the shopping mall. Of course, Sona and some of what remained of her peerage were there. Sona, how are you? Hyodu Issei-kun, Taoju Konkasen. I see, so that's what the Red Dragon Emperor looks like. I sense a terrible wave of energy from you. It's only natural that everyone considers you dangerous. Tatsumi, I see you're doing well in that barrier, Sona. Sona, I see the sedative is working, huh? As I said that, Rias, Aquino, and Asia turned to look at me leaning against Kaneko, looking sleepy and exhausted, but still in my dragon form. Suddenly, the vice Kaicho of the student council, Shinrei-senpai, appeared and running after her, Kiba appeared from the opposite direction. So the one who was defeated was Zenovia, huh? Tatsumi, whispering Zenovia. Rias, Sona, you're very bold, to have made it all the way to the center. Sona, you the king also teleported yourself, huh? Rias, yes, well, we've reached the final stage anyway. Although it seems to have turned out very differently than I expected. Suddenly, Issei began to stagger and then fell to his knees beside me. Rias, Issei. Tatsumi, Kiba quickly cut that line that stuck. To him, Kiba obeyed and with a clean cut severed the line, revealing a large spurt of blood. Asia would quickly heal Issei. Sona, neither Asiasen's sacred gear nor the Phoenix tears will have any effect. What I understood from this was that Hyodu is a boy who won't give up in battle, and like Tatsumi, they're both terrifying. For the sake of his comrades, for himself, we might not be able to defeat them with just damage. No matter how many times we focus on knocking them down, they'll just get back up. For us, what's called guts and spirit are as incredible as the power of the Red Emperor Dragon and the Evolutionary Dragon. Yes, if you don't give up and keep standing, you believe you'll finally defeat your enemy. That's why we had no choice but to attack them with a different method. Sona's remaining bishop was holding a package. Upon closer inspection, it was clear it was a nearly full blood bag, all of Issei's blood. Sona, it's your blood, Hyodu-kun. You're a reincarnated demon with the base of a human. It's lethal if a human loses half the blood flowing through their body. You know that, right? It's the rating game rule. When a demon reaches the point of being unable to fight during the game, they are forced to teleport to the medical room. And even if you've cut the line, it's too late. He's already lost enough blood to be teleported. Rias, Sona, Rias, what are you willing to wager in this battle? I'm willing to risk my life. My dream is incredibly difficult. If I don't destroy the obstacles one by one, I can't cut through and clear a path to a solution. Rias, I will destroy your pride and self-esteem. Issei, before I fall I think I'll disappear after fulfilling my mundane desires. Suddenly, Issei, who was next to me, stood up and began to walk slowly until he was in the middle of everyone, staring at Sona's and the bishop's breasts. Issei, after the game I'll kill you, I thought, but I couldn't move properly until suddenly Issei said something strange. Issei, but you're worried about me right now, aren't you? You think I'm going to hurt myself by doing something weird? Rias, Issei, how did you know? Issei, Sonic, you thought that with my new special technique I could hear the voices in people's hearts, didn't you? Sona. Issei, phew, it's not like that. It's close, but that's not quite right. I wanted to hear it. The voice of the breasts, no, the voice of the boobs, Tatsumi. No, it can't be damp. Issei, my new technique, bilingual. My new technique allows me to hear the voice of women's breasts only. Ha, when I ask them, the breasts tell me the answer only to me without lies. Ha, it's the strongest technique that allows me to understand the opponent's heart. I don't have enough blood. Sona, Rias, this is a bit. Rias, I'm sorry. Sona, I think it's a scary technique, but with this violation of privacy, aren't the female demons going to want to fight him anymore? Rias, yes, we're going to have to be extremely careful now. Issei, I'm a real pervert. Everyone, you're a pervert. Tatsumi, and you're proud of it. Kaneko, even though he cooled off earlier, lewd red dragon emperor, you're the worst. Issei, Kaichu's boobs, please tell me what kind of strategy you're going to use right now. Looking at Sona's boobs, everyone, Kaichu's barrier is a decoy. She's just a holographic image created by the two bishops inside the barrier. Their strategy is to make us waste energy attacking the barrier here and weaken us even if only a little. The real Kaichu is on the roof. It seems only her spirit has moved in the hologram. That's also why Konkachan's enemy detection couldn't find Kaichu on the roof. But because her spirit came here, bilingual also worked and let me hear the holographic boobs. Isn't that right? He says that before collapsing. Asia Ison. Asia quickly ran towards Issei and tried to heal him, but Tsubaki wouldn't let her get near him, so she attacked her with a powerful blow. Then Asia began to glow and disappeared along with Issei. Kiba took advantage of the moment and also defeated one of Sona's bishops, causing the hologram to disappear. Grafia, one of Rias Gremorasama's bishops, retreats. One of Sona Citrasama's bishops retreats. Rias Gremorasama's pawn retreats. Tatsumi, damn it, I look at Kaneko. Throw me towards the ceiling, Kaneko, but you. Tatsumi, do it, I still have a few seconds and I want to help. Please, Kaneko, she nods. Kaneko catches me and then with all her strength throws me towards a glass ceiling. Upon crashing through it, I land right in front of Sona. Tatsumi, Hugh, that girl is strong. Sona, hello Tatsumi, I must say that your appearance makes you look more manly. Tatsumi, thank you. I see you've been here all this time, huh? Sona, what can I say? I have to look for opportunities. First of all, I wanted to thank you for Saji. Tatsumi, I may have gone a little overboard. But he has to understand that this is a team effort, although I have to admit he showed a lot of courage, it's admirable. And even everyone in the underworld wouldn't deny that. Sona, that's true, she smiles well. How about we finish this up? Tatsumi, sounds great to me, he smiled. Sona transformed a large amount of water with magic, turning it into many hawks that flew in the air, snakes that slithered across the ground, brave lions, wolves that huddled together, and several enormous dragons as well. Tatsumi, looking at everything I think damn. Sona, anything to say? Tatsumi, PFF, I'm sleeping on the couch tonight, right? Sona, hehehe, always so funny at crucial moments, it's one of the things I like about you. Smiles. Tatsumi, okay, I think it's my turn. Itto Shura. Sona, what's that technique? Tatsumi, with this technique I'm able to accumulate my entire body's vigor and stamina while ignoring the survival instincts that prevent humans from using their full strength. Then I multiply this several dozen times, granting me tremendous power, which can only be maintained for 1 minute and as such is known as my strongest minute. The drawback is that this technique should be my last resort, as the risk it carries is complete physical exhaustion, as well as immobility. Sona, you're going to give it your all, aren't you? Tatsumi, that's what you want after all. Come on, Sona, that's right, come on, Tatsumi. Sona would throw everything at me at once, and I would start by dodging all the hawks, then the lions, then the wolves, the snakes, and finally the dragons. I wanted to see if they would disappear with just one attack, but they didn't, they attacked me again. I quickly summoned the Incursio key and began slashing at everything in my path: hawk, lion, snake, wolf, or dragon. I was gaining ground, but the sedative had already consumed my entire body and my eyes kept falling out on their own. I tried to stop it, but it was impossible. One of the dragons lashed out with its tail in my stomach, sending me flying into the air, and then the remaining hawks and dragons began to mutilate me. I fell to the ground badly wounded and unable to get up. I was exhausted and very sleepy. Tatsumi, heh. And to think I was going to be defeated by a stupid sedative. Sona, even so, it's impressive how you held out. A normal demon would have retired by now. Tatsumi, I sit up with difficulty. It's an honor to be eliminated by my dear Sona. Come on, finish this already. She smiled. Sona nodded and slowly approached me with her hand raised. But I noticed she was trembling. Well, that's normal. I'd be the same if it were Sona or any of the other girls. I closed my eyes and smiled gently. But seeing that nothing was happening, I saw Sona trip through the hole I'd made in the ceiling. Instinctively, I launched myself with what little strength I had left, losing my dragon form and used my body to shield Sona from the impact. I knew Sona could recover by flying off with her demon wings, but in that moment, in that second, you don't think about anything, and your body moves on its own to protect what you love most. Rias and the others had already defeated Sona's queen and bishop, so they were waiting for me in the same spot where I'd left them. But suddenly, a huge explosion rocked the area and everyone jumped to their senses. As the smoke cleared, a large hole in the floor was visible, leading toward the garage. The four of them looked into the hole and saw Sona unharmed, while I was lying beneath her in a large pool of blood. Sona was slowly waking up and looked around, then saw me. "Tatsumi," she exclaimed, stirring. "Tatsumi, wake up." "Tatsumi," I stammered, coughing up blood. That was a low blow, hehe. "Why did you do that? In this game we're enemies," starting to cry. "Tatsumi, be because I would regret it later, for not helping you." I put my slightly bloody hand to Sona's face, then wiped away her tears with my thumb. I didn't say a word because I couldn't speak. At that moment my body began to glow and my eyes slowly closed. The last thing I saw was Sona crying and calling my name even knowing I wasn't going to die. That moment was very hard. Several hours later, I slowly woke up and realized I was in a hospital. I also felt my hand touching something soft. When I turned my head, I saw Sona sitting and reading a book while holding my hand. "Tatsumi, hello Sona." "Sona, I see you're awake. Do you feel better?" "Tatsumi, I do now," showing how she took my hand. Sona pulling her hand away and blushing. "Well, it's just that." "Tatsumi, who won the games in the end?" "Sona, Rias." "Tatsumi, I see. I'm sorry Sona, I know winning was very important to you." And "Sona, you're wrong. It's true that I lost and my dream of founding a school won't come true, but right now the most important thing is you and that you recover." "Tatsumi," smiled Sona, "I promise I'll fulfill your wish to found a school." Sona smiles, "Thank you." "Tatsumi, how's Saji?" "Sona, I went to see him and he's much better. Surzich-sama gave him a medal for his bravery in the games." "Tatsumi, I see. Can I tell you the truth?" Sona, "Of course." "Tatsumi, I don't think Saji deserved the medal. I have to say he was brave, but it was very reckless and selfish of him. And by giving him a medal, it seems he did the right thing by putting his life on the line. Well, that's just my opinion. Surzich-sama will have another." "Sona, I agree with you, but it's part of my nobility, and the fact that Surzich-sama praised him, well, I have no complaints." "Tatsumi, I see, though I'm really happy for him." "And Zenovia?" "Sona, I don't know, though I heard she's still sleeping. What are you doing?" "Tatsumi, trying to get up. I want to go see her." "Sona, what are you saying? You just woke up. At least rest for a while." "Tatsumi, no, please Sona, I want to see her." Sona sighed and agreed. I was leaning on a metal bar with wheels where I had my bag with some substance. Sona was holding my other hand. She was embarrassed, but she guided me anyway. We reached a door, and when I opened it, I could see Zenovia sleeping on the cot with bandages all over her body. I went over and sat next to her, then stroked her hair. "Sona, she had a big cut on her body. Thanks to the phoenix tears, she's better." "Tatsumi, thank goodness," stroking her hair. Zenovia waking up slowly. Tatsumi. "Tatsumi, good afternoon, sleeping beauty." "Zenovia, you look awful." "Tatsumi, hee, we have something in common, don't we?" "Zenovia, where are we?" "Tatsumi, we're at the hospital. You suffered a cut during the game." "Zenovia, we won." "Tatsumi, yes, but it'll be better." "Zenovia, let's go, we won." "Tatsumi, Zenovia, you'd better not shout so much. Sona's here." Zenovia looks at Sona. Sona, hello Zenovia-san, I'm glad you're all right. Zenovia, hello Kaichu, are you okay? Heh. After that, the three of us started laughing, and we managed to get our first win in the raiding game. It's best to rest today since tomorrow we have to fight Loki because the barrier is about to break. Chapter 25. We had already been discharged from the hospital, and the next day we were in the courtyard of the old capital. Everyone was there, the club members Irina, Sona, Tsubaki, and Saji, as well as Surzets, Michael, Grafia, Azazel, and Odin. We were preparing to go after Loki since the barrier would break today, and the plan was to buy enough time for Mjolnir to arrive. If everything went well with that weapon, we could seal him away without any problem. Azazel explained that Loki's plan was to destroy time and space to create his Ragnarok. A war. Asia and Gasper decided to stay since it would be too dangerous for them, while Rossweisse decided to come where she would wear her Valkyrie armor. Tyrant, are you alright, boy? You seem very thoughtful. Tatsumi, after all, we're going to fight a god. Honestly, I'm really worried. I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. Tyrant, I have the same feeling. This isn't going to be a normal fight. This is going to be a fight to the death. Tatsumi, yes. I stood watching everyone's faces, and as I feared, they were scared. And that's normal. We're about to fight a god Graphia, seeing that we were ready handed Rias a box full of phoenix tears, and I noticed at one point that there were only 2. Once we were truly ready, we said goodbye to everyone and were transported to Loki's location. Upon arrival, we saw what looked like a pyramid in the background, that is, the barrier where this supposed god was located. Rias, the opponent is a god, always be alert. Sona, this won't be like training, it'll be a fight to the death. After wandering for a while, the pyramid begins to crumble until it completely shatters. As it collapses, a young knight with golden eyes, long silver blue hair, and 2 golden yellow earrings can be seen. On the front of his head appear to be 3 sapphires aligned by a gold thread. He wears a simple white tunic that reaches the top of his neck, often covering more than that. Loki, Beelzebub doing things like this, oh my god. Upon seeing him, Rossweisse tried to convince him that his plan to create Ragnarok was foolish and that he should respect Odin's orders. But the stubborn man only thought of himself, since his ambition had always been to usurp the throne of Asgard, bringing about Ragnarok and thus crowning himself the new absolute god, destroying the other races including demons and archangels. Then Loki would begin to summon Fenrir, the devourer of gods, and his children Hati and Skal. Besides Midgardsormr, he is one of the 5 great dragon kings. Known as the Sleeping Dragon, Dragon of the End, Midgard Serpent, and World Serpent, he is the largest dragon in existence, with Apophis and Great Red being second and third in size. He had already informed us that he was going to summon his children, but what we didn't expect was that he would summon yet another creature. It appeared to be a lava monster. Rossweisse lava monster Tatsumi shit. Issei, they've got us surrounded. Rias, don't be cowards, we don't need to win, we just need to stall. Everyone, yes. Loki, you'll regret choosing a god as an opponent. We decided that everyone's opponents would be Fenrir against Kiba, Zenobia, and Issei, Skal against Kaneko and Sagi, Hati against Irina and Rossweisse, Midgardsormr against Sona and Akino, the lava monster against Tsubaki and Rias, and finally Loki, who with my great luck I got. Tatsumi, Raid. Loki, who, this is going to get very interesting. Tatsumi, Loki, I'm coming for you. Despite being only a minor god, Loki is incredibly strong. In close combat, his illusions are almost as real as he is. The lava monster is a real pain, but with Rias and Tsubaki's combined strength, it'll be easy. Fenrir is at a disadvantage, being restrained by Issei and Balance Breaker, as well as Kiba with his own Balance Breaker, and Zenobia wielding Durandal and the sacred sword I gave her. Midgardsormr has good resistance to Sona and Akino's attacks, thanks to accepting his fallen half, allowing them to handle him. But it seems Sona can adapt to distraction and reflection, and even created a water serpent of the same size, forcing Midgardsormr back. Skal can't cut Kaneko and is only being attacked unilaterally. He doesn't have much time left before he dies, thanks to Kaneko using her Nekomata mode and fighting him off. Sagi is also in the way and traps him with his line. Hati is the same, he's not as powerful as Fenrir, Midgardsormr, or the lava monster. The problem is Loki, I have to keep him occupied so he can finish the waiting period. Skal is defeated and Kaneko and Sagi went to help Midgardsormr with their Nekomata fire from afar. The lava monster is in serious trouble since Sona attacked it with water attacks and Akino followed with her lightning. Meanwhile, Fenrir was still being attacked by Zenobia, Kiba, and Issei, and I was fighting Loki. Tatsumi, I'm going all out Loki, starting to run in his direction. Loki, come on mortal, let's see what you can do against a god like me. Running towards me. Tatsumi is the one in yellow and Loki is the one in red. Loki, damn it, stop bothering me. Tatsumi, you're the one who wants Ragnarok, not us. Don't force your ideals on others just because you don't like them. Loki, shut up. Loki unleashes a blast of air and leaps into the sky, then unleashes a rain of lightning on everyone. I managed to reach Zenobia and Kaneko who were nearby, but the others had to defend themselves. Only Kiba and Sagi needed the Phoenix Tears to stop Loki from continuing to destroy reality. I fought him again, but he's very strong. Suddenly, 2 people appeared at the top of the mountain with Fenrir tied up behind them. It was Vali's butler and Kuroka. We're taking Fenrir, I'm Arthur from Vali's team. Kuroka, although they seem too busy to stop us, Naya. Loki, so you used me, huh? Well, die all of you. Tatsumi, he's really angry. Loki unleashed his power again, hurling lightning bolts at us, but this time they were incredibly powerful. Suddenly, seeing his smile, I realized what he intended to do. He had his sights set on Kaneko. She was fighting the lava monster, and Loki would seize this moment of distraction, launching an energy ball at her. Kuroka, despite arriving and defending Kaneko, couldn't handle it. I quickly ran in their direction to protect them. Loki, you won't make it. I appear in front of the girls and use my body as a shield. Boom, everyone, Tatsumi/Kaneko/Kuroka. Tatsumi, Ice Element, Dragon Bonds. The dragon appeared and shot off at high speed toward the lava monster, killing it completely. As the smoke cleared, part of my armor was destroyed, revealing my completely charred arm and leg, but what alerted everyone was the hole in my stomach before I fell to my knees. Everyone, Tatsumi, Sona, Rias, the Phoenix tier. Rias, they're all gone, I gave you the last one. Sona and the others would already be in tears seeing me like this, but then a column of light filled the place, alerting us all. But when we saw Mjolnir slowly descending from that column until it landed on a mountaintop, we were all relieved to see the weapon arrive. Issei went straight for the hammer to end it all, but he didn't realize Hattie was heading straight for him. I quickly got up with what little strength I had left and went to help Issei, pulling him away and taking a bite from Hattie. His teeth sank into my body, piercing me completely before he threw me to the ground. I would crash to the ground, losing my armor and consciousness, revealing 3 enormous holes in my body. One in my shoulder, one in my leg, and one in my stomach. Zenovia, Irina, Kaneko, and Kiba, seeing that I wasn't moving, began to attack Hattie in a fit of rage, killing him. In a fit of rage, Issei grabbed the hammer and lunged at Loki, who stopped him with magical circles like barriers. Everyone was watching Issei, while Zenovia, Akino, Sona, Kaneko, Irina, and Kuroka went to see if he was dead. Seeing me in that state, they couldn't hold back their tears and began to cry uncontrollably. Kuroka, indeed you protected her. Kuroka says, hand on her heart, she felt death at that moment and would gladly give it up if Kaneko could be saved, but when she saw my back jump in front of her. Kuroka, Shiren, I don't believes. Kaneko, don't say it, Sona, he promised he would live, Zenovia, and that she would always be with us. Suddenly my hand began to move on its own and I kept raising it until it was pointing at Loki. I was still unconscious, so at that moment I didn't know if it was Tyrant moving or my subconscious mind, but even so I created a small ball of energy and threw it at Loki. Then my arm fell and something from my jacket fell off. Kuroka, what was that? Sona, I don't know, picking up what I dropped, but this is the symbol of the phoenix. Kaneko, Bakatori, it may be a. With Isis. Issei was still enduring the impact, trying to break through the barriers, but he wasn't making any progress. Issei, damn idiot. Loki, ha ha ha, stupid, sacrificing yourself for trash. Issei, talk about HIM like that. Issei was advancing further in the clash, breaking through one of the barriers. Loki exploded again, creating many more barriers. Issei was already getting tired, but then he saw a small ball of energy heading towards Loki. The ball, upon making contact with him, would create a large explosion, but not enough to defeat him, only enough to distract him. Everyone, now, Issei seized the opportunity and destroyed all of Loki's barriers, then took the impact of the hammer. This created an explosion of light and Loki subsequently vanished. In short, we had sealed him away forever. Several HOURs later, Gremory Castle. I would find myself lying in my bed still unconscious, since what fell out of my jacket was Ravel's gift, a phoenix tear. Thanks to that I am still alive, and also thanks to the Citri doctors. Upon seeing that we had defeated Loki, Kuroka and Arthur left the place to take Fenrir with them and also to inform Vali. Rias, Sona, and Rossweisse explained what happened with Loki and also with his children, something that surprised everyone when they mentioned the lava monster. But Odin had thanked us for everything we did and for not killing Loki, even though it was almost impossible to kill him. Everyone would be in my room now since I still hadn't woken up and it seemed like I wouldn't be for a while. So Tyrant would explain my current state. Rias, Tyrant, are you okay now? Tyrant, now then, but I'm actually surprised he's alive. After receiving Loki's attack, which caused his arm and leg to char even more, plus the hole in his stomach, he should be dead. But instead, he was unconscious. I don't know if it was just luck. Sona, but at that moment she had moved to save Hyodaukun. Tyrant, that was his subconscious. Issei, but how did he do it? It's impossible for a person to move unconsciously. Tyrant, I was surprised too. The moment he moved, I tried to talk to him, but he didn't answer. That's when I saw he was unconscious, something that really surprised me, and the same with the energy ball he launched. Zenovia, but it's her subconscious, what would she be thinking? Tyrant, in protecting them. Lol. Akino, and do you know when to wake her up? Tyrant, no, but don't worry. As a tyrant he'll be fine, right now he just needs to rest. He might be like this for hours or days, even weeks. Kaneko, I could use senjutsu on him as it could improve and restore his vitality. Asia, well, I'll try to heal him with my sacred team, whatever it takes. Sona, I will ask the doctors to come and check on him and help him with whatever he needs. Akino, I will call Ravel Phoenix. It is possible that he will make more Phoenix tears. Zenovia, well, I will stay by your side for support. Everyone, HHHHHHHHA. Tyrant, seriously, thank you so much for everything you do for my partner. Zenovia, after all, he's our boyfriend, the tough one, right? We have to help him out sometimes. She smiles. Akino/Kaneko/Sona, that's true. They nod simultaneously. After that, everyone left except for Zenovia, Akino, Kaneko, and Sona. They wanted to stay with me a little longer, so they sat beside me and held my hand or stroked my head. Tyrant, I have a message he left for you before he passed out. Zenovia, and what did he say? Tyrant, I'm sorry for worrying you so much, but I didn't want anyone to die knowing I could do something. That's why I'll live and we'll always be together. I'll become stronger so I don't have to worry you again. I love you. That's what he said. Sona, this boy is always worrying about us, even when he's unconscious. Akino, Ara, there's nothing we can do since Tatsumi is always like this. Kaneko, Tatsumi-senpai is very nice. She smiles. Zenovia, he's the best. Tyrant, seeing the four of you like this, you reminded me of a certain person. Kaneko, to whom? Tyrant, the first person Tatsumi fell in love with, her name was mine. Akino, and what was it like? Tyrant, she was someone who tended to get easily irritated with people she didn't get along with, but once she got to know someone, she was friendlier and more open. Despite her cold exterior, she showed that she was actually warm and kind. She was also jealous and always worried about my partner's well-being, and well, from time to time, she showed a side you all call tsundere. All Sona, and how are we similar to her? Tyrant, well, for example, Kaneko is cold on the outside but warm and kind on the inside. The jealousy is because of Akino. You've shown it many times even if it doesn't seem like it, and also because you're friendly and open. With Zenovia, it was for her well-being. You're always attentive if she needs anything, and you're also friendly. And with Sona, well, it's your tsundere side. Sona Zenovia she has a point. Akino Yufufufu, I agree too. Sona, I'm not a tsundere. Tyrant but please take care of my partner, because since we share a soul, I know how he feels and he truly loves you. Zenovia, don't worry, we'll never leave him. Right, all amen, they nod. Tyrant, thank you, disappears. Chapter 26, 10 days later. 10 days had passed and I was slowly waking up. My vision was blurry at first, but when I wiped my eyes, I realized I was in my room. I wasn't alone though, as Akino, Zenovia, and Kaneko were asleep on the edge of the bed. I simply smiled, and after a few seconds the door opened, revealing Rias Tatsu. Tatsumi SHH, keep your voice down, they're sleeping. Rias, oops, how are you feeling? Tatsumi, better than ever. He smiled, how long was I asleep? Rias, 10 days, we thought you'd never wake up. Tatsumi, 10th, I covered my mouth and whispered 10 days. Rias, these three were here all day. We tried to convince them to go out a bit, but they're very stubborn. Sona stayed too, but she had to go out from time to time. And even Ravel and Irina came around. Tatsumi, he smiled, I'm so lucky to have these girls. I don't deserve them. Rias, I have to say that thanks to you, my peerage is much more united than before. Tatsumi, you're wrong. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Thanks to you, I was able to meet these wonderful people since I joined your peerage. So, thank you, he smiled. Rias, well, I'll let you rest and wake them up. I'll go warn the others. Tatsumi, could you warn Sona first? I want to see her and talk to her. Rias, of course. She smiled and left. Tatsumi, Tyrant, are you awake? Tyrant, I'm back, buddy. I'm so glad you're awake. Tatsumi, it would be weird if I said I missed hearing your voice, hahaha. Tyrant, hahaha, me too, buddy. Tatsumi, what happened these past 10 days? I wanted to ask Rias, but it would be better if you told me. Tyrant, well, nothing important happened during this time. Zenovia, Akino, and Kaneko stayed by your side the whole time, and Sona came by occasionally. That said, Ravel Phoenix would come around from time to shed a phoenix tear, and Irina would also come to pray for you to wake up soon, hahaha, you should have seen it. One day she brought a Bible and started reading it in front of everyone. Everyone couldn't stand the headaches, so they grabbed the book and burned it. Tatsumi, hahaha, I can imagine the look on Irina's face. Tyrant, well, instead of getting sad, she stood next to you and started praying. Everyone had headaches and tried to stop her, but she said, if all of you have headaches, then Tatsumi will too, and that way he'll wake up soon. And well, the others couldn't find any fault with her logic. Tatsumi smiled, that girl. Tyrant, and Kaneko in her Nekomata form would be using her senjutsu to help you. And I think that's why you were able to wake up earlier. Tatsumi, I see, and are the others all right? Tyrant, yes, nothing happened while you were asleep. Tatsumi, good, I think it's time to wake them up, starting to shake everyone, wake up. Zenovia, waking up slowly, good morning, Tatsumi. Kaneko, yes, good morning, Tatsumi-senpai. Akino, is it already daytime? Zenovia/Akino/Kaneko, Tatsuma. When the girls saw me awake, they jumped on me and started hugging me while crying tears of joy, and they also started showering me with kisses. Zenovia on my cheek, Akino on my forehead and nose, and Kaneko, I don't know why, went into her Nekomata form and started rubbing her face against mine like a cat and began licking my neck. Tatsumi, girls. They stopped, phew, thank goodness. If they had continued, I would have gotten excited. Kaneko, sorry, we're just so happy you woke up. Tatsumi, I understand. I stroke her head, I heard you stayed with me the whole time, right? Zenovia, that's right, we wanted to at least be near you in case you needed anything. Tatsumi, I appreciate it, but you shouldn't overexert yourselves too much. So come on, go have some breakfast and clear your heads for a bit besides. Knock knock. Tatsumi, come in. The person who had knocked on the door was none other than Sona, since Rias must have told her he was awake, although I don't think she said so because tears were falling down her face. Sona, I'm so glad sniff that you're awake. Tatsumi, I'm so glad to see you too, Sona. She smiled. Girls, can I talk to Sona? You two go have breakfast. Zenovia/Kaneko/Aquino. Yes, they smiled and all three of them kissed me before leaving the room, closing the door behind them, leaving Sona and me alone. Sona, 10 days and you didn't wake up. I thought you'd never wake up. Crying. Tatsumi, I got up and hugged her. I'm sorry for worrying you. Sona, hugging me tightly. You know, sniff, my parents want to meet you. Tatsumi, so that's what it was. Well, wait, what? Sona, that my parents want to meet you. Smiles. Tatsumi, Sona, are you telling me you took advantage of our moment to tell me your parents want to meet me? Sona, no, not at all, she said sarcastically. Tatsumi sighs. Fine, when Sona, tomorrow. Tatsumi, what? Sona, it'll be tomorrow afternoon, it'll be dinner. Tatsumi, okay, I'll have to ask Grafia for something decent. At that moment the door opened and a bunch of people were entering, the whole club. Surzech, Grafia, Azazel, Ravel and Irina, the last two, upon seeing me, jumped on me and started hugging me tightly. Tatsumi, Ravel, Irina, for God's sake stop it, you're tickling me. Surzech, I see you're feeling much better. Tatsumi-kun, Tatsumi, that's right, I was able to rest these past 10 days. Plus a lot of people helped me, he smiled. Azazel, good thing you woke up early. Tatsumi, early for what? Azazel, for your concert, it's tonight. If you hadn't woken up before the concert, I'd be ready to beat the crap out of you, he smiled. Tatsumi, since you became my manager, I'm practically doing your job. Everyone, Issei, I'm glad you woke up, showing his fist. Tatsumi, thanks bro, fist bumping. You know, I had a dream about boobs that you wouldn't believe. Issei, really, drooling and waving his hands. Rias, Issei, pulling his cheek. Why are you making that face? Issei. Sorry, Tatsumi, haha. Tyrant, that's a lie, hahaha. He probably thought yours were small, hahaha. Tatsumi, it's a lie. You all know that I don't care about breasts in the slightest. In fact, I find Kaneko and Sona's small breasts adorable and I like them a lot, hehe. Sona, oh, so I have small breasts, huh? Tatsumi, yes, I mean no, damn it, I run away. Zenovia/Aquino/Kaneko/Sona, you won't escape. Tatsumi, everyone, Tatsumi, running, but don't laugh and help me, they're going to kill me. Sona, Tatsumi, the castle isn't very big so it's useless for you to run. Tatsumi, you don't expect me to run when you see me with those creepy smiles. He looks at them. No. They're getting closer. Legs, I need them now more than ever. I was running all over Gremory Castle chased by 4 crazy girls, by my 4 girlfriends. Until at the end of a hallway I was trapped because there's no way out. Tatsumi, shit, no way out. Sona, Tatsumi. Hearing Sona's voice, I slowly turned around trembling with fear, and when I saw the 4 of them with a terrifying smile, I started trembling for my life. Tatsumi, God, if you're listening, please save me, AY. If I can't pray to God, then Demon King, save me right now. Not this time either, since he's laughing right now. He looks at them. Does it help if I say I love you? He smiles nervously. Zenovia, no, Tatsumi, oh shit. Tyrant, partner, it's been a pleasure fighting by your side. Until next time. Tatsumi, Tyrant, this is all your fault. Aquino, hehe, are you ready? I closed my eyes expecting the worst, but instead of being beaten to death, I got a kiss from each of them at the same time. I stared at them and they smiled. I kept a poker face and left. One day these girls are going to give me a real heart attack. Several hours later. Right now I'd be in my dressing room waiting for the signal to go on stage. Director, you go on in 10 minutes. Tatsumi, understood, sigh. Tyrant, you don't seem nervous and that's strange. Tatsumi, after all I fought a cadre, volley and a god, this is nothing. Tyrant, you're right. Tatsumi, I'm always right, I have so little confidence in myself. Azazel, opening the door, ready kid. Tatsumi, yes, and the others. Azazel, they said that this time they'd already be waiting in the stands since it was really hard to find a spot. There are twice as many people as there were in QO. Tatsumi, great, leaving, wish me luck. I head towards the stage and Azazel was right. There were twice as many people, even 3 times as many. I'm starting to get nervous and that's not good. When I get to the microphone, I greet the musicians first and then look ahead so I can speak. Tatsumi, hello everyone, my name is Sasaki Tatsumi. And you might know me from the raiding game or because I already gave a concert in the human world. But even so, I wanted to thank you for being here and being able to listen to a newbie like me. Without further ado, let's begin. I picked up the guitar and being ready, I thought about starting with a calmer song. Song 1. Everyone applauded the first song. I wanted to start with something relaxing and gradually build the energy, so without further ado, I began the second song. Song 2. The atmosphere was already livening up with applause and shouts. I simply said thank you and started the third song. Song 3. I could hear applause and shouts from all sides. I was very excited like it was my first time, so I started to raise the pitch a little. Song 4. Tatsumi, are you enjoying this? Audience, YSSSSSSS. Tatsumi, that's music to my ears. How about we continue in the same vein? Song 5. Tatsumi, thank you so much for all your support, but unfortunately that was the last song. Audience, Huo. Tatsumi, just kidding. Let's do one last song. In this last one I want everyone to sing so the whole underworld can hear us. Audience, yes. Song 6. Tatsumi, thank you so much. It really means a lot to me that you came to the concert of a newbie like me. I hope the same people or even more will come to the next concert to support me and keep singing thank you. Audience, applause and cheers. Chapter 27, the next morning. Tatsumi, are you sure I'm dressed okay? Sona, you've asked me 3 times already and my answer isn't going to change. You look very handsome, don't worry. Tatsumi, if you say so. I was standing in front of the Citri residence, as I was meeting Sona's parents today. I was wearing a dark blue shirt with white polka dots and black pants with boots. I asked Grafia for something practical but formal, though not too formal since Sona said it wasn't necessary for this occasion. It's just a simple dinner, she said. Sona knocked on the door and a girl dressed as a maid opened it. She was quite pretty with short brown hair and green eyes. Welcome home, Sana-sama and two. Sona, I'm here, Victoria, and this is my fiancé. I came to introduce him to my parents. Tatsumi, it's a pleasure. My name is Sasaki Tatsumi. Bowling. Victoria, the pleasure is all mine. My name is Victoria and I am one of the Citri family's maids. The masters are currently preparing for dinner. If you wish, you may wait in the dining room. Sona, understood. Let's go, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, yais. Sona was showing me around their mansion and it wasn't bad at all, although there were only photos of one man. I assumed it was her father, but I didn't think much of it, and after a few seconds we arrived at the dining room. Upon entering we saw a man, a woman, and Serafal. The man was quite tall, about the same height as Surzet's, with slightly long black hair, a neatly trimmed beard, and blue eyes. He was quite muscular. The woman was a beautiful, slender woman with blonde hair, so beautiful it seemed to shine purple eyes like Sona and Serafal. Sona, oh Wanasama, what are you doing here? Serafal, a little bird told me that Tatsumi-kun was coming to meet Papa and Mama today, so I wanted to come along. Tatsumi, hello Serafal-sama, Mr. and Mrs. Citri, it's an honor to meet you. Zaibel. Lord Citri, so you're the one sleeping with my daughter. Tatsumi, yes, W8, what did she say sleeping? Lady Citri, darling, stop playing the overprotective father role because it doesn't suit you, Yufu-fufu. She looks at me, don't listen to my husband, he sometimes wants to be a father when he feels like it. Tatsumi, I understand, with a bead of sweat. Lady S, let me introduce myself, I'm Sona and Serafal's mother, it's a pleasure to meet you, Tatsumi-kun. Bending down, thank you for taking care of my daughter, I know she can be very proud sometimes. Sona, Mom, Tatsumi, don't worry, the pleasure is all mine. Lord S, I'll have to introduce myself properly. I'm Sona and Serafal's father, it's a pleasure, shaking our hands. Tatsumi, the pleasure is all mine, sir. Lady S, so you're the boy who beat my daughter at chess. You seem like a clever boy. Sitting down. Tatsumi, well thanks, although sometimes I think more with my muscles than my head. Lord S, this boy is one of my kind, I like him. Victoria, ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served. We had sat down at the table where there were a lot of plates all over it. I was surprised. Are they expecting me to eat all this? I thought, but then I looked at Serafal and she was eating like there was no tomorrow. Lady S, tell me Tatsumi, do you really want to marry Sona? Tatsumi, well yes, although we've talked about how now might not be the right time as it seemed too soon. Lady S, I see. I'm fine with it as long as my daughter gets married, but do you love her? Sona, Mom. Lady S, daughter, you must understand that it's important to ask her these things. What do you say, Tatsumi-kun? Tatsumi, well, I love her. I'd give my life for her if necessary. Lord S, we know that since we've seen the rating games. Thank you for protecting her then. Tatsumi, you don't need to thank me. I'd do it again as many times as necessary. Sona, blushing. Lady S, even so, thank you. I'm glad to see that my daughter found a boy who truly loves her and not someone like I know. Tatsumi, who are you talking about if I may ask? Serafal, Kenji. Tatsumi, who? Sona, it's not important. Lady S, he's a high-class demon that Sona once fell in love with. Sona, I said that's enough. Slams her fist on the table. Lady, daughter, you must understand that your father and I don't want to go through the same thing as last time. Sona gets up and leaves. Tatsumi, Sona, come back. Sighs, I know it's none of my business, but what happened to Sona? Lady S sighs after she broke off the engagement during the chess game. We thought she'd never get married since no one could beat her. Until one day when she was at demon school, she fell in love with a boy. Lord S. The boy was very popular at school since he was good at academics and sports. The prototype of the boy Sona likes. Lady S, she always talked about him with a big smile. At first, we were really happy that she met a guy she really liked. Then one day she said they were dating and going on a date. Everything was going well until Seraphal, until that damn demon cheated on her. Lady S, Seraphal, you don't swear at the table even if it's true. Tatsumi, did he cheat on her? How? Lord S, after the date, they were heading home when the guy was leading Sona to an alley where no one could see them. At that moment, two other guys appeared and beat Sona up later. A guard found Sona with injuries all over her body. Lady S, that's why she has a proud attitude. From that moment on, she wasn't interested in love or guys anymore, only in being the best demon. But when she met you and started talking about you with a big smile, it brought us both nostalgia and fear. Tatsumi, I understand, and the guys. Lady S, Sona said no, but we know she's lying, so she doesn't see us suffer. Every time we ask her or talk about it, well, you know how she gets. Tatsumi, and did they catch them? Lady S, no, since they were using false names and without any proof of their identity, nothing could be done. Tatsumi, Tusk, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to speak with Sona. Lady S, of course, no problem at all. Thank you so much for being with her, even knowing what happened to her and what she's like. Tatsumi, after all, I find her proud attitude endearing. She smiled and left. Seraphal, Mom and Dad, you can rest easy. Tatsumi-kun isn't like the other one. This one is a good boy. He's always been by Sona's side, even though he's not of noble birth. Lady S, we know, daughter. We could see in his eyes that he was telling the truth, that he loved her. With Tatsumi and Sona. I was now in what would be Sona's room, thanks to one of the maids who guided me. When I saw the door, it looked normal, to be honest. I say that because next to it was another door with stars and bright colors, so I figured that must be Seraphal's room. Standing in front of the door, I went to knock. Knock, knock. Tatsumi, Sona, it's me. Tatsumi, will you open the door? Sona, opening the door, come in. I went in, and my first impression of Sona's room wasn't that bad. It was quite normal, more so than I expected. A large bed with a wardrobe and a desk, nothing out of the ordinary. I noticed that she had a terrace overlooking the mansion's front yard since we were on the second floor. I went to her bed and sat on the edge. Tatsumi, how are you? Sona, fine, why would I be? Tatsumi, sigh, I heard what happened with that Kenji guy. Sona, so that's all in the past now. Tatsumi, what really happened at the end of the date? Sona, I got beaten up and… Tatsumi, the truth is, they… Sona sighs and sits next to me. Did they grape me after the beating? Yes, it's true, they did. I didn't want to tell you that, since I didn't want to worry you more than you already were. Tatsumi, what happened that day? Sona, well. Flashback 5 years ago. Sona's POV. Today was my first day at my new school. I was really nervous because I wanted to make new friends. Many people wanted to be my friend because I was from the Citri family, which bothered me. That's why today I decided to make new friends on my own. As I was walking to my new class, I bumped into a boy without realizing it. We both fell at the same time. When I came to my senses, I stared at the boy and something stirred inside me. The boy in front of me was about my height, maybe a little taller. He had short black hair and eyes as blue as the sky in the human world, and a somewhat muscular build. When I saw him, I blushed deeply and didn't know what to do until the boy offered his hand to help me up. Are you all right, helping me up? Sona, why yes, thank you. My name is Sona Citri. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sana-san. My name is Eiko Himiko. Which class are you in? Sona Hha, well, I think it's that one, pointing to a door. Eiko, oh, what a coincidence, it's the same as mine. Are you new? Sona, why yes, I'm starting today. Eiko, how about I show you around the school? Sona, really? WL, I'd love to. Eiko, come with me. End of flashback. Tatsumi, so from that moment on I had a fake name. Sona, yes, I didn't know, and I didn't really care about the name, to be honest. Tatsumi, and well, I suppose your parents liked that boy, right? Sona, yes, they always said wonderful things about him, so I was in love with him for a year until the last year of school when I confessed and he accepted. Tatsumi, and what happened on the date? Sona, well, flashback. Sona's POV. I was at home now because today was a special day. Today I had a date with the boy I love so much. I didn't know what to wear since I had many dresses of mine and my sister's until I decided to wear a pink dress with a black bow under my chest. It might be very daring, but I wanted to look beautiful and perfect for this moment. Ring ring. At that moment I heard someone knock on the door. It was my boyfriend Eiko who had come to pick me up. When I came downstairs and saw him with a look of astonishment at my appearance, I couldn't contain my excitement and gave him a kiss on the cheek. The date was great. We went to a festival, had dinner, and also to the movies. At this point we were walking through the city when suddenly Eiko was leading me toward an alley. He simply said, "It's a shortcut." I just smiled and followed his lead. As we were crossing the small alley, two guys appeared in front of us and it looked like they were going to attack us. So I got behind Eiko for protection since he put his hand in front of me. I felt relieved to see my boyfriend protecting me, but all that feeling crumbled when he let the two guys pass and stood behind them with a smile. Sona, Eiko, what does this mean? Eiko, I'm sorry honey, but I lied to you. Did you think I'd ever like a woman like you? Sona, but I love you. Eiko, yeah, I know, you fell for the first guy you saw. Pretty pathetic of me. Boss, shall we do it? If we wait too long, someone will see us. Eiko, go ahead, steal everything you can from her. After all, she's a Citri. She smiled, then you can do whatever you want with her. She walks away. Sona, wait, Eiko. Eiko, that's right, you don't even know my real name. My name isn't Eiko, it's Kenji. Goodbye, Sona. She smiles sadistically. Sona, what? Starting to cry? No. I'm going to enjoy this girl licking his lips. Even if she doesn't have much of a chest, we can still take advantage. Sona, no, don't come near me, no. End of flashback. Tatsumi's POV. While Sona was telling me her story, we were on the terrace, enjoying the view while I listened to her. Sona, after that, those two men robbed me, beat me up, and grod me when they finished. They left me lying there as if I were dead. A guard appeared and helped me. Her voice broke more and more. That's my story. The only memory I have of that day is this scar. Showing a scar on the bicep of her left arm. It can't be healed since it's sealed with magic. Tatsumi. Sona, crying. That's the story of the proud and filthy Sona Citri, a demon who fell in love with the first man she saw and he cheated on her. Tatsumi. Sona, you see, it's useless trying to help me with just words. I'll never be able to face the fact that. Tatsumi, tell me, do you have bandages? Sona, bandages, what for? Tatsumi, do you have them or not? Sona, yes, in that drawer over there, pointing at it. Tatsumi, okay. I went to that drawer and took out the bandages, then stood next to Sona and summoned the Incursio key. She remained silent until she saw me take the key and make a deep cut on my left bicep, the same place where she had her scar. A lot of blood was coming out, so I used magic to seal the wound, leaving a scar, and then bandaged it. Sona, are you crazy or what? What are you doing? Tatsumi, now the wound will form a scar, and sealing it with magic means it can't be removed, not even with phoenix tears or the sacred equipment of Asia. Sona, but why did you do it? Tatsumi, you said words wouldn't help, so showing it can. I gave myself the same scar as you, so you can see that we can face this past together. You can also understand that this scar is something that unites us both, something special that makes you forget that day, or she covers my mouth with her finger. Sona, stop, I know what you mean. She rests her head on my chest. God, sometimes you were so reckless, crying you're so. Tatsumi, hugging her, I promise I'll do everything I can to make you forget that day. I'll do whatever it takes to make you happy without worrying about anything. Sona, I'm already happy with you. I'm happy, that's enough for me. After that moment, I used my hand to lift her chin and look at her better. I could feel her breath mingling with mine. And just like I did with Zenobia the day we confessed, I used my gaze to convey a simple question. May I? I didn't want to do anything she didn't agree with, no matter how much I wanted to. She nodded in response and I moved closer to her face until our lips met. They melted into a kiss that transported me to paradise. As we kissed, I felt as if all the bad things that had happened to her vanished, leaving only the two of us. Her lips were soft and sweet. I could feel a few tears still falling, but I knew perfectly well they were tears of happiness. The kiss grew more passionate. I took her by the waist, and she wrapped her slender arms around my neck. After a very passionate moment, we were forced to separate for lack of air, a thin strand of saliva connecting our mouths. We were both touching foreheads, smiling. Tatsumi. Suddenly a voice interrupted our moment, and when we looked to see where it was coming from, we saw it was Issei with Rias. They were dressed up, so I thought they were on a date. Issei, hey Tatsumi. Tatsumi, hey Issei, are you going on a date? Issei, yes. Rias and I, seeing you two, thought it would be a good idea to have a double date. What do you think? Tatsumi, a double date, what do you think? Sona, I'd love that, smiles. Tatsumi, okay, we'll be right downstairs, give us a moment. Sona, you go down first, I want to get ready. Tatsumi, understood. 10 minutes later. Issei, where's Sana-san? She's taking too long. Tatsumi, she said she was getting ready. And I thought I heard her sister's voice, so she must be helping her. Rias, did she tell you what happened? Tatsumi, yes, but I think she's feeling better now. Rias, I'm glad, but what did you do? Tatsumi, I just gave myself the same scar as her, she smiled. Rias, haha, as always you're so reckless. Tatsumi, that's what she said. Issei, what happened to Sana-san? Tatsumi, nothing, things from the past, look there. Rias, wow, Sona, you look gorgeous. Issei, that's right, you look very pretty. Sona, thanks Tatsumi, what do you think? At that moment she turned around to show herself better with a smile. I have to say, I'm the luckiest man to have these girls. What Sona was wearing, at first glance it seemed simple, but in my eyes and in the eyes of others she looked very pretty. She wore a gray sweater that reached a little below her shoulders and above her chest, still leaving a small cleavage, and of course it reached her waist. On the bottom she wore a dark gray plaid skirt and also black heels. Tatsumi, why you look beautiful, I have no words to describe you. Sona gives me a kiss, thank you. Rias, good, are you ready? Tatsumi, you still haven't told us where we're going. Issei, you didn't even tell me so. Rias, it's a surprise, winks at us. We started following Rias, who was holding Issei's hand and I was holding Sona's. We walked like that for 20 minutes until we reached what looked like a city. Tatsumi, incredible, it looks a lot like the cities in Japan. Rias, many reincarnated demons live in this city and they wanted to have a familiar atmosphere, so they created this city. It has everything you'd find in the human world: movie theaters, parks, an arcade, a supermarket, etc. Issei, that's why you said it was a surprise. It's like we're not in the underworld. Sona, okay, enough talk, let's enjoy our date. Everyone, yeah, we started going to shops, then to the arcade where Issei and I each got a toy. The one Issei got for Rias was a giraffe and the one I got for Sona was an elephant. After that, we went to a restaurant for dinner, and when we were satisfied, we decided to go to a festival that was taking place. There were many shops and games, and in the background you could see a Ferris wheel. We went from booth to booth, and every now and then people even asked me for an autograph or a photo. Thanks to Azazel, I'm becoming quite famous as a singer. But in a moment of carelessness, someone pushed Sona, causing her to trip over someone. Tatsumi, Sona, are you alright? Sona, yes, don't worry, I just bumped into this person, Kenji. Kenji, Sona, is that you? It's been a long time since I've seen you. Sona, yes, too long. Kenji, I can see you're doing very well, trying to touch her face. Sona pulls his hand away, do you need anything else? Kenji, what's wrong? Can't I say hello to my old friend? And who is this? Sona, this is my Nav. Tatsumi, I'm her husband, my name is Tatsumi, it's a pleasure, Kenji. Sona, surprised by my words. Kenji, your husband. I'm surprised you have a boyfriend, he probably likes you because you're a Citri. Tatsumi, you know what, kid, why don't you stop pretending and go to hell? Kenji, what did you say? Don't you know who you're talking to? I only came to greet my dear Sona. He tries to put his hand on her shoulder, but just before he can, I grab his wrist, squeezing it tightly. Tatsumi, you'd better not touch her since I don't want my precious Sona to get tainted by you, so I suggest you don't try to touch her. Kenji, pulling his hand away, I see you love her, but you should know she's no longer a virgin. That means you're not the first. It's a shame they couldn't find the stalkers. Tatsumi. Kenji, oh, don't tell me cat's got your tongue, or are you afraid of me? Tatsumi, afraid. No, right now I'm holding back from killing you and making you pay for everything you did to Sona. He smiled sadistically. Kenji, kill me? Impossible, you're a low-class demon. I'm a high-class one, you don't stand a chance against me, right? So ch. At that moment, Kenji was about to touch Sona again, but I cleanly cut his hand off at the wrist. He fell to his knees, clutching his arm, which was gushing blood. Tatsumi, I warned you not to touch Sona. Thank goodness I didn't kill you and it was just your filthy hand. Right now, I want you to promise me that you'll never go near Sona again. I don't even want you in her line of sight. Disappear forever. Kenji, yes, whatever you say. He grabs his hand and runs away. Guard, stop right there, we saw what happened. You're under arrest. Tatsumi, I look at the guard and bow, excuse me sir, but I was only defending my mistress Sona Citrasama since the boy who just left was bothering and assaulting her. That's why I defended her. Guard, is that true? Looking at Sona. Sona, she looks at me and I wink, yes, my personal butler was only defending me, he didn't do anything wrong. Guard, very well, Citrasama. If you'll excuse me, I'll go and find the person who was bothering you. He leaves. Tatsumi, I can't believe he just left like that. I see the guard walk away. Phew, are you alright, son? I turned around and saw Sona crying, so seeing her, I couldn't help but get scared that I'd done something wrong or hurt her. Tatsumi, Sona, why are you crying? Did he hurt you? Or did I hurt you? Sona, no, it's not that. They're tears of joy. She wipes her eyes knowing I have someone by my side who cares about me. Well, I got a little emotional. Tatsumi, I relaxed and smiled. Baka, I kissed her. I'll always be worried about you. Rias, sorry to bother you, but Tatsumi, you've attracted a lot of attention. Tatsumi, I noticed people were staring at me. You're right. I think it's best if we head home now. Rias, okay, I'll go with Issei. Are you going to walk Sona home? Tatsumi, yes, I might stay at her house overnight. I don't know yet. But just in case, you could tell the girls that if I don't go today, I'll see them at the station. Rias nodded and left with Issei using a magic circle. I, on the other hand, asked Sona if we could walk to her house. When we arrived, I stood at the door because I wasn't sure if I was going to stay or not, but Sona kissed me and whispered in my ear, I'll see you on my bedroom terrace in 10 minutes. I didn't say anything and watched as she closed the door. After 10 minutes, I started flying with my demon wings until I was on the terrace Sona had told me about. I could see that the curtain was closed, so I touched the glass. After a few seconds, I heard Sona say, come in. When I entered, I could see that she was dressed as a magical girl, meaning her sister must have asked her to do something and given her the outfit. Tatsumi, let me guess. Your sister asked you for a photo shoot or something, and made you wear the magical girl outfit. Sona nods, still blushing. Tatsumi, well, you look very pretty, smiles. Sona, really? Tatsumi, of course, you look beautiful in everything you wear, but why did you wear it? Sona, WL, I thought I'd surprise you and be able to while playing with her fingers. I just smiled and approached her, then with my arm around her waist and began to kiss her passionately. She instantly responded, then pushed me onto the bed, sitting down and her sitting on top of me. We started kissing again and slowly took off our clothes, having a passionate night. The next morning, I was waking up and felt my body heavier. When I looked down, I saw Sona sleeping on my chest. Then I looked around the room and saw our clothes scattered on the floor. I looked to the other side and saw Seraphal looking at me. Tatsumi, Leviton, what are you doing here? Seraphal, good morning, I came to see my sister. I see she had a very good night, haha. Tatsumi, you could say that. Seraphal, good, my parents told you to come down for breakfast. Tatsumi, wait, do they know I'm here? Seraphal, yes, and they heard some of the screaming last night. Even though you put up a barrier, they could still hear it. Tatsumi, I'm dead. Seraphal, maybe come down quickly, she lives. Tatsumi, shit. I stayed lying in bed until Sona started moving and positioned herself on top of me, literally. After a few seconds, she was waking up and sitting on top of me, and the view was magnificent. Tatsumi, good morning, he smiled. Sona, wiping her eyes and yawning, good morning, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, first of all, we have a problem. Sona, what is it? Tatsumi, first, your sister was here, so they know I'm in the house. Sona, okay, I have a problem. Tatsumi, your parents overheard us yesterday, I mean what we were doing. Sona, okay, I have two problems. Tatsumi, and they want us to come down for breakfast now, so they're going to have a serious talk with us. Sona, okay, I have too many problems. Tatsumi, correction, we got dressed quickly, and when we went downstairs, instead of being furious, they were pleased. Sona and I were confused, but her parents said they were happy to know their daughter was with someone like me and also that they'll have grandchildren soon. They're a very strange family. After breakfast, I said goodbye to Sona's parents, Seraphal and Sona herself. I had already met up with the Gremory group and we were receiving a send-off from the underworld at the station in front of the main residence. Zeoticus, well then, Issei-kun, I look forward to the day we can meet again. You can come back here anytime without hesitation. Think of the Gremory family as your own. Issei, thank you so much. But that's a bit of an exaggeration for me. Venelana, no, not at all. Issei-san, please take care of Rias in the human world. Since my daughter can be quite selfish at times, I'm worried. Rias, blushing, mother, what are you saying? Issei, yes, of course. Zeoticus, crying, aw, I'm moved to tears. My family's future is bright. Venelana, wait a minute, dear. Isn't this the moment when the father is supposed to retaliate by saying something like, I'm not giving you my daughter yet? Zeoticus, even if you say that, Issei-kun seems to have already surpassed my power, so isn't that enough? I think it'll be fine even if they settle down soon. Venelana, please wait at least until Rias has graduated from high school before you talk about your retirement. Surzets, Rias, send us a letter during your remaining summer vacation. Rias, yes, Onia-sama. Stay like this too, Milikas. Milikas, yes, Rias Nisama. We had boarded the train and were waving our final goodbyes to Surzets and the others from the window. Ah, at that moment I realized. Surzets, Milikas, and Grafia were very close, though they didn't show it. Being the Demon King and Grafia's master, they were like two fathers and their son. The train back had departed, and I was sitting there thinking about my own things while some others were doing their homework. Suddenly, I overheard Issei talking to Rias, and I was quite surprised by his attitude. Issei, but you, Rias, what's wrong? Issei, I've acted recklessly until now in order to become the king of a harem. That's my goal and my desire to achieve it hasn't changed. But old Tannen told me it's a waste to set it as the ultimate goal. So I thought about it a bit, but I think it's pointless to aim for just a simple harem. It's better if I can build a harem with beauties who can't lose to anyone and who are also strong in games. Rias, it seems the summer training camp was a success. Reuniting with the other demons in the underworld seems to have been a great advantage for you. Both of you appear to have learned a lot and made significant progress. Tatsumi, I'll have to agree with Butchu there, you've changed a lot, Issei. Although your desire to be the harem king hasn't changed, having that perspective is good. And you're right about having a harem with beauties who can't lose to anyone and are strong in games too. Issei, you think so? Tatsumi, of course. Suddenly, Kaneko appeared there and sat on my lap. I couldn't understand what was happening, but Kaneko had sat on my lap and was twisting her cat ears. Tatsumi, Kei Konkachin, I timidly looked at her face and then. Kaneko Naya, she looked at me with a smile on her face, something that made my heart stop. Then I smiled and looked at Issei. Tatsumi, Issei, I agree with you about having a harem with beauties. After all, I have the foremost beautiful girls in the underworld in my harem. She smiled. At that moment, Kaneko licked my face and then leaned against my chest so I could stroke her. The time in the underworld had been fun. It was a summer vacation I don't think I'll ever forget. When the train arrived at the human world subway platform, we all stood up. Tatsumi, we're finally here. Issei, well, let's get up, we've arrived. Now then, let's go home, Asia. When Issei turned to look at Asia, a mysterious man with delicate features had approached her. Asia Argento, I've finally found you. Asia, you Issei, hey, what business do you have with Asia? So you've forgotten about me, we should have met back then. The delicate man suddenly revealed his chest and showed a large scar there. It was a deep scar. Asia's eyes widened when she saw that. Asia, that wound, could it be? Yes, you couldn't see my face back then, but I was a demon at that time. Asia, my name is Deodora Staroth. At that time, they weren't able to treat me to the point where a scar wouldn't remain, but my life was saved thanks to your sacred gear. He is a young man with a gentle look and dark green hair. He is usually seen wearing the clothes of a nobleman or generally expensive clothes. Rias, Deodora, you're Deodora, right? Deodora, Asia, I've come to know you. I apologize for not being able to welcome you to that meeting. However, I believe that our meeting was fate. I want you to be my wife, I love you. Everyone, he had declared his love for Asia right in front of everyone. Summer had come to an end and autumn, which would likely bring difficult times, would soon begin. Chapter 28. Chapter 29. We are all gathered at the club now, waiting for the signal to start the raiding game against Deodora, and to be honest, we were nervous. Rossweisse, have a good trip. You might be wondering what Rossweisse is doing here. Well, it's quite simple. She's one of the new teachers at the school and a club advisor just like Azazel. She's also Rias Peerage, since after being abandoned by Odin, she chose to become a demon and help Rias. However, she's not with us this time, as she's still getting used to being a demon and part of the peerage. Sona, be very careful, Tatsumi, she smiles. Tatsumi, don't worry, we'll win. Right, guys, everyone, yes. After that we disappeared through the magic circle only to reappear in another unknown place. Issei, have we arrived? Then this is the place. Rias, that's strange, there's no announcement about it. Gasper, I wonder if something's happened. Then a magic circle appeared, familiar to everyone. It belonged to the Chaos Brigade. Everyone got into position. Rias, that emblem, the Chaos Brigade. Zenovia, terrorists. Terrorist 1, Gremory, family of the fake royalty. Terrorist 2, they will die here. Issei, what the heck is going on here? Asia, Everyone heard Asia's scream, and when they turned around, they saw that she was in Deodora's hands. Issei, damn it. Let Asia go. Rias, what does this mean? Deodora, may you all be killed by the Chaos Brigade. Rias, so you have a connection to the Chaos Brigade, you're the worst, and not only do you mock the game, which is a death sentence, but you even dare to kidnap my little sister. Deodora, well, make your last attempt before you die while I go to the castle to join Asia, do you understand me, Red Dragon Emperor? Zenovia, but you. Everyone turned to look at Zenovia, who was alarmed. Zenovia, Tatsumi, there's no Tatsumi. Deodora, I made sure to give it to him in a special place, I don't want him messing with my fun. Zenovia, where is Tatsumi? Tatsumi, Zenovia, don't worry, I'm fine. Zenovia, Tatsumi, where are you? Tatsumi, I'm talking to you through the sword I gave you, I added a communicator to it in case something like this ever happened. Zenovia, and where are you now? Tatsumi, I don't know, I think it's a bit far, but look, I have company. Rias, can you take care of them? Tatsumi, don't worry, it's easy, hey, can't you see I'm on an important call? You guys worry about finding Asia. I'll go later when I'm done here. One more thing, Issei, what do you want? Tatsumi, kick that Deodora guy's ass for me. Issei, don't worry. Tatsumi, okay, I'll leave you to it, I'll see you later. Kaneko, Aquino, and Zenovia, I love you. Zenovia / Kaneko / Aquino, and we love you too. Zenovia, so finish what you're doing and come back quickly. Tatsumi, I promise you, be careful. Zenovia, he turns off the communicator. Zenovia, be careful, Tatsumi. At that moment, Deodora disappeared, and then Odin appeared and explained to Rias that we were the bait to catch Deodora. Odin, go quickly, if I find the other boy I will send him with you. With Tatsumi. Tatsumi, they really screwed me over, damn it. Tyrant, well, as a certain sensei would say, you know you're the strongest when everyone wants to kill you. Tatsumi, alright, here we go. Incursio. There's a huge number of demons in front of me and they can't hold back. They were firing energy beams in my direction and I prepared to dodge them all. After dodging them, I launched myself at the demons one by one or by throwing the occasional energy ball. But more and more kept coming, this never ends. Tatsumi, damn it, don't they ever get tired? Tyrant, boost. Tatsumi, ice element, dragon bonds, tyrant, transfer. Odin, Geoengine. All the demons behind me had disappeared in a trail of energy, one that almost hit me. Tatsumi, you almost got me, old man. Odin, ho, I knew you'd dodge it. Tatsumi, forget it. Kaneko, Tatsumi-senpai, can you hear me? Tatsumi, yes, what's wrong, Kaneko? Kaneko, I need you to say a few words to Aquino. Tatsumi, okay, what, Kaneko? You have to tell him after telling him the phrase, understood. Tatsumi, really? Okay, Aquino, can you hear me? Aquino, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, well if you defeat those girls quickly I'd like to go on a date with you. Akino you. Tatsumi Kaneko did it work. Kaneko yes you did very well. Tatsumi okay I turn off the communicator Odin-sama where is the castle? Odin, they're heading that way I'll take care of these guys. I sit down and leave at full speed where the others are, with the others. They had already defeated all of Deodora's nobility, and were now on what appeared to be a throne with Deodora seated and Asia tied to a kind of pillar. Issei, Asia, Issei-san, Deodora ha you should have seen her face when I told her the truth. It was great. It's so exciting to see the face of a woman in the church when she's condemned ha. Asia, sniff hic. Issei, damn it, Deodora, but it's not enough. Asia still has hope. If it's you, hey you filthy red dragon, you remember the fallen Rainier, don't you? Issei, surprised what? Deodora, I had planned that after I killed Asia, I would kill Rainier and give her one of my pieces. Rias, you don't say. Deodora, I didn't expect that weakling demon could take her on and ruin my plans. I was wrong to underestimate him. In the end, Rias stole her from me. Rias, it was all planned by you. Deodora, but I forgive you. Now I can better condemn Asia, by taking away their hopes and killing you all before their eyes. Issei, shut up. Deodora, Asia is still a virgin, isn't it? I don't want the red dragon's used goods. Issei, shut up. Deodora, although it would be fun to steal it in front of her beloved red dragon. Issei's gauntlet was blinking a lot, showing how annoyed he was. Deodora, it would be great to make her mine while she screams your name. Issei, shut up. D-Drag, Welsh dragon balance breaker. Issei, take a step forward but you. Rias, okay Issei, D-Drag, yes do what you want mate. Deodora burst out laughing, thinking that Issei can't handle him but receives a strong blow to the stomach. Deodora, Issei takes it and throws it to the ground. Deodora, don't mess with me, I'm a high-ranking demon, I have Beelzebub's blood, a pureblood like me can't lose to a lowclass demon. Issei, Issei easily defends himself against all of Deodora's attacks and lands a powerful blow to his face. Deodora groans in pain, and Issei grabs him by the neck and delivers another punch to his stomach. Just as he's about to strike Deodora again, Deodora summons a barrier to protect himself. Deodora, this barrier is stronger than the previous ones, you won't even scratch it. It's useless for a fool like you to hurt me now. Issei, I'll show you how stupid my power is, you bastard. D-Drag, boost. Issei charges his booster gear and launches himself at the barrier. At first it's not enough, but Issei charges his attack further and destroys it. Upon reaching Deodora, he delivers a blow that breaks his arm, sending him flying far away. Deodora, I don't understand, I beat Augars and I plan to beat Sekiryuutei too. The Gremory families who only live by their name can't defeat me. I am Deodora of the Astaroth family. Deodora charges his magic power, and Issei charges a dragon shot. When they finally unleash their power, Issei's blast wins by a wide margin, shattering the wall and a mountain in the background, passing within centimeters of Deodora's head. Issei then grabs him by the neck and punches him in the stomach, warning him to stay away from Asia. Issei, never dare go near Asia or I will surely kill you. He releases Deodora and heads towards Asia trying to free her, but he cannot. Rias, not even with the power of Sekiryuutei is it possible. Deodora, that's a special barrier that someone made for me. I planned to keep it when all this was over, but if I were to lose the barrier it would devour it. Rias, what are you saying? Deodora, instead of resigning myself to giving them to him, I'd rather he disappear, don't you think so? Rias, you're seriously. Issei, Asia, I Ison. Issei, D-Drag trusted you. D-Drag, what do you have planned, partner? Rias, Issei, what are you going to do? Issei, I apologize in advance. D-Drag, boost. Issei, dress breaker, balance breaker version. Asia, Asia's bonds are destroyed along with all her clothes. At this moment, it must be understood that it was the only way to save her. Akino, Ara. Kaneko, you're the worst, but you're also great, Issei Senpai. Deodora was surprised by how they managed to break through the barrier. Everyone was very happy that Asia was safe. Zenovia, that's good really if you were to disappear by chance. Asia, I'm not going anywhere, hugged by Zenovia. Rias, come on, don't leave me out, hugging Asia. Asia, Bachu. Rias, stop that, you're like a little sister to me too. Asia, yes, Ryason-sama. Issei hugs Asia, now Asia, let's go back, let's all go home. Asia, yes, but before that let me pray. Asia knelt down to pray in peace when suddenly a column of light surrounded her. Zenovia sensed the danger and ran towards her. When Asia heard Zenovia's voice, she turned and extended her hand, which Zenovia grabbed and pulled back. But unfortunately, as Zenovia pulled Asia, she tripped and fell into the column of light and then nothing. Issei, Zenovia. Gasper, why Asia, Zenoviason? Asia stares in disbelief at the spot where Zenovia disappeared. It seems that if Zenovia hadn't pulled her out, it would have been her. Rias is speechless at what she's just witnessed. The game is over, Deodora Astaroth. Rias, who are you? You damned false successor, I am the true successor, Shalba Beelzebub. Shalba had the appearance of a handsome man dressed in black armor with a cape. He had long brown hair that reached his hips with a lot of bangs that covered his right eye. Rias, Beelzebub looking at him furiously. Deodora, Shalba, please help me. If we join forces from the old and new nobility, we can. SHAS, Shalba unleashes a golden energy blast that pierces him. Then the same column of light appears and Deodora vanishes. Shalba, ancient nobility, that definitely can't happen, you're very wrong. Rias, the death of the successor of the Glacialabola's family was your doing, wasn't it? Shalba, it's a joke to call himself the Demon King. Rias, I will not forgive you for killing Zenobia. Shalba, along with Surzets, you two will die. Tatsumi, BWW, what did you say? Everyone turns to look at me without my armor at the door. When I heard what Rias said at first, I didn't believe it, but then Asia, Tatsumi-san, Zenobia, she saved me and. Tatsumi, no, it can't be, Zenobia dead. No, it's a lie, she knows, starting to cry, no, it can't be. Background music, you may need to put it on loop. TATSUMI's mind. Images of Zenobia began to appear in my mind, something that was breaking my heart more and more. Zenobia, I think I remember you, weren't you the one I bumped into yesterday? Tatsumi, no. Zenobia, when I finish this mission I will leave the church. Tatsumi, no. Zenobia, thank you for being by my side. Tatsumi, no. Zenobia, I want us to have a baby and I want it to be with you, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, no. Zenobia, I love you, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, no. Zenobia, thank you for worrying about me. Tatsumi, no. Zenobia, I love you, Tatsumi, and I will always be by your side. Out of my mind. Tatsumi, Zenobia. At that moment something inside me was breaking to the point of almost being shattered. Instantly I had lost my mind and the light in my eyes. Tatsumi, Akino Kaneko, I promised her we'd always be together, that I'd protect her. Kaneko and Akino couldn't hold back any longer and hugged me with tears in their eyes. Since I had lost my mind, I was somewhat confused by their behavior, so I looked at Rias. Tatsumi Butchu, where is Zenobia? We have to find her, we have to practice for the music competition without her. I can't do it, Zenobia. Come out, enough with the jokes. Rias, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, Zenobia, where are you? Shalba, the Gremorys are truly stupid and you're trash. I sent the blue-haired girl to the dimensional rift, a place beyond space and time. She must be lost and lifeless somewhere around there, meaning she's dead. When he said those words, dead, something inside me shattered completely. I separated from the others and slowly began to walk toward Shalba, head bowed. As I walked, I would summon the Incursio key. Pat, 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 pat. Tyrant, guys, you'd better get out of here as soon as possible. Issei, Tyrant, what's wrong with Tatsumi? Rias, please tell us. Tyrant, there's no time, go. Ddrag, buddy, do what this site says, it's not safe. Issei, but Tatsumi. Ddrag, that's why it's not safe. Something you should know about dragons is that you should never be near them when they're enraged. Tyrant, you bastard, your name is Shalba, isn't it? I take the Incursio key and plunge it into the middle of my chest. Everyone would be alarmed, but the following words stop them. Tyrant, you don't know it, but you're already dead. Tatsumi, Incursio. I turn the key that was stuck in my chest, and instead of the armor forming behind me, an intense red light comes out of my own body. Rias, Tatsumi. Issei, this energy is dangerous. Ddrag says we should escape. The shockwave sends Shalba crashing against the wall. And suddenly a white mass bursts from my chest where the sword would have been embedded. Tatsumi, my scream suddenly became the roar of a furious dragon. The reason was that my body began to grow, the white mass starting to envelop me. A tail and horns began to sprout, the characteristics of a dragon, when finally it all ended. Tatsumi, Before them all appeared the most fearsome armed dragon they had ever seen. Its mighty roar could be heard for miles, causing the castle to completely collapse. With Azazel. Azazel, we finished off the strongest ones, now only a few remain. Surzets, tens of thousands are not a few. Azazel. Suddenly she appears as a little girl dressed in gothic Lolita fashion, standing before these two. Azazel, Offis, we will restore peace if we defeat you. Offis, impossible, they cannot defeat me. Azazel, you had all that power but you didn't interfere with anyone, I changed that. Surzets, why are you now the leader of some terrorists? Offis looks at the sky to recover my silence, the place of space and time, I just want to go to that place. Azazel, I understand now, the dimensional rift. Suddenly the three of them feel a surge of energy, but it's somewhat confusing and familiar. Offis, the new dragon, it has fully emerged. Surzets, new dragon, wait, could it be? Azazel, are you interested in the evolved dragon? Offis, it's a dimensional anomaly, but it has piqued my interest besides. With Kuroka. Kuroka, really, why should I accompany you? Wasn't this Biku's task? Arthur, don't bother us so much, only he and you know about Senjutsu on the team, we have to find it as quickly as possible. Kuroka, but will we find it pointing over there now. Arthur just keeps following to see what Kuroka was pointing at, but when he sees what it is. Arthur, it's not. With Tatsumi. Tatsumi Exionovia. Shalba, damned beast. I lunge at Shalba, but he is channeling a circle in his hand, which I don't care about, and I grab his arm, tearing it off completely. Shalba, don't mess with me, receive the punishment of my light. A circle of truth appeared beneath me and the same light enveloped me, but my wings began to glow blue, undoing the spell into nothingness. Tyrant, divide, 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 divide. Shalba, what? Divide dividing, but you're not the Red Emperor or the White Emperor. Issei, it's the power I stole from Vali. Shalba, when will you stop bothering us, celestial dragons? Shalba unleashes a powerful energy blast, but my fiery breath consumes him, leaving only ashes of what was once his arm. Shalba, damn it, is this the one they say is the evolving dragon, trying to escape? Tyrant, stop. When he tries to escape, chains emerge from the floor and capture him. Shalba, what, Tatsumi? I don't regret becoming a demon because now I can be more at peace knowing you're by my side. Thank you, Tatsumi. Tatsumi Sekiryuutei. Tyrant, boost, 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 boost. Boost, boost, boost. The boys at the club, seeing the amount of energy he was accumulating, became alarmed and knew he would be in danger if they stayed there. Didraig, you have to run. Issei, we have to get out of here, it's dangerous. Issei would take Asia and Kiba would take Rias, who continued watching everything without looking away. Shalba, damn it, asked. Tyrant, boost, boost, transfer. A beam of energy shot out of my mouth towards Shalba, making him disappear completely and continuing into the distance. The music ends here. With Azal. Surzet, something seems to be happening. Azazel, watch out. Suddenly, the energy beam I fired hurtled toward the three of them, obliterating everything it touched. Then off I stepped in front of it and stopped it with one hand. Boo. A loud crash occurs. Offeyes looks at her hand and smiles, but Surzet and Azazel are surprised to see her hand burned, only to heal quickly. Surzet/Azazel, Tatsumi just wounded the Dragon of Infinity. Chapter 30. When I had already defeated Shalba, everyone would be calmer, but things couldn't get any worse as I went crazy and started destroying everything around me. Didraig, it seems he didn't just get our augmentation powers. Issei, what do you mean, Didraig? But at that moment a portal appeared behind them from which Vali, Arthur, Kuroka, and emerged. Everyone, Zenovia. Kuroka, she's unconscious, one more minute and she'd be dead. Naya. Kaneko, thanks Nisama. Kuroka. It was nothing. Everyone is happy that she is alive, but because of my condition they cannot celebrate. At that moment Zenovia would slowly begin to awaken. Zenovia, WRMI Asia, hugging her Zenoviason. Zenovia, hey, what's going on? Asia, please don't leave again. Zenovia, okay, she strokes his head and looks around and Tatsumi. Everyone. Rias, he is there. Rias would be pointing at me and Zenovia would be shocked to see me completely transformed into a dragon and destroying everything. Zenovia, is that Tatsumi? What happened? Rias, well, when he saw that you died, he lost his mind and turned into that. Vali, that's like Juggernaut Drive, but it seems forced. Issei, Juggernaut Drive. Vali, it is a state in which you obtain the true power of the celestial dragons. Kuroka is Tatsumi. Zenovia, I have to go. Zenovia tries to go, but Kaneko and Aquino stop her. Zenovia, let me go, I have to go and. Aquino, if you go, he will kill you. Kaneko, and if you die at his hands, it will be worse. Zenovia. Vali, it seems he has lost his mind. That's why if you die now, we will lose the only way for him to return. Issei, is there a way? Vali, sighs, well, I owe him a kick in the butt, so. Albion, Vali, give that to the kid. Vali. Albion, if we want him alive, we must have all the help we can get. Rias, but why would you help us? Vali, I already said it, I want to kick his ass for what happened last time, plus he's the one strengthening my rival. Here, giving Issei a bracelet. Issei, what is this? Vali, for 30 seconds you can enter the Juggernaut Drive state, but only for 30 seconds, no more. Didraig, partner, let's save Tatsumi. Kuroka, he'd better live or I'll kill him myself for making my dear Shire Naya cry. Kaneko, Nisama, are you sure that's the only reason you want me to live? Kuroka, yes. She looks away, blushing, it's nothing more than that. Issei will bring him back, don't worry, Zenovia. Zenovia, I'll give it to you, Issei. Issei, okay, here we go. Issei and Vali raise their hands to the sky and begin to chant. Issei. I, the one who will awakens. I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of God's dominion. I laugh at infinity and despise sleep. I will become the red dragon of dominion. I will plunge you into the depths of crimson purgatory, Juggernaut Drive. Number. I the one who will awakens. I am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of God's supremacy. I envy the infinite and pursue the dream. I will become the white dragon of supremacy. I will take you to the farthest reaches of innocence. Juggernaut Drive, 2 dragons, 1 red and 1 white lunge towards me. When I see them approaching, I roar and my magic begins to unleash and intensify. Tyrant boost, 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 transfer. I place my hands on the ground and the rubble, and the earth begins to coalesce in midair, forming a massive meteorite. Volley, seeing this, tells Issei to charge his power to destroy it while he shrinks it. Albion, half dimension, D-Drag boost, 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 boost. When the meteorite shrank, Issei seized the moment and fired his attack. Dragon, Longinus smash. The meteorite disappears without a trace, but at that moment Volley receives a punch from me and is then held down by Issei. Volley, this is tough. Volley lands a punch and the eyes on my armor begin to glow, then chains from the ground trap Volley. He dodges them and his wings begin to glow blue. Albion, divide, 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 divide. Feeling my power running out, I tried to break free from Issei's grip, but he had me firmly held and wouldn't let go for anything. D-Drag, finish it already. I don't have much time left. Albion, you heard him. Volley, divide, divide, divide. I felt getting weaker and weaker, and Issei threw me to the ground. Then I received a strong punch from Issei to the face and another to the stomach from Volley. Albion, divide, divide, divide. I finally ran out of strength, but I still tried to get up with my last bit of power, but Volley hit me with a hammer, knocking me to the ground. Issei had already returned to his human form, as had Volley. Volley, ha ha ha, it's true that if I didn't have him, I couldn't do it alone. Albion, if we had given it our all, we could have finished him off. The difficult part was capturing him. Zenobia, Tatsumi. Aquino, wait, don't go like that, we don't know if it's safe yet. Zenobia took advantage of a moment of inattention from Aquino and Kaneko, and with her demon wings she flew off until she landed next to me. When I saw her standing there, I let out a deep roar. Tatsumi, roar. As I bring the claw forward at great speed, Aquino and Kaneko jump in front of her and extend their arms to protect her. But the claw stops just inches from their faces. Zenobia slash Aquino slash Kaneko T Tatsumi. Tatsumi, Kaneko Aquino x Zenobia sorry. A deep voice escaped my lips, and upon seeing Zenobia alive, tears streamed from my eyes. I brought my face closer to Zenobia, and seeing that I had no intention of harming her, she too approached me. Zenobia, let's go home, darling. Tatsumi, yes. Volley, sighs for a dragon to cry shows how weak it is. Albion, Volley, the only thing that can make a dragon cry is the well-being of its mate or mates. Remember that the most powerful dragons have died because of the dragon's fall. Issei, dragon's fall. D-Drag, that's right mate, that's why dragons have harems. No species loves its mate more than a dragon. Normally, when a dragon's mate dies, the dragon will follow suit. In short, they die of depression. Without a reason to live, the dragon dies of depression. It's only for the well-being of its other females that it keeps alive. But if it's alone. Issei tomorrow. Then Volley feels a great energy and turns around to see a dimensional rift appear, from which a large red dragon emerges. Volley, that's what I wanted to see. Volley tells us that his dream is to defeat the Great Red, the true Red Dragon Emperor God, and that this is the most powerful dragon in existence, one that no god can match. Out of nowhere, the gothic Lolita girl Offai's the Dragon of Infinity appears before us and points at the dragon. Offai's Big Red, long time no see. Issei, who is it? Rias, it's Offai's the Dragon of Infinity. Issei, what? We all laughed at his reaction and I just stared at the dragon. I don't know why, but I felt an urge to roar, and so I did. I let out a great roar that the Great Red could hear, and in a moment he turned his gaze toward me and roared too. Then Offai's, still pointing at him, made a gun gesture and disappeared. Then the dragon's skin slowly cracks, the armor follows, and then crumbles into dust. Revealing my dragon form when I'm human. Tatsumi, I think I have to take it one step at a time to become human again, hehe. Kaneko, I think you look very handsome, don't you? Zenobia, yes, I agree, it's a shame you can't always be like this. Aquino, ara, you took the words right out of my mouth, Zenobia. Tatsumi, looking at everyone who seemed impatient, come on, let's have that hug, extending his arms. When I said that, everyone rushed towards me to give me a big hug, so much so that I lost my balance and we fell to the ground, but we were still hugging each other. Tatsumi, I separate from everyone. Hey Volley, do you want a hug? Volley, don't even think about coming near me. Tatsumi, ha ha ha, I expected it. And you, Kuroka, I know you want it. Kuroka, what are you saying, Naya? Blushing. Kaneko Nisama, are you embarrassed? Kuroka, what, come here, hugging me this, you're so soft. Tatsumi, Naya. Tatsumi, it must be because of this shape, it makes my skin softer. Kuroka, Naya, haha, you really do look very handsome and manly, I wouldn't mind if you pushed me now. Tatsumi, he smiled and whispered in her ear, who, I really don't care, you know what, I might take you up on that. I said the last part close to her ear, making her jump back in fear and blush. Tatsumi, ha ha ha, you see your dear older sister is still a child. Kaneko, mn, Yuna Nina. Everyone, ha. But just as we were laughing, I started feeling dizzy to the point of fainting and being picked up by Kaneko. Volley said I'd run out of energy, which reassured everyone. After that, the Chaos Brigade left and we were now at home, specifically in my room. I was still unconscious in dragon form but with a very high fever. Everyone was there talking about what to do to make me feel better. Rias, isn't there any way to help him? Azazel, with Phoenix Tears it would be useless. The only option would be with Asia's Sacred Team, but I don't know if it would work. Asia, let me try if I can help him with my Sacred Team no matter what happens. Azazel, very well. But be careful as it will unleash a great deal of power, it could even harm you. Are you sure? Asia, I'm sure. I don't want to see Zenoviasen, Konkachin and Aknasen cry again. Zenovia, thank you Asia, we really appreciate it. Kaneko, amen, thanks Issei Senpai. Akino, thank you Asia. Azazel, well we'd better wait in the living room. This is going to get ugly. Everyone nodded and left the room, leaving Asia and me alone. Asia sat next to me and placed her hands on my chest. Using her sacred equipment, everything was going well, but as Azazel said, the power she was releasing was starting to hurt Asia, tearing her clothes and leaving scratches on her body, and even the ceiling above us had been completely destroyed. But Asia didn't back down and put even more pressure on her team until I finally regained my human form and my fever completely subsided. After that, I slowly began to wake up, seeing all the destruction around me and Asia with her clothes torn and wounded. Tatsumi, Asia, what happened? Asia, Tatsumi, I'm so glad you're awake. Hugging me. Tatsumi, how soft her breasts are. No, I'm starting to think like Asia, I really like it when you hug me, but you're naked. Asia, she covers her body. Tatsumi, here, I give her one of my jackets, we'd better warn the others. But just at that moment someone opens the door and it was everyone else who would be very happy to see me. Rias, I'm glad you're okay Tatsumi, thank you Butchu, although I must say that my vitality has decreased a lot. Kaneko, Tatsumi-senpai, I can take care of that. Tatsumi, Segura, Kaneko, yes with Senjutsu I can restore your vitality. Tatsumi, great if that's okay with you, we'll do it later. Kaneko, she blushes but Zenovia and Akino, I have to ask Tatsumi out tonight. Zenovia, why? Kaneko blushes even more, we need to be alone at that moment. Akino, Ara, I think I understand now, Yufufufu, I wouldn't mind. Zenovia, Heza, I get it now, me neither, she smiled. Kaneko, thank you, she smiles while blushing. Tatsumi, why is he blushing? Hey I haven't told you yet but your Juggernaut drive state is really cool. I thought it wasn't you when you lost your mind. Tatsumi, just because I've lost my head doesn't mean I don't have eyes and can you use it now? Drake told me not to because I'd lose my mind, but if I train more I could master it just like Volley who can use it for 30 minutes. Tatsumi, I see my stomach rumbles, yeah well who's hungry, she smiled. Everyone Tiamiaskip. Right now I was in my room, all dressed up, waiting for Kaneko. She told me to wait for her in bed in my boxers. I don't know why, but I was really nervous. Something bad is going to happen, I'm sure of it. Suddenly someone opened the door. It was Kaneko, wearing her school uniform but carrying a lab coat. I noticed that when she closed the door she locked it and also cast what looked like a magic circle, but I didn't pay much attention to it. What I did notice was that Kaneko suddenly started taking off her clothes, leaving only her panties and a lab coat on top, and then she revealed her cat ears and tail. Tatsumi, Kaneko. Kaneko, to restore your vitality, I need to be in contact with your skin. That means I can't use the uniform since it's designed to absorb magic. This robe is specially made for Senjutsu. Tatsumi understood. What do I have to do? Kaneko, nothing, I'll do the rest. And so we began the ritual to recover my vitality. What Kaneko had to do was be in contact with my body to perform the Senjutsu. Kaneko, what do you think? Tatsumi, it feels good. Kaneko, Tatsumi-senpai's life force was severely drained by that dragon form. She clings tighter to my chest. I don't want senpai to die. I'll take care of healing him even if it takes me a lifetime. She looks me in the eyes. Hey, please don't ever be like that again. Tatsumi, if she says it with that face, I can't refuse. She's beautiful, okay, I won't worry you Zenovia, Akino, or Sona anymore. Don't worry, she smiled. Kaneko, yes please. She smiles. Kaneko leans against my chest. Senpai, actually there's a faster way. Tatsumi, what's this about? Kaneko, playing with her hands. It's an expansion surgery. A woman specializing in healing medicine gives her life energy to a man, and in that way he also generates more life energy. It's an operation like that. Tatsumi, wow, there is that kind of operation. Well, if it's with Kaneko, I'd like her to do it sometime. Kaneko, I understand, but it would be my first time too. Tatsumi, just out of curiosity, how is that expansive surgery done? Kaneko, blushing, making a woman and a man become one. From a woman's body he can use magic. The woman delivers energy directly to a man's body. Tatsumi, wait, isn't that having hex? At that moment Kaneko gets down on all fours and starts walking slowly towards me. Kaneko, isn't me enough? I know you did it with Zenovia and Akino, and I think you did it with Kaichu too. Tatsumi, well yes that's true but what I want to say. Kaneko, I have breasts and a small body but I can have hex. I can also have children, I'm ready. Tatsumi, having children is too soon in my opinion but as for my body and breasts I don't mind if they're small. I like them that way. Kaneko, so would you do it with me? If it's with Tatsumi-senpai I'd be very happy. At that moment Kaneko sat on top of me, and I noticed she wasn't wearing panties. Being in that position must have been arousing me. I could see the look of desire and happiness in her eyes as she said she wanted to do it with me. So I didn't hold back any longer and gently took her face in my hands and kissed her passionately. When we broke apart for air, I could see hearts forming in Kaneko's beautiful eyes, so I took off her robe and we began our night of passion. The next morning, I was waking up slowly and noticed how heavy my body felt, but I looked down and didn't see anyone. Then I lifted the sheets and saw Kaneko sleeping on top of me. Tatsumi, she's beautiful. A few seconds later Kaneko would wake up. Kaneko, Naya, Tatsumi, good morning. I give him a kiss. We'd better get up since today is the sports festival. Kaneko, hi. Sonri. I got up, put on my boxers and shorts and decided to go out, but just as I turned the door handle, boom, I shot out the window, landing headfirst on the ground. Then Issei got alarmed when he heard the noise and went to see what was happening, but just as he opened the door, boom, it flies out the window, landing right on top of my genitals. Tatsumi Gaya, mmmy pour b-balls a tear falls. Kaneko Tatsumi-senpai, estas bien Tatsumi I do, my balls don't. Rias, what happened? Kaneko, well Tatsumi-senpai and Issei-senpai were launched out the window because of the trap I set. Rias, a trap, the same one Tatsumi set for Razor and Deodora. Concrete C. Tyrant Heya, they learn so fast wiping away it. Tatsumi, T-Tyrant, shut your mouth right now, Heya, my pee-poor balls. Chapter 31. Right now we'd be heading towards the academy, though Issei and I would be going slowly since even after healing in Asia, the pain is still there. Kaneko, are you okay? Tatsumi, yes, it's just that when it gets hit hard there it hurts a lot more afterward. Issei, and even though I fell into something soft my head hurts too much. Zenovia, will you be okay for the contest? Tatsumi, yes, don't worry, after all we've practiced a lot, haven't we? Zenovia, that's true, she smiles. The day had already passed and Issei and Asia had won the three-legged race, though Issei also won a kiss from Asia, or so he told me. Right now I was waiting for Kaneko as the next race was the bunny eating contest. Tatsumi, are you ready? Kaneko, yes, and I'm hungry, I really want those buns. Tatsumi, I can imagine, but first I want you to see someone. Kaneko, to whom Kuroka Shiren, good luck. Kaneko Nisama, what are you doing here? Tatsumi, well I had a chat with Lucifer-sama and it's possible I could get a pardon for your sister, of course I'll keep an eye on her. Kaneko, thank you, she gives me a kiss, you're the best, darling. Tatsumi, she smiled, go on, get ready, I'll go say hello to your sister. Kaneko, hi, Siva. Tatsumi, good, I approach Kuroka, I see you finally came. Kuroka, well I wanted to take advantage of the fact that I have the pardon so I wanted to see my Shiren. Tatsumi, it's strange to see you without the kimono, although it still has to be so revealing, doesn't it? Kuroka, Nyaheha, why don't you like it? Tatsumi, I'm not saying that, it's just that you attract attention. I say this while the event is taking place, and many of the spectators, mostly parents, start giving her very perverted looks. Kuroka, but it's more fun that way, I can see your expression while you're doing this, Naya. She gives me a kiss on the cheek. Zanwa, why is this happening to me? Not only does he have Zenovia-san, Akino-senpai, Konkachin, and Sona Kaichu, but also that woman. Tatsumi, Heya, that's why also, where did you get those ice creams? Kuroka, from that counter over there, Naya. Tatsumi, parochial school. Kuroka, do you pay here? Tatsumi, this is what happens when I leave you alone. After that, the starting gun fired for Kaneko. She was embarrassed by her sister's cheers but also very happy, as evidenced by her expressions while running. Then we joined the others and started lunch. Issei, you really do enjoy eating bread in front of the poor. Issei Alvarez Zenovia Aquino Kaneko incluso Kuroka e arena dandom de comer. Tatsumi, I have more bread if you want it. Asia, why don't you offer it to her? Asia h hi. Isen aha. Issei, that's my brother, crying with joy. Tatsumi, it's a shame Sona can't join us. Rias, I asked her but she said she was very busy with the festival, but she gave me this for you, pulling out a cake, she said she made it for you. Tatsumi, really? Let's see, this is delicious. I didn't know Sona was such a good cook. Rias, well she told me she spent all night. Tatsumi, Kuroka, will you stay until the end of the festival? Kuroka, yes. Tatsumi, okay. I say this because the finale of the festival is the music competition and Zenovia and I are participating. Zenovia, I have to say I was forced to do it, she pouts. Tatsumi, but you do it wonderfully. Several hours later. Right now Zenovia and I were backstage waiting for Irina, our representative, to give us the vote to go in and start, but Tatsumi, is that necessary? Zenovia, I think she's very pretty. We say this while watching Irina introduce herself to us while wearing some revealing clothes. Tatsumi, I'm not saying that she really is cute, but the parents and students are just drooling. Besides, there are more parents than children at the school. Zenovia, yes, I think you're right. Irina, well, without further ado, I present to you Zenovia and Tatsumi. Tatsumi, here we go. We went on stage and greeted the audience, though many were probably crying because Irina had left the stage, but we didn't dwell on it. I sat down at a piano and Zenovia, to everyone's surprise, picked up a violin. The club members Sona, Tsubaki, Saji, and Kurika were surprised, as many didn't know Zenovia played the violin, but I had taught her how from the very first day. Tatsumi, hello everyone, I hope you enjoyed the festival. You may already know me, but for those who don't, my name is Sasaki Tatsumi, and the beautiful woman with me is Quarta Zenovia. Zenovia H. Hello everyone. Tatsumi, the song we're going to play and sing is called Memories. I hope you like it. When the song ended, Zenovia and I stood in front of everyone and leaned forward so that we could hear shouts and applause from everyone in the background. Irina, I think we already have some winners. Audience, another one, another one, another one, another one, another one. Tatsumi, huh, you want another one? Well, I wouldn't mind, but Zenovia doesn't know any other song to play right now. Zenovia, I don't care, sing by yourself and play the piano. Tatsumi, Segura. Zenovia, I've never been so sure in my life. She kisses me and leaves with Irina. Tatsumi, well, my amazing girlfriend let me play a song for you, but I also need permission from my precious Sona. Sona, I have no problem with that. In fact, I'll let you play 2 songs. I think everyone knows it would be great to hear someone famous sing. Tatsumi smiled. Okay, well, here we go, sitting down at the piano. When I finished, everyone applauded and cheered. I stepped in front of them, but not before asking Zenovia and Irina to come closer. They obeyed and we shook hands, interlacing our fingers, and then bowed. The audience was still applauding and whistling, and some even stood up. Several days later. Akino, please Tatsumi, give me. It was a certain night before the school trip. Akino was dressed in a very thin and loose yukata, but it was beginning to slip off her body, revealing the delicate pale skin of her shoulders and even her chest area. With a seductive expression, Akino crawled and approached on all fours. Akino, Tatsumi is going to abandon me and have fun in Kyoto. Tatsumi, Akino, it will only be 4 days and 3 nights. We'll see each other again very soon. Akino leaned against my chest and sounded as if she were about to cry. Akino, 2 whole days, am I not going to see you? I could die of loneliness. Akino brought our 2 hands together and her 10 fingers were squeezing against mine. Akino, so for tonight I will fill myself with your courage for those 4 days and 3 nights. Tatsumi, when you want to, you act like a cute little girl. She smiled. Akino, yes, fill me up again like last time. That way I'll be able to experience the true meaning of being a woman. Tatsumi, if that's what you want. Akino brings her face closer to mine and we begin to kiss, but a second voice interrupts us. Zenovia, oh, I want to gather my courage too, she pouts. Akino, Ara, what are you saying, Zenovia? You can be with him in Kyoto, but I can't, so why don't you lend him to me? Kaneko, well said. Akino is very cunning. A third voice appeared, and when I realized it, Kaneko was behind me, hugging my head and resting it on her chest. Then I glanced over. Tatsumi, Kaneko, do you have it too? She concealed her presence and slipped into my room while Zenovia and Akino were talking. She wore a thin white robe, her cat ears and tail spread, and she hugged my head tightly with her small, cute body. Kaneko, I don't want to be separated from Senpai either, Senpai. We're going to do several days of senjutsu training tonight. She said while flashing a warm smile and the soft fur of her tail enveloping my wrist. It feels so good. Tatsumi, okay, since the trip is coming up soon, I'm all yours today, but I have a question. Zenovia, which one? Tatsumi, if you're there, Akino is on top of me and Kaneko is behind me, who's lying next to me. Kaneko/Akino/Zenovia. I slowly began to pick up the sheet, and the first thing I noticed was something soft and large, and when I removed the sheet we could see Kuroka sleeping. Tatsumi/Akino/Zenovia/Kaneko, Kuroka/Nisama. Kuroka, huh, waking up, is it daytime already, Naya? Tatsumi, Kuroka, what are you doing here? Kuroka, huh. Well, a little bird told me you were going on a trip to Kyoto soon, and I wanted to say goodbye, Naya. Tatsumi, that little bird won't have white hair, she's beautiful and she's also a Nekomata like you, right? Kuroka, yes. Tatsumi, Kaneko, well, she asked me and I just told her about your trip, Naya. Tatsumi, hey, what are you really doing here? Kuroka, Naya, hahaha, well, the truth is I came for one thing. Tatsumi, and what's that about EMMAF? AN. Kaneko, Akino, and Zenovia react a moment late and Kuroka steals my lips, giving me a passionate kiss. The strange thing is that the others didn't move, they just sighed. Tatsumi, why is that? Kuroka, that was for messing with me the other day, he smiles. Kuroka, besides, you don't seem very unwell. Tatsumi bibuano. Kaneko Nisama for the next ask permission. Kuroka, but they don't seem to mind, why is that? Akino, well, let's just say we expected it. Zenovia, yes, besides, Tatsumi is dating 4 girls at the same time and doesn't have a favorite, so he loves them all equally. Why would we be upset about a kiss? Kaneko, now do you understand? He will love you like he loves everyone else no matter what. Kuroka, naihahaha, then you can. Tatsumi, before you say it, I'm warning you that once you want to be by my side, I'll never let you go. She smiled. Upon hearing those words, Kuroka leans against my chest and begins to purr. Kuroka, the truth is I like you a lot, that's why I came here. When you protected us from Loki, and when I saw what you did for me, I ended up falling more and more in love with you. You not only gave me my freedom, you even went so far as to have my terrorist status revoked, so please, let me be by your side. I may not be able to be with you right now since I can't leave the Chaos Brigade, but I promise I'll be by your side and with the other girls later. Tatsumi, he smiled and kissed her. Of course you can be by my side, Kuroka. Kuroka, thanks, so you're not getting away from me tonight. I need to mark my territory too. She sees the mark on my shoulder. That mark is from Kaneko. It's a bite mark, signifying that I'm her partner, a mark of eternal love. She explained it to me when she gave it to me during that passionate night. I gladly used magic to make it permanent, just like Sona's scar. It's something that makes Kaneko very happy, so I couldn't remove it. Kuroka, that shows how serious you are about my sister, so I have to leave my mark too. Akino, ara, I want to leave my mark too. Zenovia, then me too. Tatsumi, well, Kaneko and Sona have already done it, so you two can too, she smiled. 2 days later. During those 2 days, we had to go to the Phoenix residence because Ravel asked me to help Razor overcome his fear. That day, thanks to Tannen and Issei, we were able to help him overcome his fear, something he managed to do simply by looking at the girls' breasts while they were bathing. The next day, we went to visit Rias' parents. We were all together, including Irina and Rossweisse, except for Kuroka, who had to be with the Chaos Brigade. We were having tea to commemorate the team's formation, which is why Rias had to introduce us to her parents again. Rossweisse, in the future I would like to create a school of Norse magic in the Gremory territory and start the business of training new Valkyries from female demons. Irina, like an angel, I never thought I'd visit the home of the Suprema-class demons, what a supreme honor. This must be the grace of the Lord and the Demon King. Zeoticus, hahaha, Rossweisse seems very interested in the works of demons. As the head of the Gremory family passes to the next generation, I look forward to your contributions. Venelana, by the way, Issei and everyone in the next year are going on the school trip very soon, right? Are they going to Kyoto, Japan? Issei, yes, according to the plans, we'll go to Kyoto. Venelana, last year Rias brought us some Japanese pickles from Kyoto that were quite tasty. Tatsumi, what a subtle hint to tell her to bring him that specifically. Issei, your humble servant, will bring some back from the trip. Venelana, Ara, that's not what I meant, I'm sorry, you really don't have to do that, do you? The tea party ended successfully, and afterward we were ready to return home through the magic circle. However, Surzech returned to the castle, and we had to go and greet him along with Milikas who wanted to see him. On a special path used only when Surzech returns, we saw Sekiryuutei with him. Sekiryuutei, thank you for your hospitality. Good morning, Rias, Issei and Tatsumi. Rias, yes, it's great that you came to greet us. You look good too, but please excuse my delay in greeting you. Oniasama, greetings, we're heading home now, but I came to welcome you. Surzech, don't worry about formalities, they make me uncomfortable. Thank you all. Rias, Oniasama, why did Sekiryuutei come? Surzech, yes, he came specifically to deliver a fruit platter, a specialty of Bale's territory. Since he's our cousin, we were discussing how Rias should visit Bale's home sometime soon to express our gratitude. Rias. Surzech, we were just talking about a few things regarding the upcoming match. Rias, they didn't ask you for anything special about the rules, except that all the complicated restrictions be removed from the combat rules. Rias, what, Sekiryuutei, I mean no matter how many surprise elements are on our side, you'll accept them all. Is that what you mean? Sekiryuutei, that's right. It doesn't matter if the vampire who stops time or the red dragon emperor who reads thoughts and sends women's clothes flying, I'm going to defeat them all. If I can't handle their attacks properly, then how can I say I'm the heir to the Bale family? Tyrant, what a conceited jerk, huh? And he doesn't even take you seriously. Tatsumi, calm down, he'll be surprised when we fight him. She smiled. Gasper, that's terrifying. And no one actually wants me to use my power, so actively it makes it even scarier. Surzech, yes, there's no better opportunity than this chance encounter. Sekiryuutei, you once said you wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with the Red Dragon Emperor Issei and also with the evolutionary dragon Tatsumi, right? Sekiryuutei, that's right, I said it before. Surzech, so it'll just be a friendly match. Don't you want to experience the fist of the celestial dragon and the evolutionary dragon? Sekiryuutei, Rias, what are you saying? Rias, since Oniasama no the Demon King says so, then naturally I have no reason to refuse. Issei Tatsumi, is that alright with you? Issei Tatsumi, I don't care if Ryasama says so, then I'll do it. Although I don't want to give her the advantage of knowing my power. Surzets, then let me be the first to see the clash between the new generation of demons and the two dragons. Sekiryuutei, thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to clearly show you my strength. After that, we headed to the basement of Gremory Castle, where there was a large training hall, easily big enough even though it was shaped like a stadium. We would be watching Issei and Sekiryuutei on the field from the stands. After that fight, it was my turn. I was with the others next to Surzets. As Issei walked in our direction, I said to Surzets, Tatsumi, Surzets-sama, I would like to ask you to increase the resistance of the barrier or at least the wall behind Sekiryuutei. Surzets, may I ask why? Tatsumi, because I'm going to end this in one hit. Everyone, what Sekiryuutei, what did he say? Surzets, if what you say is true then fine. I should mention that if I see that attack kill him, I'll have to intervene. Tatsumi, thank you. Saying that, I positioned myself in front of Sekiryuutei at a certain distance, where he would be standing with his arms crossed, looking at me with determination. Sekiryuutei, did I hear right? You said you were going to finish me off in one hit, right? Tatsumi, you heard right, that's what I said. You want this fight to learn about our powers. Then I'll show you my full power, though I won't teach you my fighting style, just one technique. He summons the Incursio. Sekiryuutei, I see you have determination, give it your all. Tatsumi, it will be a pleasure, she smiled. Ahhhhhh. Incursio, Sekiryuutei, so much power. Tatsumi, you said to go all out. Well, here it is. I place my hands at my sides. Let's see if you can dodge it. Sekiryuutei, come on Tatsumi-san, show me what you've got. Tatsumi came. Tyrant boost Tatsumi Haim. In the stands. Issei Surzets-sama, I'd better go help Sekiryuutei-san. Surzets, I don't think it's necessary. After all, Tatsumi-kun isn't using all his power as he promised. Everyone what in the fight? Tyrant boost. Transfer Tatsumi ha. The massive energy blast he unleashed was directed towards Sekiryuutei, who remained motionless, awaiting it. Finally, the two collided, Sekiryuutei withstanding the power until a huge explosion erupted. As the smoke cleared, Sekiryuutei was utterly wounded and his clothes were torn while I sat on the ground, dissolving my armor so he'd think I was out of mana. But I don't really want to show him my full power, I want to surprise him during the match. Tatsumi, phew, even with all my power I couldn't defeat you, you're a monster, Sekiryuutei-san, shaking his hand. Sekiryuutei, you really surprised me, you're quite powerful, but you've got a long way to go before you can beat me, hahaha. Shaking my hand, fight at your best. That's the kind of fight I'm expecting in this match. After that, Sekiryuutei said goodbye to Surzets and the others before leaving. Surzets, I haven't told him, but you didn't use all your power, did you? Tatsumi, oh, you caught me. I didn't use my full power because I want to surprise him in the match, although I think he noticed. But I'll definitely defeat him in the match with everything I've got, showing his fist. Chapter 32. And the day of the school trip had finally arrived. Right now we were all at the station, a little apart from the others. Rias, here you go, a pass for each of you, handing us a card. Kiba, is this the legendary one? Rias, yes, this is necessary for demons to enjoy Kyoto, the so-called free bus pass. Since most of the sites are Kyoto's temples, meaning they're full of spiritual power, with this card we can enter those places without suffering any harm. We used the same type of pass last year. As long as there's a legitimate reason, the pass will be issued even to demons. The Gremory servants, the Citri officials, and the messenger from heaven. Do you realize how lucky you are to have certain forces supporting you all? Issei, clapping wonderful, long live Gremory. Will this allow us to visit Kiyomizudera, Kinkakuji, and Jinkakuji temples? Rias, yes, just keep it with your uniform and you'll be able to enter the sites. Enjoy your visit. Issei, yes, Asia, on the phone, Kuryuusan. Yes, Zenovia-san and Irina-san are with me. Hangs up then, Rias Wanasama, let's say our goodbyes. Irina, let's go. Zenovia will go right now. Tatsumi, are you going to say goodbye to Akino and Kaneko? Tatsumi, yes, after all, thanks to Butchu, they can be here. Zenovia, okay, I'll see you inside. Rias, be careful. Kiba, then it's time for me to go. I'll bring back some souvenirs. She bows and leaves. I, on the other hand, moved aside a bit with Akino and Kaneko since I don't know why I had the thought that I should leave Rias and Issei alone. Tatsumi, honestly, I'm really glad you're here to say goodbye, even if it's only for 4 days. Akino, well, like I said the other day, I'm going to feel really lonely without you. Kaneko, when you get back, we'll have a double senjutsu session. Tatsumi, I give them both a kiss. I love you girls, I smile. Kaneko/Akino, and we love you too. They hug me at the same time. Remember to call us. Thank goodness I arrived just in time. Tatsumi, Sona, what are you doing here? Sona, what's up? I came to say goodbye to my boyfriend. Or can't I? Tatsumi, of course you can. I hug her and spin her around. It's just that you surprised me. Sona, well, if Rias can, then so can I. All aboard. Tatsumi, I think it's time for me to go. I give Sona a passionate kiss. I love you, Sona. Sona, and I love you too, Baka. After saying goodbye to Akino, Kaneko, and Sona, 10 minutes had passed since the train started moving. I was sitting alone in the back by the window, but I didn't care since I was actually in my mind talking to Tyrant. In my mind. Tatsumi, are you sure, Tyrant? Tyrant and I were observing some kind of sphere, which, if I understood correctly what Tyrant said, contained part of my power. Tyrant, yes, after you fully transformed into a dragon and regained your senses, this sphere here appeared out of nowhere, and I've been analyzing it ever since. Tatsumi, and why are you telling me this now? Tyrant, because even with the fight against Sekiryuutei without having unleashed your full power, his is far superior to yours even in his third evolution. Tatsumi, I see, so what am I supposed to do, break it or make you swallow it? Tyrant, I don't know. Tatsumi, grate him out of my mind. At that moment I needed to concentrate, and what better place than the bathroom? So I got up and headed there. I could see that Issei was in the same state as me, his eyes were closed but he wasn't asleep. I assumed he was also drawing out his potential. When I got to the bathroom, I closed my eyes again and went into my mind. In my mind. Tatsumi, I think Issei has the same problem. Tyrant, it's possible. This sphere here might have formed like in D-Dragon Albion, meaning that by taking their powers you also gained other functions from them. Tatsumi, the problem is how to draw out all that power. Outside my mind. I was still inside my mind when Zenovia suddenly came and leaned on my arm to whisper something in my ear. Zenovia, I'm completely disarmed. Tatsumi. You scared me, Zenovia. She smiled, then leaned in and we began a passionate kiss, until we had to break apart for lack of air, connected only by a thin strand of saliva. After a while, we sat down again. Tatsumi, is something wrong? You seem thoughtful, and what's this about you being unarmed? Zenovia, this time I didn't bring Durandal. Tatsumi, you didn't bring Durandal. Why? Zenovia, yes, I think it's because of the alchemists who belong to the Orthodox Church. They discovered a technique to suppress Durandal's offensive aura. Therefore, I sent Durandal to them through the channels that belong to heaven. Even the Orthodox Church came out to help. It seems that this is due to the efforts of the Seraphim under Michael's command. However, it's still a rare opportunity for the alchemists to reinforce the sword, to suppress Durandal's offensive aura without diminishing its power as a holy sword. This really caught my attention. However, it's truly shameful for me to be unable to control it properly despite being Durandal's owner. How can I call myself a knight? Would I be better off dead? Oh Lord Ida. Tatsumi, giving her a karate chop. Stop talking nonsense. You're saying that without Durandal you're useless. And that's not true. Zenovia is Zenovia, not Durandal. Zenovia. Even without that sword you'll still be one of the best knights I've ever known. Besides, you have the holy sword I gave you, right? Zenovia didn't say anything and sat on top of me, then wrapped her arms around my neck. Zenovia, thank you. What would my life be without you? Tatsumi, well, you'd still be in the church or living a quiet, uneventful life or dead. Zenovia, hahaha, very funny. At that moment, Zenovia leans in to give me another passionate kiss. Lately, she's been much closer than usual. After we separate for lack of air, she sits down next to me again and rests her head on my shoulder as we hold hands, intertwining our fingers until we finally arrive at Kyoto Station. Eika, the meeting point is the lobby on the ground floor of the hotel. Hey guys, as well as Asia, Zenovia, and Irina, and you too, Tatsumi-kun. If you don't arrive as soon as possible, we won't have time for free activities this afternoon. Everyone, yes. Eika, the hotel is quite close to the station. We're leaving the checkpoint to the west right now. We should walk towards the bus station. And then turn right. Matsuda, come on, let's go outside first. Wandering around a train station isn't going to get us anywhere. Eika, Matsuda, getting lost in unfamiliar surroundings isn't fun. A person's lack of judgment can lead to many casualties. Matsuda, this isn't a battlefield. Zenovia, no, Matsuda, Eika's opinion is correct. Teamwork is important. Let's leave the guiding to Eika. Who knows if Kyoto has started to bare its fangs at us? Matsuda, I understand. Woman pervert, man pie. Madohama, Kyoto isn't so peaceful after all. Eika, okay, I've got it, let's go. Under Eika's leadership, we left the station and set off towards the ancient capital. Everything around us was quite striking, and we could even see the Kyoto Tower. After a few minutes, we arrived at a very high-class hotel. Upon entering, we weren't surprised by the decor since we were used to Gremory Castle and much more. After listening to the instructions from Azazel and Rossweisse, who came as teachers, we split up to go to our rooms. But when I saw which one Issei and I got. Tatsumi, what is this? Issei, is this our room? Tatsumi, fine. Issei, I'm going to Zenovia's room. Bye, Issei. Hey, you idiot, don't leave me alone. I ignored him and left. How could I not get the Japanese-style room out of all the rooms? As I was going up the stairs to get to the girls' side, a rather beautiful woman stood in front of me. Rossweisse, Tatsumi-san, where are you going? Tatsumi, oh, if it isn't Rossweisse-sensei, well, you see, the room Issei and I got is a dump. So I'm going to sleep with my girlfriend Zenovia if you'll excuse me. Rossweisse, I can't let you go, we gave you that room for meetings, so you should go there. Tatsumi, Rossweisse, do you think I'm going to do anything with Zenovia when Irina and other people are around? Rossweisse, that's true, it's true you're not like Issei, but as a teacher I should. While Rossweisse was babbling about being an excellent teacher, I slipped away and headed to Zenovia's room. When I arrived, I knocked on the door and heard a coming. Zenovia opening the door. Tatsumi, what are you doing here? Tatsumi, the room we got is a dump and I was wondering if I could sleep with you and Irina even if it's on the couch. Zenovia smiles, sure, come in. There are still a few hours until I meet up with Eika and the others. I'll go to the store to buy something, get settled in. Tatsumi, okay, thanks. I obeyed and put my suitcase inside, then leaned it against the wall to one side. I sat on the bed and heard someone showering. I assumed it was Irina, until suddenly Irina came out completely naked, drying her hair. Irina, drying her hair with a towel. Zenovia, where did you? Tatsumi, hi Irina, and thanks for the view, hee. Irina, quickly covers herself. Tatsumi-kun, what are you doing here? Tatsumi, I didn't like the room I got, so I asked Zenovia if I could stay with you, and she agreed. Sorry, I should have told you sooner. Irina, it's okay, puts on pajamas. Tatsumi, I blush and look away. Irina, what's wrong? Tatsumi, nothing, it's just that you look really cute in your pajamas. Irina, she blushes. Thanks. She sits next to me and we spend a few minutes in silence. Suddenly, Irina gets up to get something to drink. As she walks towards the refrigerator, she trips over something, and I quickly help her up, causing Irina to fall to the floor and me to be on top of her. Inches away from kissing, I could feel our breaths mingling, but I reacted and tried to get up. Tatsumi, sorry. I'll get up now. Irina, no, stay like this, please. Tatsumi, Irina. She puts her arms around my neck and we stay in the same position while we were inches away from kissing, looking into each other's eyes. Her violet eyes were beautiful, but I noticed as if she were trying to tell me something. I knew then that from her gaze she wanted to say, I love you. So little by little I moved closer to her face. She closed her eyes, knowing what was about to happen, and our lips met in a passionate kiss. When it ended, we looked at each other and blushed instantly at what had just happened. Tatsumi, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Irina, you're wrong, don't apologize for something I've been waiting for a long time. Blushing. Tatsumi, Irina, what do you mean? What? Irina, what I mean is that I'm in love with you. From the day you saved me from Cockabeel, sacrificing your life even though you knew I belonged to the church, my love for you just kept growing, but I always knew you could never be with me because I'm an angel and you're a demon. We're polar opposites. Her voice broke more and more, but even so I fell more and more in love with you. Tatsumi, Irina taking her face and wiping away her tears. I don't care if you're an angel, a demon, a fallen angel, etc. To me, Irina is Irina and that's why I like you. I love Irina, not an angel. Irina, you love me. Tatsumi, of course I'll always love you and be by your side just like the others. Irina, crying with joy, thank you, thank you. At that moment we were about to kiss again, but a voice interrupted us. Zenovia, Ara, what a lovely sight. Tatsumi, I pull away from Irina. Zenovia, how long have you been there? Zenovia, since Irina confessed. Irina, blushing, and you haven't told us anything. Zenovia, well, I was waiting for Irina to make her move since I've been in love with you for a long time. Irina, Zenovia, Zenovia, great, now Irina can make babies too. Tatsumi / Irina, what? Zenovia, think about it, Irina, heaven would gain someone powerful. Irina, it's true that if I have a child with Tatsumi, heaven would gain considerable power. But Zenovia, if I do that, I might become a fallen angel. Zenovia, that doesn't matter. Besides, Tatsumi doesn't care what you are, he'll love you anyway. Irina, but having a child so soon. Tatsumi, you know I'm here, right? Zenovia, then let's practice with this first. Tatsumi, Zenovia, don't tell me you went to buy those condoms. Zenovia, that's right, when you said you were staying here. Well, I didn't think twice and went to buy these. I'm a reincarnated demon just like you, and the probability of me getting pregnant is low. But Irina is both human and angel, so she could get pregnant quickly, so. Tatsumi, Zenovia, you heard her, Tatsumi. Let's do it together tonight, but for now it's best to leave. Because when Eika gets angry, she's worse than a demon. Tatsumi, I guess I can't refuse, she smiled. HOURS later. We had already left the hotel and our first stop was Fushimi Inari. As we passed through the temple's torii gates, we could feel the spiritual power, but thanks to the cards, we weren't harmed. However, ever since we left the station, I felt like we were being watched. After visiting Fushimi Inari and the temples, we decided to climb some stairs to the top of a mountain. The entire staircase was decorated with thousands of red torii gates. They seemed endless. But at that moment, I still felt like someone was watching us until I saw something running through the woods. It looked like a fox, so I decided to follow it to the top. Tatsumi, sorry, I'll go to the top first. Issei, I'll come with you. Zenobia, okay, be careful. We nodded and started running up the stairs as fast as we could. We ran as fast as we could without disturbing the other tourists, and I continued up the stairs. And then we reached the top. When I arrived and didn't see anyone, I calmed down a little. So Issei and I stood in front of the shrine and clapped our hands. Issei, let me see and touch breasts whenever I want. Help me find a girlfriend. Help me do erotic things with Butchu. Tatsumi, you know you have to do that wish yourself, right? Issei, yes, but at least have the guts to do it. Tatsumi smiled, I think you're right. Please take care of my friends and the girls I love so much, keep them healthy and safe from harm, and keep doing erotic things with them. Issei, hahaha, we finally think the same. Tatsumi, yes, hahaha, aren't you from Kyoto? Upon hearing that voice, Issei and I realized we were surrounded by inhuman beings. They weren't very strong individually, but they were numerous. As we prepared ourselves, a cute girl appeared before us looking like an elementary school student. She had golden blonde hair tied in a ponytail and matching eyes. She also had 9 golden fox tails and matching ears, and she was wearing a priestess's robes. Issei, a girl. Tatsumi, you're a yokai, and judging by the tails, you must be the daughter of the famous yokai, the 9-tailed fox, right? That's right. Tatsumi, I have to say, she's very cute, isn't she, Issei? She's adorable. Issei, now that you mention it, it's true, she is quite cute. Blushing strangers, how dare you, attack. And at the girl's command, many tupies with black wings and rooster heads dressed like mountain hermits emerged from the trees. Tatsumi, oh, are these Karasu Tengu, Issei, and are those foxes? Give me back my mother. I instantly summoned the Incursio key and eased his gauntlet, and we began dodging their attacks. Issei, mother, what are you talking about? Tatsumi, we don't know your mother. Don't lie, my eyes don't deceive me. Even though we wanted to escape, Tengu's staff appeared, attacking me, so I braced myself for the blow, but Clang, the one who blocked my opponents, was Zenobia. What's wrong, Silo? Are you in trouble? Irina, what is this? Yauk. Zenobia was using the sword I gave her, and Irina was using a wooden sword she must have bought at the local shops. Asia also hurried along and arrived a little later. Seeing the 5 of us gathered together, the young woman and her group were surprised, but she instantly became even angrier. So that's how it is, all of you are the ones who my mother. This is unforgivable. Filthy demons, you have defiled this sacred place. I will not forgive you. Tatsumi, Asia, do you have what you received from Butchu? Asia, yes. Asia took a card engraved with the Gremory crest from her jacket. If something were to happen in Kyoto, with this card she could replace Rias, and Issei and I could be promoted. Issei, promotion, to what? Tatsumi, Issei, remember not to destroy anything in Kyoto. That is, we have to be promoted too. Issei, that's right, Tatsumi/Issei, promotion tonight. Tatsumi, Zenobia and Irina, even though they haven't realized the situation, remember that this is Kyoto. Even though they attacked us for no reason, it would be wrong if we harmed them or destroyed the environment. Hold back as much as possible, you just have to keep them away, okay? Zenobia/Irina, understood. Zenobia and Irina used their swords to knock down and break their enemies' weapons and defeated them. I too, with my speed, knocked them out or defeated them, and Issei would be protecting Asia while quickly dodging their attacks and kicking them. Sensing that they had lost control of the situation, the attackers began to retreat. The girl looked at us with hatred and raised her hand. Retreat, we don't have enough numbers to defeat them. Damned evil beings, I'll make you give me back my mother. Leaving those words behind, the girl and her followers disappeared like a gust of wind. After that, the first day in Kyoto had come to an end. Right now, we would be having dinner at the hotel. I could finally breathe. After the attack, we quickly met up with Eika and the others, and that's how we ended our tour of Fushimi Inari. We were still on high alert, but Eika and the others looked bewildered. After returning, we reported to Azazel and Rossweisse. They were both very surprised and told us to wait for a solution and that some subordinates should keep watch and report back. Right now, I was sleeping between 2 women, Zenobia and Irina, and as promised, we had had our moment, but then someone gently knocked on the door and called me. In a low voice, Tatsumi, wake up. I got up sleepily and put on my boxers, then opened the door and saw Rossweisse wearing only a jacket and nothing underneath. Rossweisse, Tatsumi, Tatsumi, before you say anything, I think you're a beautiful woman, but we've practically just met. So let's take it easy before we go to bed, that's all. Good night. Closing the door. Rossweisse knocking on the door. Tatsumi, it's not what you think. Azazel asked me to come get you. Tatsumi, opening the door. Then why are you half-naked? Rossweisse, this is Issei's fault. He used his ability to spy on the girls in the bathroom. The tracksuit was really expensive, and so were the panties and bra. Starting to cry. Tatsumi, okay, I'll wake up Zenobia and Irina and we'll meet in Issei's room. I woke up Zenobia and Irina, and after we changed, we went to Issei's room, which is supposedly also mine. When we got there, we saw Azazel, Rossweisse in her purple outfit, and Issei. Tatsumi, Azazel, why did you call us so late at night? Azazel, since we're all here, we've been invited to a nearby Japanese restaurant. Issei, by whom? Azazel, the very lovely magical demon queen. He smiles. Tatsumi, oh no. Without another word, we quietly left the hotel and followed Azazel to a restaurant on a street corner. We went inside and walked through a hallway filled with traditional Japanese atmosphere, then a single room appeared. Upon opening the door, Serafal was waiting for us silently, seated in seiza, wearing a glamorous kimono. Serafal, hello, Tatsumi-kun and Ryashin staff, it's been a long time. Tatsumi, hello, Leviton, how are your parents? Serafal, very well, thank you for asking. They told me they'd like to see you again. Tatsumi, well, I'd love to visit them when I have time. Saji, oh, it's Hyaudu and the others. Saji and the other second-year girls from Sona's group had already arrived first. It seems this meeting is important. Issei, yes, Saji, how's Kyoto? Where did you go this afternoon? Saji, we're the student council. We spent the whole afternoon helping the teachers. Serafal, the food here is really delicious. Especially the chicken dishes, they're exquisite. Tatsumi-kun and the others really should try them. Issei, so why did Leviathan-sama come to this kind of place? Serafal, I've come to obtain the cooperation of the Kyoto Yokai forces, but there seems to be an unusual situation. Issei, an unusual situation. Tatsumi, the leader of the Yokai, has disappeared, hasn't she? After all, the little girl this afternoon was saying to return her to her mother. That is to say, the famous Yokai, the nine-tailed fox, has disappeared or been kidnapped. Serafal, exactly according to Azazel-chan's report, I'm afraid that's the situation. Azazel, so the leader of the Yokai has been kidnapped, the ones responsible. Serafal, most likely it's the Chaos Brigade. Tatsumi, that's possible, but I don't think it's Volley's team. Serafal, why are you so sure? Tatsumi, because after all, Kuroka tells me what their plans are from time to time, and at no point did they mention coming here. Saji, what if she didn't want to tell you right now? Can you trust her? Tatsumi, of course I trust her, after all, she's one of my girlfriends. Saji, what? But how many do you have? Tatsumi, Zenovia, Kaneko, Akino, Kuroka, Sona, and Irina. Issei, Irina too. Irina blushing and nodding. Saji, you know I don't even have the strength to curse you, but what kind of trouble have they gotten into again? Azazel, actually taking care of these kids on the trip is exhausting enough. These terrorists are such a nuisance. Serafal, no matter what, this situation can't be revealed. We must resolve it ourselves. I'll continue on to try and get the Yokai's cooperation. Azazel, understood, I'll act alone. These terrorists really do bring their own problems all the way to Kyoto. Issei, so what we have to do is, when Issei asked apprehensively, Azazel exhaled and forced a smile. Azazel, anyway, everyone should enjoy their trip. Issei, but. Azazel, if anything happens, I'll call you guys. However, this is your precious school trip, right? We adults will try to handle the situation as best we can, so everyone go and enjoy Kyoto for now. Serafal, yes. Tatsumi-kun as well as Sonachan's officials, please enjoy your stay in Kyoto. I'm going to have fun too. Everyone, yes. Chapter 33. Tatsumi. Keep it up, Zenovia/Irina. Yes, it was early morning on the second day of the trip. The sky was just dawning. Zenovia, Irina, and I were using the hotel rooftop to train, practicing basic movements from start to finish. But suddenly, Issei came to tell us we were going sightseeing. Issei, guys, it's time to go. Tatsumi, let's go now. This time, our tourist destination would be Kiyomizu at Eika's request, as she was very eager to go. We didn't object and headed there by bus. After a few more glances, we were able to find the sloping path to Kiyomizu. Eika, I heard this is called a 3-year slope. If you fall down here, it means you're going to die in 3 years, huh? Asia, ooh wow, how scary. Asia was truly terrified and clung to Issei's arm for safety. But then Zenovia grabbed my arm. Tatsumi, what's wrong? Zenovia, muttering the Japanese put terrifying spells on their steep paths. Tatsumi, he actually believed that a drop of sweat falls from my sweat. And suddenly Irina grabbed my other arm. Tatsumi, Irina, it's just in case. And so it happened that I was walking up a hill with two beauties, one on each arm. During this time I could feel the pure hatred in their eyes until we finally passed through the entrance gates of Kiyomizu. Zenovia, look Asia, this temple captures the essence of pagan culture. Irina, yes, you can feel her story from the moment she appears. Asia, greetings to the pagans. And as always, the church trio was already making inappropriate comments. Then we arrived at a temple, where there was a small shrine used to pray for good grades and wishes for love. Eika, Hyaudu, why don't you test the compatibility of the love prediction with Asia? Issei, why not? Eika, looking at Asia's paper, it says it's very favorable and auspicious. It seems you two are very compatible, Asia. Asia, blushing, yes, I'm so happy, very happy, really. Eika, Tatsumi-kun, aren't you going to try? Tatsumi, why, I have these two beauties here with me and others waiting for me at home. Eika, you might be right, looking at my little friend, and that's normal with that piece of. Tatsumi covering her mouth. Eika, don't say those things, please. Matsuda, are we falling behind? Madohama, don't cry, Matsuda. We're going to beat up Issei Tatsumi when we get back to the hotel. After that, we visited many more temples and finally went to Jinkakuji, where there were even more temples, but these were quite different. They were made of silver and some of gold. When Zenovia saw a gold one, she couldn't stop shouting and smiling. After all, she was fascinated by these things. When we stopped at a tea house, we were able to rest, but during that time we heard another woman scream because of a pervert. What could be happening? Suddenly I received a call from Akino. Tatsumi, hello Akino, is something wrong? Akino, hi Tatsumi, no nothing serious, Kaneko just expressed some concerns. Tatsumi worries, Akino, yes you just sent those photos. Tatsumi, yes the ones at Kinkakuji. Why, Akino, in the photo it looks like you've been drinking. Tatsumi, want something to drink. Akino, yes there seem to be quite a few fox yaokai in the background, what's going on? Even though fox yaokai aren't that rare in Kyoto. Tatsumi, you seem worried, but don't worry, we're fine, nothing's wrong. Akino, if something happens, will you contact me? Tatsumi, yes I promise, I'm going to hang up now, I love you Akino and I'll tell Kaneko I love her too. Akino, we both love you too, be careful, hangs up. Just as I hung up, I glanced back and saw Matsuda, Madohama, and Eika fast asleep. Then the waitress flashed animal ears and a tail looking around. There were many more of those guys with animal ears. In short, we were incredibly naive to think they wouldn't attack us in a famous tourist destination. Rossweisse, please wait. Tatsumi, Rossweisse, why are you here, Rossweisse? Yes, I was called by Azazel to welcome you guys. Issei, a call from Sensei, what happened? Rossweisse, a ceasefire, or in other words, the misunderstanding has been cleared up. The daughter of the Kyuubi wants to apologize to all of you. I am the fox yaokai who serves the monarch Kyuubi. We feel very sorry for what happened last time. Please come with us as our princess would like to apologize to all of you. Tatsumi, where? In the inner capital where the yaokai of Kyoto live, the demon queen and the governor of the fallen angels are there. Timeskip. The place we entered was like something from another world. The streets were like those of the Edo period, the houses were ancient and lined up, and strange creatures were revealing their faces in the doorways, windows, and hallways. Through a solitary torii gate at the Temple of the Golden Pavilion, we passed through and entered a different world. Many of the yaokai there welcomed us, though many regarded us with curiosity. Finally, we reached our destination, and before us stood Seraphal, Azazel, and the girl from before. Azazel, oh, they've arrived. Seraphal, oh, hello everyone. Princess Kanu, I have brought everyone here. Kanu, I am Kanu, the daughter of Yasaka, the administrator of yaokai life within and outside Kyoto. Bowing, I am so sorry for what I did. I attacked you without investigating you. I am deeply sorry, please forgive me. Zenobia, that's fine. Isn't it great that the misunderstanding has been cleared up? I don't mind as long as I can enjoy our trip to Kyoto without any further incidents. Irina, yes, a pious heart is very important to angels. I hold no grudge against Her Majesty. Asia, yes, peace is very important. Issei, so that's how we feel. I'm doing very well too. Please lift your head. Kanu, but. Tatsumi, I stroke her head. So your name is Kanu, right? I mean Kanu, you're really worried about your mother, aren't you? Kanu, yes of course. Tatsumi, if that's the case, making a mistake is understandable. Of course this could cause problems and make it unpleasant for others. But Kanu has already apologized. She apologized because she understands she was wrong, right? Kanu, of course. Tatsumi, I put my hand on his shoulder and smiled. If that's the case, we're not going to blame Kanu. Kanu, blushing, thank you. Azazel, elbowing me, just what I expected from the white-held dragon. You sure know how to handle children, especially girls. Tatsumi, please you better not joke around, a drop of sweat falls on me. Kanu, although I deeply regret my mistake, but please, I beg you all, please lend me your strength to save my mother. From what we've just been told, Kyuubi Yasaka left her home a few days ago to meet with Sakura's messengers on Mount Meru. However, she didn't appear at the meeting place, so the yaokai began investigating and discovered one of her guards dead. With his last breath, he said that Yasaka had been attacked and kidnapped, which is why they attacked our group. We had just entered the mansion in a large hall. Issei, it seems things have gotten serious. Azazel sighs. Once the various factions have decided to ally themselves, this kind of thing has been happening. Last time with Odin, Loki came right. This time the enemies are the terrorists. Old Tengu, governor of the fallen angels, demon queen, could you help us find a way to save Princess Yasaka? No matter what, we pledge our full cooperation. Then the old Tengu took out a portrait to look at. It was a portrait of Yasaka. Upon seeing it, she had both a human and a fox form. In her human form, she appeared as a young woman with a voluptuous figure and very long blonde hair and matching eyes. She had delicate facial features, and her eyebrows were cut very short and rounded, a symbol of nobility. Her hair was usually tied in a loose ponytail, reaching down to her legs and ending in a spiral held in place with tight bandages. She typically wore a traditional shrine maiden's outfit, over which she wore a white coat fastened with a red ribbon and a golden crown. Old Tengu, this is the portrait of Princess Yasaka. Azazel, what we can be sure of is that the kidnappers are still in Kyoto. Issei, why do you think that? Azazel, the flow of Kai throughout Kyoto remains stable. The nine-tailed fox is responsible for maintaining the balance of Kai flowing from different areas of this land. Kyoto itself can be considered a massive force field. If the Kyuubi were to leave this land or be killed, Kyoto would undergo drastic changes. Since there are no signs of this, it means Princess Yasaka is still here and the kidnappers are likely still at large. Seraphal, what level of investigation do the demons sent on this case possess? Seraphal, I've asked you to investigate thoroughly. Demons familiar with Kyoto have also mobilized. She looks at us. It seems that this time you'll most likely be involved due to the manpower shortage, especially since you already have experience fighting powerful beings and will need your power against the hero faction. It's a shame, but please be prepared for the worst. I'll be responsible for contacting Kiba and Citri's servants who aren't here. Before that, please continue enjoying your trip, but we'll be counting on you in case of emergency. Everyone, yes. Kanu placed her palms on the ground and bowed her head deeply. The fox lady and the old Tengu bowed with her as well. Kanu, I beg you all, please lend us your power to save my mother. No, please lend me your power, I beg you. After that, we went back to the hotel to rest. As I lay in bed with Zenobia and Irina asleep on my chest, I couldn't get everything that had happened out of my head. The next morning, we were at the bus station deciding where to go today. But then I felt someone get on behind me and I saw it was Kanu, so I gave her a piggyback ride to keep her from falling. Tatsumi, Kanu, what are you doing here? Kanu, well, I've decided that I'll be your guide today. Isn't that all right, Oniichan? Tatsumi, Oniichan, Kanu, is something wrong? Don't you like me calling you that? Tatsumi, no, but you've surprised me. You can call me whatever you like, she smiled. Kanu, thank you, Oniichan, rubbing his face against mine with a smile. Tatsumi, hey Eika, we already have a guide. Eika, who? Kanu, I'm Kanu, nice to meet you all. Zenobia/Irina/Asia/Issei. Kanu Matsuda, do you know her? Issei, yes. Madohama, are you asking or stating a fact? Tatsumi, what does it matter? Let's take advantage of the fact that we have a guide who lives here in Kyoto. What do you say, Kanu? Kanu, yes, Oniichan, everyone, Oniichan. Tatsumi, it's a long story but also short. Madohama/Matsuda, why is it always you? Eika, because he's handsome, intelligent, and athletic. Asia, great, good person, kind. Zenobia, with a great body, a stud, husband material. Irina, respectful, good boyfriend and friend, strong, brave. Issei doesn't judge by appearances, hardworking, gives good advice. Madohama/Matsuda, enough. And so under Kanu's leadership we finally explored Tenryuji. Confidently, Kanu told us stories about the place which we listened to, and she tried very hard to share them with us. After visiting all of Tenryuji, we decided to stop for lunch where we ran into Kiba, who was also eating at the next table. While we were talking, we also saw Azazel and Rossweisse drinking. And of course, Rossweisse was already drunk after just one drink. We left the restaurant and headed towards Toge-Sekaiwu. To get there, you have to cross the famous Toge-Sekaiwu Bridge, and they say that if you don't look back while crossing it, your heavenly intelligence will be taken from you, and well, they also say that if you look back, the couple will separate. Just as Eika said that Zenobia and Irina grabbed me, one on each arm, and wouldn't let me look back. They're so cute. Suddenly, a warm, slippery sensation enveloped my entire body. I looked around, only we were there. Issei, Asia, Kiba, Irina, Zenobia, Kanu, and I. Everyone else had vanished. Tatsumi, everyone on guard. Issei, I remember this fog. Kiba, lost dimension, it is the power of a Longinus. Sensei told us about it. Azazel, descending from the sky, are you all right? It's good that you're on guard. Everyone who isn't us has disappeared. It seems we were forced into this dimension. Kanu, this I heard that my mother was enveloped in a similar mist when she was kidnapped. Issei, so this is. From the shadows of the fog, an attack is launched, and Azazel reacts to stop it, but it is too much for him, and he is thrown far away from us. Pleased to meet you for the first time, Governor Azazel, Sekiryuutei, and Dragon of Evolution. The man who spoke to us was a handsome young man with short black hair. He wore a combination of a Japanese school uniform, more specifically, the gakuren worn by Japanese schoolchildren in the fall, and an old-fashioned Chinese outfit. After a while, Azazel returned to our side and prepared to speak with the boy. Azazel, is this the rumored hero faction? I am Cao Cao, the descendant of the famous Cao Cao Manged, who was recorded in the Acts of the Three Kingdoms, something like that. Issei, sensei. Is that guy? Azazel, listen carefully, everyone, beware of that man's spear, the true Longinus. The most powerful Longinus, it is said he is capable of piercing even God. I haven't seen him for a long time, but I believe he has now fallen into the hands of the terrorists. Kanu, you kidnapped my mother. What do you plan to do with her? Cao Cao, your mother will have to help us with our experiment. Kanu, experiment. Cao Cao, but first I would like to test the strength of Azazel and the Red Emperor Dragon, maybe also the Evolution Dragon. It is said to be very strong. Tatsumi, I have no problem with that. Just go back to Princess Yasaka and you might come back with your arms intact, I said while cracking my knuckles. Cao Cao, phew, that's quite a strong intent to kill, but you'll have to do it by force. I raised my hand and then pointed 2 fingers at Cao Cao and then started shooting small balls of energy, but Cao Cao dodges them all with his spear. Cao Cao, nice try. Tatsumi, that's my greeting. Azazel, Tatsumi-kun, I'll take care of Kayako, protect the others. Cao Cao, Leonardo, I'm going to let you handle the demons with your monsters. Just one request, but the boy remained expressionless and nodded slightly. Instantly, something appeared from the shadows beneath his feet and expanded rapidly. and from it began to emerge extremely ugly monsters. Azazel, Annihilation Maker. Cow, correct, the Longinus capable of creating monsters according to the will of the bearer. Azazel, I can't believe the greatest power is under your control. Tatsumi, Issei, how much time do you have left for the balance breaker? Issei, 20 seconds. Tatsumi, okay, everyone behind me now. Everyone obeyed me and positioned themselves behind me while all the ugly monsters would be in front of us. Luckily, Azazel is fighting Cow, so I don't think he'll get hit. Tatsumi, Kamehameha. The powerful attack went straight towards the monsters, disintegrating them one by one without leaving a trace. Then I saw my attack go towards a mountain and create an explosion. Issei, unbelievable Tatsumi, you must teach me how to do that. Tatsumi, of course, but we're not finished yet. D-Drag, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei, alright, I'm ready. Kiba, Tatsumi, since Butchu and Aquino aren't here, you'll give the orders. Tatsumi, understood. I look around and analyze Zenovia. You will protect Asia and Kanu and also use the sacred aura to eliminate any nearby enemies. Ask Kiba to give you a sacred sword so you can go with two. Zenovia, understood. Zenovia answered me and quickly withdrew to protect Asia and Kanu. Tatsumi, Kiba, you can make light-devouring demon swords, right? Kiba, yes, I see. Beneath Kiba's feet appeared several of those swords of darkness that he used against Freed, and he threw them to his companions. Kiba, these swords only have one hilt in their normal state. You have to channel demonic power into them to form the blade of darkness. Tatsumi, Zenovia, when you're in danger, use this as a shield to absorb the light. Asia, even though you're not used to swords, hold on to it. It's better than nothing. Zenovia, understood. Tatsumi, Asia, Yais, Tatsumi, okay, looks at Irina, I'm sorry, but could you protect Zenovia on the front line with Kiba? As an angel, light isn't a weakness for you, is it? Irina, although angels can still be harmed by light, it's not a critical weakness like it is for demons. I understand, and I will, don't worry. Tatsumi, that's my girl. He looks at Issei. Issei will both be promoted to bishop. The reason is that we're going to focus on magic attacks. You with your dragon shot and me with my Kamehameha. Understood. Issei, hi. Issei/Tatsumi, Asia, I will promote bishop. When Issei and I saw that Kiba and Irina had cleared the area a bit, we positioned ourselves in front and prepared the attack at the same time. Tatsumi, Kamehameha. Issei Dragon. Issei/Tatsumi, shot, HAA. Our two attacks combined, forming a single force. Thanks to that attack, the shadow from which the monsters emerged had dispersed. Tatsumi, Issei, use your, I can't believe I'm saying this, use your bilingual ability. Issei, understood. Come on, ladies' breasts, let me hear your thoughts. He starts looking at their breasts. That one over there will use a feint to mock us and then attack at the same time. That one over there will attack from the right and that one over there directly. Tatsumi, okay, use your other ability. Issei, hi. Issei launched himself at the three girls, and as he'd said, their attacks were the same. Thanks to that, he was able to dodge and even touch them before using dress break. Girls, yeah, Kanu, W, what a vulgar technique. I've never seen anything so despicable. Tatsumi, she reminds me of Kaneko, a drop of sweat falls on my brow. Truly, it's impossible for women to win against Sekiryuutei. Unless they possess an iron will and the ability to disregard shame, it's truly difficult for young women. True to the name Sekiryuutei, I now witness the legendary abilities of breasts. But these are useless against men. The elegant gentleman spoke, and I could see that he was carrying a sword on his belt. 2. I don't know, I can't see clearly. Issei, who would want to use it on men? Next, I think it's time for me to act. It's a pleasure to meet you all for the first time. I'm Sig, the descendant of the hero Siegfried. My companions call me Siegfried, you may call me that as well. Tatsumi, damn, hey Issei, are all the terrorists or people we face always handsome? Issei, you thought that too. I'm fed up. Tatsumi, would you give me permission to beat up this rich kid? Issei, of course. I take out the Incursio key and lunge at Siegfried, who pulls out 2 swords and stops my attack. Siegfried, ho, I thought you were all brains, but I see you've got muscle too. Tatsumi, let's see what you can do, daddy's boy, with Azazel. Cow, there is no doubt that they will be the most dangerous dragons the world has ever known. Azazel, that's right, now I want to know the reason why the heroes faction has started to act. Cow, our reason is simple, we want to see how far we can go as humans. Azazel, what? Cow, demons, angels, fallen angels, Yaokai, and the like, you have all always been defeated by humans. No, you have to be defeated by humans. It's just a whimsical challenge from a human. We want to see how far we can go against you as humans. He said that and then launched himself back into battle against an Azazel in balance breaker. Suddenly, in the middle of the fight, a glowing magic circle appeared, and out of it emerged a beautiful foreign girl with a slender figure, shoulder-length blonde hair, and blue eyes. Her outfit consisted of a sorceress's dress with a large blue hat adorned with a black ribbon and yellow stars, and a matching cape with pink flowers and a white lining. She said her name was Lefay Pendragon, a witch belonging to Volley's team and also the brother of Arthur Pendragon, Volley's butler. The reason for her visit was that she had a message for the hero faction, and the gist of the message was that Volley was upset, so LeFay summoned what looked like a huge stone giant. And so the battle began again with yet another stone giant. LeFay left, having completed Volley's errand, but not before shaking Issei's hand, as he's a fan of Oppai Dragon. While the battle was still raging, a certain drunk person approached the scene, suddenly bursting into shouts due to their intoxication. Rossweisse, boom, bam, kaboom, you guys are so noisy, take this. Tatsumi, that woman won't kill us, will she? Suddenly, beams of energy began to shoot out from all those circles in every direction, indifferent to their location or to us. But thanks to it, the hero faction was banished. After Rossweisse finished her attack, she collapsed to the ground, drunk. We all slowly began to emerge from the rubble, and then Azazel warned us that the fog was about to dissipate, so he asked us to remove our weapons or armor. In the blink of an eye, the fog vanished, and we were back in the crowded streets with Toge Sekiryuutei. Tatsumi, good heavens, that woman is crazy. Sensei, never let her drink again. Azazel, deal. Matsuda, hey Issei, what's going on? Are you making a super scary face? Issei, nothing at all. Suddenly, Azazel angrily punches an electric pole. Azazel, talk about trash, experimenting in Kyoto. Don't underestimate us, kids. Kanu, mother. My mother didn't do anything but why? Kanu's body was trembling. I just picked her up and hugged her. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and began to pour out everything she had been holding inside. What a school trip that reached a completely unexpected climax. Chapter 34. We were at the hotel right now, specifically in Motohama and Matsuda's room, since tomorrow is our last day in Kyoto, and we decided to look at the photos we had taken. But instead, I was on the room's terrace looking at Kyoto from above, and it really is a great view. Tatsumi, hey. Tyrant, what's up, buddy? Tatsumi, nothing, just thinking about this afternoon. Cao had a lot of hidden power, and I'm afraid I can't defeat him. Tyrant, well, you haven't yet opened or broken the sphere with your potential. Tatsumi, that's true, but I still don't know how to do it. I don't understand the limits thing. When I was in Night Raid, there was nothing like this. Tyrant, I know, but remember that in that life you were evolving without having the strength in your body and soul, and in the end you became a real dragon. Honestly, I prefer this style to the other. Tatsumi, you may be right. Irina, Tatsumi, Zenovia, are you okay? Tatsumi, oh, Irina and Zenovia, I'm fine. I was just thinking, are the photos okay? Irina, yes, we three look gorgeous in one of them. Come on, let's go see them, pulling on one arm. Zenovia, and the one in the Golden Temple is beautiful too. Come on, let's go, pulling on the other arm. Tatsumi, I let myself go and smiled. I think it's best to think about something else now. After enjoying the photos, it was time for bed. But we headed to Issei's room to talk about tonight's events, where the experiment would take place at Niju Castle. Azazel looked at everyone and then began. He produced a map of the entire Kyoto area which appeared in the center of the room. Azazel, therefore, let's begin explaining our battle plan. The area around Niju Castle and Kyoto Station is on high alert. All demons and fallen angels stationed in Kyoto have been mobilized to search for suspicious individuals. The Yokai of Kyoto are providing us with assistance. Although they haven't yet confirmed the movements of the hero faction, we have managed to detect an ominous presence concentrating in the center of Niju Castle. Kiba, a sinister presence. Azazel, yes, since ancient times, Kyoto has been a city built on the principles of yin-yang and feng shui, like a large-scale magic circle. As a result, there are many sites with special powers, such as Seimei Shrine, Suzumashi Kafuku Jizo Temple, the Fushimi Inari Hizamatsusen Pine Tree, and others. There are too many places with incredible auras to count. However, the energy has been turbulent and is currently gathering at Niju Castle. Saji swallows hard. What's going to happen? Azazel, I have no idea, but it's definitely not good. They're going to use the Kyuubi leader who controls the law of lines in the city to conduct some kind of experiment. We're going to use this key point as the basis of the entire plan. Everyone, we nodded. Azazel, first there are Citri's servants. They will be on guard around Kyoto Station. Protecting this hotel is their job. The hotel itself already has a reinforced barrier, so if anything happens, there will be a safeguard. However, if any suspicious person enters, Citri's servants will be responsible for handling the situation. Citri group, understood. Azazel, next up is Gremory and Irina's group. I'm sorry for putting you all in the same place all the time, but you will be the main vanguard. In a short time, you will advance toward Niju Castle. To be honest, the number of opponents and their powers are still unclear at this point. It could very well turn out to be a dangerous game. Your first priority is to rescue Princess Yasaka. Once you succeed, get her out immediately. After all, they've already announced that they are using Princess Yasaka for an experiment. However, there's a high probability that this was a bluff, although with Cao's attitude, it could very well be true. Perhaps that was the reason he was so eager for us to get involved. Tatsumi, how many Phoenix Tears do we have? Azazel, 3. Saji, only 3. That won't be enough. Our enemies are the terrorists. Azazel, yes, I understand. However, due to the Chaos Brigade's terrorist activities worldwide, the tears have been in high demand. Furthermore, the Phoenix family has been extremely busy, so that's the situation. These tiers were divided to provide 2 portions for the main attack, the Gremory team, and 1 for the Citri group. Please use them with caution. Everyone, yes. Azazel, Sagi, you will fight alongside the Gremory officials. Sagi and me, Dragon King. Azazel, yes, that's correct, Vritra. The Dragon King form will be very useful. The black flames conceal the enemy's movements as well as absorb their power, just like in the fight against Loki long ago. You will support the Gremory group. Sagi, that's not a problem, but I'll easily lose consciousness, and in that state I'll lose control. Tatsumi, and why don't we use my dragon form? Azazel, I've thought about it, but even you don't know if you can control it or if you'll lose your mind like last time. And if you lose your mind, you won't have Issei and Volley's help in Juggernaut Drive. But if it comes to it, use it. Tatsumi, understood. Azazel, who are the people closest to you? Tatsumi, Zenovia e Arena. Azazel, so you too, if he uses his dragon mode at that moment and loses his mind, you'll have to bring him to his senses, understood. Zenovia/Arena, yes. Issei, have the other factions been informed? Azazel, of course, outside Kyoto a large number of demons, angels, fallen angels, and yokai have gathered. To prevent the culprits from escaping, a barricade has been established. If possible, it would be best to capture them all using this opportunity. Seraphal, I will be in charge of directing and coordinating Kyoto's external forces. If any bad kids try to run, the various factions and I will destroy them. Also, I've contacted Sona at the academy. They are willing to provide all the support they can. Issei, Sensei, what about our Butchu and the rest? Azazel, yes, I wanted to tell him, but it seems it wasn't the right time. They are currently back in Gremory territory. Issei, what happened? Azazel, there are reports of unrest in a city located in Gremory territory. They were most likely going to handle that. Issei, but what if? Tatsumi, Issei, I know you're worried about Rias and I'm worried about Akino and Kaneko too, but right now the important thing is the mission at hand. Worrying won't fix anything. Issei, yes, you're right. Azazel, so these are the plans I propose. I'll also be searching for those terrorists directly from the sky, so everyone take up your positions within the hour. If you find anything suspicious, report it to each other immediately and try not to get killed before you get home. A school trip is still a school trip. We're going to protect Kyoto with our lives. Understood, everyone? Yes. After the meeting, we were all in the reception area having agreed to gather there. Suddenly, Azazel called over Issei, who was standing next to Rossweisse, and I noticed Azazel handing Issei some kind of pink ball. I couldn't hear their conversation because they were standing a little ways away from us. Tatsumi, Tyrant, is that its potential? Tyrant, the moment I saw him, I analyzed him, and he has Issei's aura. Furthermore, I can detect a significant power increase within him. Tatsumi, after all, we can even win, she smiled. While we were outside waiting to leave towards the castle, Kanu fell on top of me again where I caught her piggyback style. Nod, Oniachin. Tatsumi, Kanu, wait, don't tell me you want to come with us to save your mother, right? Kanu, that's right. Tatsumi, I won't stop you, but stay safe or don't leave my ass. Kanu, that's difficult. Everyone, ha. Suddenly the same fog that surrounded us on the bridge reappeared and we were teleported away and separated. I was now with Kanu at what looked like a train station. Tatsumi, Zenovia, can you hear me? Communicating through the bracelet I gave her. Zenovia, Tatsumi, where are you? Tatsumi, I'm at a train station and I'm with Kanu. Who are you with? Zenovia, I'm with Irina and Asia. The others must be separated as well. Tatsumi, okay. Could you let the others know we'll meet in front of the castle? Zenovia, understood, don't worry. Turns off the communicator. Tatsumi, now we just have to. Suddenly the shadows that were in the station came together at a single point, thus forming the body of a person. You don't remember me, do you? Tatsumi, you're the fool with the sacred shadow team that attacked us and you didn't even introduce yourself. Obviously I didn't know you. Well, it doesn't matter anyway since you'll die here, Balance Breaker. Well, what do you think? I would have preferred to fight the Red Emperor, but I was given the task of defeating you. Tatsumi, you're more like a warm-up. Before the real fight, Kanu, back off from me a little. Kanu, understood. Tatsumi, ara raid. Tatsumi, I think this is the first time you've seen me like this, and let's just say a lot has happened. Tusk, that doesn't matter. I'll kill you without hesitation. Tatsumi, Tyrant, I'm entrusting you with the rays. Tyrant, I see what you want to do. The shadow lunges at me and I prepare to dodge and take the hit while Tyrant is increasing his power. At times, Kanu unleashes his fire, but it dissipates easily. Suddenly, with a ball of energy, I slam him against the wall and approach Kanu. Tyrant, boost. Kanu, sorry Oniachin, I'm just in the way. Tatsumi, don't worry, you just need to train more. Besides, you're only 12 years old. I'll help you get stronger, but how about a little push now? I placed my hand on his head. Tyrant transferred. Tatsumi, now throw it, trust me, nod Heya. From Kanu's hands again came his fire power, but this time instead of being a small power he had launched something much greater, causing the shadow to disappear. Kanu, echo, Oniachin, what echo? Tatsumi, alright Kanu, now let's go find the others, there's a mother we need to rescue. Nod, timeskip. Tatsumi, sorry for the wait. Issei, no problem, you were the one who was furthest away. Zenovia, did you have any problems? Tatsumi, a few, but nothing I couldn't solve in a minute. I see they returned Durandal to you. Zenovia, yes, I missed her a lot. It's a more modern version of Durandal, fused with the fragments of Excalibur beneath the church, which function as a scabbard. The fragments of Excalibur can be materialized to be used as an additional sword, or so she said. Once everyone was there, we entered the castle gates where we saw Cao Cao and his group with Yasaka, but her eyes were empty. At that moment, Cao Cao struck his spear into the ground and Yasaka began to scream before transforming into the famous nine-tailed fox. Tatsumi, it's really amazing, Saji, it's all yours. Saji understood, promotion to Vritra. Summoning Vritra. And so Saji, transformed into Vritra, would launch himself at Yasaka, at least to defeat her or try to reason with her through blows. A very decisive battle would be created. Zenovia would begin to charge her power in Durandal, forming an enormous sword, and then attack the hero faction. Boom, Issei, cough cough, Tatsumi, phew, Zenovia, Issei, what's with the hue and what's wrong with you guys? Tatsumi, good attack, darling, the truth is that the first hit is the most important. Issei, no me ignorin'. Zenovia, thank you dear, this new Durandal was fused with Excaliburs through alchemy, I call it X-Durandal. Tatsumi, hopefully that's how we were able to defeat them. Saying that about the rubble of the great crater, Cao Cao and his group will appear, and of course, they didn't have a scratch on them. It's incredible that they survived that. Cao Cao, that's not bad at all. Siegfried, you can already fight on your own without disadvantage against most of the high-class demons. No, the senior officials of the high-class demons of the Demon King Sisters, I'm sure they've gathered a group. Tatsumi, hey, spoiled brat, that story might be interesting, but we don't care. We came here to defeat you and rescue the Princess of Yasaka, so cut the crap. Cao Cao, oh sure, then let's start the experiment. At Cao Cao's command, the young man dressed in a Friendstyle tunic over his uniform, Jorg reached out with his hand, thus creating countless magic circles around him. Rossweisse, from a rough glance at those magic circles, I can see Norse magic, the demonic style, fallen angels, black magic, white magic, fairy magic, a whole wide variety of spells. Jorg, the magic circle and the sacrifice to summon the Great Red are ready. The next step is to see if the Great Red is interested in the city's power and takes the bait. Luckily, we happen to have a Dragon King, a Celestial Dragon, and the Evolutionary Dragon. Cao Cao, while we wait, who do you want to fight against? Siegfried, to the girl who wields Durandal, and to the boy with the sacrodemonic sword. Then I'll take Angelchen, she's very cute. The one who said that was a beautiful young foreign woman with blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. She wore a gakurin, a type of armor worn over it. Her name was Jean. I'm going to pick up the silver-haired woman next, even though she doesn't look very well. The one who answered was a man about 6 feet 6 inches tall with a well-built body and shoulder-length gray hair. He was wearing what appeared to be a Japanese school uniform covered by what might possibly be Greek-inspired armor. His name was Heracles. Tatsumi, Issei, I think we got stuck with the crazy guy with the spear. Are you ready? Issei, of course. Dragon, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Tatsumi, Asia, take care of Kanu. Asia, yes. Issei, Kanu, can I leave Asia in your care? Kanu, leave it to me, but. Tatsumi, don't worry, I'll save your mother, I promise. She smiled. Each of us went to our opponent, and Issei in his balance breaker state, and I stayed behind, staring at Cao Cao, who just kept looking at us with a smile. I summoned the Incursio key and the key on the ground. Tatsumi, raid. Cao Cao, quite interesting, I see you were keeping some hidden power. Our battle had begun, and like the others, though the word battle wouldn't be the right way to describe it, it was more like a where explosions everywhere and blood. Zenovia and Kiba were matching Siegfried's speed, but unfortunately he used his balance breaker, which added 4 more arms to his body so he could wield more sacred sword, something Kiba and Zenovia would struggle to deal with. In contrast, with Irina and Jean, they would be having an even battle, but the moment the latter used the balance breaker, things would become more complicated for Irina, since it consisted of a small dragon created from sacred swords. And finally, in the fight, Rossweisse would have the advantage due to magical attacks, and thanks to being a tower, she has good resistance. However, Heracles, using his balance breaker, which consisted of adding weights to both arms to increase his core strength, something that Rossweisse, also suffering from a hangover from the afternoon, found too much for. Issei/Tatsumi, Asia. Promotion to Queen, Asia, yes, with Asia's approval we were able to promote her to Queen and power flowed through our bodies, then we both lunged forward to try and strike her. But Cao Cao skillfully spun his spear and slightly dodged my fist. Issei seized the opportunity and tried to punch her in the face, but she dodged it and then struck one of us in the head and the other in the stomach with her spear, sending us crashing to the ground. Just as I was about to unleash a Kamehameha point blank, I felt something in my stomach. I looked down and found Cao Cao's spear firmly inside me. Tatsumi, wow, large amounts of fresh blood flowed from my abdomen and I expelled it from my mouth. Cao Cao slowly withdrew the spear from my abdomen. At that instant, my entire body was engulfed by intense pain, causing me to emit smoke, and of course, at that moment I realized it was a sacred spear. My consciousness is weakening. Issei Tatsumi. At that moment, Issei recovered and quickly picked me up from the ground, then took me to Issei. She quickly began healing me and Issei went straight to Cao Cao. I was with Issei who was still healing me, but I was still unconscious and without my armor. Issei and Cao Cao fought until Issei cut off Cao Cao's arm, but Cao Cao produced a phoenix tear, healing himself completely. He said he bought it on the black market. Even so, Issei didn't give up and attacked again, but in a moment of carelessness he suffered the same wound I had from the sacred spear and fell to the ground. But he produced another phoenix tear, healing himself completely. At that moment, Cao Cao's companions were approaching from behind, carrying the unconscious bodies of my friends. Siegfried, well, Sekiryuutei, in that case give me a better fight than these kids, throwing Kiba and Zenovia's bodies down. Jean, this girl wasn't so bad, but I got bored, throwing Irina's body. Heracles, yes, I have to fight Sekiryuutei or the Dragon of Evolution, throwing Rossweisse's body. Asia, seeing her companions and Issei badly injured after healing me, began to heal the others. Vritra, roar. We heard a roar and it turned out Vritra was entangled in the Kyubai's 9 tails, roaring in pain. Even Saji. Cao Cao, I'm sorry Sekiryuutei. It seems this is the end. You are all incredibly strong. This is already exceptional among demons. However, this level of power cannot prevail against us who wield the power of heroes. Furthermore, for demons, angels, fallen angels, dragons, and yokai who have united as enemies of humanity, isn't it natural for humans, given their fear, to feel threatened and resist? Humans defeating dragons and demons is perfectly normal. This is the principle behind our actions, the actions of the hero faction. Well, for me and the other members here, that is one of our goals. At that moment, something inside Issei seemed to cease, and pink-colored people began to emerge from his body, repeatedly saying "Oppai," before forming a magic circle in the center. Something must have happened inside Issei's mind. Out of nowhere, the sky began to glow, and then Rias appeared in her underwear, completely surprised. In short, Issei had summoned Rias to squeeze his nipples. He asked Rias directly, and she accepted, embarrassed. Then Issei squeezed her nipples and heard a "Iya" from Rias, at which point she quickly rose into the sky and disappeared into thin air. Everyone was surprised, not knowing what was happening and seeing no change in Issei, and he too was unaware of what was going on. Then suddenly he felt something deep inside, and afterward he unleashed immense power, until the balance breaker vanished. Issei, dragon, what happened? Sack me potential. D-Drag, ooh, of course, at last my true power. Tatsumi, I see you've managed to unlock your potential. Issei, Tatsumi, are you feeling better? Tatsumi, yes, thanks to Asia I'm better. Now I know how to unleash my full potential. What do you say? Shall we defeat them together? Issei, of course. I place my hand on the ground and summon Incursio again, but this time I would take on the form of a humanoid dragon. Tatsumi, listo Issei. Issei, of course, brother Tatsumi, then let's show them what happens when you anger 2 dragons. Ready, Tyrant, of course, partner. Issei, the dragon. D-Drag, of course, I want to use my true power. Tatsumi, so. Issei/Tatsumi, here we go. Cao Cao G. Issei/Tatsumi, Issei, balance breaker. Dragon, Welsh dragon, balance breaker. Tatsumi, raid, Tatsumi, ch. I'm going all out. I won't forgive you for hurting Zenovia and Irina. And I won't forgive you for kidnapping Kunu's mother either. You're dead. A huge explosion occurred in my place, and when all the dust had settled, I could be seen completely different. I had already managed to unlock my potential, and I have reached a new evolution. Tatsumi, Tyrant V4. Issei, incredible, so much power. Tatsumi, ready Issei. I'll let you deliver the final blow to Cao Cao. Issei, sure, leave it to me, but I need him to stay still. Tatsumi, stay still, there's no problem. I get on the ground, and with my hands I create a circle of energy that, when it gets close to Cao Cao, would form a red aura where he would be unable to move. Tatsumi, now Issei. Issei, hi Tatsumi, well done Issei. Issei, lands, haha, so this is my new power. D-Drag, that's right. In addition to your unleashed powers as the Red Dragon Emperor, you are now able to freely use the promotion of evil pieces without the king's permission. Tatsumi, me too. Tyrant, yes, by unleashing all your power now, you can promote whenever you want. Issei, however, it's quite exhausting. If I keep this up, I'll only be able to maintain this armor for a few minutes. Tatsumi, it's normal, you're not used to using all that power. Me neither. After that, Cao Cao still got up without a scratch, something that left Issei and me perplexed. Even using a large part of Issei's power, he was still lamenting. Then Cao Cao proceeded to speak about how that power could be considered an illegal movement, giving it a new name, Trihexa. Cao Cao, anyway, I'm still working. It seems the battle with that evolved dragon and the red dragons brought the attention of the Great Red. Suddenly, a dimensional rift appears and the members of the Brigade of Heroes prepare themselves, but at that moment he realized that it wasn't the Great Red but Cao Cao, the mischievous dragon and Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is a monkey yaokai who appears about the height of a kindergartner, covered in golden fur, wearing a monk's robe with a wrinkled, creased face and black skin, wearing prayer beads around his neck and a golden headband around his forehead. And Yulong has the appearance of a large green Asian dragon. They are A Time Has Passed, bearer of the spear. Cao Cao, look who it is, the Buddha fighter. Son, brat, your mischief has gone too far this time. Some heroes rise to become deities, while others become poison for abnormal business. As they say, a one-generation champion or no Cao Cao. Cao Cao poisoned son, as I see it, you're hopeless, Cao Cao, why don't you leave now? Of course not before your punishment. Siegfried, you stupid monkey. Siegfried stupidly lunges at Sun, and Sun only makes his staff grow longer, smashing him far away. Tatsumi, Tonto. Sun, as the boy said, fool, your back isn't in the correct position, you'd better go train more. After a while, everyone tried to hit Sun, who was just playing with them. Issei, Yulong and I just watched, bored. Tatsumi, hey Sun, with all due respect, but I think it's time you wrapped things up. When Sun turns around to answer me, Cao Cao tries to attack him by surprise, but he stops him with a finger. Tatsumi, and that's how you wanted to catch the Great Red. Do you have brain damage? Cao Cao, only we weren't prepared for this monster. Jean, Cao Cao, stop us. Heracles, we must retreat. Cao Cao, will leave it at that. Issei, wait a minute. Just one attack just to reach him. Tatsumi, let's do it together, Issei. Issei, high drag, boost, 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 tyrant, boost, 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 boost. Tatsumi, came. Issei dragon. Drag boost 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 boost. Transfer tyrant boost 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 boost. Transfer Tatsumi. HAME. Issei / Tatsumi. Blaster. HAA. The two beams fired simultaneously, heading towards Cao Cao, merging into one and traveling in the same direction. Just as it was about to strike Heracles, and Jean stepped in front of it to stop it, but at that precise moment it veered off course, hitting him in the eye. Cao Cao, bastardos. He was going to use his truth against us, but Siegfried stopped him and they disappeared with their wounded companions. Son, ho ho ho, you guys really do have power, especially your guy. You could have defeated him if you'd gotten serious. Tatsumi, maybe yes, maybe no, but now we have to deal with the Kyuubi. Yulong, I'll take care of that. Tatsumi, let me help you. Using the same technique I used on Cao Cao to stop him, I also used it on the Kyuubi, rendering it immobile, so that Vritra and Yulong could knock it unconscious. Kyunu mama, I'm Kunu. Tatsumi, Issei, why don't you use your bilingual ability? Issei, that's right. Issei would use his ability and the surrounding atmosphere felt warm and relaxing. At that moment, Kunu would try to talk to Yasaka. Kunu, mother. I'm here, please come to your senses. I want to walk with you through Kyoto again. Yasaka, to us. At that moment, the Kyuubi would react and begin to glow. Then after a few seconds, it would show human, where Kunu would throw herself at Yasaka and hug her while crying. Timeskp. We were currently at the train station about to return home as our study trip had come to an end. Kunu, Oniichan, blushes, are you going back to Kyoto? Tatsumi, of course, she smiled. Kunu, you have to come back. Kunu will always wait for you. Tatsumi, I promise, next time you'll have to show us Kyoto's hidden side. Nod, see. Yasaka, Azazel-sama, Sekiryuutei-sama, Dragon of Evolution, as well as all demons, angels, and fallen angels, my apologies. I wanted to thank you all. I'm willing to meet and have talks with Leviathan-sama and those who fought victorious against Buddha. I have always hoped that everyone can turn things around and that cooperation can be strengthened, and I will never let Kyoto be terrorized again. Azazel, alright, then we'll leave things in your hands, leader of the Yaokai. Seraphal, phew, everyone's going back for now. Afterwards, Yasukasen, the old monkey, and I will go and enjoy the very interesting city of Kyoto together. After some joking around, everyone boarded the bullet train. On the platform, Kunu waved her hand and called my name. Kunu, thank you, Oniichan, everyone will meet again. Issei, I forgot to ask Yasukasen to show me her breasts as a reward. Everyone, HAHAHAHAHAHAHA. Timeskip. After returning from Kyoto, we were being scolded by Rias in one of the dorm rooms. Well, actually, Rias was scolding Issei. Akino and Kaneko were scolding me. Rias, why didn't you tell me? That's what I'd like to say, but we had problems in Gremory territory. Does Sona know? Issei, yes. Akino, when I called you, I expected you to discuss things with me honestly. Kaneko, that's right, how could they treat us that way? Tatsumi, I'm sorry. Gasper, but everyone got home safely. Azazel, oh well, Tatsumi was making friends with a new girl there, and she was Kyuubi's daughter and she even called him Oniichan. Tatsumi, Azazel, what are you saying? Azazel, no, just look at Yasaka and you'll know that girl will surely grow up to be a big-breasted beauty, right? Tatsumi, well, it's possible she'll be a beauty in the future. But right now I see her as a little sister. Issei, besides I don't think Tatsumi is interested in little girls. Gets hit by Kaneko, why? Kaneko, for nothing. Azazel, oh well, Rias, Issei and Tatsumi's power has taken a gigantic leap, why don't you cut down a bit with the scolding? Rias, sighs that's it I'm fine but suddenly I'm summoned to Kyoto and my B breasts. Azazel, oh by the way the daughter of the Phoenix family is going to transfer to Kyoto Academy before the cultural festival. Tatsumi, Ravel, seriously. Azazel, yes it seems she was influenced by Ria's and Sona's example so she requested to study in Japan, she must be a first year. Her transfer paperwork is already complete. She'll be in the same year as Kaneko, whatever. Tatsumi stroking her head tried to get along with her okay, do it for me. Kaneko that's fine, after all she'll probably join our family. Tatsumi what Kaneko nothing. Tatsumi okay now the most important thing is to train for the game against Sekiryuutei. Understood everyone yes chapter 35. Several days had passed since our return from Kyoto and we were now at a theater located in the old capital of the underworld. It was the hero show Sekiryuutei Oppai Dragon and the Infernal Dragon. Usually the actors who portray us wear costumes and perform the show, but at Surzet's request, we had to make it real. We acted as if we were kicking and fighting the evil enemy well, that would be Issei's role. Mine would be to first sing and then play the role of Oppai Dragon's sidekick or something like that. Many children were excited to see Issei's show. Kiba's audience consisted of girls about our age and I was in the audience of some girls and some mothers. After Issei and Kiba's first performance, it was my turn to sing. Tatsumi, hello to all the children, boys, girls, parents. First of all, thank you so much for being here. It really means a lot to me, to my teammates, and to Oppai Dragon too. Kids, yes, Tatsumi, I see you all really like Oppai Dragon. How about we dedicate a song to it right now? A song that will motivate it to keep fighting for us. And to do that, I need your help. Are you ready? Everyone, yes. Tatsumi, well, let's begin. Tatsumi, thank you all so much. I'm sure Oppai Dragon is even more excited now. That's why we're going to give him a big round of applause. At that moment, Issei left the stage with his balance breaker and I left the area but not before giving him a high five. Then I headed over to where everyone was gathered. Zenovia, you were amazing. Tatsumi, thanks, although I have to say I was afraid of messing up and disappointing the kids, hahaha. Akino, don't worry, they loved it. Kaneko, even the mothers. Tatsumi, yeah, there are more mothers than children. We all turned to look at the stands and noticed that all the mothers, single or married, were looking at me and waved. I simply returned the wave with a nervous smile. Tatsumi, Haya, I'm doing the next show, right? Rias, yes, they say you have to save the Oppai Dragon from its mental imprisonment. Tatsumi, oh my god, I'm going to the dressing room to get ready. I headed to the dressing room and when I entered I saw Irina trying to put on the presenter's outfit. Tatsumi, Irina, what's wrong? Irina, oh, Tatsumi, the presenter twisted her ankle and I have to replace her but the outfit doesn't fit me. Will you help me? Tatsumi, sure. I started helping and at first there was no problem but there was one spot where it wouldn't go up. I started to push and when I finally managed to get it on, the outfit ripped where the chest was and Irina fell on top of me. Tatsumi, Irina, are you okay? I noticed she wasn't wearing a bra, why aren't you wearing a bra? Irina, yes, I'm fine. He sees her bare chest and covers himself. At first I put it on, but since the suit didn't fit, I took it off. We tried to get up, but we both tripped and ended up with Irina on top of me and me underneath, looking at her face and chest. Irina, I'm sorry. Tatsumi, no, I'm not sorry. But at that moment I realized that I always have these moments with Irina, and I don't know if it's luck or something else. But when I looked at Irina, she looked incredibly beautiful and her chest is perfect. I couldn't resist anymore and I started kissing her passionately, which she reciprocated. We were like that for a few seconds before separating for lack of air, connected by a strand of saliva. Tatsumi, Irina, I love you. Irina, and I love you too, Tatsumi. We were about to kiss again, but right at that moment, as if something warned her, Zenovia came and interrupted us. Zenovia, Irina, it's unfair that you're going to try for a baby all by yourself, at least let me know. Irina, Zenovia, what are you saying? Akino, Ara, Irina, I think it's unfair that you're taking advantage of him all by yourself. After all, he belongs to all of us, right? Kaneko, yes, it's unfair that you're having a good time with Tatsumi. Tatsumi, hey. What are you saying? Why yes, I love you all and I have enough for everyone. At that moment, Akino, Kaneko, Zenovia, and Irina would be showing their breasts and then jump on me and start playing with me. Rias, what's going on here? Don't you see we have a show to do? Doing that stuff at home. Everyone, yes. After that incident, I equipped the Incursio armor and went on stage, and as always, the children and mothers would be excited to see me. The next day I was standing in front of the first-year class of the school. It's Kaneko and Gasper's class. And the reason is that Ravel transferred here today. Since she's from a high school, this will be her first time serving ordinary people. Student 1, isn't Tatsumikun the handsome second-year boy? Student 2, yes, they say he can rival second-year Kibikun, though up close he's very handsome. Tatsumi, and I was worried. Rias, Ara, you came to see how she's doing too, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, yes, I was worried. Was Butchu too? Rias, yes, I was a little worried. When I checked the aura with Rias, Kaneko and Gasper were talking in a corner of the classroom and Ravel was talking with some students. The school uniform looks good on her. Student 1, Phoenixon, do you have the textbooks? Student 2, Phoenix is definitely a strange surname, it sounds good. Student 3, I'm so happy this class got another foreign transfer student after Jayakun. And just like that, I was surrounded by girls, but at that moment Ravel saw Rias and me. Since Rias and I had fans in our first year, we were surrounded. At that moment, Ravel stood up and took our hands to lead us to a secluded spot. Tatsumi, what's wrong, Ravel? Ravel, blushing, it's my first time changing schools. So I don't know how to interact with people, I'm a demon, so I don't know what to talk about with humans. Rias, it's not that you don't want to talk to them, is it? Ravel, oh of course, I'm even maturing. I think getting to know people who aren't noble and learning about the commoner way of life is really important. Tatsumi, wait a second, Kaneko, can you? Kaneko, did you call me? Tatsumi, you scared me. I take a deep breath. Kaneko, I need to ask you a favor. Kaneko, what is it? Tatsumi, I want you to be Ravel's friend. Actually, I want you to help her with everything related to school life. You two are in the same grade and the same class, right? Please, honey. Kaneko, if honey asks, then it's fine. Tatsumi, then it's all settled, Ravel. Kaneko is going to be. Kaneko, useless roast chicken princess. Tatsumi, Ravel, what did you just call me? Kaneko, useless. Ravel, why you to speak to the daughter of the House of Phoenix like that? Kaneko, since you're talking about manners, why do you become useless at important moments? I thought you came to the human world with tenacity and you come to bother my boyfriend. Get a grip, roast chicken. Ravel, I didn't do anything to bother Tatsumi-kun. You're unbearable, Nekomata. Kaneko, chicken. Gasper, Awu, how scary. Tatsumi, hey you two, why are you suddenly fighting? Get along, your classmates after all. Please, Kaneko, Ravel, calm down, it's no problem for me. You two can talk all you want. Kaneko/Ravel, whose side are you on? Rias, you really are kind, Tatsumi. At that moment, a student walked past us and dropped some papers. I was going to help, but Ravel got there first and started talking to the girl. Wow, she changed so quickly. Then I heard Ravel start talking to her classmates more naturally. I also heard Kaneko helping her. Timeskip. Rias, now we need to start with the preparations. Everyone, yes. After class, we started preparing for the school festival after Ravel joined the club. The theme the club is presenting is a hidden mansion, and it was decided that we would use the entire old building and put on a lot of entertainment. We could make the changes quickly if we use demonic powers, but Ria says she wants us to work with our hands as much as possible. Kiba, Issei, and I set about improving the building, so we cut and joined wood with a hammer and saw. Kiba, Issei-kun, hold this. Issei, okay, Kiba, by the way, do you know Horseman? Tatsumi, hitting a nail, he's the rating game champion, right? Kiba, yes, he holds first place in the official rating game. The current champion, Horseman. He's the head of the House of Belial, the first monster since the House of Belial was formed. He's the true king of the game and has held first place for a long time. He's the one they call Emperor Belial. Issei, Emperor Belial. Kiba, those ranked above 20 are said to operate on a completely different level, and if you're in the top 10, you can be called a hero. Among them, 5th place and above are said to be immovable. They've held the top positions for a long time. Especially 3rd place, Bades Abaddon, 2nd place, Rogan Belfigure, and 1st place, Horseman Belial, are the top-class demons among the Suprema-class demons, possessing power equivalent to the current Demon King. Although it's said that none of the three would take action unless a larger-scale war broke out, they've been studied for their gameplay characteristics and people speak highly of them. It's said they're the result of many games. Tatsumi, Abaddon, and Belfigure are house names I've never heard of. Kiba, that's right. They're extra demons after all. Their houses don't want to get involved in the current government, but within the houses there are special cases. It seems as if they basically cut ties with their house and participate in the game. Issei, but you know, if Surzuch-sama and the other demon kings could participate in the game, then the places would be different. Kiba, that's to be expected. Due to the rules of the game, the demon kings can't participate. If it were the demon king's retainers, then they could participate, but the thing is, they have no interest. It seems that the retainers of the 4 great demon kings dream of continuing to serve their leader. The game may be similar to, but also very different from, a real battle. A game is created to counteract the current scarcity of demon fights, but the game itself has many special rules. So I think the tactics and strategies of the two are very different. That's why I think it wouldn't be surprising if those who are strong in real battles don't improve their standing in the game. Issei, it's also a game that's like a simulation because there's no war right now, but that means we have to approach the game differently than we would in a real battle, right? Kiba, anyway, if Butchu, Tatsumi-kun, and you want to become champions in the game in the future, Horseman Belial is a major obstacle you'll encounter. If you plan to rise in the demon world, then it would be wise to consider the top positions as the enemies you have to defeat. Well, I, as Butchu's knight, will have to get involved in the raiding game world as well. Tatsumi, for now it's the match against Sekiryuutei. Kiba, to some extent they know our information. They must have studied our abilities through the video of the junior match. What they probably don't know is Icekun's new technique, Zenovia's X Durandal, and your new evolution. Issei, they'll also try to get the best new information available, right? Kiba, of course they will if they say, come on, bring it. Without investigating the level of their king and his party before the game, it would be questionable. For that reason, we're also investigating their training. Tatsumi Issei, I'll help you with the training as always. Just like you, I also want to try out a new technique I have. Kiba, same here, I'm also working on a new technique. Issei, a new technique. Really, I'm eager. Do you have any idea how to do it? Tatsumi, yes, quite well. By the way, is D-Drake alright? I haven't seen him talking to you much lately. Issei, D-Drake, are you still not feeling well? D-Drake, yes, there are things I've been thinking about a lot lately, Heya. Azazel, oh, secret chat between boys. The Sekiryuutei certainly doesn't question the gender of his prey. Issei, sensei, please give me a break. Wait a minute, is the meeting for the school festival over already? Tatsumi, knowing him, he definitely ran away. Azazel, you know me so well. I left with the excuse that I wasn't feeling well. Geez, maybe it's because there are so many exchange students, but what a ton of safety rules. They never stop making things up. Anyway, I left the matter with Rossweisse and ran away. Oh yes, D-Drake, just as you requested, I got a reliable counselor. D-Drake, I see, I'm sorry about this. Issei, wait a minute. What do you mean a counselor? Azazel, scratching his cheek, well, D-Drake sent me a private message through the Jewel of Fafnir. Apparently he's been crying a lot without realizing it. It seems like he sighs more and more and feels like his heart is being ripped out every time he hears the words breasts, boobs, and boobs. Issei, what, really? D-Drake, yes, sorry partner. I can't seem to get motivated, but it's no problem with you increasing your power, ha. Tatsumi, Issei, you must understand that he is a celestial dragon, and surely his previous wielder was some warrior who wasn't concerned about breasts. It's a big change for him and his pride. Issei, so it's not because I delved deep into the sacred gear or because I thought of a new technique. Azazel, no, I think it's because you achieved miracles using breasts, which surprised him and caused him to become stressed. Even if he's a being who lives inside a sacred gear, you're aware that he's one of only 2 celestial dragons, right? If an embodiment of power and pride gains power using breasts, it wouldn't be surprising if his heart became ill. Surprised, Issei falls to his knees and begins to stroke the gauntlet. Azazel, well, I'm going to ask you to contact a counselor afterward. I really had to go to great lengths to find a counselor specifically for dragons. Now I'm heading to the old school building. He leaves. Issei, I'm sorry, D-Drake. You've always helped me reach this state despite myself, and the reason for this is my perverted power. D-Drake, no, the way you increase your power isn't so bad, partner. It's a good way to power up. It's just that my spirit is weaker than I thought. I'm sorry. Issei, don't apologize. It's my fault. I only thought of myself and didn't even think of you. I only asked for your help when I needed it, and I can't do anything for you in times like these, so I'm a failure as a partner. D-Drake, partners. Issei, I'm definitely going to take care of you. Even if it's about boobs now, I'm going to give you more importance from now on. D-Drake, yes, my heart will break even more from now on, so I'm entrusting myself to your care until the very last moment. Witnessing such an emotional scene, Kiba and I smiled bitterly since we didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Rias appeared. Rias, Issei, so you were still working. Issei, is something wrong? It seems this arrangement is going to take a while. Actually, we wasted time talking. I'm sorry. Rias, it turns out Ser Georg's butler says there's a personal favor he wants to ask of you and me, Issei. Issei, T-I-M-E-S-K-I-P. Issei, just as I suspected, the biggest problem for the Triana combo would be the bishop, wouldn't you say? Right now we were practicing diligently in the training area located in the spacious field below the Gremory territory. Issei and I were practicing a battle in a very realistic style and then we took a break. A little ways away from us, Rossweisse was training with Zenovia and Kiba with Gasper and Kaneko providing support. Rias and Aquino watched and offered advice. Asia was discussing divine equations with Irina. Tatsumi, yes, the problem with the Triana bishop is the charge time. I suppose you can deal considerable damage to the opponent with a knight and a rook if you don't make a mistake when using them. You can also make the opponent lower their guard if you can divert the energy flow after it's released. Issei, yes, the problem with the Triana bishop is the charge time. If it needed to charge the cannon in such an obvious way, there would be very limited occasions when I could use it. Tatsumi, teamwork, as well as great cooperation with comrades will be necessary. Zenovia, Kiba, and I will take the front while you take the rear to charge it. Once it's fully charged, the battle will be ours. There will only be a limited number of demons in Bale's party who can withstand a blow as ridiculously powerful as the cannons. Issei, that makes sense. Tatsumi, I haven't asked yet, but how's the energy consumption? Issei, compared to the first time I activated this ability, it's become more durable, but the energy drain is insane. Tatsumi, if it's a team battle, I'll support you along with everyone else if a situation like that arises. I also have a new technique. After all, I can't use Incursio's V4, at least I have something useful. And the reason why I can't use it well, I don't know. After Kyoto, I tried to use it again, but I could never manage it, even after training to the limit. Even Tyrant didn't know why, so I just focused on practicing the new technique. Ravel, I just had an idea. She approaches us. It's the special form of the bishop from before, but is it possible to fire the power of transfer instead of a shot from the cannon? If that's done, it seems like you could expand your support options. Tatsumi/Issei sounds great. Tatsumi, if that's possible, then we can expand the variety of tactics. Even when we first use it, instead of charging, if we can use it to transfer power to a comrade, we can not only make the opponent lower their guard, but we could also rush towards them. Issei, you think we could make the enemy hesitate by making them think? Is it a shot, or is it a power transfer? Tatsumi, yes, I suppose we could make them hesitate quite a bit. If it's possible to transfer power from a long distance, then there's no more useful ability when used in cooperation with comrades. If it's similar to the usual power transfer, where you can transfer power to two people at the same time, you can increase the power on both fronts, given that there are two cannons. In terms of developing a plan, more research will be necessary, but it really does seem like an interesting test. Issei, amazing. It seems I could become super useful in a team battle, more like I'd become super useful in real battles. Tatsumi, Ravel, you're incredible, you're one of a kind. Ravel blushes, it was nothing. Tatsumi, the problem would be the game's territory, it seems to me. It'll work if it's a place where teamwork is possible. Rias Peerage told the authorities he was going to face us with everything he had, and the authorities approved that. So we don't have restrictions like in our match with the Citri, because it seems the authorities added a special rule when allowing this. Issei, a special rule. Rias, this time the stadium is going to be a floating city in Archduke Agar's territory. It seems like there are going to be a lot of spectators, so they don't want a long battle right from the start. Tatsumi, it might be a tournament like a knockout round or I don't know. Rias, the rating games are also a form of training, so you can't avoid having parts that focus on fan preferences. Ravel, in the underworld, Rias Gremory-sama's and Sekiryuutei-sama's groups are incredibly popular, rivaling that of a professional team even though they're young and haven't yet turned pro. This match has already garnered a lot of attention. It's even mentioned on TV every day. Tatsumi, thanks, Ravel, that was good advice. Ravel blushes. It was obvious I had to help, even if it's just with something like this. If the team that's looking after me lost a match like that, I'd be so embarrassed. Tatsumi, there's Hertsundir's side. Issei, okay, let's try transferring power like that and see if it works. Rias, sorry, but that's all for today. We have a press conference tomorrow. If we keep training, we'll be exhausted by tomorrow in front of the reporters. Issei, Tatsumi, didn't he tell you? It was decided that our group and Sekiryuutei's group would have a joint press conference. It's going to be televised, so don't make any faces. Issei, Chapter 36. The following evening, after finishing our activities, including those of the school festival, we went to a high-class restaurant located in Gremory territory. We were waiting in the dressing room upstairs. It was an extremely spacious room. There was a number of expensive pieces of furniture, and on the table were fruits and pastries in a combination I had never seen before. I was sitting on the sofa weighing a lot of things. Kaneko, sitting on my lap, was quietly eating some pastries. Ange and Rossweisse were standing in front of the mirror saying things like, "Is this appropriate?" or "Does it look good or not?" and were frantically trying to fix their makeup. Zenovia, on the other hand, was sitting next to me, calm and with only light makeup, but she still looked beautiful. Rias and Aquino were completely ready. It had been decided that we would wear our usual uniforms for the press conference, and perhaps because they had already done their makeup, Rias and Aquino looked elegant even in their uniforms. Tatsumi, Gasper-kun, are you comfortable wearing your usual girl's uniform? Gasper, yes. It feels really strange wearing a boy's uniform right now. What's more, I don't want to go. It's totally out of character for a hikikomori like me to go to a press conference. It seems like Kiba, Issei, and Gasper are already ready, although the latter felt like running and hiding in his box. Kaneko, is something wrong, senpai? Tatsumi, no, nothing, it's just that I was thinking about the match. Zenovia, about what exactly? Tatsumi, about whether I can beat Sekiryuutei. Even though I've managed to unlock my potential, I still can't use V4 and I have my doubts. Kaneko, don't worry, senpai, I'd say you're the strongest demon I've ever met. I think you can win. Zenovia, I agree he might put up a fight, but I know you'll win, and it's because. Zenovia/Kaneko, you're our tough boyfriend. Tatsumi, you might be right. Thanks, girls, she smiled. Then the door to this dressing room opened. It's the staff. Everyone, it's almost time. Then something happened on the way to the interview. We ran into someone who looked familiar. Saji, Raya-senpai Hayaudu, and the rest of the Occult Research Club members. Issei, Saji, what are you doing here? You're probably saying rude things. Well, what else could we expect? Our match was decisive even if it didn't generate as much attention as this one. Saji, we're also having a match with Augars. We have a press conference today. Issei, what Rias, didn't I tell you? Sona is also having a match at the same time against Sigvera Augars. They're going to fight in Augars territory and I think their stadium is going to be on the islands floating in the lakes. Saji, it's just like I said, isn't it? We're not getting any attention. After all, your match is going to be the infamous Gremory group, which includes the Oppai Dragon, Ryasenpai, and the Infernal Dragon against the #1 junior group, Sekiryuutei Bale's group. Hanakai Genshin, let's go, it would be quite bad if we were late. Ryasenpai, we're leaving then. Saji, ah yes, that's right. Then we'll go now. Rias, yes, see you later, say hi to Sona for me. Tatsumi, and for me too, she smiled. After meeting up with Saji, we continued down the corridor until we reached the room that would be the venue for the press conference. It seems they've arrived. The Gremory group has arrived. Amidst applause, we entered the spacious room. The moment I entered, a certain determination took hold of me. I feel like this place is filled with fighting spirit. Imagine you were sitting next to Asia. Driver, now that everyone has arrived, I'd like to begin the press conference. The driver explained the game's itinerary, the date, and other details, then asked for the opinions of both Kings, Butchu, and Sekiryuutei. They both acted with great poise. The dignity they displayed was astonishing. The girls in our group who are very popular with men answered the questions, and Kiba and I, who were also popular with women, answered without any problems. Now it was Issei's turn. Reporter, now I'm going to ask Issei-san, also known as the Oppai Dragon, who is also very popular in the underworld. Issei, yes. Reporter, are you going to touch Princess Rias' breasts this time too? If you were to touch them, in what kind of situation would you do it? Tatsumi, PFFFFHAHAHAHAHA. Issei, you Reporter, just like the Tokusatsu program, we've received information that you increase your power by touching Princess Rias' breasts. We've also heard that you've overcome many crises because of this. Issei, well look boo Butch, no, it's not like that. Reporter and Butchu. Were you about to say Butchu? Does that mean you're going to suck, making a Butchu sound on her breasts? Reporter, does that mean you're going to suck Princess Rias' breasts? Issei, A. Reporter, Princess Rias, please tell us about this. Ria's face is bright red, she seems very embarrassed and covers her face with both hands. Akino, who was next to her, couldn't contain her laughter. Reporter, your opponent Sekiryuutei, what do you think? Sekiryuutei, it seems the Sekiryuutei will become insanely strong when he sucks Ria's breasts. Reporters, Reporter, I have a question for the Dragon of Evolution, also known as the White Hell Dragon. Tatsumi, yes. Reporter, many people say that your power rivals that of a god, that you even fought the god Loki. Do you think you can defeat Sekiryuutei? Tatsumi, it's true that I could rival Loki, but I didn't do it alone. My companions were there, including an angel. Thanks to them, we were able to defeat him. But to answer your question, I will defeat him without hesitation. I want to have a fight with him at our maximum power, it's that simple. Reporter, what do you think Sekiryuutei? Well, I won't make it easy for him since, as he said, I also want to fight at our maximum power. Reporter, I have another question for Tatsumi. Tatsumi, sure. Reporter, do you have a girlfriend? Tatsumi, reporters, Tatsumi, yes, I do have girlfriends, specifically I have 6 girlfriends, and I love them all. Reporters, Reporter, may I ask who? Tatsumi, I wouldn't mind answering that question, but what does that have to do with the game? Reporter, the thing is, people are speculating that you're dating the criminal. Bam, Tatsumi, I slam my fist on the table, listen carefully. Kuroka is not a criminal since she received a full pardon from Lucifer-sama, so I want everyone to stop calling her that, or else you'll have me to deal with. Is that clear? Reporters, why yes. After the press conference, the Gremory group and the Bale group faced each other, and Sekiryuutei was laughing heartily. Sekiryuutei, no sorry, but when I'm with you guys, the funniest things happen all the time. Since it's before the match, I came to the hall pumping up my fighting spirit, but it's probably gone by now. No, instead, I managed to relax. Rias, moo. Don't say anything weird, Sekiryuutei, it doesn't matter. As a result, not only was the press conference ruined, but it's one that many people will be able to talk about. I can't wait to see tomorrow's newspaper. Takes a deep breath, I see. So this is what it feels like to fight Sekiryuutei, the Oppai Dragon. I never thought we'd have to compete even in the comments at the press conference. Issei, I'm sorry for acting like that. I didn't mean for anyone to look like a fool. Sekiryuutei, that's not true. I don't care. Quite the opposite. I sense a certain mysterious power emanating from you all, the ability to start something like this in a place where everyone's attention was focused on us. Tatsumi, I hope you keep your word and go all in. Sekiryuutei, don't worry, I'll go all in from the start. He smiles with our dreams at stake. He walks away, waving goodbye. Rias, it was fun tonight. The next time we meet will be at the final battle. Let's meet above the sky then. The next day. We were at the club, but this time it was just the boys. Even so, I could sense the tense atmosphere between Issei and Rias. Did something happen? I wondered since we left home, as Rias was talking to Issei very seriously, and I heard he slept with Asia last night. What could that fool have done? Gasper was next to me and I tried to think of something else, so I started talking to him. Tatsumi, hey Gasper, how are Kaneko and Ravel behaving in class? Gasper, Yais Konkachin and Ravelson argue about everything. Konkachin, who's usually very quiet, keeps making venomous comments to Ravelson. Tatsumi, so they haven't changed at all, huh? Gasper, B, but even though Konkachin complains that Ravelson can't adapt to the human world, she takes care of her in everything, and Ravelson also follows Konkachin even when she scolds her. Issei Tatsumi, it confuses me even more. A girl's heart must be complicated. Issei says he was in front of us listening to our conversation. In short, he really messed up with Rias. What could this idiot have said? Azazel, they both probably want to please the person they're always thinking about. That's why they argue every time something happens, even more so given that they're in the same year. Issei, W, what do you mean, sensei? Azazel, well, Kaneko will listen to Tatsumi in everything he says and will continue to look after Ravel in her class. Ravel will also rely on Kaneko to adapt to the human world's lifestyle. Issei, huh, so that's how it is. Gasper, it seems I can't be as useful to Ravelson as Konkachin. Rather, it seems I can't be useful to anyone, either in my personal life or in battle, Issei. Your eyes have been authorized for use in this battle, and you are now permitted to carry a bottle of my blood. Are you still feeling uneasy? Gasper, I don't have the courage or strength of Isenpai or Anarchy. I can't use swords like you, Tosenpai, either. I'd be happy if I could at least be useful in support roles, but since I'm a man, I feel sorry for myself. Issei, Gasper. Engrave in your heart the things I'm about to tell you. Lesson 1 from the Gremory men's group. A man must protect a girl. Hey, repeat what I say. Gasper, A man has to protect a girl. Issei, okay, next. Lesson 2 from the Gremory men's group. A man must face everything no matter the situation. Gasper, A man must face everything no matter the situation. Issei, finally, lesson 3 from the Gremory men's group. Never give up on anything. Gasper, N. Don't give up on anything. Issei, good, you have to engrave that in your heart and fight just like a man from the Gremory group. Gasper, why yes, I'll engrave those words in my heart and work hard. Oh, he's certainly in good spirits. Kiba and I were chuckling slightly. Kiba, that sounds good. I think I'll engrave it in my heart too. Tatsumi, I already had it engraved in my heart since I joined Butchu's Peerage, and even more so when I met my girls, hahaha. Issei, do it, Kiba. Never giving up no matter what is what a man of the Gremory group has to do. Azazel, that sounds distasteful. Azazel says with narrowed eyes as he observes our conversation. While the boys were getting heated like this, Butchu and the others entered the room. And at that moment all my doubts were resolved. Issei messed up with something he must have said to Rias. Azazel, then, we will begin the meeting. Before going into detail about the upcoming game, there are some things I want to discuss regarding the situations of each faction. It seems there are going to be problems with the sacred gears. Kiba, what do you mean? Azazel, you must be aware that the hero faction has been researching the balance breaker since you experienced it firsthand. It's said that they've begun teaching the methods for achieving a balance breaker to sacred gear wielders among ordinary people who aren't part of the hero faction, as well as to reincarnated demons who also possess sacred gears. Rias, and what will that lead to? If someone who's been living an unfortunate life suddenly sees their life change, and if they gain a power that's said to be able to break the world's balance, then their perspective on the world will change. As you know, not everyone who possesses a sacred gear has been living a good life. It's not uncommon for those who have been persecuted and discriminated against because they have a power different from ordinary people. There are cases where wielders reincarnated as demons were treated unfairly and became servants. Azazel, not all demons are righteous after all, and there are also some within the high class of demons who are cruel. There are some who have developed different ways of thinking due to the influence of the human world, but naturally demons are those who think logically. Yes, there are sacred gear wielders who are alive right now after having experienced such injustice. So what will happen if people like this learn to use their powers and develop an overwhelming power, the balance breaker? Tatsumi, they will use it. That is, they will use that power. If they are humans, they may use it in revenge against others, and if they are reincarnated demons who possess sacred gears, they will think about retaliating against their master who has treated them cruelly. Issei, that would be terrifying. Azazel nods yes, it would be terrifying on many levels. The limits of what humans can achieve. A challenge for superior beings, for those of the hero faction who have been investigating the balance breaker, so it can be said that things that happen from now on will be related to the results they have obtained. It is only a matter of time before the sacred gear wielders who are somewhere in the human world or the underworld and who feel dissatisfied begin a revolt. Tatsumi, so we have been completely deceived, haven't we? Azazel, that's right. We still don't know how it will end for the terrorists, but it is true that we have received a very heavy blow from them. It will definitely affect things from now on. It is unfortunate, but they have succeeded. Once again, I have realized that humans can be terrifying. Everyone. Azazel, oh, that's my fault. I actually came here as an advisor for the match against Sekiryuutei. Issei, Sarah Jorgensen has someone like Sensei acting as an advisor. Azazel, yes, they have one too. It seems the Emperor Sama is with them. Tatsumi, just what I needed, Emperor Dehauser Belial. Azazel, well, if Rias, Issei, and Tatsumi are going to participate in the game as high-class devils, then you can consider him your primary target after you officially enter. The group members won't be able to evade him either if their master decides to participate. Now then, have you memorized the information about Sarah Jorg's group? Everyone, we nodded yes. Azazel, it seems there were some who didn't show their full power in the match against Glacia Labolas. Well, during the match, that kid Glacia Labolas challenged Sarah Jorg to a one-on-one fight after all. So Sarah Jorg basically ended the game. Also, Sarah Jorg and his group are strange demons who do indeed train just like you. They've definitely leveled up in the time since their match against Glacia Labolas. Tatsumi, is it true that they fought against the Chaos Brigade? Azazel, it's said, but I don't know. So they have experience in dangerous real battles. It seems the opinions of the four great demon kings, Surzets, and the other demon king about not wanting youngsters to get involved in war as much as possible have been in vain. Well, there are youngsters like you who run into chaotic battles after all. Rossweisse, this opposing pawn didn't appear in the video, right? We all look in the same direction. A person wearing a cybernetic-type mask appears. The only name listed is pawn. Sarah Jorg's group consists of a queen, 2 rooks, 2 knights, 2 bishops, and a pawn. Their formation looks similar to ours. And this pawn, I don't see any other pawns in Bale's group, just this masked person. Kiba, at the press conference, the reporter also asked Sarah Jorg Bale about this person, possibly. Azazel, apparently that pawn is a type Sarah Jorg almost never uses, so there's hardly any information about him. Since he wears a mask, we don't even know who he is. He was revealed for the first time for this match. That means Sarah Jorg will be using him for the other matches from now on, since it seems Sarah Jorg is trying to keep this guy from having contact with others as much as possible. The only rumor I've heard is that he used 6 or 7 pawn pieces. That's why he's the only pawn Sarah Jorg has. Everyone, 6, 7, Azazel, since we don't have any information about him, you must treat him with extreme caution during the match. For starters, all sorts of guys will be fighting in this match. Sarah Jorg's secret weapon is like his little lion. Issei-sensei, if we participate in the official rating game, what are the chances of facing the champion in the future? That would be fine according to Sensei's perspective. Azazel, you along with Sarah Jorg are young people with abnormal strength. I say this because this group is made up of many powerful members even though you haven't participated in an official game yet, and you also have battle experience. You especially have experience fighting world-class enemies. Above all, you all survived. Things like that don't happen often, and you are seen as a great new team. You should already be able to be ambitious when you participate in an official game. It's only a matter of time before you break into the top 10. But that's why you've captured so much attention in the underworld. In the next game, the entire underworld will be watching you. You're already famous for stopping the evil god Loki and the terrorists. As if that weren't enough, you really stirred things up at the press conference, and the residents of the underworld have witnessed the birth of the future of demons. Of course, the top-ranked players will be paying close attention to you and Sarah Jorg. They'll start studying you since you're going to become a new enemy for them. It's a good situation. The top-ranked players who haven't made much of an impact lately, I get excited just thinking that you and Sarah Jorg will be among them in the not-too-distant future. Tatsumi, are you saying that we, the demons of the new generation, are going to change the rating games? Azazel, that's right. Change the rating games. You young people are going to beat the players in the top 10 and create a new dynamic in the rating game. TIMESKIP. After school, after the meeting ended, Azazel and Rossweisse left because they still had things to do as teachers. We prepared for the school festival with the rest of the members. It seems like Kiba, Issei, and I had to do tasks related to strength. I could tell that Issei was still upset about the problem with Rias. I know because he kept staring at her. Suddenly, a light pierced the space above the table. The light drew a circle and became the shape of a magic circle. It's a familiar symbol. Kaneko, Phoenix. I suspected it was Razor, but from the magic circle a holographic image is projected and the face of a young woman appears. She has the appearance of someone from a high social class. Her hair is styled up and adorned with expensive-looking accessories. Ravel, mother. Lady Phoenix looks exactly like her daughter Ravel with blonde hair and dark blue eyes, the only exception being that her hair is longer and adorned with many decorations. Lady F, how are you, Ravel? I'm sorry to call so suddenly. I haven't had any free time, so I ended up calling at this hour. In the human world's Japan, it's still school time, isn't it? Ravel, yes, certainly it is, but why are you calling so suddenly? Lady F, are Ryasan and Tatsumis here? Rias stands in front of the projection. Rias, how are you, Auntie? It's been a while. Lady F, Ara Ryasan, how are you? It really has been a while. And Tatsumi, hello. I'm Sasaki Tatsumi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lady F, hello. This is the first time we've met like this, isn't it? Sasaki Tatsumi, the Dragon of Evolution. I apologize for introducing myself this way. Tatsumi, no, don't worry. Do you have something to discuss with me? Lady F, yes, I thought I should greet you properly. Normally, I should go and personally greet Ryerson, who is in charge of the Hyaudu residence and the academy where my daughter lives, but there are reasons why we haven't been able to visit. Kiba whispers in my ear, you know, it's because there's a high demand for Phoenix tears, so perhaps they don't have much time. Rias, not at all, Auntie, your words are sufficient, please leave Ravel in our care. Lady F, I'm truly sorry, Ryerson, for making you look after Razor after the game and also for making you look after Ravel. Also, Sasaki Tatsumi, please take special care of my daughter. Tatsumi, yes, of course. But Butchu is here too, and there are people in our club who can take better care of her than I can. Lady F, yes, of course I can entrust my daughter Ravel to Ryerson and everyone else, then she won't have any problems at school in the human world. But what I want to ask you is different from that. Could you please protect her so that no undesirable individual gets near her? By having the evolutionary dragon who has achieved so much near her, then both my husband and I can feel safe. Tatsumi, I understand what you're saying, don't worry, I will protect your daughter. When I said this, the lady's face lit up, and beside me Ravel's face had turned bright red. It's understandable, I practically told her mother that Ravel will always be by my side even if I become a high-class devil. Besides, I also told Ravel that she would be part of my peerage when I have it. Lady F, thank you Ravel. Ravel, yes mother. Lady F, do you know what you must do? You must help Ryerson and listen to your elders, and above all you must strengthen your relationship with Sasaki Tatsumi. As a daughter of the Phoenix House, you must work very hard so as not to tarnish our family's name, okay? In short, her mother is fine with Ravel dating me, that's why she wants our relationship to grow. I'm sure if it were Issei, he wouldn't understand. Knowing him, he'd be like, what is she talking about? Right now, she has that look on her face and it's not even for him. Ravel, of course, Lady F, and lastly, Sasaki Tatsumi. Tatsumi, yes, Lady F, I've heard that your dream is to become a high-class demon. Tatsumi, yes, I am one of them. Why, Lady F, my daughter is currently my bishop. I traded her with Razor. Tatsumi, yes, I'm aware. Is this the hint? Lady F, please remember this well. My daughter is free, she is my bishop. She does not belong to Razor, is that clear? Tatsumi, there it is. Don't worry, Ravel and I have already discussed this. I place my hand on Ravel's head and believe me, your daughter is very happy about this decision. Lady F, I see what you mean, I'm very happy for you, Ravel. That's all I had to say. Ryerson, Sasaki Tatsumi, and everyone, please excuse my sudden introduction. And it's time, Ravel, conduct yourself in a manner that won't embarrass you as a lady. Ravel, yes, mother. Lady F, well, everyone, goodbye. The light becomes brighter, then dims and disappears. Rias, who is leaving the room, appears before Issei's eyes unsteadily. Issei, boo, Butchu, where are you going? Rias, Issei, will you protect me? Issei, of course I'll protect you, Butchu. Rias and Asia, Issei, huh? Yes, I'll protect Asia too, but what happened that made you suddenly start asking me this? Rias, hey Issei, Issei, why yes. Rias, to you, what am I, who am I, Tatsumi? Please don't let her say what I think she said, please. Issei, to me, Butchu is Butchu, and the moment she said that, Rias, idiot, her scolding was mixed with crying. Rias hurries off and leaves the club room. Asia, Ryasona-sama. She stops and looks at Issei. Issei-san, you're awful, it's too much, why can't you understand Wanasama's feelings? She runs towards Rias. Kiba, that was really bad, Isukan. Issei, W, what do you mean really bad? Kiba, just like it sounds, geez, you're too much, I can totally understand what the girls are going through. Akino, exactly, it's only natural that Rias and Asiechin got angry. Zenovia, even I who struggles to understand this kind of thing and is learning from Tatsumi think you went too far, Issei. Irina, Mu, Isukan, you're totally out of line, poor Ryerson. Kaneko, you're the worst. Issei, huh, hey Tatsumi. Bro. What did I do wrong? I didn't say a word. I was furious about the situation. Even after telling him what he should do to help, he's still such an idiot when it comes to people's feelings. He was about to leave, but I stopped him. Tatsumi, where do you think you're going? To hurt Ria's feelings even more? You're an idiot. After everything I've told you to help, since you didn't know what was going on with her in Asia, you still come here saying Butchu is Butchu. Issei, hey Gasper, is it really my fault? Gasper, yeah, I think it's your fault. Ravel, you this is my mom's and my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. Tatsumi, Ravel, you don't have to worry. Issei is the one who's most to blame here because he never tried to think about how crucial things are between him and Rias, until now. Because he only thinks about himself and not about others. I try to leave, but Zenovia stops me. Zenovia, where are you going? Tatsumi, I'm going to get the festival ready. Please go check on Rias. I can't right now, Issei. I may have gone too far with those words, but please understand that it's the truth. I closed the... Issei, yes. Chapter 37. Tatsumi, geez, that idiot, didn't he notice all of Rias' hints? I muttered to myself in an empty room in the old school building. After that, we continued preparing for the school festival under Akino's supervision. The atmosphere eased after Aquino took responsibility for finding Rias and Asia. I continued working alone in the empty room. Kiba and Gasper went shopping. And I think I heard he went home to think about what happened. I hope he realizes what he said. The room is where the mock purification for the school festival will take place. A real purification would be dangerous for us, since we are demons, so we're going to perform a similar ritual but with an original and creative twist that's more in keeping with demon nature and won't harm us. What I'm doing is decorating to give it a Japanese look. I've set up a tatami mat and furniture that resembles a Japanese altar. Well, on the day of the school festival, the plan is for Aquino to run everything, while Kaneko uses her senjutsu to enhance the kai flow within our customers and increase their luck. Tatsumi, that fool, after everything I said to him, what could have happened to make him change from Rias to Butchu? Although I'll have to apologize seriously to Issei later, maybe I went too far with him. I heard the sound of the door opening, and when I turned around, I saw Aquino dressed as a priestess. Aquino Yufufu, maybe it looks that way from a man's perspective. She approaches me with her usual smiling face, and Kaneko comes behind her too. Tatsumi, Aquino and Kaneko, were you listening to me? Kaneko, we heard everything, showing her thumb. Tatsumi, how is Rias? Probably devastated. Aquino sat down next to me and said, Aquino, yes, that's right. Although Issei is doing her best to calm her down, we all went, but she asked us to leave her alone with Issei. Kaneko also sat next to me. Kaneko. Tatsumi, I'm sorry, I know I should go see her, but I can't. Right now I'm trying to understand what Issei is thinking. Kaneko-senpai, you're very kind, you always try to help everyone. Aquino, but maybe we haven't tried to understand Tatsumi. Tatsumi, me? Aquino, yes, that's true, that's why we thought of it. Rias and Icegun are important, but more importantly, we have to heal Tatsumi first. Aquino says this and then starts taking off my clothes, leaving me only in my boxers. She does the same, taking off her robe. Aquino, Yufufu, I'm going to absorb your dragon power right here. Kaneko, I'm going to heal you too using senjutsu. Please help me up. Aquino hugs me from behind and Kaneko takes off her robe, revealing her ears and tail, and hugs me from the front, beginning to unleash her senjutsu. Suddenly, Aquino starts sucking on my neck, and Kaneko starts licking my face. Aquino, when Tatsumi looks at us, sometimes he looks at us with fearful eyes. At first I didn't understand, but now I do. Kaneko, she looks at me with teary eyes. Probably only those who know about that incident can notice. That incident, I see what happened with Zenovia and a bit about my past. They know I don't want to lose anyone because it would drive me crazy. Since then, I've often doubted whether I should continue being with them, because I don't want them to get hurt because of me, or worse. Suddenly the tears began to slide down my cheeks, then I murmured as I wiped away my tears. Tatsumi, I don't want to lose anyone. I don't want to go crazy and attack you. Aquino, Kaneko, I'm scared. The truth is, I'm afraid something like that day will happen again because it makes me think the same thing will happen again. The girls who are with me are kind to me, but if I tried to take it a step further and get closer to them, I'm afraid they'd all be attacked for being with me or that I'd. That's why I'm staying put. I hid my face with my hands. I can't show such a pathetic face to everyone. I can't show this side of me that still carries the weight of the past. Even so, I revealed my true feelings to them. Tatsumi, I don't want to go through the same thing again. Aquino gently took my hand. She said to me with a smile, Aquino, I love you so much, Tatsumi. I want to be with you forever. There's no way I would ever speak ill of you. I respect you. I admire you. You're the man I can trust the most. I truly believe from the bottom of my heart that I want to be with you even into the future. So please be brave. Everything will be all right if it's Tatsumi. It's Tatsumi who has worked so hard until now, so you will be able to break through the wall of your heart. Hearing Aquino say this, I started to cry. Damn it. This is just the sweat of my heart, if you can call it that. Hey, who am I kidding? I was already crying uncontrollably just then. Aquino tenderly hugged me from behind. Kaneko, me too. I love you very much too. I think it's best if you forget about that moment. Aquino, you're right. If it's about that moment, I can make you happy. No, we can make you happy, Tatsumi. That's why you need to have more confidence. Tatsumi, Aquino, Kaneko, I take a deep breath. Yes. Thank you. If everyone says so, then it must be true. Aquino and Kaneko, I promise you once again, we'll always be together. Let's be together even 10,000 years from now. I love you too. Aquino, guys, we'll always be together. I love you very much too, Tatsumi. Kaneko, I'm going to be with Senpai forever too. Kaneko says after giving me a light punch in the stomach. Irina, Zenovia, come here. Zenovia, what's wrong, Irina? Did you find Tatsumi? Irina and Zenovia appeared in the doorway. Were they looking for me? When Zenovia saw the situation we were in, she thought for a moment and then slapped her palm with her fist as if she understood what was happening. Zenovia, oh, are they fighting over Tatsumi? That's surprising. These things happen so suddenly, so I can't let my guard down. And to top it all off, today's the day we have to take all his clothes off, right? Leave it to me. Irina, Zenovia, I wanted to. I'm Michael-sama's ace, and I'm going to gain an even higher rank by giving birth to the child of the evolutionary dragon. That means I'm going to fight for Tatsumi too. Irina, who has been persuaded by Zenovia, comes with her wings changing color from black to white over and over again. Tatsumi, girls, like I say all the time, you need to fix that habit of acting without thinking. Being surrounded by 4 beauties fighting over me, I don't know what to do. Akino, Tatsumi is going to be with me. Zenovia, who cares, Akino, it's just a little. Irina, yes, let's do it fairly, Akino, Zenovia. Akino, ara, cheating is what you like the most. Right, Kaneko, the first one to arrive is the first one to be served, Akino. I can't help but watch and laugh at all the fights the girls are having in the corner of the room. Suddenly, an unexpected person appears. Sona, is this what you meant by family reunion? Tatsumi, Sona, what are you doing here? Sona, I received a message from Akino saying family meeting, important. And I honestly wasn't expecting this. Akino, I had to show you that Tatsumi is mine, she says with a provocative look. Sona, hey, taking off her clothes, Tatsumi is mine, and after a few seconds another person whom I didn't expect to see appears around my neck. Kuroka, I love Tatsumi Naya too. Tatsumi, Kuroka. Kaneko Nisama, I see you received my message. Kuroka, what can I say? Naya, I get a message saying family reunion, let's have kids, so I had to come. Naya. Tatsumi, children, Kaneko, it was the only way she'd come. Besides, we have to welcome the newest member of our family. Everyone who, Ravel, hello. Upon hearing Ravel, she was standing in the doorway, blushing furiously. I got up and walked over to her. Tatsumi, what did Ravel mean? Ravel, well. Kaneko, don't tell me you're scared, roast chicken. Ravel, fear, what are you saying, Nekomata? I can do it. Tatsumi, so you want to join our family? He smiled. Ravel, yes. Well, it's just that I like you a lot, and I want to be by your side always. I know that sometimes I'm very proud, but my feelings for you are real. Tatsumi, well, your mother agreed to let you be with me, so. Ravel blushes. I simply smiled as she looked very cute, being completely red and leaving her tsundere side behind. I took her chin very carefully and gave her a deep kiss, which she immediately reciprocated before we separated. Tatsumi, I love you too, Ravel, she smiled. After that, Ravel closed the door and, like the others, took off her clothes. Then, like a horde of zombies, they all pounced on me. I couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Akino and Kuroka were hugging my back. Kaneko and Sona were in front of me, and they started licking my body. Irina and Zenovia would be hugging my legs and smiling. And Ravel would be hugging one of my arms. I was so happy to have these girls by my side that little by little my mind was already forgetting all the bad things. Tatsumi, girls calling everyone's attention. Thank you, Zenovia, Kaneko, Sona, Irina, Akino, Kuroka, and Ravel. Thank you for continuing to be by my side. I love you, girls. She smiled. All we love you too. Everyone, Tiamiaskapi. Game day, Asia. Amazing, the island really is floating in the sky. I was looking at the floating island from the cable car that connects to the city in the sky. Next to me are Akino, Irina, Zenovia, Kaneko, and Gasper, who are also looking out the window like me. On the floating island lies a city called Agrias. It is said that the power that makes the island float was created in the era of the ancient demon kings, but only Adjuka Beelzebub is said to know the details. Because of this, the servants of the current Beelzebub maintain the essence of the place. Azazel, to tell you the truth, there was a dispute among the higher-ups to decide which stadium would be used for this game. Issei, dispute, over deciding the stadium. Azazel, the high command of the current Demon King's faction, wanted the game to take place in either Gremory territory or the Demon King's territory. But then, the Baal faction, who hold sway in the lineage, protested, insisting it be held in Baal's territory. The current Demon King isn't part of the lineage, so for high-class demons, lineage and family are more important. The House of Great King Baal, who is more renowned than the Demon King, is a significant factor. They are at the top of the 72 pillars. Tatsumi, the demons who stood beside the ancient demon kings also said that and were in dispute, right? Why are they trying to do the same thing again? Azazel, that's it, and this is this, something like that. Adults are complicated creatures in both the human world and the underworld. Appearances and influences. Well, that means there's a lot going on in the underworld where the noble society holds a lot of power. Kaneko, so it turned out to be in Agar's territory. Azazel, yes, they said that Archduke Agars came between the Demon King and the Great King. The middle manager and the one acting for the Demon King, Archduke Agars. Even if the era changes, they are the house that always has a bad time. Kiba, so our fight will become like a representation of the war between the Demon King Lucifer and the Great King Baal. Azazel, well, many see it that way. The Oppai Dragon, the Switch Princess, and the White Hell Dragon versus Serjorg, the strongest young man, is just a cover designed to grab the attention of ordinary people. Elsewhere, the group of politicians will be making comments as they watch. Tatsumi, how annoying. We go to the game for our own ambitions. Azazel smiles. It's good that you're keeping this up. That will be enough. Even if you lose, there's no way Surzech will suffer politically. Except the boys in the High King's household will have a good time. Those behind Sekiryuutei will too. Issei, are there politicians behind Sekiryuutei? Azazel, that individual who rose up with only his body will not be influenced by the opinions of politicians, except if he himself made connections with them to gain their support in aiming higher. Issei, the high-class demons who are using Sekiryuutei, who went through hardships and who was born without the traits of his house, huh? Azazel, it might be complicated, but that's fine. Just think, he finally got the attention he deserved after going through so much hardship. Whatever the reason, being recognized by someone famous is a result. What remains depends on the outcome, you guys. Don't worry about that and go after him with all your might. You won't be able to defeat him if you don't use everything you have to achieve your goals. Kiba, but will the Great King's faction recognize Sekiryuutei's dream? He's wishing for an underworld where demons can transcend their social status if they have the power to make their wishes come true, right? Azazel, do you think the Great King's faction, still obsessed with being the first of the 72 pillars and taking advantage of the house's importance, will allow it? They say they'll cooperate with him outwardly, but inwardly they're looking down on him. What those people want are pawns they can use to retaliate against the Demon King. To them, the pure believers who flock around Sekiryuutei will only be tools to support them in political matters. Sekiryuutei understood that well. Even so, he made the connections to rise even higher. He is a pure and patient man. Tatsumi, it may be late, but is there a possibility that this game is a target of the hero faction terrorists? Azazel, yes there is. It's attracting a lot of attention after all, and many industry leaders are going to be there. If they're targeting them, this would be the place. For them, sending their prized balance breaker users to a crowded place would be great publicity for their operations. We put the stadium on high alert, although it's probably going to end with nothing happening. Aquino, how can you be so sure? Azazel, I received a personal message from Volley. Everyone, what? Issei, Volley, him. Azazel, yes, that bastard sent me a short message like this. It's an important battle between Sekiryuutei from that House of Baal and the Gremory group. I'm looking forward to it too. I won't let them bother Hyodo Issei or Sasaki Tatsumi. You can be sure he cares for you both very much. Issei, please stop. It's driving me crazy. Azazel, anyway, since he said that, it's safe to say he has Cao under his watch. They won't come to destroy the stadium since they'd have to fight Volley's team. If their opponents are Volley's team, which is full of monsters, then they'll suffer heavy losses. So there's a good chance they won't do anything that doesn't benefit them. Tatsumi, so that makes us Volley's proteges, huh? It'll be a good opportunity to prove to him that I'm stronger than him. Azazel, we can also assume that Cao wasn't targeting this area from the start. The other factions are also on high alert at their bases, as they could be attacked if they let their guard down. After that, there was only an awkward silence. I noticed Issei staring at Rias the whole time. She was looking out the window with a sad expression. Even though I apologized for Issei yesterday after we were together, and he apologized too, having wisely reflected on his mistake, he told me he would confess to Rias after the match. I could see in his eyes a great determination and eagerness to tell her. Those waiting for us when we got off the cable car were groups of fans and members of the media. The moment we stepped off the cable car, we were surrounded by excited shouts and camera flashes, and we got into a limousine that was parked out front and was being escorted by groups of bodyguards and staff. Ravel, I was waiting for them. The woman inside the limousine was Ravel. She came to the Sky City of Agrias earlier to make arrangements for us. This girl definitely knows how to do many things. Azazel, you kids need to have your own personal representative. Especially Rias, Issei, and Tatsumi, it's a necessity. For this battle, whether you win or lose, your fame will increase. It'll calm down after a few days, but for a while, it'll always be like this whenever you come to the underworld. Oh right, Ravel, how about you become Tatsumi's personal representative? You'll learn a lot if you stay by his side. Tatsumi, I wouldn't mind, she smiled. Ravel, then I'll be his personal representative. I'll do my best, but a representative. So we need someone like that, huh? I hadn't thought of that. But Ravel being my manager, I'm not complaining since I love her and she'll surely do a better job as a manager than Azazel. The group's schedule is being handled by Grayfiasin, but it seems to be a different story when it comes to my individual schedule. As I was thinking that, the limousine drove through the city toward the dome. TMSKIP. We headed to the upscale hotel located next to the dome stadium. The bellboy showed us to our room. The battle will be tonight. There's still time, so we'll stay here until it's time for the battle. Then a group came from the other side, emanating a strange atmosphere and a cold aura that felt like it was piercing my skin. They were wearing hoods so low you couldn't see their faces and long robes that covered even their feet. In the center of the group, there was one wearing what looked like a priest's attire, and was he a skeleton? A skeleton is wearing an outfit that looks like one worn by priests. On his head, he's wearing a cap like the ones priests wear. I think it's a cap called a mitre. And he's holding a staff. Oh well, aren't they the crimson-haired Gremory and the governor of the fallen angels? Azazel, oh, if this isn't the god who rules over death, Hadestone, who lives in the lowest part of the underworld, the realm of the dead that is also known as the depths of the underworld. Then you have come here bringing many reapers with you. But I never thought that you, who hates demons and fallen angels more than anything, would come all the way here. Hades, Fafafa, I'm sure you know how to talk, you damned crow. It's been noisy here lately, so I came to observe. Azazel, skeletal old thing, it seems you're the only one on the Greek side who's still doubtful about the alliance between the factions. Hades, so what? Are you going to get rid of this old man too, just like you did with Loki? Are you planning to fight us here? Give me a break, it's right before a major battle. Azazel, I'm telling you to come with a more open mind, unlike that perverted old man Odin. I've only heard dark rumors about you. Hades, Fafafa, if the flocks of crows and bats start making noise, even I want to make sure I hear those sounds. Then he turned his gaze to Issei Welsh Dragon. It's sure to bring back memories of the time when you and the vanishing dragon were causing mayhem in the depths of Hades together. Drake, it was something insignificant that happened a long time ago. Hades, well then, I'm going to have my own pleasure today. You should prepare yourselves not to die. After all, I didn't come here today to take all your souls. He walks past us. Rossweisse, I had heard about Hades-sama from my superiors when I was a Valkyrie, but it certainly doesn't feel like you're still alive when it seems like he's clinging tightly to your soul. We were shown to our own waiting room. More than a room, it was like a spacious apartment, and on the tables were refreshments for us to relax in, green tea, snacks, and even workout equipment. It's a place with everything you need. The members who were going to do some exercises changed into our typical t-shirts and started warming up. Excuse me, a lone man entered the room. Rias, Razor, Ravel, brother, Razor, I've come. It seems you're doing well too, Ravel. He sits down and takes a sip of tea. I think I'll talk to you a little bit about the battle. Today's game has the same attention as a popular professional match. The fact is, the flow of the game will be basically the same as a professional battle. Even the seats are filled with spectators. You're going to fight under this. You might be confused by the difference from Battle Royale, where there's something called entertainment involved. But it's a stage as big as this. Unleashing your powers alone will contribute to your scores. Rias, this will be a crucial moment for you. Rias, I'm not as good at tactics as Sona, and I don't have power like Sekiryuutei, although I am blessed with my servants. That's why I'm irritated with myself, who can't lead them properly. Razor, you can improve your strategies and power with experience, also through something I hate called hard work, which can lead to a certain level of power. But you know, Rias, your fateful encounters, your ability to attract those with different talents. I think they're all brought together because of your knack for drawing people together. Rias, but the dragon, I think it's also because of Issei and Tatsumi, who are the Red Emperor Dragon and the Dragon of Evolution. It's also related to that. Razor, it was your destiny to meet the Sekiryuutei and the other one. That special thing you did brought you to meet the Sekiryuutei and the Dragon of Evolution. That's why you met them. Even if the dragon's personalities dragged the others along, you were the one who met the Sekiryuutei and the other one and made them your servants. Have faith, Rias. These boys are your treasures. Does this guy have a heart? Maybe he was embarrassed by what he said, so he continued while scratching his chin. Razor, I being a professional can guarantee it. Your servants are already at the professional level. What's more, you have enough talented members to go up against the highest ranks. Even if they were to fight my group again, it seems we'd lose. Well, that's the same for Bale's group. They're strong too. Wow, why are the youngsters of this generation so exceptional? As he said that, he got up from his chair and started to leave. Rias, I'm going to cheer you on. So win. Rias, yes of course. Razor, that's right, I forgot to tell you. Sekiryuutei Surzich-sama asked me to summon you. He wants you to go up to the VIP room. It seems he has something to show you. Issei, yes, as Issei and Razor left, another person knocked on the door. Upon opening it, it was none other than Yasaka and Kanu. Kanu, Oniachin, he hugs me. Tatsumi, Kanu, Yasakasan, what are you doing here? Yasaka, well, someone told me that today's match would be important, and Kanu kept saying she wanted to come and cheer you on. Tatsumi, I see, thank you very much for coming. Now I'm even more motivated to win. Kanu, Oniachin, promise me you'll win. Tatsumi, of course, he stroked his head, I'll win to prove I'm the strongest. Kanu, yes. Yasaka, Kanu, we need to go to the stands now. Thanks to Leviathan-sama, we're in the VIP area. Tatsumi, so she was the one who told you. She's probably seeing her sister. Thank you, Yasakasan, for coming. Yasaka, don't worry. She smiles and walks away with Kanu. Kanu, goodbye Oniachin, good luck in the game. Closing the door. Akino, so that's the girl who will also join the family later on. Kaneko, she's cute and adorable. Tatsumi, those two are whispering again, a drop of sweat falls on me. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the middle of the room. When we knew perfectly well, it was the Citri family circle. Could it be Serafal? But when we looked at the person, it was none other than Sona. Tatsumi, Sona, what are you doing here? Don't you have a game too? Sona, that's right, but I still have time. Thanks to Wanasama, I teleported here. Tatsumi, why Sona to bring you good luck, Baka, she smiles. Tatsumi, you know it wasn't necessary I give her a kiss you too. Good luck in your match. I hope you come out victorious. Sona, thank you. I'll watch your game when it's recorded. I hope you put on a good show. Aquino, well Sona you already know him. Zenovia after all. Kaneko he is. Ravel hour. All boyfriend the tough guy. Everyone, H-A-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-A. After that, I said goodbye to Sona with another kiss and she teleported off for her game. With the game approaching, we're waiting for the moment to meet in the hallway which is connected to the stadium entrance. We can feel the heat and brightness of the stadium through the doorway. At the same time, we can hear the sound of the crowd. Rias, everyone, the battle that's about to begin isn't a real fight. It's a raiding game, but it has the same serious atmosphere as a real battle. It will be a fight where people will be watching us, but be careful not to get left behind because of that. Everyone, yes, Chapter 38, Part 1-4. Now the battle of the century is about to begin. From the East Gate, Serjorg Bale's team emerges. Audience, wah. Greetings and shouts of joy could be heard even from here. The dome shook violently as the band Bale entered. Gasper, I'm getting nervous. Kaneko, okay, it's said that you'll feel better if you think everyone is a pumpkin. Our battle suits are the same as always, the Q Academy uniforms, well they are. Mine would be the same one I wore in the raiding game against Sona, but they're different from our usual uniforms. They're uniforms specially made for this game. They're made for great resistance to heat, cold, bullets, and magic defense. Basically, defense against many things has been improved. Well, it's not like they have incredible defense, but they're still much better than the usual uniforms. Zenovia is wearing her usual battle suit, even though it's made of the same material as our uniforms. Rossweisse is in her armor though, she seems to feel more relaxed in it. Asia is also wearing her nun's habitates. Asia's battle dress after all, it also has enhanced defense. Asia, Zenovia, is it true that Irinasan will be cheering from the Gremory support side? Zenovia, yes Asia. It seems so, she said she'll be playing the role of an older sister in the Oppai Dragon and White Hell Dragon fan support area. Tatsumi, I heard Ravel also got a seat in the fan area, so they must be together. And finally, from the Westgate, Rias Gremory's team enters. Publico, ooh. Rias then tells us while looking all around us. Rias, thank you for following me so far. Now let's go, my servants, let's win. Everyone, yes, we answered back. And we finally passed through the gate. Standing beneath the greetings, what we witnessed before us was a floating platform above the spacious circular stadium. In fact, I should say there were giant rocks levitating above the spacious field. On one of the rocks floating above the field, Bale's group was already prepared. Now the Gremory group, please go to your base. Hello everyone. The presenter for this battle will be me, Nod Gamijan from the Gamijan House of the Ancient 72 Pillars, broadcasting for you. The referee for this game will be Rudiger Rosenkreutz. A magic circle appeared in the air. A handsome man with long silver hair dressed in a full uniform appeared in the magic circle. Kaneko, Rudiger Rosenkreutz. He is a reincarnated demon who was formerly human and a Suprema class demon. Above all, his rank is 7th. Issei, a human reincarnated as a demon. Even considering he's a reincarnated demon, he's a supreme class demon, and on top of that, he's a high-ranking player. And he has a single-digit rank, the 7th. For him to be a supreme class demon when he reincarnated from a human and is also high-ranking, as someone who aims high, I admire him. Tatsumi, Piro no is Grafiasan a Aquino, there was no way the great king's household would approve. Grafiasama is on the Gremory side after all, Nude and our special guest. We have the governor of the fallen angels, Azazel-sama, as today's commentator. Hello, Governor Azazel. Azazel, well, hello. I'm Azazel. I look forward to working with you tonight. Nude. Governor Azazel, you're famous for your close relationship with Surzech Lucifer-sama, as well as with the leaders of various factions, and for being the foremost expert on sacred gear research. Given that you personally trained Rias Gremory's team for today's battle, what are your thoughts on this game? Azazel, well, yes, I personally wonder if both teams will be able to unleash their full power. Nude, and we've also called someone else. The #1 in the rating games, the current champion, Emperor Belial Dehauser. Publico, Belial, how is everyone? I'm Dehauser Belial. Today I'll be commentating on the battle between the Gremory and the Bale. Nude, this might be a bit sudden, but I'd like to ask Governor Azazel, who advises Team Gremory, and the champion, who advises Team Bale, a few questions. It would be helpful if they could tell us what we should be paying attention to in both teams. Azazel, well yes, if we're talking about Team Gremory, then that would be the Oppai Dragon and the Switch Princess. And also the Great Evolution Dragon, also known as the White Infernal Dragon. Belial, yes, I think the fighter Serjorg is an excellent king, but more than that, he has the power that makes him the strongest in his team. Rias, she puts on a determined face. Dehauser Belial. One day, I'm definitely going to, but right now I need to defeat the enemy in front of me or else I won't even be able to stay in the place where I can make my dream come true. Nude, first, it's about the Phoenix Tears. As everyone knows, due to the ongoing terror from the Chaos Brigade, the factions have become more tense, so the importance and price of the tiers have risen dramatically. Because of this, we're in a situation where producing them is very difficult. Bullied. Thanks to the kindness of the current head of Phoenix who produce and sell the tiers, and also because we heard from supporters of both teams, it was decided that each team will be given tiers for this game. Audience, wah, Kiba, it seems we need to prepare to defeat Sekiryuutei twice. Nude, there's a special rule in this game. Before explaining the special rule, I'd like to explain the flow of this game. This game won't be the kind where all the team members are running around the field, but it will be a fighting style. This is because it will be like a short battle, and also because it was organized to excite all of you, the spectators. Even though this game is between young people, the style of play in this match is the same as in a professional one. And now for the special rule that will determine the fights. Now the kings from both sides may proceed to their personal positions in their bases. Rias and Sekiryuutei, who is on the opposing side of the base, were forced to move to the front of their respective positions. Something emerges from them. Nude, there's a die in front of you. It will be the key to the special rule. Yes, today's rule for this rating game is one of the main ones in this type of game. It's the roll of the dice. Kiba, so it's a dice roll, huh? Tatsumi, what's this about? Kiba, the current rating game has many special rules. The ones we've been doing so far are simple. There are others like this one where a die is used, and there are also others where you take as many flags as you can on the field called flag scramble. Dice roll is the game represented by using a die. Nude, I'm going to explain the dice roll so those who don't know it can understand it. The prepared die has 6 sides like a regular die. You can roll a number from 1 to 6 with it. By rolling it, you'll determine which pieces can be sent to that battle. Tatsumi, the die will determine who will be sent to fight. So that means the die will determine our fate. Nude, chess in the human world has values for its chess pieces. The standard value of the pawn is 1, and chess pieces are given numerical values equivalent to their strength on the board. And the evil pieces for rating games also use this standard estimation value. Of course, there are parts where the person in the group unleashes their power to the highest of their capabilities, exceeding the value of the chess pieces, or parts where things happen that defy our assumptions due to the hidden factor that Ajika Beelzebub-sama installed in the evil pieces. But we will continue to use the standard value for the rules of this game. These are the values where the knight equals 3, the bishop is also 3, the rook equals 5, and the queen equals 9. When I first became a demon, Rias told me this. Nude, first, both kings will roll the die, and the total value rolled will determine which combatants will be sent. For example, when the total value rolled is 8, then they can send combatants that match that value. If it's a pawn with a value of 1, then 8 pawns can be sent. Of course, they can also send 1 rook with a value of 5 and a knight with a value of 3 since the total value is 8. If it's within the value range, then it's possible to send a combination of combatants of different classes. Also, group members who consumed several evil pieces will have their total value. So if it is the Gremory team, then the fighter Hyodu Issei, the Sekiryuutei who consumed 7 pawn pieces will have a value of 7. And with many derivations and the consultation of Ajika Beelzebub-sama, it was decided that the value of the Sasaki Tatsumi pawn will be 6 points. Publico, woo wow. Nude, now I'll explain the reasons for this. Tatsumisan's pawn piece seems to have the strength of a queen, and when promoted, it can double the power of that piece. The value was set at 6 because Tatsumisan personally agreed not to promote. Tatsumi, does this sound good to you, Tyrant? I think it'll be more exciting this way. Tyrant, I don't care in the slightest, as long as I can kick Sekiryuutei's ass. Nod, but neither team, Rias Gremory's nor Sekiryuutei's, has a piece with the standard value of 1 or 2. This means they can only send members with values of 3 or higher. Since these will be the total values, if the total rolled is lower than 2, then the dice will have to be rolled again. As the battle progresses, the number of fighters will decrease, and there may be a change in the value needed to send more fighters. So the die will have to be rolled until the value reaches the number where fighters from both teams can be sent onto the field. The king's participation will be determined by the number that was given beforehand by the members of the judging committee. Of course, as in the usual rules, the game ends immediately after the king's defeat. Issei, more than that, what does it mean that the king's participation will depend on the value judged by the appraisal committee? Tatsumi, it's as he explained. The judging committee gave Butchu and Sekiryuutei their estimated numerical values on the dice beforehand. This determines the number of players each of them needs to appear on the field. It seems to be calculated by considering the king's independent strength, the value of his servants, and also comparing them to his opponents. That's why the number changes depending on the game. Nude, now the numerical value of the pieces the committee chose for each king is as follows. Fighter Sekiryuutei is 12, fighter Rias Gremory is 8. Fighter Sekiryuutei has the highest value, but that means he won't be able to come out unless the maximum number is turned over. Rias, then I need to adjust a few things during the game. Issei, Sekiryuutei will definitely appear when the resulting value is 12. Tatsumi, it might not be certain that Sekiryuutei will appear, especially at the beginning. Issei, why do you say that? Tatsumi, even if he wins the battle, his ranks can drop depending on the situation. A man against a team doesn't get high marks after all. In this game, your marks go up when you're able to use your party to its full potential. But a man against a team where the king himself does that, then the underworld media won't stay silent about it and it will affect the king's future. On top of that, it's being broadcast live. If he does that in front of such a large crowd, then his marks will drop. Winning is important, but so is portraying yourself. Well, in this dice roll game, because his value is 12, Sekiryuutei won't be able to appear so easily. Nude, another rule too. They can't send the same combatant repeatedly. That goes for the kings as well. Tatsumi, even if the first value is 12, I don't think Sekiryuutei will appear at the start. Given his personality, he'll make sure his servants form a suitable group. That's why they went through rigorous training, but he'll definitely show up eventually. It will depend on the value rolled, but the question is when he'll appear. He's definitely a battle maniac. Rias, under that rule, sending Asia alone and also as part of a team would be a bad move. They'll mostly be targeting Asia since she's the healer after all. It'll be better for her to stay here and heal those who won the battle. That's one of our advantages since we can heal ourselves without needing to use Phoenix Tears. I'm sorry, Asia, I can't send you into battle, so please heal those who return. That's also an important role for this game. Asia, yes, Wanasama, I'll stay here and heal everyone's wounds, that's why please everyone return safely. Everyone, of course. Kiba, on the other hand, they must have predicted that a CSN will not appear. Rias, yes, that makes us have 9 fighters. Nude, now the game is about to begin. Both teams, are you ready? Now the rating game between Sekiryuutei's team and Rias Gremory's team will begin. Let the game begin. Along with the sound of the game starting, the cheers of the crowd echoed through the stadium. Finally, the game began. Nude, so then you two kings stepped forward in front of the post. Urged on by the referee, Rias and Sekiryuutei stood in front of the post. Urged on by the referee, Butchu and Sekiryuutei stood in front of the booth. They both took the dice and at the referee's call threw them. After the movement stopped, the monitor displayed the image of the 2 dice. Nude, the value that Rias Gremory turned over is 5. On the other hand, the value that Sekiryuutei turned over is 1. That gives a total value of 6. They will be able to send their servants with that value. In this case, since the value of the pawn on both sides is higher than this digit, except for Tatsumi, whose value is 6, they will only be able to send 2 knights, 2 bishops, or the pawn with a value of 6. So which members will both sides send onto the field? Tatsumi, Tusk, it had to be a 6 at the beginning. Nude, you have 5 minutes to plan your move. So please, in that time, choose the combatant who will participate. Also, the promotion for pawns will be available once they arrive on the field. The promotion will be deactivated each time a fight ends, so please use the promotion every time you enter the field. The moment became a time of planning. The bases on both sides were enveloped by a mysterious barrier. Kiba, the barrier is soundproof. It's used to prevent our plans from being leaked to the outside. It also prevents people on the outside from reading our minds, thus a special mark is placed on each fighter's face. After that, we sat down in the chairs and began to discuss who we should send. Tatsumi, Rias, I'll go. Rias, are you sure? You could save some time for the fight against Sekiryuutei. Tatsumi, that's right, but I'd like to warm up a bit before the final battle. If everyone else is okay with that. Everyone, of course. Rias, then it's decided. Good luck, Tatsumi, don't lose from the start. Got it. Tatsumi, I'm definitely going to win. Nude, the 5 minutes are about to end. May the combatants participating in the battle please make their way to the magic circle. The magic circle is a type of transportation. You will be transported to a battlefield in a different dimension. The battle will take place on that battlefield. This battlefield will be chosen randomly from those that have already been prepared. Until the combatants are transferred to the different battlefield, the bases on both sides will be placed behind a barrier, making them invisible. And that barrier will only be removed once a fight ends. Tatsumi, then I'm leaving. I put an earbud in my ear and stand in the middle of the magic circle. At that moment, I glow and disappear from my companions. Then I appear in what looks like a wide green meadow, and near me appears a knight in armor riding a horse that emits celestial flames. He only sent 1 knight. How strange, it's impossible for it to be a level 6. Are they cheating? Nude, ooh, the fighters for the first battle have appeared. As you can see, the field is a vast green meadow. And this will be the stage for the first battle. The chosen fighters for both sides are the White Infernal Dragon of Team Gremory. It's the fighter Sasaki Tatsumi. One of Princess Rias' dragons has appeared. Women, KYA, TATSUMIKUN. Nude and from the Bale groups. Before the presenter could introduce him, the armored knight made his horse walk forward and removed the mask from his helmet to reveal his face. I am one of the knights who serve our master Sekiryuutei Bel-sama Baruka Furkas. Tatsumi, I am Rias Gremory-sama's pawn, Sasaki Tatsumi. Nice to meet you. Nude, the first fight starts now. Baruka, I challenge you. Let's see if Altabrow's speed and mine can match yours. Suddenly, the gentleman in front of me disappeared out of nowhere, and I received a great blow to the stomach, causing me to fall to my knees. Tatsumi, cough cough, your speed isn't bad at all, it's quite surprising. But you know what? On my team are Kiba and Zenobia, who are the best knights I've ever met, and well, your speed is nothing compared to them. Baruka, what? How dare you insult a gentleman without even keeping up with me? Tatsumi, who, don't worry, I'll keep up with you at Oshura. Thanks to that ability, everything around me slowed down considerably and I could even see the knight running around me. Since I was standing still and unaware of what was happening, the knight tried to attack from the front, but I simply dodged. Baruka, what? Tatsumi, tell me, do you still think your speed is incredible? Baruka, shut up. He lunged again, this time from the left, but I dodged. He kept trying to hit me, but none of his attacks landed. Finally, as I dodged one of his attacks, I grabbed him by the neck and slammed him hard into the ground, creating a crater. Tatsumi, are you done? Baruka, I'm laughing. Baruka disappeared along with the field lights after saying that. At the same time, the referee announced it. Nude, Sekiryuutei bailed, the Knight of Sekiryuutei withdraws. The team that dominated the first duel was Team Gremory. Now then, what will happen in the next duel? While the announcer hyped up the crowd, I had returned using the magic circle, so everyone who saw me congratulated me. At the same time, the barrier was removed and now we could see outside. It was time for Rias to roll the die again. Once more, the two kings began to roll the die. The resulting value was 6 for Rias and 4 for Sekiryuutei. Nude, ooh. This time the total value is 10. Both sides can send fighters within the value of 10. Of course, it's a value where they can send multiple fighters. The magic circle is covered again by the barrier and closed from the outside. Those chosen by Rias while we use the planning time are Rias, let's go with something solid. Rossweisse, Kaneko will be supporting her, I'll leave this to you too. Connection understood. Rossweisse captured. Both are transported by the magic circle. The field that appeared in the vision this time is inside a dark sanctuary. Inside are giant pillars. I can see an altar deep within. The ceiling is destroyed and the outside is visible through it. Now for his opponents, a blonde, knightly-looking man equipped with light armor and a sword. Also a giant man who appears to be 3 meters tall. I am one of Sekiryuutei-sama's knights, Libin Krosel. The enormous one here is the tower, Gandoma Balam. The two of us will be your opponents. My son, Kaneko Krosel, one of the ancient 72 pillars, the descendant of an extinct house. Krosel, it's a pleasure to be introduced to a little lady. How about we have dinner after the game, just you and me? I messed up by calling her little one, that boy is dead. Kaneko, no, I already have a boyfriend and he's much better than you in every way. Krosel, that's a shame, but after this encounter you'll think differently. Nude, the second fight will begin now. Kaneko, because the opponent is formidable, I will be serious from the start. With Tatsumi and the others. Tatsumi, I looked at Kaneko with 2 tails and smiled, that's my girl. Issei, he has 2 tails. Tatsumi, she is slowly becoming familiar with the Nekomata form. Rias, it's incredible, he's improved a lot. KonkonikyoYROSSWSSE. That's Kaneko's new technique. Nekomata mode level 2. By using Senjutsu to cover her entire body in Tauki, she gains explosive power for a moment. Her physical abilities are also enhanced. And without even trying, Kaneko leaps forward with incredible speed and strikes the giant. Balam swings his massive arm to the side. I can tell by the vibrations in the air even through my eyes. Kaneko immediately dodges, and from behind, Rossweisse fires magical attacks at Balam's body. But even so, Balam seems to take visible damage. Rossweisse, her magic defense is formidable too. I don't know why, but lately I've been fighting opponents like that. Rossweisse must be referring to Heracles, whom he fought in Kyoto. His defense was also insanely high. Then Rossweisse and his surroundings blur. It's just a bad camera angle, I thought, but Rossweisse falls to his knees. At the same time, the floor around Rossweisse begins to buck as if he were being crushed by something. Krosel, you have too many openings, miss. Rossweisse, gravity ability. Rossweisse tries to activate a magic circle beneath her feet as gravity slows down. Krosel, I won't allow it. I'll freeze you too. Krosel activated a magic circle in his hand and ice formed on Rossweisse's feet. The ice wrapped around Rossweisse's legs. Rossweisse, if I remember correctly, you're a magic swordsman. Krosel, I'm a Krosel plus a mage and a half-breed with human blood running through my veins. On top of that, I'm a skilled swordsman. And one more thing, my sacred gear is the power of gravity. Gravity jail. Rias, speaking into the earpiece, his sacred gear causes gravity changes in the area he focuses on. His ability will continue until you're out of his sight. Be careful. Rossweisse, I know. Governor Azazel already told me about Krosel's sacred gear ability. Besides, an ability that uses his sight has weaknesses that are easy to exploit. Even though she knows she is under gravity, Rossweisse activated a magic circle in her trembling hands. Krosel, you're very naive, miss. Mirror. A mirror appears from the magic circle in Krosel's hand and he tries to block the light. Krosel smiles, due to the nature of my ability, I have powers to cover those weaknesses, that's why I summoned a mirror. Rossweisse made the magic circle beneath her feet shine even brighter. The light reflected by the mirror struck Balam. In that instant, Rossweisse and Balam glowed and lights enveloped their surroundings. When the light stopped, it was Balam who had been under Crossel's gravity. Rossweisse in Balam's place was now Rossweisse, with Tatsumi and the others. Issei, how did he do that? Kiba, fantastic. Magic to switch their locations. Having the mirror reflect that magic was just a requirement for its activation. It's a switch she made where she already predicted the opponent's next move. Tatsumi, quite surprising. Despite his situation, he came up with that great idea. Kon Konikoyrosswsse. Rossweisse Konkasen, your attacks have already pierced him. Kaneko, yes, I changed that big man's aura inside so his defense against magic won't activate. Rossweisse understood. Full blast, eat this up, you two. The attack stopped and dust settled in the surrounding area. When it all calmed down, the one lying on the ground was Crossel. Crossel, I've been telling you that you're off guard, remember? The moment when you thought you had defeated your enemy, that's where you created an opening. Crossel, who is in critical condition, has a mysterious glow in his eyes. Then Rossweisse and Kaneko's movements are momentarily halted by the power of gravity, and the one who appeared covered in wounds and blood was Balam. Balam, NGGGGGGH. Along with the sound of the wind, a massive blow, seemingly its final attack, struck Kaneko. Watching that scene, my anger slowly surfaced, but not enough to explode. Crossel, Balam, and Kaneko began to take cover in the retreat's light. Rossweisse, Konkasen, Rossweisse is holding Kaneko. Kaneko's body is battered from the giant's lethal blow. Kaneko, I'm happy. If Rossweisse is still active, the Gremory clan can continue fight. Even though she knows Rossweisse has serious injuries just by looking at her, Kaneko is smiling. Her smile seems content. Rossweisse, I'm sorry, Konkachen. Kaneko, please don't apologize, Rossweisse. I'm glad I was able to be helpful since we were able to defeat two of them. Tatsumi, I'm sorry. After saying this, Kaneko, Crossel, and Balam were enveloped in the teleportation light. Kaneko, you did well, I'm so proud of you. I bit my lip, keeping my anger and sadness inside. Not yet, don't let it out yet. This feeling, it's still too early to release it. Nude, the knight and tower fighters Sekiryuutei bail and the tower fighter Rias Gremory retreat. Tatsumi, Kaneko clenching his fist in frustration. Chapter 39, Part 2-4. Nude, with the second battle over, Bale's side has 3 members withdrawn and Gremory's side has 1 member. Gremory is in the lead, but we haven't reached the climax yet. The game has only just begun. Issei, you're so calm, you didn't let any emotion show even when Konkachen was defeated. Tatsumi, I'm frustrated, but I think I should hold it back. Isn't it better to let it explode later? Issei, you're certainly terrifying, but I agree with that opinion. Now for the third battle. I wonder what kind of number will appear. Both kings rolled the die. The total value is 8. Suddenly, just as we were about to go to our planning time, Sekiryuutei said to the referee, Sekiryuutei, we are going to send Bishop Coriana Andriolphus. Nude, is this a statement? Fighter Sekiryuutei, what is your reason for saying that? Sekiryuutei, looking at Issei, how would Issei respond if I said that she has a technique that can surpass his lewd techniques? Azazel, who, that's an interesting statement. The fighter Issei displays unparalleled power against women. The reasons are basically due to his dress break and bilingualism. Belial, the fighter Issei is very interesting. From what I've heard, he's always coming up with new techniques. Azazel, that kid's brain is like a sponge, so his absorption rate is pretty good. His brain is like a really dry sponge to begin with, so he absorbs everything he wants right away. I never thought it would be so terrifying for his head to be so empty because he has nothing but lewd stuff inside. Audience, Tatsumi, Issei, he's making a fool of you. Issei, really, I didn't realize, he said sarcastically. Fine then, I'll accept the challenge. Rias, good heavens, it's definitely a trap, but what do you think? In terms of strength, you're overwhelmingly stronger, but the opponent is definitely going to do something. Issei, I'm interested in that. A woman who can stand up to my techniques. This is also a challenge from Sekiryuutei. It's as if he's saying, can you overcome this? Do you think there will be any dirty tricks? Rias, then go, I'm also eager to see what technique your opponent might use to overcome yours, but don't let your guard down. Issei, yes, as Issei, I'm leaving then. Nude, it looks like the fighter will be the Oppai dragon. Audience, OPPAI. Nude, please take a look. The energetic smiles of those children, the hero of the underworld. The children are getting excited at the entrance of the Oppai dragon. Issei, I can't afford to lose this battle. With this powerful feeling within me, I was transported to the battlefield, and the place I arrived at was a vast flower garden. And then we confirmed his opponent in front of him. It's Bishop Girl. She excels in all categories of demonic powers, if I remember correctly. But she's more of a support type. Nude, the third fight will begin now. She summons her gauntlet and promotes to queen. Well, thanks to acquiring the Trihexa, she's able to promote without Ria's authorization. She starts counting down for balance breaker as Issei heads forward. The opponent does the same and she begins unleashing attacks with her demonic powers. She releases things like ice spears using her powers while Issei dodges them all. Koreana, you're pretty good kid. Issei balance breaker. A red light emanates from his gauntlet and envelops his body. The red aura takes the form of armor and the balance breaker is complete. Nude, he's out. It's the Oppai dragon. The kids in the stadium are getting even more excited. Kids, dragon Oppai, do your best. Issei, come on, poor Mai. Issei was about to use his bilingual technique when suddenly Koreana started taking off her clothes. At first it was her jacket. We thought she was going to get serious, but then she started taking off her skirt. Issei, excited by this, used bilingual to hear her take off her blouse next. Issei didn't take his eyes off her and didn't attack. Rias, speaking into the earpiece. Issei, what are you doing? You heard what her breasts said, didn't you? Then prepare for the next attack. Issei, I can't, because what her breasts tell me is what she's going to take off later. Rias, impossible. Did her breasts tell you that? Then you can use your dragon shot to end the battle. Issei, I can't do that, Butchu, because it's impossible for me to attack this girl who's taking off her clothes. The option of using dress break to undress her is also out of the question because I can't do that to a girl who's undressing for me. Azazel, so this is what Sekiryuutei's team came up with to seal Issei's techniques. What a terrifying technique. Her breasts tell him what she's going to take off next as she undresses right in front of him. For guys, the best situation is when a woman takes off her clothes one by one. Guys are creatures who get addicted to women undressing. That's why strip shows exist. Using dress break to undress her immediately is a stupid idea. A precise and meticulous move to get to the hearts of perverts. Is Bale's group really that powerful? Until finally the girl was left completely in her underwear. Issei was looking at her with a perverted gaze, but at that moment she put her hands on her panties and started to pull them down. Seeing this, Issei felt it was wrong of her to start with her panties, and without realizing it, he unleashed a dragon shot aimed at the bishop. Then he disappeared within the beam. Nude, Sekiryuutei's fighter's bishop retreats. The referee's words were emotionless. Even Issei looked dejected when he teleported to us. Kiba, that was a horrible battle. We decided to leave that conversation and talk about the fight, and Rias and Sekiryuutei rolled the dice again, landing on an 8. Zenovia, 8A, I'll go then. Rias, yes, you're right. It's time we left this to Zenovia. It might be appropriate for Yuyuto or Rossweisse to go with Zenovia. Gasper raising his arm, and I'll go. It's almost halfway through the game, so we don't know what will happen. And since Yuyuto-senpai and Rossweisse are strong, I think we should save them for later. Rias smiles. So Gasper, will you support Zenovia? I want you to help her using your demonic eyes and your vampiric powers. Tatsumi, Gasper, I'm in charge of protecting Zenovia and avenging Kaneko. Gasper, I'm a boy, so I need to get revenge for Konkachin. Zenovia, yes, I depend on you, Gasper. Gasper, why yes, Zenovia-senpai. For the fourth battle, the battlefield they both arrived at was a desert land with thick rocks everywhere. It was a place where walking seemed terrible. Then their opponents appeared in front of them. A tall, lanky man and a beautiful woman carrying a staff with a chilling design. No, if I remember correctly, that one is a handsome man. Nude, from Team Gremory, there's the battle-hardened Zenovia, the queen who wields the legendary Durandal, and the combative Gasper, the bishop who is a girl born in a man, popular with a certain group of people. Audience, Jaya-kun. Nude, from Bale's team are wow. This is quite astonishing as they are both descendants of extinct houses. The fighting rook Ludora Bune and the fighting bishop Mistida Sabnok. They are both descendants of no extinct houses from the ancient 72 pillars. Governor Azazel, it seems several of you come from extinct houses. Azazel, if they have potential, Sekiryuutei will take anyone from different backgrounds. That's how he thinks. It means the descendants of the extinct houses answered that call. Even though they know the descendants of extinct houses are under the protection of the current government, the reality is that they are a group despised by the higher-ups. There are some demons who place so much importance on pure blood that they want to force those who survive to mix their blood with different races to make it seem as if they never existed. Belial, that's definitely true. Ludora, that's correct. Our master Sekiryuutei-sama took in our clan that survived when it mingled with humans. Mistida, Sekiryuutei-sama's dream is our dream. Nude, the fourth fight starts now. The referee signals the start of the fight, then both sides immediately take a stance and begin their attacks. Rias, Gasper transform into a bat. Zenovia attack after that. Gasper transforms into several bats that scatter across the field, and Zenovia unleashes several pulses of Durandal energy toward the enemy bishop and rook. Sharp waves of the holy sword fly forward, slicing deep through the rocks. Both dodge the attack, and the bishop Sabnok unleashes a torrent of fire fueled by demonic power. Gasper, I won't allow it. The bat's red eyes glowed across the field as they flew, freezing the fire. The frozen fire hung suspended in the air, and Zenovia unleashed a shockwave from her holy sword, repelling the enemy attack. Mistida, Ludora, I received an order from Sekiryuutei-sama. Let's defeat the swordsman first. I'll prepare for that. Ludora understood. Upon receiving Sekiryuutei's command, the bishop retreats, an aura enveloping its body. The rook stands before the bishop as if protecting it and removes its clothing. The rook's tall, lanky body suddenly becomes polished and transforms into an abnormal figure. A giant black creature roars suddenly, a dragon appears before Zenovia and Gasper, with Tatsumi and the others. Rias, even though Bune is a demon, he belongs to a clan that controls dragons, but only a small group of people in his clan can transform and he's one of them. With Xenovia and Gasper. Azazel, there's no information about him being able to transform into a dragon. That Sekiryuutei, he trained that servant and awakened his potential. Then the fight between the dragon and Zenovia began. Zenovia used shockwaves and direct attacks with her holy sword against the dragon, but because its defense was strong, she couldn't land any decisive blows. The Durandal cannon might be able to damage it, but it needs a charge time. Zenovia, Gasper, I'm going to take that down. Buy me some time. Zenovia steps back, then Gasper's bats surround the dragon. Gasper, Gasper circled the dragon and tried to lure it away from Zenovia. The dragon, anticipating the bat's attacks, breathed a huge blast of fire, but Gasper dodged it brilliantly. Zenovia raised her ex-Durandal, but just as she was about to charge, the opposing bishop cried out, "Mistita, that's it. Sacred sword, seal your power." At that moment, the bishop's staff glowed mysteriously and captured Zenovia. Zenovia was enveloped in the eerie light. Then unpleasant-looking marks appeared on her body. Zenovia, what is this? Durandal isn't responding. Mistita, I too have human blood in me. Sacred gear Trick Vanish. It's a cursed ability I was recently able to use. Azazel, Trick Vanish is a sacred gear that can temporarily seal a specific person's abilities by consuming a large amount of their energy and mental energy. It appears that Baal's bishop temporarily sealed the warrior Zenovia's ability to use the sacred sword in exchange for her power. Zenovia. Zenovia is carrying Durandal like it's heavy. So it's not working. Mistita, I tried to hurt her by surprising her when I sealed the holy sword. It seems her talent as a holy sword user is much better than I expected. The opposing bishop laughs as it staggers. So Zenovia is unable to use Durandal, but she doesn't take the surprise damage after sealing her ability. Then the dragon attacks her mercilessly. Zenovia can do nothing, but many bats swirl around her. Zenovia, covered by the bats, moves behind the rocks. Zenovia, I'm sorry, Gasper, but it looks like I'm going to be useless now. Gasper, no, it's fine. Zenovia-senpai will be more useful to Butchu than I will. I know a couple of ways to remove curses like this. He took out a small bottle and threw away the cap. Gasper activated a small magic circle in his palm and placed it on Zenovia's body. It appears he is checking Zenovia's curse through the magic circle. Ludera, I won't let them get away. Where are they? The dragon is searching for Zenovia and Gasper in the rocky area while making the earth tremble. Rias, Gasper, can you make sure Zenovia's curse can be removed? Gasper, yes, it seems that I can only manage to remove the curse with the objects I have. After saying that, Gasper uses the lid to draw a magic circle with Zenovia in the center. He draws an unknown symbol and then takes a small bottle in his hand. It's the small bottle containing Issei's blood. That's the object that increases Gasper's power. Gasper, by mixing Senpai's blood with the magic circle I just drew, I think I can remove the curse. But it seems it will take some time to be completely gone. Zenovia, W8 Gasper, if you use that blood you'll be. Gasper, Zenovia-senpai, I discovered what my duty is. Zenovia, Gasper, I'll buy some time. Once the curse is lifted, please continue carrying Durandal. Rias, it's reckless. Gasper, hide. Gasper, no, and I must buy time. For Butchu to win, Zenovia-senpai is necessary. Rias, I'm telling you to run away immediately. The dragon and the Bishop of Baal stand in front of Gasper. Ludera, I found you, vampire. I see, so you hid the swordsman. But she's close by, right? She'll appear if I breathe fire around here. The giant moves toward him. Gasper is trembling. But he shows no sign of fleeing. He assumes a position to unleash demonic power by placing his hand in front of him. Gasper, I'm not going to let you go. Ludera, you came on your own, I respect your courage. Even though you're trembling, you can't stand in front of a dragon if you don't have the courage. The dragon, who showed respect to Gasper, spat a flame from its mouth, but Gasper tried to defend himself using a defensive magic circle. Gasper, Gasper screams, the defensive magic circle is destroyed and he is thrown back by the flames. Even though he knows he is burned, Gasper weakly gets to his feet. Gasper, not yet, I can still continue. Zenovia, Gasper, don't overexert yourself. Ludera, the swordswoman's voice. Is she nearby? Where is that swordswoman? Gasper, Gasper unfurls his demonic wings and grabs onto one of the dragon's arms. Ludera, let me go. Unlike you, whom I can defeat at any time, I have to take down the wielder of Durandal immediately. After all, that curse is temporary. Gasper was caught by the dragon's other hand and crushed with it. Gasper, The dragon throws the crushed Gasper down. Gasper continues trying to get up despite the intense pain. He can barely breathe. Even in that situation, he turns to face the dragon. Gasper, it hurts, but I'm a boy from the Gremory group, please wait, Zenovia. Zenovia doesn't respond to Gasper's call. She must have heard his shout. In the vision, Zenovia's presence and voice faded, probably because she understands her junior's determination. Her eyes are filled with tears. Ludora, you're in the way. Gasper was kicked away by the dragon, even so he doesn't give up. Gasper, men of the Gremory group, Lesson 1A, man has to protect a girl. He somehow lifted his body, which was trembling from shock and pain, and Gasper got up. Gasper, H, men of the Gremory group, Lesson 2, a man rises no matter what. He tries to activate another magic circle in his hand, but Bale's bishop, dragging his staff, staggers to reach him and uses his staff to strike Gasper in the side. Mistita, surrender, you will not be able to defeat us. Even after hearing that, he clings to the rocks and tries to get up again. Gasper, men of the group Gremory, Lesson 3, don't give up no matter what. I have to protect Zenovia-senpai, I promised Anarchy. A cruel attack, the dragon mercilessly steps on Gasper. The dragon removes its foot. Gasper was already battered and crushed. He is in no condition to continue fighting. He will be retreating soon. Seeing that scene, I was about to run onto the field. I didn't care what, but Kiba and Issei stopped me. They understood what was happening and tears streamed down my cheeks. Tatsumi, Gasper. Gasper. Anarchy, I'm from the Gremory family, I have to make but. Zenovia, Gaspier. Zenovia's scream echoed across the battlefield as she felt the impact of Gasper being trampled into the ground. Gasper, Anarchy-senpai, will I also be able to be useful to everyone? With Tatsumi and the others. Rias are looking away. Tatsumi, Rias, I'm begging you, please don't look away and watch. He's fighting like this for you even though he's prepared to die. Now he's fighting harder than anyone when before he was just a hikikomori and a scaredy-cat. So please look at him. Rias was about to shed tears at my argument, but she stopped them and looked ahead. Rias, I understand. I'm sorry, Tatsumi, Gasper. Rias is acting strong. Asia and Aquino are crying. Rossweisse also has tears in her eyes, and Kiba and Issei are biting their lips as blood trickles from them. With Xenovia and Gasper. Ludora, you can still move, huh? That willpower to win. It really surprises me. To stop attacking would be cruel. Very well, I'll make you feel better with my last attack. When the dragon was about to breathe fire. Zenovia, I won't leave you. Zenovia appears emitting a massive aura. The sacred aura flows through Durandal, and the cursed marks on her body are gone. Zenovia approaches Gasper and cradles her junior who had already lost consciousness. Zenovia, you did well, Gasper, you're a man. I'm sorry because I was careless, I made you go through this, she says while shedding tears. Mistita, so the curse was lifted. Zenovia, it lacked. She slides the X Durandal and switches to her attack form. Zenovia, I lacked determination, but I was taken captive by an attack like that. I lacked Gasper's resolve to put my life on the line for my mistress Butchu and my companions. This boy was rising with more resolve than I did. I'm ashamed of myself. I simply can't forgive myself, and Gasper told us so by using his body. So what should I do? How will I give this boy my answer? Yes, that's all I can do. I'm sorry, Gasper, at least let me defeat these boys for you. I think that's my answer to you. Pillars of holy light rise into the sky. That is the enormous aura created by the X Durandal. Even a high-class demon would not be able to withstand being struck by it. Mistita, I won't let you. This time I'll sacrifice my life to seal that swordswoman's ability. Bale's bishop takes a stance with his staff and attempts to activate his sacred gear, but his body freezes along with his consciousness. The dragon stares at Gasper. Even though he is surrounded by the retreating light, his red eyes glow despite his unconsciousness. In short, Gasper stopped the bishop. Ludora, the demonic eyes that freeze time. Impossible, the dragon roars and Zenovia brandishes Durandal high. Zenovia, you guys lost to Gasper. Zenovia, having said that, brandishes the X Durandal in the direction of the dragon and the bishop. A huge amount of holy aura devours both opponents. Nude, Sekiryuutei, Bale's rook and bishop fighters and Rias Gremory's bishop fighter withdraw. After that, Zenovia was teleported away, head bowed, and I approached her. As soon as she felt my embrace, she couldn't hold back and started crying uncontrollably. Even though we know she didn't die or anything, it's tough. The two juniors we had to protect fought harder than we did. Tatsumi, Kaneko, Gasper. I will definitely make him pay. Chapter 40. Parts 3-4. Fourth fight ended and there are 8 members left on our team. Rias, Aquino, Kiba, Zenovia, Asia, Rossweisse, Issei, and myself. On the opposing side, they consist of their king Sekiryuutei, their queen, and a masked pawn. Nude, now the game is probably past the halfway point. Sekiryuutei Bale's fighting team has 3 members left, while Rias Gremory's fighting team has 8 members left. The Gremory team is in the lead, but the remaining members of the Bale team are powerful. Will they be able to turn the tide? Issei Tatsumi, the opposing pawn, consumed 7 pieces, right? Tatsumi, yes, but it's terrifying. I think there's no doubt that he's stronger than the other members of the Bale group who have fought so far. Then the kings began to roll the dice to determine the fighters for the 5th fight. Since Sekiryuutei's team has few members, they have to roll the dice several times because the resulting value is low. After several rolls, the total value is 9. Rias, his side only has 3 members. If it's a 9, then only his queen or pawn can come out, though I don't think the pawn will show up. Issei, do you have a reason for that? Rias, I feel like Sekiryuutei doesn't want to use that pawn as much as possible. There's not even the slightest indication that it will come out. Even if he's saving it for later, he's holding it back too much. There were several times when that pawn was able to come out, and I even thought it might be sent out during the second fight against Kaneko and Rossweisse. Kiba, if that's the case, then the next opponent will be the queen, right, Butchu? Rias, yes, Yuyudo, Sekiryuutei's queen, Kushia Abaddon, the one from the extra demon clan from the House of Abaddon, will be the one to come. Aquino, I'll go. Rias, Aquino, are you sure? The opposing queen is from the House of Abaddon, you know. In the video we saw that she's a formidable enemy. Tatsumi, you want me to go? I have a good chance of beating her. I said that, but Aquino shook her head from side to side. Aquino, you'll be able to do it if you use Incursio, right? You can't use it yet, Tatsumi. When a higher value comes up on the dice, you have to show it at the end of the game. Until then, I'm going to chip away at the opponent's forces. It's a daring thing I can do because Kibikun, Zenovia, Rossweisse, Butchu, and Escanor are behind me. And so are you, she smiles. Tatsumi, okay, be careful. Rias, I understand, Aquino, I'll leave it to you. Aquino, yes, Rias, let's win together. Aquino says this before disappearing into the magic circle. The place Aquino arrives at is a field lined with many giant towers made of rock. Aquino is standing atop one of these towers. At the top of the opposite tower standing before her is a blonde-haired girl. It's Queen Sekiryuutei, Kushia Abaddon. Abaddon, so you came just as I expected. Priestess of the Sacred Lightning. Aquino, yes, I'm a little inexperienced, but it's nice to meet you. Nude, the fifth fight begins now. Aquino and her opponent rise into the air, their wings flapping. Then an intense battle of demonic powers begins. Aquino unleashes numerous fire attacks, while her opponent unleashes a massive ice attack. If Aquino unleashes water, Abaddon uses wind. The aerial battle of demonic powers is very evenly matched. Possibly because Aquino has also strengthened her demonic powers through training, she is able to unleash more powerful attacks than before. It is so powerful that the impact created by her demonic powers begins to topple the surrounding buildings. When Aquino creates a black cloud in the sky using her demonic powers, she unleashes a high-density sacred lightning bolt upon her opponent. There's a flash, and lightning surrounds Abaddon, but before that happens, a tether forms in the atmosphere and a hole appears. The high-density holy lightning is absorbed by the hole without a trace. Aquino, that's it, so how about this? A barrage of high-density holy lightning strikes the surrounding area, destroying buildings. A combo of holy lightning covering half the battlefield heads toward Abaddon, but Abaddon expands his hole and she creates more holes. The giant hole and the surrounding holes absorb Aquino's continuous holy lightning blasts. Abaddon, my hole can expand and I can also create several of them. Inside the hole, I can split the opponent's attacks by absorbing and releasing them. In this way, many holes appeared and surrounded Aquino. Abaddon, from the sacred lightning I will remove the lightning and return only what is sacred to you. From the pits, a light heads towards Aquino. For a demon, light is poisonous. Aquino was enveloped by the light. Nude, Rias Gremory's battle-hardened queen retreats. After that, we were all incredulous. We didn't know that Abaddon's technique would serve as a counter. Rias, the reason we lost was because we underestimated Abaddon's whole technique. Tatsumi, damn, I should have gone in her place and defeated her immediately. Rias, let's continue. The end of the game is approaching, so we can't feel relieved just yet. The time to roll the dice for the sixth fight has arrived. Both kings rolled the die. The total value is 12. Nude, it's here. The value of 12 has finally appeared. The meaning of this value is that the fighter Sekiryuutei can appear to fight. Audience, oh. As if he were answering her, Sekiryuutei throws his shirt to his base. Perhaps it's something he prepared for the fight, so he's wearing a tight black suit under his shirt. His magnificent physique is accentuated. Kiba, Escanor, and Tatsumikun, Zenovia, Rossweisse, and I will fight Sekiryuutei. Issei, I see, Tatsumi. Kiba, I'll try to tire the opponent out as much as possible. For you and Butchu. Issei, yes, I'll leave it to you. Rias, Yuyudo, you might. Kiba nods. I won't be able to defeat Sekiryuutei on my own. I'm aware of that, so what's my role? It's simple. To weaken the opponents as much as possible. Even if it costs me my life. Zenovia, Rossweisse, will you accompany me? Zenovia, yes, of course. I never thought I could muster so much courage with Tatsumi, Issei, and Butchu on my tail. I can understand Vice President Aquino's feelings. Rossweisse, it's good and simple since we know our roles. Let's tire the opponent out as much as possible. Rias, Issei, or Tatsumi and Yuyudo, or if he teams up with Zenovia. Kiba, no, we can't let Issei or Tatsumi go yet. After this fight, it's highly likely the opposing queen and either Issei or Tatsumi will fight. If that happens. Rias, if that happens, then there would only be 2 opponents left, though according to the rules, Issei can't fight consecutively. That's why it would be good to send Asia to the next fight and then make her lose before she even gets to fight. If it becomes the final fight, there won't be any need for Asia's healing ability, so making her lose will set up the next match for Issei or Tatsumi. So the fight after that will be between Issei Tatsumi and Sekiryuutei because given Sekiryuutei's personality he won't send his pawn. That's how it is, right Yuuto? Kiba, yes, just as I thought, she's planned it all the way. That's why this moment is crucial. We need to diminish Sekiryuutei's power. Zenovia, and we're going to defeat him if we can. Rossweisse, yes, I was planning to do that too. Rias, I'm going to leave this to the three of you. Please damage Sekiryuutei as much as you can. I'm sorry, I was determined before but you taught me new things again. I really am a naive and despicable leader. Kiba, by meeting her we were all saved. The reason we came this far is because of the love Butchu has given us. We will give her the victory, we all will. Tatsumi, I'll leave the rest to you. Kiba, yes, leave it to me partner. Tatsumi, Zenovia, be careful. Zenovia, don't worry. Then let's celebrate the victory, she smiled. And so the three of them were transferred to the battlefield. The place where the three arrived was a lake. Sekiryuutei was already waiting for them with his arms crossed. Sekiryuutei, is this Rias' plan? He smiles, I see. It seems Rias has matured as well. You won't be able to defeat me. Even so, are you alright with that? Kiba, we won't die so easily. I'll send you to face Sekiryuutei in your worst condition. Sekiryuutei, big words. Let's see how much you can excite me. Nude, the sixth fight begins now. Then on Sekiryuutei's four limbs a strange mark appears. Sekiryuutei, this is a restriction that places a burden on my body. I will remove it. I will answer you by fighting with my full power. As low light spilled from Sekiryuutei's limbs, the markings vanished. In the next moment, the surroundings of Sekiryuutei were blown away with a sound, the wind pressure carving deep beneath Sekiryuutei's feet and creating a crater. The lake water churned violently. And in the center of the crater, Sekiryuutei's body emanated a white glow. Azazel, what a kid, he's wearing tauki, and its rich density makes him more visible. Nude, so you're saying that the fighter Sekiryuutei knows how to fight using Kai? Azazel, no, I received no information that he learned how to use Senjutsu. Belial, yes. He hasn't learned anything about Senjutsu. That's a tauki that has awakened after his continuous taijutsu training. His body, which pursues pure power, gained a power distinct from demonic power. It is the very foundation of life, and he is wearing it around his body. You can tell that the excess power and life force he poured out is visible to us. Sekiryuutei, I will not lower my guard even once. You are warriors who came with the resolve to be defeated. You are not ordinary opponents. I too will fight with the resolve to be defeated. That is who I am, and that is my respect to my opponents. Sekiryuutei disappeared from the scene after moving. Rossweisse, I won't let you. Rossweisse activated several magic circles at random and struck a pose to unleash a full barrage of magical attacks. Kiba, Rossweisse over there. Kiba, who had predicted Sekiryuutei's movements, pointed his sacred demonic sword in that direction, and Rossweisse's full blasts were unleashed in that direction, Sekiryuutei also appearing there. Many magical attacks with different attributes were fired, and Zenovia's holy waves also mixed with the magical attacks and flew toward him. Sekiryuutei, HMPH. Along with the sound of his fist hitting the air, Sekiryuutei also deflected the attacks heading toward him with his fists. Sekiryuutei dodged the magical attacks and holy waves, closing the distance with Rossweisse. Kiba, run. Before Kiba could tell Rossweisse to run, Sekiryuutei's fist slammed deep into her stomach. The moment it hit, the blow was so powerful it shook the atmosphere around her. Rossweisse winced in pain and was sent flying to the far end of the lake by that punch. At the same time, her body was enveloped in the light used for retreat and she fell into the lake. Sekiryuutei one down. Zenovia, whoa. As Rossweisse was disappearing, Zenovia charged at Sekiryuutei with her sword to attack him. He vanished and reappeared behind Zenovia. He tried to kick her, but Zenovia twisted her body and dodged it. Even though she dodged it, his kick shook the atmosphere and created a wind pressure that split the lake in two. Zenovia, his speed is too fast. Sekiryuutei, I took down the annoying magic user first, now there are two swordsmen, and both are users of holy swords. Zenovia, Kiba, this kid is really bad news. We can't win unless we use our full power. Kiba, I know that, Zenovia. We shouldn't think about the consequences. We'll lose instantly even if we think about fighting while holding back even a little. That's just how our opponent is. Sekiryuutei, that's right, try to stop my fist. He jumped to the front of the area and charged, striking Kiba with his fist covered in tauki. Seeing him approach, Kiba created several demonic holy swords in front of him and formed a wall with them, but these were easily destroyed with a single blow. Kiba, my demonic holy swords. Sekiryuutei, how fragile, you can't stop my attacks with these. Kiba left his position after seeing that fighting at close range was dangerous, but Sekiryuutei went after him as well. Kiba, goo, a bitter clang of metal echoed. Kiba was struck, his holy sword shattered, and the demonic holy sword was also destroyed. Sekiryuutei, even though you strengthened your specialty, you didn't forget to hone your techniques. More than that, your loyalty to your mistress and comrades is strong. You are indeed a fine knight. Rias, this boy is a magnificent knight who makes me envious of you. But your defense, that's your only weakness, Kiba Yuyuto, but don't be ashamed. Even if it's not you, no one can withstand this fist. Zenovia, Durandal. Zenovia rushes to Kiba's rescue, swinging down her Durandal, and several shockwaves from the sword hurtled toward Sekiryuutei. Sekiryuutei, the shockwave of a holy sword, Interesting. My willpower or the shockwaves created by a holy sword. Let's see which is the most powerful. Sekiryuutei increases the Tauki around his body and takes a direct hit from Durandal. The result is without a scratch. Zenovia without a scratch while being hit by a direct attack. He's a monster. Sekiryuutei arches his neck. That's a good shock, but it's not enough to stop me. Kiba Zenovia will do a combo. Kiba says this to Zenovia. She gets up and they both unleash their swords against Sekiryuutei. Sekiryuutei dodges both swords, the demonic sacred sword and the ex-Durandal, with minimal movement. Kiba creates distance. He immediately changes his demonic sacred sword into a holy sword and summons troops of dragon knights. In short, it's his balance breaker. That's the ability he told Issei and me he was practicing. Kiba go Sekiryuutei, so the new balance breaker, I'll gladly face him. Sekiryuutei takes the dragon knights by surprise and begins destroying them with blow after blow while dodging their swords. Sekiryuutei, there are several of them and they're fast, but if my opponent they lack toughness. Kiba, those knight troops were destroyed with just punches and kicks. Sekiryuutei, their movements tell me they're full of talent. I can sense the potential of their attacks, but in this situation I'm stronger. Sekiryuutei, who had dodged both of their slashes, slammed his fist into Zenovia's stomach and delivered a side kick to Kiba's side. We heard a disturbing sound coming from their bodies. Zenovia slashed Kiba, Gaha. Kiba chuckled as he coughed up blood. Kiba, Issei and Tatsumi kept fighting even after receiving this attack and kept walking. He's definitely amazing. He struggled to his feet. My body can still move. That's good. I can still fight. I can still weaken my enemy. Kiba creates a demonic sacred sword in his hand. Zenovia responds by standing unsteadily. Sekiryuutei, it seems I still can't calm down. Kiba, now let's go and weaken him. Zenovia, let's carry our swords a little longer for Issei, Tatsumi and Butchu. They both stood in front of Sekiryuutei, striking a pose with their swords. The fierce Tauka-drenched god wore a truly pleased expression. Sekiryuutei, so you two will continue to entertain me. Zenovia, yes, we will. As Zenovia said this, Rossweisse suddenly appeared from behind. And there was a sword in her hand, and it was a transparent sword. Rossweisse, you let your guard down, then how about a full magic blast at close range? Rossweisse, who has been resurrected, makes several magic circles appear in front of Sekiryuutei, and she unleashes magic attacks at close range. As it made a loud, explosive sound, smoke billowed from Sekiryuutei's body. They had finally managed to damage it, with Tatsumi and the others. Rias smiles. The Rossweisse that Sekiryuutei defeated was one of the Excaliburs that were transferred into the ex-Durandal's sheath. It's what the imitation Excalibur transformed into. And the one that just appeared is the real Rossweisse, who became transparent with the transparent Excalibur. It seems that each of the Excaliburs that were included in the ex-Durandal has its abilities enhanced. If you gain the approval of Zenovia, who is the wielder, anyone can receive the blessing of each Excalibur for a short time, even if you are not a holy sword user. It can change the appearance of the wielder and can even make the wielder invisible. But even if I say that, it's not like you can wield the holy blade on its own. There seems to be a limit to how long it can be activated each day. Remember when Zenovia was firing the blood waves when Rossweisse unleashed the full magical blast on Sekiryuutei? Most likely, both Excaliburs, the transparent and the imitator, were hidden within those holy waves. Rossweisse caught them, created an imitation of herself, and made herself transparent in order to find an opening. Issei, so that's why the fake Rossweisse was glowing. Rias, she must have cast a spell on her imitation. It was an act she performed to lower Sekiryuutei's guard. The reason Rossweisse is able to wield the holy blade is because she cast many spells on her hands which weakened the damage she receives from the holy power. She said she was able to do it for a short period of time. Issei, amazing. So they created a fighting style like this. Rias, I was always thinking about where to use Zenovia's holy sword abilities. I told them a couple of ways to use it, but it seems they mastered it this way. With Xenovia Kiba and Rosswisse. Sekiryuutei, who had taken the full force of the magic blast at close range, stood up as blood gushed from the front of his body. Sekiryuutei, I suspected as much because there was no warning. I thought you were in a state where you could barely hold on without retreating unconscious into the depths of the lake. That was magnificent, all of you. But his eyes turned sharp. When he gripped his right hand tightly, he slowly pulled it back. The Tauki covering his body tangled in his fist and his right hand buffed. Sekiryuutei, along with my respects to you all, I also want to give you this. Perhaps they sensed something, so the three immediately retreated. Kiba shouts after creating some distance. Zenovia, this is the critical moment. Let's stick to that plan. His fist was released, and it was heading towards Rossweisse, who was then struck and began to glow and was pulled back. He waved away the smoke created by the pressure of his fist, and Sekiryuutei again gripped his fists tightly and slowly pulled them back. Rias Gremory's tower is retreating. Nude said, this is a fist that can inflict critical injuries even if you're lightly touched by it. A half-hearted attack won't be able to stop this. The fist of his right hand, which is covered with a lot of Tauki, is about to be released again. Kiba and Zenovia moved forward, slashing at Sekiryuutei. They are aiming for Sekiryuutei's right arm. Kiba's demonic sacred sword cuts beneath Sekiryuutei's right arm but fails to sever it. In fact, the blade is destroyed by the Tauki. Zenovia's Durandal also descends but is stopped by the Tauki and cannot cut deeply. Zenovia grits her teeth, but Kiba also grabs Durandal's hilt. At that moment, Durandal emits a massive glow and aura, severing Sekiryuutei's right arm. Sekiryuutei, magnificent. I give you my right arm. With this, I can use the Phoenix Tears whenever I want or not. After all, I want to fight in the final battle with all my power. Saying just that, Sekiryuutei kicked Zenovia high into the air, and as she was floating, he began a combo with his punches and kicks, and then in the end, he slammed her to the ground. The light faded from Zenovia's eyes. She completely lost consciousness during that attack. Kiba tries to create some distance after seeing the combo in midair, but Sekiryuutei's massive left hand grabs his face. He slams Kiba's face into the ground as he runs, dragging Kiba's body along, then kicks him high into the air. As Kiba is airborne, Sekiryuutei plunges his thrust deep into Kiba's stomach. The fist makes a loud crack that reverberates throughout the area. Sekiryuutei's fist rips through Kiba's body and sends him flying into the lake behind them. As he falls, Kiba grins, his face bruised, and says, "Our duty is fulfilled. What remains is for my mistress and my two best friends to defeat you." With that, Kiba and Zenovia vanish into the light. "I can only say this," Sekiryuutei says, "you guys were splendid. I'm grateful I was able to fight you." Sekiryuutei says this as he gathers his right arm. There doesn't sound like there are any lies behind his words. "Kiba, Issei Tatsumi, but you please win against this person." Nude, Rias Gremory's two Knights of the Cross are withdrawing. None of us had said a word while watching the screen, but even so, Rias, Issei, and Ange were relieved to see Sekiryuutei use his Phoenix Tear. Rias, they put up a magnificent fight. Then the three of them were speechless as they looked at me. That's because what's being emitted from my body is clearly the intent to kill, and a strong hostility. And I couldn't bear it, seeing people I love and people I care about get defeated like that. It makes me want to explode. I'm at my limit. Nude, now we're nearing the end of the game. Please, both kings, roll your dice. Rias rolled the die at the top of the stand. The resulting value was 5. Sekiryuutei's result was 4, a total of 9. Tatsumi, but you, Issei, Ange, I'll go then. The moment I was transferred, Rias, Issei, and Ange saw my face contorted with anger. The battlefield I was transferred to was a coliseum devoid of any other people. The one who appeared beside me was the queen, Kushia Abaddon. "Abaddon, Sasaki Tatsumi, you seem very calm. I thought you'd be happy to have me, a woman, as your opponent." "Tatsumi, I am happy. I welcome beauties anytime," I said with a forced smile that quickly turned serious, "but I don't care." The referee appeared between us and the fight was about to begin. "Tatsumi, it's okay now, right? I don't have to put up with it anymore, do I? Kiba, Aquino, Kaneko, Zenovia, Gasper, and Rossweisse. I can't take it anymore." Nude, the 7th fight start now. "Abaddon, Tatsumi-san, use your balance breaker. My master Sekiryuutei-sama wishes to see you serious. Therefore, I, his queen, must grant his wish." I obeyed, and without a word, I put on the armor Tyrant V3. In that moment, out of anger, I relinquished control to Tyrant, which is why I was able to put on the armor without taking out the key or anything. "Tatsumi, I can't hold out any longer. If you don't want to die, put all your power into your defense. If you do that, then you'll be able to retreat safely." "Abaddon, you certainly talk a lot. Very well, I too will stop you with all my power. It doesn't matter if you're the Dragon of Evolution. For my master, I'll go." "Tatsumi, consider yourself warned." Suddenly, my body began to be surrounded by a white aura. "Tatsumi Itto Shura." With godlike speed, I arrive in front of Abaddon before she can react. Then I deliver a direct blow to her stomach, but before that can happen, Abaddon's body is enveloped in light and she vanishes from the field. Goo. The attack slams through the air and destroys the Colosseum without leaving a trace. Nude, Sekiryuutei Bale's valiant queen retreats. The referee announces, "It's my victory, it's all over," instantly. But that blow didn't hit her. Before it struck the queen, it seemed as if she was forced to retreat by someone. "Sekiryuutei, I forced Kushia to retreat." At that point, she would have ended up dead at the hands of the evolutionary dragon. "You were trying to kill her, weren't you?" Sekiryuutei tells me that I was on the field. I open the mask of my helmet, then say as I reveal my face, "Tatsumi, yes, I'm sorry. I just couldn't contain my anger towards your team. Please forgive me for thinking that action was for the benefit of my juniors." Even as I said those words, my voice was cold and cruel, and my eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. Sekiryuutei smiled happily after understanding me. "Sekiryuutei, what eyes? They're full of murderous intent. I even dreamed of crossing fists with the Red Dragon Emperor and the Evolutionary Dragon, so I'd like to ask the committee, isn't that enough? It's foolish to let this man fight under the rules. For the next fight, I wish it to be a team battle with everyone on my side against everyone on his. He wants to fight me and Issei at our best. He must think this current situation is the perfect opportunity. The crowd cheered at Sekiryuutei's suggestion and the announcer also shouted, "Nude, oh, we've received a suggestion from the fighter Sekiryuutei in this situation." Belial, certainly. It's easy to predict the flow of things after this. Because there's a rule prohibiting continuous participation, the next fight will be between Bale's pawn and Gremory's bishop. And after that the final serious fight will be between Sekiryuutei and Sekiryuutei. That's easy to predict. There's certainly a point that would be boring. Azazel, if that's the case, they can decide it with a team battle. That's easy to understand and we can continue watching the fight under this tension. Now the committee's higher-ups will either choose the current rule, which is easy to predict, or they'll choose the team battle. Tatsumi, I don't care if that's what they want. After a few minutes we were all back at our bases and the announcer gave a report. Nude, yeah, I just got the committee's report. It seems they're in agreement. The next fight will be a team battle that will decide everything. It'll be a battle with every remaining member. Sekiryuutei, so that's how it turns out. I really want to do this. I won't say you won't hold a grudge if I kill you, but just be prepared because you might die just like you. How do Issei Tatsumi, he smiled. I'm going after you with the intention of killing Yao. No, sorry, I misspoke. I'm going to kill you for real. If I don't, then it doesn't seem like I'm capable of defeating you and I won't be able to face my comrades either. Sekiryuutei, I'm sure I can't hold back any longer. The fight between these three men, no one will be able to stop us. The final battle is about to begin. Chapter 41, Part 44. We were already on the battlefield, a spacious plain surrounded by mountains. Sekiryuutei and his pawn stood before us while Issei, Rias and I stood together. We'd left Asia at the base as she might get hurt in this battle. Then the announcer spoke. Now, the final battle between the young demons Bale and Gremory has entered its final stage. This last battle is a team battle, as Sekiryuutei suggested. Bale's side consists of the king Sekiryuutei and the mysterious masked pawn Regulus. The opposing Gremory side consists of the Switch Princess, Rias, the king, the hero of the world, the Oppai Dragon, also known as the Pawn, the Sekiryuutei Hyodo Issei, and the White Infernal Dragon, also known as the Pawn, the Evolutionary Dragon Sasaki Tatsumi. Audience zoom IYA. Kids OPPA INCURSAO. Referee, now I'd like to start the battle. The referee stepped between the two teams. Referee, then please begin. Finally, the last battle began. Both Issei and the opposing pawn quickly promoted to queen. Their powers were established. Rias, Issei and I took our fighting stances, but Sekiryuutei chuckled. Sekiryuutei, Rias. There's something I want to say before the fight. Your servants are wonderful. They care for you so much that I'm envious. That's why everyone was such a strong opponent. It's just me and that pawn over there. Their side is basically the same. It's the final round of the game. Tatsumi, Issei, you go first. I'll defend Rias. Issei, yes, Sekiryuutei, who, so the Sekiryuutei will go first. Well, let's begin. Issei, balance breaker. Tatsumi, then I'll take care of his pawn. Rias, stay back. Rias, yes, but we could fight together. Tatsumi, that wouldn't be a good idea. If you're defeated, the game is over. All Issei and I can do is protect you. He looks at the boy Regulus, right? Regulus, yes, I'm Sekiryuutei-sama's pawn. A pleasure to meet you, Dragon of Evolution. He smiles. Tatsumi, so how about we start our fight now? Regulus, sounds good to me. At that moment, I summoned the Incursio key and prepared to put on my armor, but then a scream came from Regulus, and we began to see his body transform until he resembled a golden lion. Regulus GROOWWLL. Tatsumi, a lion. Nude, no way. The identity of Bale's team's mysterious pawn is a huge lion. Azazel, wait, is that the Nemean lion? No, that Jewel is. Nude, what do you mean? Azazel, it was originally the opponent the original Hercules faced in one of his 12 labors. The god of the Bible captured one of them and sealed it inside a sacred gear. It became something that was catalogued as one of the 13 Longinus. If mastered, it can split the earth with a single blow and can also transform into a huge lion, the Regulus Nemea. I recall it also had the ability to protect the wielder from weapons and projectiles, but I've received information that the wielder has been absent for the past few years. I never thought he would become Bale's team pawn. Sekiryuutei, no, unfortunately the wielder is already dead. When I found the true wielder of the Regulus Nemea, he had already been killed by a mysterious group. The sacred gear that took the form of an axe was the only thing I secured. The battle axe, which was supposed to disappear because the wielder died, transformed into a lion of its own volition and annihilated the group that killed its wielder. That's when I made him my servant. I thought it was a fateful meeting arranged by the bloodline of my mother's lion rulers. Azazel, a sacred gear that moves by itself of its own volition, and it's a Longinus. On top of everything, it's reincarnated as a demon. The lion is incredible, or the evil pieces are incredible. Either way, this interests me greatly. Very interesting indeed. No wonder we couldn't locate him, damn it. Why do the Longinus exhibit strange phenomena at this time of year? Forget about it, Sekiryuutei. Bring that lion to my lab during my free time. I'm eager to investigate him. Tatsumi, I'm sorry, Azazel, but I might kill him. If that happens, I'm sorry. Azazel, what are you saying? Don't even think about killing him. Damn it, at least knock him unconscious. Tatsumi, tusk ready, lion. Well, let's begin. Incorso Regulus lunges at me, but it seems he's trying to hurt Rias to force us to use Phoenix Tears. He's clever, isn't he? But before he can attack her, I strike him in the side, sending him flying. Regulus, you're strong, I admit it. Tatsumi, and you haven't seen anything. I raise my hand to the right. Peter, Basilius, Dionysus, Saint Mary, please hear my voice. Rias, Tatsumi, that's it. Tatsumi, in the name of the saint inscribed on the sacred blade, I release you, Durandal. And from the magic circle, the sword Durandal, also called X-Durandal, slowly emerges, something that surprises everyone since everyone knew that sword belonged to Zenobia. Tatsumi, it was Zenobia's suggestion. She would transfer the right to use the sword to me since this sword is too good for her. Now get ready. I leap as X-Durandal's destructive power builds up and launch it at Regulus, but as its description says, he's too tough even for X-Durandal. Still, I don't give up and start fighting Regulus with X-Durandal in hand. At one point in the fight, we stand still, meters apart, until I hear Issei. Issei is exchanging blows while charging up. It seems he's planning to use Dragon Blaster, but he's keeping it hidden from Sekiryuutei. Issei, Welsh Sonic Boost Knight. Issei appears in front of Sekiryuutei and then changes to Rook mode, sending him flying into the sky, then to Bishop mode, and then Issei Welsh Blaster Bishop. He aims the two cannons that appeared on his back and then fires at Sekiryuutei. Issei, Dragon Blaster. He takes the full force of the attack, creating a massive explosion in the air, and then Sekiryuutei falls to the ground, slightly injured. Regulus, seeing Sekiryuutei, rushes to his side and seems to be arguing. Regulus, Sekiryuutei-sama, use me, please use me. If you use Balance Breaker, you'll transcend Sekiryuutei. Are you trying to throw a match you can win? Sekiryuutei, shut your mouth. That's the power I decided to use only during a crisis in the underworld. What will come of it if I use that in front of this man? I'll fight this man with just this body. Tatsumi, if you can become stronger, please use the power of the lion. Issei, use it. I want to fight you at my full potential. There's no point if I can't surpass Sekiryuutei, who hasn't even used that power. All the training I've done up to this day will mean nothing to me. Today I will claim victory by defeating you when you get serious. Tatsumi, we're fighting for our dreams. What can be gained by not defeating our opponent who isn't at his best? Sekiryuutei, I'm sorry. Somewhere in my heart I thought this was a game, that there would be a second chance. It seems as if I was thinking such naive things. What foolish thoughts I had. I'm angry with myself for not realizing that I won't have a fight like this again. Regulus. Regulus, yes, the lion that answered his master, the enormous lion shone with a golden color. He turned into a particle of light and headed towards Sekiryuutei. Sekiryuutei, then let's do it. I have decided that today this stage will be a battle to the death. Don't hold a grudge against me even if you die. Hayadu Issei and Sasaki Tatsumi. Sekiryuutei, who was covered in golden particles, said that aloud. Sekiryuutei, my lion, king of Nemea, you who have been called the king of lions, answer my roar and become my armor. Sekiryuutei and the lion suddenly separated, blowing away the landscape of this place. Regulus, Balance Breaker. Sekiryuutei, Balance Breaker. A dazzling light spread across the entire field. Because of its intense light, Butchu and I covered our faces with our arms. When the light disappeared, what appeared before me was a golden armor that bore the image of a lion. The helmet on its head had a golden mane that resembled a lion's. There was a lion's face on the chest, and the eyes within it shone as if it had a mind of its own. Sekiryuutei, the balance breaker of the Regulus Nemea, is the Regulus King Leather Rex. Hayadu Issei, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for making me get serious. That's why I'll repay you with my fist. Come at me with that powerful tower. Tatsumi Issei, use your full power, and I mean all of it. Issei. I who am about to awakens. Am the Red Dragon Emperor who has discarded the principles of domination. I will walk the path of righteousness with infinite hopes and dreams. I will become the Crimson Dragon King, and I promise you all, I will show you the future that shines with true crimson light. Cardinal Crimson Full Drive. Tatsumi, show me who you are. Show me who the strongest Sekiryuutei is. Show me your true feelings. Issei, I will because I. Tatsumi, shout Issei with all your soul. Issei, because I love Riasgrmory. After his declaration, Issei charges towards Sekiryuutei, but his blows are incredibly powerful and they continue exchanging blows. Rias Issei, when did you become so strong? Tatsumi, we trained very hard every day. He and I were trying to improve the Trihexa ability and I was trying to achieve V4. But one day, unexpectedly, he showed me that form, but it vanished after a few seconds. He wants to become strong to protect you, everyone, and the children who believe in him. Rias Issei. The fight between Issei and Sekiryuutei was a fight to the death. You could hear Drake growing stronger and stronger, and each blow Issei landed was heavier. But Sekiryuutei still wouldn't give up and kept drawing more power from deep within. But Sekiryuutei boom, Issei Gaa. Issei receives a powerful punch to the stomach that shatters his armor and a mouthful of blood erupts. The force sends him flying towards a mountain, but before he crashes, I catch him and take him to Rias. Rias Issei. Issei, I'm fine thanks to the armor withstanding most of the punch. Sorry Rias, I did my best. Rias, no, that was impressive Issei. Tatsumi, you did well, Issei. Now protect Rias. Issei nods and his armor returns to the balance breaker. Meanwhile, I head towards Sekiryuutei and throw him the bottle of Phoenix Tears. Tatsumi, here, heal yourself. Sekiryuutei, you know I'm your enemy, right? Tatsumi, I know, but I already said so, didn't I? I want to fight you at your best and at your maximum. Sekiryuutei, okay, he smiles. He uncorks the bottle and drops the tear to see that all his scratches were healed. After that, he and his armor and I in the V3 got into fighting stances. Tatsumi, Itto Shura. At our maximum power, we both launched ourselves simultaneously and an unparalleled battle ensued. A multitude of shockwaves could be seen in the sky, the result of our fight. He and I were currently evenly matched in terms of power, or so I thought. Suddenly, the aura surrounding Sekiryuutei began to whiten considerably, and the blows I received from him were much heavier. Tatsumi, even with Itto Shura, I can't keep up with him. What? Sekiryuutei, come on, Tatsumi. Is that all you've got? Tatsumi, I launched myself at him again, but just as I was about to throw a punch, I felt a sharp pain. Looking down, I saw that Sekiryuutei had already punched me in the stomach, sending me flying into a mountain where I lost my armor and consciousness. In the stands, Irina/Ravel, Tatsumi. Boy, hey, do you girls like the white infernal dragon? Irina/Ravel, they look at each other and then at the boy with a smile. We love him. Boy, well then, we have to cheer him on. Everyone, INCURSAO, 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 INCURSAO. Suddenly, a huge earthquake shook the entire stadium and battlefield, followed by a scream in the background. Tatsumi, Irina, do you hear that? Do you know what it means? Everyone together. Boys/girls/Irina/Ravel/Tatsumi, INCURSAO, on the battlefield. Moments before the earthquake. In my mind, I was in a black space. I didn't know what was happening since a moment ago I was on the battlefield. Suddenly, from the depths of darkness, someone I knew appeared. Bullied. Tatsumi, Aniki. Bullied, it's been a long time, Tatsumi. You've grown. Tatsumi, how is it possible that we're talking right now? Bullied, you're currently unconscious from Sekiryuutei's attack. I'm here to show you how to surpass your limits and reach V4. Tatsumi, impossible. I've tried everything. The last time was just for a moment in Kyoto and he never reappeared. I simply can't do it on my own. Bullied, you have all of us, he smiles. At that moment, Shield, Bullied, Lubbock, Suzunu, Chelsea, and mine appeared. Seeing them brought tears to my eyes. Tatsumi, mine guys. Bullied will help you since we'll always be together. Here, pointing to my heart. At that moment, the 6 of them transformed into spheres of light and entered me, followed by a white light that illuminated the entire place, causing me to awaken. Out of my mind. Background music. I was under the rubble, but as I slowly started to get up, a huge earthquake shook the place, alerting everyone, and then I summoned the Incursio key. Tatsumi, INCURSIO, Ruuer. A dragon's roar is heard throughout the area, and the entire audience is surprised to see a silhouette of the humanoid dragon behind me. Little by little, the humanoid dragon would be approaching me and then be surrounded by a red aura. A few seconds later, a huge explosion occurred all around me, and when the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned to see the new evolution I had achieved. Tatsumi, Tarnt V4. Issei, finally he did it. Sekiryuutei, go Tatsumi, Tatsumi, get ready Sekiryuutei. Because I'll show you my new ability too. Sekiryuutei, a new ability. Suddenly, a red aura began to surround my body, gradually becoming an intense red. Tatsumi, looking at the palm of my hand, it's an incomplete technique. The probability of it working is less than 1 in 10. If I use it incorrectly, my body will be more than just destroyed, but clenching my fist, little by little, I began to accumulate much more power, so much so that everyone was surprised by the earthquake I was causing, even in the stadium. Tatsumi, At that moment, I stopped accumulating power and the red aura surrounding me disappeared, followed by silence. But at that moment, he smiled from under his helmet, and Tatsumi Kaioken. Suddenly, a red aura appeared, but this time much more intense, something that surprised Sekiryuutei. Tatsumi, I was able to use the power of the Kaioken in the Tyrant V4 armor, although I almost died when my power went out of control. Apparently, I've managed to control it perfectly. The Kaioken, this is my trump. Sekiryuutei Kaioken. Tatsumi, yes, it's a power-up technique that gives the user a double boost in power, speed, stamina, and senses, the multiplier of which can be increased according to the user's physical capacity and managed temporarily for as long as I want or am able to use it. Here I go. At that moment, I launched myself at an incredible speed that Sekiryuutei couldn't follow. I moved from side to side without being seen, then appeared in front of him. Sekiryuutei, what? Tatsumi, here I am. Sekiryuutei, I couldn't see anything. Tatsumi, I'm accumulating more power to multiply the power of the Kaioken even more. Sekiryuutei x3 x4 no. Tatsumi x10 Kaioken x10. The surroundings turned reddish, and I launched myself at incredible speed toward Sekiryuutei, landing a powerful blow to his face. Issei, that was fast. So this is the skill I've been practicing. Ria's incredible eye didn't see it coming. Issei, it's amazing that he managed it. Rias, why do you say that? Issei, he gave me a brief explanation and said that this skill requires a pure heart, but what's most surprising of all is that he was able to use the Kaioken with the armor at V4. Rias, this kid, he never ceases to amaze us. Nude, it's incredible. The speed Tatsumi-san's pawn achieved is on another level. Not even Sekiryuutei could see it. Azazel, that kid is a box full of surprises, he smiles. After the punch, I started a combo of punches and kicks before delivering the final blow and sending him crashing into a mountain. I separated to make the final attack. Tatsumi, looks like I can't last much longer with the Kaioken Tyrant, let's finish this. Tyrant, of course, partner, boost, 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 boost. Tatsumi came. Tyrant, boost, 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 Tatsumi, HME. Tyrant, boost, 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 transfer, Tatsumi, HAAAAA. Music stops here. A huge explosion erupted where Sekiryuutei had been, and he could be seen lying in the middle of the crater. He won't be able to get up now. He took a lot of damage, and it seems he used all his strength in the attack I just launched. Then a woman appeared in front of me walking very weakly. She stood right next to Sekiryuutei. It seemed as if she were saying something, get up. The woman spoke clearly but with a weak voice. Something astonishing is happening before my eyes. Sekiryuutei stirred slightly, then he raised his face. His face was covered in bruises, his eyes were light-colored, but I could sense something powerful within them. Then the woman spoke to Sekiryuutei. Sekiryuutei. She approached Sekiryuutei as if she were looking at her son. She spoke with a voice only I could hear. It wasn't the joy of a mother worried about her child who was fighting desperately. Stand up, stand up. Sekiryuutei, didn't you promise me you would be stronger than everyone else? Sekiryuutei's body moved. It certainly began to move. His arms, hands, and legs moved, making him stand up. Fulfill your dream for the world you desire, for the future of the underworld, so that no one else will ever have to experience the pain you felt. Isn't that the reason you kept clenching your fists so tightly? A world where anyone can find their place based on their abilities, not on where they came from. Wasn't that the world you dreamed of? A world where unborn children wouldn't feel sadness. Weren't you going to create such a world? Sekiryuutei's mother smiled as she began to fade away. It was the face of a mother looking at her proud child. Now go, my dear Sekiryuutei, you are my son. It happened at that moment. The man in front of me rose from the ground, bleeding profusely. Sekiryuutei, Regulus, That was the roar of a magnificent lion, sounding brave yet also sorrowful. The sand shook violently. Even I was trembling. I'd lost the Kaioken and my body has quite a few broken bones, but I can still fight this man. I can finish him off. Sekiryuutei, Sasaki, Tatsumi, I won't lose. There's a dream I have to fulfill. Tatsumi, me too. I can't lose like this either. Itto Shura, I kept going as I said that, and we clashed fists head-on. He won't give up. Sekiryuutei won't give up no matter how hard I hit him. He keeps hitting me without losing the light in his eyes. Sekiryuutei, I only have this body. That's why I'll lose everything if I'm defeated. All the things I've achieved will collapse. For me, who didn't inherit our clan's power of destruction, the only path is to keep winning. That's why I must win with this fist. That's why I can only win with my fist. It may not look elegant, but this is my strange way of fighting you. Tatsumi, haha, I have a dream too. I also am going to become a king someday. I'm going to be the strongest. I was going all out, blood would start pouring out from my eyes, mouth, nose, etc. under my mask, but I wouldn't give up and I would try to land another blow. My blow reached Sekiryuutei. It was a blow I could even say was effective, but because of it I also lost my armor. Sekiryuutei's body trembled, but he didn't fall. When I was about to follow through with a single punch. Regulus, Dragon of Evolution, it's alright now my master Sekiryuutei-sama is. Tatsumi, Sekiryuutei. Sekiryuutei lost consciousness, his fist raised forward as if he were going to come at me. He was still smiling even so, his eyes shone with light and he still had the will to keep fighting. Regulus, Sekiryuutei-sama had already lost consciousness a moment ago, even so he was happy. He kept moving forward as if he felt content. He kept going because he was truly enjoying the fight while his dream hung in the balance. Tatsumi hugging him, thank you. Sekiryuutei disappears and then I fall into Rias and Issei's arms to keep me upright. Nude, Sekiryuutei Bale loses, he withdraws. This is the end of the game. Victory goes to Rias Gremory's team. Chapter 42. When I woke up I saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Tatsumi, is this where I am? When I looked around I realized I was bandaged and lying in a bed. Instead of being injured I was just really exhausted. Sekiryuutei, looks like you're awake. Issei, finally. Tatsumi, Sekiryuutei and Issei, why are we in the same room? Sekiryuutei, coincidentally, yes, there should be spare rooms. Perhaps Sekiryuutei-sama or Viceroy Azazel paired us up in this room so we'd have someone to talk to until we reclaim our fortress. Issei, I came at Ria's insistence. I think Sekiryuutei-sama will come. Tatsumi, I see. Sekiryuutei, so I lost. Not bad. It's probably the first time I've enjoyed such a tolerable defeat. But I don't remember the last part of the battle. I was already here when I realized it. Tatsumi, me too, to be honest, my memory is blurry. After using the Kaioken and then the Itoshura, I don't really remember what happened. Sekiryuutei, I only remember one thing. It was the best punching game I've ever had. I fought to defeat you, and I also punched you to destroy you. But strangely, I'm in a good mood. The three of us smiled as our bodies were bandaged. Then a person entered the room. Sekiryuutei, excuse me. Issei, Sekiryuutei-sama, Sekiryuutei, hey, Issei-kun, Sekiryuutei, and Tatsumi-kun. It really was a magnificent fight. I firmly believe that, and the other VIPs were satisfied with everything. It was certainly a fight that made me feel optimistic about the future of the three of us. Sekiryuutei-sama sat in the nearby chair after giving us positive feedback. Sekiryuutei, now. I have something to say to you, Issei-kun and Tatsumi-kun. Sekiryuutei, may I speak with him for a moment? Sekiryuutei, I don't mind. Do you want me to leave? Sekiryuutei, no, it's all the same to me. You won't suffer from hearing this. Issei-kun and Tatsumi-kun, there's been talk of a promotion for you. Tatsumi, what's it about? Sekiryuutei, to put it precisely, there's been talk of a promotion for you too, Kibi-kun and Akeno-kun. You all defended yourselves against the terrorist attacks. The terror that gripped the meeting place of the three great factions. The terror initiated by the ancient Demon King's faction. You also defended yourselves against the god Loki. This decision was also based on the incident in Kyoto and the splendid fight you had today. Soon, the four of you will rise in the rankings. Congratulations, this is quite unusual. It's rare to receive a promotion at this age. It's its weight. A pro A promotion. Am I getting a promotion? I don't mean a promotion like a pawn promotion, right? Tatsumi, are you saying we're going up a class? Sekiryuutei smiles. That's what you've accomplished. There are still things you lack, but you're receiving a promotion, including the possibility of having one in the future. Sekiryuutei, accept it. You've achieved things for which you deserve this. It doesn't matter where you were born or where you come from. You are a man who must become the heroes of the underworld. Sekiryuutei, I'll give you the relevant information next time. I want you to receive a promotion after receiving the proper courtesy. We still need to decide on the stadium's location and the proper details from now on, so with your permission I'll take my leave. Saying this, Sekiryuutei-sama left the room. Sekiryuutei, Issei, and I remained in the room. Sekiryuutei, looking at Issei, the promotion is fine, but right now Rias is what's important. You like Rias, don't you? Issei, yes, I love her. Sekiryuutei, then how about you tell her your feelings one more time? This time, do it directly, just the two of you. You already shouted that she's the woman you've fallen in love with in front of that whole crowd. Tatsumi, I agree, you should let go of your fear. It would be easier now, wouldn't it? Issei, it's okay if she trusts me, right? Tatsumi, if she rejects you, then we'll be there for you. Sekiryuutei will comfort you while we have coffee. Issei, guys, really, thank you so much. Timeskip. With Azal. After finishing his commentary for the game, Azazel was walking towards the VIP room when he received a call from his subordinate about that person appearing there. The person in question then left the room Azazel was heading to. He has a close-cropped haircut and is wearing round sunglasses, a beach-style shirt, and a necklace. Azazel, well, if it isn't His Eminence Sakura then, how was the game? Sakura, oh hey brother fallen angel of justice. It was an extremely heated battle. For a brother fallen angel allied with the current Demon King faction, it was good that your students won the fight, wasn't it? The Gremory group. That team has members who defy common sense. Normal teams won't stand a chance against them. Azazel, there's something I want to ask you. Sakura, what is it, brother fallen angel of justice? If it's me you want to ask, I'll gladly answer. Azazel, the wielder of the Longinus, you knew about Cao before we didn't you? Sakura, so what? What are you going to do about it? Is it unsatisfactory that I've known him since I was a child? Is it because I didn't report him, or because I've had contact with him? Azazel, Indra, he said angrily. Sakura, you really like to make it entertaining by calling me that. Don't make such a scary face, Kid Aza. If you get angry over something like that, then what the god of death, Hades, is doing now could change the whole map of the factions, you know. She points her finger at Azazel. I'll tell you something, young man. All the factions are saying peace and negotiation. But in their minds they're thinking our mythology is the strongest. All the other mythologies should be eliminated, they're garbage. That useless old Odin and that useless old Zeus are the only ones who don't think like that, and they're innocent for it. After all, it's easy to gather the thoughts of humans if the god they believe in doesn't exist. It's common sense to think that the other religions can rot, you know. Just tell me how many gods you think exist but fell so low simply because your religion invaded our territory, diminished our believers, and turned us into myths. You should examine every mythology. Gods are more honest with their grudges and harsh feelings than humans, you know. Size well, I'll cooperate from the outside. Offis and the others are certainly a nuisance. Azazel. Sakura also send this message to that Chichiryuutei and the evolutionary dragon. You were quite a fight. If you were to become a threat to this world, then I will eliminate you along with your spirits. Those who can use the name of Celestials or believe themselves to be are already with us. Sakura leaves after saying that, TIMSKIP. Asia, please line up. Asia, who is wearing a waitress uniform, was forming the line of students in the hallway. It's a very long line for the bazaar. Irina, yes, it's about divination and the purification corner. Taoju Konkachin and Haimjima Eikno-senpai will be doing the divination and purification. Irina is standing next to the waitress and she's advertising everywhere. On the day of the school festival, the Occult Research Club's activity, which uses the entire old school building, is a huge success. Rias say cheese, and the one taking the picture was Rias, who was cosplaying as a waitress. When we implemented the system for taking photos with club members, it immediately became a hot topic. Taking a picture with club members was like being super popular. Kiba, Tatsumi-kun and Issei-kun, it's not enough to just watch, help me. Kiba appeared from the classroom, which had transformed into a haunted mansion. Yes, at this moment, I have to be the Frankenstein of the haunted mansion and Issei has to be a zombie. Even though he got beaten up for being a pervert, I don't want to do this. Gasper has the role of Dracula, but instead of being scary, he looks cute. Gasper, war, I'm Dracula, I'm going to bite you. Student, Kaya, Gasper-kun is so cute. After that, Issei and I went out to the corner of the first floor since we had some free time and we were going to talk to Azazel about Sarah Jorg. Issei, no way, so all the seniors who supported Sarah Jorgson withdrew. Azazel, yes, that's it. This means that kind people won't continue to rally around a loser. Didn't I tell you that demons naturally act logically? If there's no value in him, they'll simply abandon him. Tatsumi, for someone who fought so magnificently. Azazel, don't feel remorse, okay? Why worry about someone like him who is only able to fight in hand-to-hand combat? That's something you shouldn't do, you'll do better. That's the way the demon world is. It's a world where only strength has value. If you're entering a world like that, both you and Rias will have your minds sorted. Tatsumi, what about the throne for the next heir of the Great King's house? Azazel, that hasn't changed yet. I don't know how the Great King's house will move, but even if they don't have the power of destruction, they have someone of high caliber, so not only can they not reject him, but also because of how society views him. The sensei also left after saying, then try to do well, both of you. Even though he's a supervisor for this festival, I can only think he went off to have some fun. Ravel, Tatsumi, the new tickets are ready. Tatsumi. Thank you, Ravel, Tatsumi. I was deeply moved by the match when I saw Tatsumi hugging his opponent. I ended up crying. Tatsumi, yes, I was moved too, thank you, Ravel. I give her a kiss and Irina too, since I could hear you all cheering me on. Ravel, why that's right, I'm thinking of making a cake for the end of the day. Tatsumi, oh, Ravel's sweets taste good, I'll be looking forward to it. Ravel, I'm also looking forward to hearing you sing. Tatsumi, ah well, I wait, what sing? Ravel, didn't anyone tell you, you sing at the end when we're all around the campfire? Tatsumi, nobody told me, since when is that a thing? No, since today. Tatsumi, Sona, I should have known it was you who suggested it. Sona, we were going to hire famous singers, but why bother when we have a famous one here and it's free? Tatsumi, don't put it like that. It sounds like you're letting me sing because it's free and not because of my talent. Sai, okay, I'll do it, but can I bring someone with me? Sona, yes, of course. Tatsumi, whoever wants to. Sona, whoever you want. Tatsumi, taking her arm, then let's go, we have to practice. Sona, wait, I can't go, I have to supervise the festival. Tatsumi, Tsubaki's taking care of that, right? Tsubaki, I just saw Kiba at the restaurant in a butler's outfit. Tsubaki, president, I'll take care of everything. You go practice, Bose, good luck. Sona, Tsubaki, trade. After that, I took her to a separate room to practice, until night finally came and people were dancing around a huge bonfire while Sona and I waited to start singing. We had gone up to the stage they had set up, and I sat down at the piano while Sona took the microphone. Sona, I still can't believe I'm going to do this. Tatsumi, come on Sona, you did great in practice. Sona, yeah, but this is embarrassing. Tatsumi, Sona, if you do well you'll get a reward, after all you won the games and I didn't reward you. Sona, what are you waiting for? Let's start singing. Tatsumi, what's with all the enthusiasm? She's not like herself, hahaha, a drop of sweat trickled down my face. After that, I told everyone who would be around, and Sona and I started singing. Something that surprised many people to see Sona sing, including Rias and the others. As we played and sang, we could see people raising their arms and waving them from side to side, others found partners and started dancing. When the first song ended, everyone applauded and shouted with excitement, but it wasn't over yet as we started the second song. When the second song ended, I couldn't help but smile just like Sona. Many girls were thrilled and some boys even fainted at the sight of such a beautiful smile. I could see my classmates in the front row watching us with smiles, and without further ado, we started the third song. After the last song ended, everyone applauded, and we both bowed. But then I grabbed Sona by the waist and gave her a passionate kiss. something many girls thought was beautiful, while other boys were cursing me. Then I saw Sona's face turn bright red, which I found funny, but I also felt a murderous aura. When I turned around, I saw Akino, Kaneko, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, and even Kuroka. She had come at Kaneko's in my request and even helped us as a waitress at the restaurant, all wearing forced smiles. Student, he's dead. Student, if he dies, we might have a chance with one of them, right? Many of the boys were probably wishing I were dead, but the moment the girls approached me. Zenobia, I think it's unfair that it's only Sona. Shoot. Irina, that's right, this must be a punishment from the master for not being closer to you. Shoot. Kaneko-senpai, I didn't expect that from you, not giving me a kiss. Stop. Akino, Ara Tatsumi, now you'll be punished, Yufufufu. Stop. Ravel, I think it's wrong that being one of your girlfriends you don't take me into account. Stop. Kuroka, Naya, haha, Shiren is right, not giving us a kiss is very bad for us, Naya. Stop. One by one I would be giving each other a kiss, something that all the boys would be cursing to all the gods while blood would flow from their eyes instead of tears. Tatsumi, girls, I love you, he smiled. Tiami skip. At the end of the festival, Issei entered the club room. We hadn't used the club room much, so it looked the same as always, but there was someone inside. There was someone sitting in Ria's chair. It was Ria's. She had already changed out of her waitress outfit into her school uniform. Ria's, Issei, good job. Issei, ah yes, Ria's, since I'm a third year, this will be my last year. That's why I wanted to come back here for a bit. Issei, I see. Ria's, Issei. Both Ria's and Issei remained silent until Ria stood up and stared out the window. At that moment, Issei was about to tell her what he truly felt, so he approached her and Issei, Ria's. Ria's, huh, Issei, I want to protect you, Ria's, I want to protect you, Ria's, for the rest of my life I'm in love with you. I love you, Ria's. Ria seemed speechless at such a confession. A moment later, she began to shed many tears. Issei, you don't, do you? Issei's face turned blue, then Ria shook her head and wiped away her tears. No, it's not that, I am so happy, she stroked Issei's cheek. You finally called me by my name, I've waited so long for this moment. I know you said my name before, but it didn't sound the same as it did now, but I didn't have the courage to tell you so, I thought it would never happen, but when I heard your feelings back then, I was so happy, I almost cried during the match. Issei, so that means... Ria's, Issei, I love you more than anyone. Issei, Ria's. Ria's, Issei. At that moment, they both brought their faces closer and shared a deep kiss, but right at that moment, as they were kissing, bang, we all burst through the door, revealing Issei and Ria's together. I would be next to Gasper. Irina W. Well, don't push me, Zenobia. Zenobia Khan, congratulations, Issei Butchu Asia, congratulations to both of you. With this I can continue after Wanasama. Akino Ara, congratulations to both of you, Yufufu. Kaneko, finally senpai does something good. Kiba, sorry I saw it too. Gasper, I'm so excited. Rossweisse, I can allow illicit sexual relations just for today, you know. Tatsumi, Rossweisse, don't be jealous about not having a boyfriend. Rossweisse, wah, you're mean, Tatsumi. I get up from the floor and head towards Issei. Tatsumi, finally you've shown your feelings. High five, Issei. Issei, yeah, thanks, Hahada. Tatsumi, but I have to say all my girlfriends combined are better than Ria's. Issei, yeah, Ria's is way better than your harem. Tatsumi, you're wrong, they're better. Issei, balance breaker. I'll have to show you with my fists. Tatsumi, I see yours. Then it'll have to be that way. Issei activated his balance breaker and I activated my Tyrant V4 armor and we started facing off. Then with our wings we flew out through the roof and started fighting in the sky, many of the attacks and shockwaves hitting the school and destroying parts of it. But we kept fighting until at one point we ripped off our armor and crashed to the ground in the schoolyard, bursting into laughter. Tatsumi / Issei HOHOHOHOHOHOHA, Ria's Asia Is. Akino / Kaneko / Zenobia / Irina / Ravel, Tatsumi. When we heard our names, we turned around and saw them all with murderous auras but smiling. Issei, does apologizing do any good? Ria's, no, Issei, Tatsumi, we have to run. He looked around to see where I was, but I wasn't there, Tatsumi. Tatsumi, running, I've got the head start, Issei, wait, I don't want to die yet, starting to run. All wait, you all need to be punished. Tatsumi / Issei, we're sorry. With that, the school festival and the battle against Sekiryuutei ended.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.